morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, you beautiful Monday morning. What do you say we do it again, Marcus? What do you say we sit here for the next 5 days and bitch and moan and cry and laugh and you know what? Just live our lives the next 5 days here in these seats, Monday morning style. Good morning, Bay Area. Hello, Oakland Coliseum and your wonderful drama you hosted over the weekend. And 49ers, well, I don't even know what to make of just kind of a blah, zero-ish preseason game. But I am happy to be here. Happy to see you, brother. Good morning, Marcus.
Happy Monday morning, Murph. I'm glad you got the headphone situation sorted out this morning. For anybody not watching on stream at 6:01 in the morning, Murph was essentially like Brock Purdy, scrambling without Trent Williams, scrambling to get his headphones plugged in before the show started.
So what happened was I come in, we start chopping it up, as the kids would say, like, hey, you know, the weekend, were you there, were you here, were you there, blah, blah, blah. Brock Purdy was running for his life. The Giants can't hit. And then all of a sudden I start hearing more on drugs, and I'm like, I don't have my headset on. It's like, so I got to get my headphones, so I got to reach into my bag. What kind of amateur doesn't have his headphones ready to go, you know? And then the thing is, Marcus, and if you'll notice on the stream now, my headphones for months, I should say, have had the pads detached from the headphones.
Yeah, what's up with your detachable headphones?
It's not good, but I'm so cheap I won't buy new ones. So I have to always take the two pads out separately from the headphones. And then you heard as our intro was climaxing there, the two pads, they stumbled out of my hands. One fell down. I had to reach down. It was a scramble. But guess what? Got it done.
It's like the kid in Pop Warner who, like, his helmet doesn't fit, so they have to put in, like, bigger ear pads. But then the ear pads are so big he can't take the helmet off.
Yeah.
So, like, they're trying to detach it just to get the helmet off his head.
That was me.
That's you with your headphones.
We can go with a young Tony at 6:02. Does he know about Thurman Thomas's helmet in the Super Bowl? Does he know? He does not know? Okay.
No, he's already shaking his head.
Bigelow T, baby.
Here we
Bigelow
go.
T,
Here
baby.
we go, baby.
Do you know about Thurman Thomas?
We're back. I was going to say off the top of my head, no, I don't think I know that story.
When the Buffalo Bills were in the streak of their 4 straight Super Bowl losses, and again, I ride with the Bills. I defend the Bills and all this. Thurman Thomas, their Hall of Fame running back. I believe the guy's in Canton, Ohio, isn't he? I think he is. He deserves to be. He was a great running back. Dude, the game started, couldn't find his helmet.
Oh, no.
Couldn't find his helmet. Missed the entire. I'd have to go back and look at the facts. I know he missed at least the first series.
Oh.
Bro, this is their Hall of Fame. It's like Christian McCaffrey not finding his helmet at the bowl.
Yeah, but then somebody's got to step up and hand his helmet over. Like, there's got to be like a backup kicker, the long snapper. You're not using your helmet right now.
If I recall, and I'll have to go back during the break and look it up, but I recall it was under a bench. I think it was under a bench.
That's ridiculous.
He couldn't find it.
That happened to me once in high school. My cleat tore open in the middle of the game.
Yeah?
And, like, the trainers were, like, trying to, like, spat it up and tape it during the game. And I yelled at some backup. I was like, hey, John, give me your cleat. I got to go back in the game. He's like, no. I was like, bro, you haven't played the entire game. I'm the starting outside linebacker. Let me get your damn cleat.
And so you took the cleats off the other guy?
I tried to take it off him, but, yeah, I just had to go out there with a full foot
Were you
of tape.
sure that his foot was going to fit yours?
I had no idea, Murph, but I was just trying to get back in the game.
Yeah, the Redskins went 3 and out, and Thurman Thomas could not. He left it prior to the coin toss. Quote, I couldn't find it. I didn't know where it was. Yeah. For some reason, somebody moved it. I was very upset. There's a whole like now it can be told story that Bill's equipment manager. Anyway, I'll give you guys more of the details, but the point is that was me starting the game today. So where do you want to start, Niners or Giants? Let's start with the sentiment over in Oakland, because that was a big deal. That was a big deal. I mean, I think I knew it was we all knew intellectually it was a big deal, but emotionally, and I'm not saying I was there bawling like a baby. I wasn't. In fact, I had 0 tears about it, but I definitely was feeling the weight of the final Giants-A's game in Oakland and just what's going on in Oakland. And by the way, all it takes is the Giants to get that place jumping again, right? Because it was back jumping again last night.
I mean, over all 32,000 the entire weekend.
And standing, chanting, energy, noise. I mean, dude, again, I said, not to rip open an old wound, but I came in pissed Friday morning about Giants fans who I think are just, don't get me started. And A's fans are better, and they are. They proved it again this weekend.
A's fans are lunatics, and I mean that as a compliment.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of the best fan bases in sports, even though they're a fan base that gets pointed out for not supporting their team. No, they just don't support this ownership.
Yeah.
But it's funny, like, when they actually have a winning product, like going back to when Mac Chapman and Mark Cannon were on the team themselves, they were selling out the Coliseum. They were packing that place for postseason games.
You know what's incredible? I have had the Rays, I want to say, had a wild card game there in 2019, I think. That Tigers game, Game 5, 2012. Those were two of the most electric atmospheres I think I've ever seen outside of like Yankee Stadium in October, old Yankee Stadium, Jeter Yankee Stadium in October. You know what's crazy is the A's lost both those games. I don't know how. And all the players from the Tigers and the Rays to this day will tell you that's the best atmosphere they've ever played in.
I mean, it was absolutely electric, whether it was Grand Ball 4 and all the fans like doing like the Rage Against the Machine dance in the outfield. You've got the drummers and the full marching band out there in the outfield, the bed sheets that are still up there. Like, we really are losing a huge part of baseball history and the baseball fan base by the A's leaving Oakland.
I almost want to say A's fans were, of the three Oakland teams, Raiders, I mean, the Raiders, see, and again, Dave Stewart said this on our show Friday, and it's something I can relate to that I think you can't, is that I lived through them going to L.A., and that affected the Oakland Raider experience. Like, when they came back, now I understand for you, that was it. They came back, it was 1995, you were 4 years old or whatever, I don't know, 3 years old, and so you just knew the A's in Oakland. But for those of us who saw them go to L.A., something was diminished by the time they came back. It was like it wasn't the same as it was the first time around. So I'm going to say, while Raider fans are clearly world famous for being intergalactically famous, on the International Space Station we're famous, they're great. And Warriors fans, of course, are great. But I'm going to go ahead and make a bold call that the A's fan is the most hardcore of the three. That might be a bold take. Could be open to criticism and subjection. You would probably say the Raider fan.
Yeah, I would disagree because to me it feels like the A's fans are the least likely out of the three to continue to support their team once they leave. Like, I think Raider fans like myself still back the silver and black.
You know why? You guys have an allegiance that I would say maybe borders on make the Raiders great again.
Murph, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I drink the Raiders Kool-Aid.
You guys have like that boat parade with the flags, you know what I mean? Like they just had so.
Yeah, I got the horns on, Murph.
There is this Sultan Curtain cult affection that you guys have. It's true.
And like to that point, I think there's a lot of Raider fans, even for the older generation, like my pops. My pops saw the Raiders leave to L.A. He was still a Raiders fan. I was born and the Raiders were in L.A., still raised me a Raider fan. So he still has his loyalty to the Raiders.
They stuck.
Where now it feels like A's fans are forcefully being turned against their own team by John Fisher and Dave Cavill. It's
interesting.
To where they're going to finally cut ties.
It's a different dynamic. It's interesting. It's two teams that are leaving, but with two totally different dynamics. One group swears allegiance to its owner. The other group swears war on its owner.
Yeah, and to be completely honest and transparent, it's almost like the two fan bases almost waged war on each other.
Oh, really?
Because of the Oakland A's signing that 10-year lease in 2014 at the Coliseum when the Raiders wanted to tear down the Coliseum and build two new stadiums for the Raiders and for the A's. And here are the A's 10 years later chasing the Raiders' coattails out to Las Vegas.
So you guys believe that perhaps the A's played a role in this whole mess?
Oh, a huge role.
Interesting. Interesting.
Papa's gone into this in great detail before, too,
A's fans will tell you Mount Davis ruined everything.
Yeah, that's a fair point also. See, I never saw the Coliseum without Mount Davis.
Well, anyway, to everybody who was over there over the weekend, I hope you all enjoyed it. I mean, appropriate that it was a split. I called it, too. I called the split in the Jock Blog. I knew they'd split. And, by the way, Giants maybe quite frankly lucky to get a split. These guys can't freaking hit. Somebody came at my guy Brian Price the other day, B. Price. It was my buddy Chris Kelly, the stage manager of Saturday Night Live. What's up, CK? Because he had that visit to the mound, and then there was a grand slam. What game was that? Who hit a grand slam against the Giants recently?
That was Michael Harris II, a.k.a. Michael Harris Jr.
The Robbie Ray disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian Price had visited right before that, and he goes, Brian Price visits the mound grand slam. He's having a great year. And I snapped because B. Price, that's my guy. He came and spoke to our Little League team. I have great affection for him. Grew up in Mill Valley, Tam High, Boyle Park, Mill Valley, Little League. And I snapped and I said, hey, man, pitching is not this team's problem. No. Now, are they perfect? Is the starting rotation perfect? No. Is the back end a little sketchy? Yeah. I think the bullpen's been pretty decent. It ain't the problem. These guys can't freaking hit. They cannot hit. Mm-hmm. And they got shut out on Saturday, and they were lucky to scrape out one in 9 innings, thanks to Elliot Ramos on Sunday.
Well, they got it done in 10 innings. They had to go to extra innings after.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But if you played 2 9-inning games, they scored 1 run.
Yeah.
Dude, all hail J.P. Sears and the rest of the crew that was out there dealing, but you got to score more than one in a weekend in Oakland. In the 10th inning, they popped a couple.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, that's been the issue with the Giants the entire season, and we'll dissect that more and more as the day goes on. But, Murph, the final thing I want to say is the Giants have the bragging rights. Even though they split the Bay Bridge series this year 2-2, they won the final game at the Coliseum.
Well, that's it. But all time, I'm not going to lie, they put this up on SportsCenter last night, and it kind of chapped me. All time since Interleague, A's 76, Giants 72.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of chapped me, too.
Yeah, and even going farther at the Coliseum, A's 42, Giants 32.
Man.
10 games above
means,
500 in
So
Oakland.
42-32. That means the Giants owned them in San Francisco then, huh?
That is correct.
32 and 40. So 76 to 72. So that means the Giants won 40 to 30. Wait, 40 to 30. Is that anyway, Giants won it in San Francisco. Point is that it kind of chapped me that the A's won the entire season series, or I should say the entire Bay Bridge series. But, hey, man, they earned it. All right, well, listen, we'll call it in on the other side. And, of course, we'll get into the 49ers because Brock Purdy played and did not look good. Are you worried? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you missed it, John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus on Friday morning to give his perspective on the Brandon Ayuk situation and to discuss where things stand with Trent Williams as well. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
So made some other changes, and then Encarnacion swings and drives it deep center, hit well. Blade back at the track. It is gone! And the Coliseum erupts here in the 10th. Gerard Encarnacion hits a 2-run home run. On the first pitch of the 10th inning, it's 3-1 Giants. As Conforto swings, he belts one, deep right, on its way, gone! A's have the possible tying run at second and the winning run at first. 2 down, bottom of the 10th, and 0-2 count. Walker sets at the belt. His pitch is swung on and missed! He struck him out with a slider! And the Giants, in the final Bay Bridge Series game, get an extra inning win here in Oakland. 4-2 the final.
Joe Rizzo, and listen to that crowd, man, and listen to Young Tone playing Cool and the Gang Celebrate. You do know Young Tony. Let's get on the mic, Barry. Good morning to Young Tony. You know this is, of course, the A's.
I know.
So
Felt right, though.
Giants won the game. But you're right, in honor of the entire green and gold experience that moved Jose Canseco to tears over the weekend. See that? Of course, I watched Swingers over the weekend, which, by the way, just Vince Vaughn, forget it, remains as supreme as ever. And to quote his line in Swingers, where he talks about his read was so good, the cameraman was crying. He says, but then again, he might have had his own things going on. I say about Canseco's tears at the ceremony, he might have had his own things going on.
Yeah, I think those tears were more personal for Jose than they were about the city of Oakland.
Oh, man. Young Tony, have you seen the movie Swingers with Vince Vaughn?
I have not, but I've heard a lot of good things.
It's funny. It's Candace's birthday Saturday, and guess what? I think I can reveal this on air. Hopefully, I'm not going to freak you guys out.
Ooh, us.
COVID. She's got COVID.
Oh, man.
So I hope you don't feel like I'm giving you COVID, because I don't have it.
Well, if you're going down, we're going down together,
Right.
Mike.
So anyway, I'm coming from a COVID house. So we had to cancel our dinner plans and everything. It was her birthday. She's like in pajamas the whole day, you know. But I said, one thing led to another. I was like, let's watch Swingers, and we just laughed and laughed. Vince Vaughn just owned us. But anyway, there's a scene where he's talking about giving a read at a because they're all struggling actors. And he's trying to seduce this girl in a trailer. He's like, baby, I killed this read. Everybody in the room was crying. Everybody. The cameraman was crying. He goes, then again, he might have had his own things going on. So that was Canseco on Saturday.
Yeah, that's Jose Canseco. Well, Murph, I'm glad that you had the opportunity to watch Swingers this weekend, because I didn't see any swingers in the Giants lineup.
Seriously. So Saturday, bro. I mean, getting shut out. I mean, come on. Man.
That was a bad
What are we
look.
doing here?
You're getting no hit through 6 innings of baseball. Yeah. It took over an hour for the Giants to finally get a hit, and shout out Grant McRae was the one who broke it up.
Yeah, he had a fun little day, right? That little swinging bunt that he got. Then he had a hustle double.
Yeah, had a nice diving play out in center field.
Great diving play in center field. Again, that's part of Farhan's this week we're going to be a speed team.
Yeah,
because he decides every day. I wrote
this week.
I had a salty Friday jock blog about Farhan. I shout out Farhan's mishmash of mixed messages, I called it. By the way, oddly enough, somehow in the translation, the byline is Mari's. It says by Mari Galaviz.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Mari's out here writing
look
stories.
at it. She's got the jock blog.
Nice.
I was like, whatever. Just let it go.
Maybe that'll boost up the views a little bit.
The lightly read jock blog. Okay, well, let's call it in. Let's make it official, because on Sunday they saved one. Blake Snell, buddy.
Oh, man.
This guy I wanted traded, too, by the way.
I mean, he is literally unhittable right now.
Well, he is, except for the A's got 6 hits off him.
That is true. So I guess literally is not the great word to use.
Well, the bases loaded, one out in the 7th.
And worked out of that jam.
Yeah. Came out pumping his fists. I mean, the guy goes 7 innings, 6 hits, 1 earney, 2 walks, 10 Ks. So what do you want? Last 8 starts, ERA of 1.03, buddy. 1.03. His ERA is down to 3.67 after that mess. I'll tell you one of the best things to come out of this whole Snell run. You see the stat now? 55 strikeouts in his last 5 starts, which sets a Giants record passing by 1. And this is for me and for Brad Mangian and for all the old heads. John Monefusco, dude, one of the great names of the 70s. You guys know about John Monefusco? John
the Cow.
Oh, man, and he was the brash fireballer out of Jersey. He's been on our show. Were you on the show when we had him?
Oh, I think that was prior to my time on the show.
He dropped a D-bomb. He said Lasorda called him the Italian slur that starts with a D.
Whoa.
He called himself. He said, Lasorda used to call me a swamp D. And he said it on the air. I thought it was okay to say. We found out later, like, no, you can't say that. But you know what? Tony Gimignani said it because it's the name of his bagel company.
Oh.
But I'm not going to say it because I don't want to get in trouble.
Now you're confusing me.
It's an Italian slur.
Okay.
Starts with
but
a D.
It's the name of a bagel company.
Yeah, I know. We used to say it casually, like it was cool, but now people get offended.
Okay.
Anyway.
Welcome to 2024.
John Monefusco was one of the great characters in the post-Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Juan Marichal era when the Giants were terrible in the 70s. They had nothing, AstroTurf, an empty candlestick. They had one dude, John frickin' Monefusco, who was out there throwing absolute cheese, talking S, too. He would have been a star today. Because he talked all kind of S. He talked S to the dugouts. He talked S to the hitters. He blew them away. He must have thrown 98, 99, no radar gun. I mean, he was incredible. He was Rookie of the Year. He struck out. And, dude, Blake Snell just beat his record by 1. That's how good he was.
That's impressive throughout Bumgarner and Lincecum and Kane.
And Jason
Schmidt. That it goes all the way back to the Count, John Monefusco.
So anyway, shout out
real
Snell.
Quick, can you enlighten me on the nickname, the
I think
Count?
it was Al Michaels, I believe. So the Count of Monte Cristo is a famous old novel, from the old days, whatever, in the, I don't know, 1800s, 1900s, whatever. Some book, The Count of Monte Cristo.
Ooh.
It's one of those books, you know what I mean?
That.
Nobody ever read it, but it was known, The Count of Monte Cristo.
Huh.
And so Al Michaels, who's now you guys know Al Michaels. Did you know Al Michaels did Giants play-by-play on the radio?
Yeah, when he first started off, right?
Yeah, 73. So 1974, when Monefusco debuted, he saw the name Monefusco, and he said, hey, it's like Monte Cristo, like the Count of Monte Cristo, the Count Monefusco.
Dude, I like it.
Got it?
See, I just kind of assumed, I was like, damn, I looked at some of his numbers. He must be so good that he always had guys in an 0-2 count.
That works,
so they called him the Count.
That works, too.
I mean, that was just my assumption.
Yeah, it was for Monefusco, the Count Monefusco, the Count Monte Cristo, and there's Al Michaels making a little fun. And there you go. Let's call it in, man, for Blake Snell and for the Giants. Even though they remain mired at 63-63. Pat Burrell driving out of the Coliseum. Calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, you leaving the Coliseum, my favorite place? He said, don't you even mention the word, Rob Manfred. Just put it down. San Francisco Giants 4, Oakland A's 2.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants team is great.
I like that.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
All right. The package is good. And now, even though they were in Oakland, there was no strobe light. We pay homage to the strobe light in San Francisco. Dude, 448 feet. Number 18, Elliot Ramos. And here's a guy who every time he comes up, I'm like, why is this guy on the team? But he was on the team to give the Giants the lead and really the win on Sunday. Gerard Encarnacion, number 2. And for all you people ragging on Bob Melvin, it was his decision to pinch hit Mike Conforto for Casey Schmidt. Mm-hmm. Bobby Melvin presses the right button. Mike Conforto, number 13. Do you see Gerard Encarnacion as part of this team's future?
That's a good question. My answer off the top of my head would be no.
Yeah, right?
Like maybe as like a pinch hit bat, a guy that bounces back and forth between Sacramento and here. Like he's kind of got some Mark Canha vibes, for being honest with you. Like young Mark Canha with the Oakland A's. I'm not penciling him as an everyday player, no.
Right. Next year's outfield, ideally, is Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee, and / is it Matos or Yaz and right?
I would assume it's going to be Luis Matos, but who knows with the way that this franchise handles their
Is
prospects.
it Gerard Encarnacion?
Is it Grant McCrae?
Is it Grant McCrae? Ooh. Hey.
Throw that one out there.
Intriguing.
808 KNBR is the option.
So just to catch you guys up on this fruitless road to nowhere here, 63 wins, 63 losses, 4 games back in the wild card, 5 in the loss column. The Mets are between them and the Braves. You have to worry about the Mets, too. The Cardinals are tied with them in the loss column, but 2 wins behind. I mean, I don't know. You keeping this ball in play, buddy?
I'm saying there's a chance, Murph.
Okay, so the White Sox tonight.
They got the White Sox in town. Kyle Harrison's on the bump. Good time to get hot, Murph.
Facing a guy named Jonathan Cannon, a 24-year-old who was drafted in 2022.
Bring on the cannons.
By the way, when's Bryce Eldridge making his debut?
That's a great question because he continues to mash right now in Eugene. I think he's got to get one step closer. Once he gets to Double-A Richmond, he'll be knocking on that door.
The swing looks legit. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Everything about him looks legit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm a fan.
I think the biggest question mark for Eldridge is his defense at first base because I saw him play outfield in San Jose. Does not look like an outfielder. Stick him at first base, but the bat's going to play anywhere you play him.
Okay, the White Sox coming in tonight are 30-95.
Oof.
Let me say that again. 30-95. I'm calling for a sweep.
Wow.
All right? Anything less than a sweep, and you don't even look at me. Anything less than a sweep, don't even look at me.
We got a 628 sweep call.
All right, guest list on a Monday, 8/19/24. Young Tony. Good morning, Tone.
Good morning, boys.
What you got, buddy?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50 this morning, we have your hums and bums to catch you up on everything you missed over the weekend in sports. Mike Krukow at 7:30. Giants back at 500. 36 games left. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content at 8:15. Dante Whitner at 8:50
Nice.
to recap the second preseason game. Always love having Dante. And then Sergio Romo at 9:15, a guy who wore both uniforms.
Great knowledge right there,
Perfect.
buddy. All right, finally we get to the Niners, and Brock Purdy looked bad. Next on the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was good just to get out there, get a feel for, obviously, the game speed and getting hit and trying to go through reads and stuff and just get the feel again. So, obviously, it wasn't as productive as I'd liked to been myself, but, that's why it's preseason. Get out there and get a feel like that, so.
Hey, there's Brock Purdy due to make. Is that the guy you want to give $60 million a year to? By the way, that guy out there yesterday.
Stop it.
Well, we're riffing, sort of. Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. More Niner Talk with David Lombardi at 11:30 this morning with Papa and Lund. By the way, did you guys hear Papa say touchdown 49ers?
I did hear that.
What is the story on that? Can somebody illuminate? I'm a KNBR morning show host, have been for almost 20 years. If I make it to November, I don't know the story. What's the story?
I think the story is, look, it's preseason football, not just for the players, but also for the broadcasters. Now, I ran into Thin Tim and our guy Adam Copeland yesterday at the game, and it sounds like straight up Papa just forgot his call. That's what it sounded like. I'm having Tony dig through the system right now to see if he can find it. It sounds like Papa just forgot what his touchdown call was.
Said at halftime, I was in the car at halftime, and Johnny Lund said, Papa with a nice little tribute there on the call.
Well, because let's listen closely, boys and girls. It sounds a lot like he's making 49ers sound like his old Raiders touchdown call.
Oh, do we think he had a little brain lapse back to his past days?
Here it is yesterday. Josh Dobbs, 4th and goal, quarterback read option, and the touchdown call from Greg Papa.
49ers go 2-by-2 formation. Breida next to Dobbs. Dobbs going to pull it and run and try. Dive into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers!
Yeah.
Does he think he had a little lapse?
He almost went touchdown Raiders.
Oh, that is so good. Is he coming in studio today?
I hope so.
Ask him.
I hope so.
Touchdown, 49ers!
Is that calling the is that in an intimate moment calling the girl by the wrong name?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
We've all been there before, right?
You mentioned the old girlfriend's name at the wrong time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that is classic. I was wondering what's going on. I thought maybe it was Lon. Is this for Lon Simmons? Is this what? The great Lon Simmons? No.
Again, I haven't talked to Papa. I haven't confirmed any of this, but my breakdown of the situation is he just straight up forgot his touchdown call.
Well, Derek, if you're listening or anybody, let us know because I was as baffled as everybody. Are you okay with it? What do you think?
I actually don't hate it. Now, of course, me being a Raider fan and running around my house as a kid yelling touchdown Raiders, I know Papa wants to get away from that call, which is why he changed the cadence overall. But I didn't hate it. What did you think?
Like I said, for me, I grew up with Lon Simmons saying that. So for me, that's bringing me back. But I mean, listen, if you're an NFL play-by-play guy, how many different calls can you have? You got to say touchdown, then you got to say the team. I mean, you can say the player's name, I guess.
Yeah, but he has kind of made it his call now. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Some would say that he's paying tribute to the guy in Kansas City who says, touchdown, Kansas City.
Is that the issue? Is that why the 49ers can't beat the Chiefs? Because Papa stole the touchdown call from the Chiefs.
A lot of reasons why they can't play the Chiefs. Maybe they can't beat the Chiefs because Kyle Shanahan calls plays, and maybe that's why he's not calling plays. Let me start right there. I'm telling you guys, I think it's odd. I'm not just treating this as a trifling thing, and Kyle might be listening right now saying you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about, and those things can both be true.
You think Kyle's going full Bochy this morning?
I say he's an idiot.
Yeah, pretty much. Nice work. I just don't like it. I don't like it. I don't know why he's doing this. Is he? I'm not taking this lightly. Is he trying to tell us something? Is he? I'm already starting to think is Kyle is he burning out? Does he? How long is he? I don't know. I might be totally overreacting, and I'm on record saying I'm open to being told you're an idiot. It's a total overreaction. He's going to be here for the next 10 years. He's going to win 2 Super Bowls in the next 10 years. All the good stuff. But I just don't like it. What's he doing? I mean, I get it. Clay Kubiak's get his chance to make his call. So what? I need Kyle in the rhythm. I need Kyle calling plays. Okay, well, here he is. He was addressed. He addressed it after the game. Clay Kubiak. Now, the interesting catch is that so you guys need to know the family history, right? Gary Kubiak was a backup was a coach with the Niners. My first year on the Niner beat in 1994, Gary Kubiak was the quarterback coach under Mike Shanahan. So this goes back to 94, Gary Kubiak, Mike Shanahan, 94. Now the Kubiaks and the Shanahans stay close, Christmas cards and all that. You go ski vacations together, whatever. Now you get to the point where the kids are coming in. Mike Shanahan is Kyle's kid, or Kyle Shanahan is Mike's kid. He rises up through the ranks. Clay and Clint Kubiak are Gary's kids. They rise through the ranks. Kyle gives Gary Kubiak in Houston gives Kyle Shanahan his first chance to call plays. I mean, you want to talk about like nepotism and family friends and all that stuff. So Kyle owes it to Gary. Now, is this some sort of repayment to Gary to let Clay call him? Now, he also had Clint Kubiak, who now is with the Saints. Mm-hmm. So Clint Kubiak was with the 49ers last year. Now he's with the Saints. You had Clint and Clay calling plays together. Kyle didn't. What's the explanation?
I like Clint more than everyone else. No, no, that's not it. Just been thinking about doing it for a while. Can't really explain why. I think certain years, sometimes you want to do it, especially when you're getting a feel for a quarterback. You want them to get used to. I think our quarterback I've been with for 2 years, so Brock's used to me. Clint and Brian have been doing a lot of the meetings with the quarterbacks. BA was with us last year. Didn't feel like I needed to this year, and Clay's been great at it, so.
Yeah, doesn't add up. Brock and I have been together too. Brock Purdy's a baby. He's in diapers. Are you kidding me? If Belichick said that in 2018, I would buy that. Tom and I have been together for 18 years. Brock Purdy's had one full season as a starter.
This is his first healthy offseason as a starter. It's the first time he's a starter going out there with the ones in training camp, and he's not even going out there with the ones.
Yeah, and I want to stress, listen, it could be a total overreaction, and this could mean nothing. And I'm sure Tim Ryan and all those people will tell me. I'm just telling you my gut instinct is something's off.
My gut reaction at first during the first game, I didn't mind too much because the starters were not playing. And I viewed it as maybe a way for Kyle to sit back and evaluate the QB2 competition between Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs. And maybe that factored into his decision again. But with Brock Purdy out there, you would assume that he would be calling plays. And there were some mixed reports during the game whether or not Kubiak was calling plays the entire game or just second half of the game. Well, Brock said he was calling plays in the first half. So when you got Brock Purdy out there with only 2 offensive starters on that offensive line, you would think that Kyle would do everything he could to bubble wrap and protect Brock Purdy.
This is the NFL where they take everything so seriously. It's not like it's freaking casual. Yeah. Dude, this is Ed Asner. This is casual Friday. I don't like it.
And I don't ever recall...
You're going to be casual with my money?
I don't recall Mike McDaniel calling plays or Bobby Slowick calling plays last year.
This whole thing just is odd to me. Okay, if you're in your car yelling like you're an idiot, you're overreacting, I'll buy that. I might be overreacting. But at minimum, it's odd. At minimum, okay? At maximum, something's weird going on. I don't know. I don't like it. Again, Ed Asner, you got it?
Oh, I got it for you.
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
I don't.
Yeah.
You're going to be casual with my money? You're going to go wrangle up another account.
A little too casual.
Why don't you go wrangle up another preseason sputter?
Yeah, it was interesting that he did it back-to-back games.
I know.
One game was enough for me.
His answers to the press were not good. He was very vague. I was watching that live, and his answers to the press were, he hadn't prepared his answer. He was like, I don't know. Just kind of. It's like, wait, what? So anyway, again, at minimum, it's odd, and I don't like it.
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Murph doesn't like it.
This is just me now. Could just be one of my weird things, all right? Maybe fodder for a future jock blog, but they're coming off the Super Bowl loss. Trent's holding out. Ayuk's holding out. Brock has his first healthy offseason, and Kyle's like, no, I don't want to call the plays.
Yeah, I'll hand the keys to somebody else to drive this car.
I don't know. So where are you with it?
Like I said, first game, I really didn't mind at all because it's preseason. Who really cares what happens in these games? You're just getting reps anyways. I get it as a developmental step to kind of coach up your own in-house.
Okay.
But I'd be shocked if Kyle Shanahan's not calling plays on Friday against the
Raiders. By the way, they play Friday.
Against the
Raiders.
And
he said that Purdy's going to play Friday.
Yes, he did. Hopefully some of the other starters play.
Yeah. And so who was out? Christian McCaffrey was out. Deebo Samuel was out. George Kittle was out. Brandon Ayuk, obviously. Trent Williams, obviously. So those are the guys.
Yeah, I mean, the only guys who started yesterday were Colton McKivitz at right tackle, Jake Brendel at center, and then Dominic Puny, who might have a chance to start at right guard. Those were your only offensive starters yesterday,
and as a result,
outside of Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy was bad. Yeah. 2 out of 6 for 11 yards. Of the 4 quarterbacks who played, Josh Dobbs, Tanner Mordecai, Brandon Allen, and Brock Purdy. Purdy was the lowest rated of the 4.
Uh-oh. We get into
QB controversy?
QB controversy? We're back, baby. We're back.
I had a 16-year-old going, I'm calling for Dobbs.
No, he's
I'm calling
not.
for Dobbs. Yes, he was.
No, he's not.
Yes, he was.
Come on.
I said, I'm calling for Dobbs.
Stop it.
But then he
Come
goes,
on,
I'm
kid.
kidding, kind of.
Yeah,
And I
you
was
better
like,
be.
dude.
You
Anyway,
better
here's
be.
Purdy about getting the feel. He said he said he had an interesting line here. He goes, I wanted to feel again. I was like, well, don't we all? Don't we all want to feel again? It's got Z19, buddy. Z19.
Yeah, at practice, you're not getting that. You know, you're obviously you get a pass rush and all that kind of stuff, but to get out in the game and understand that, you know, there's a mental clock where you have to get the ball out or else you're going to get hit, or there's times where you do have to stand in there and take some hits. Like, that's the kind of stuff you can get in practice. And so, honestly, it's those things that, you know, I liked just the idea of playing in a preseason game to feel again, you know, before the season gets here and everything. So it's good reps for me. It's a good feel for me as a quarterback. So, you know, I didn't mind it. You know, it's part of the game.
I just want to feel again. I do. We all want to feel again.
Yeah, well, he felt a couple hits yesterday. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. He also felt a couple bad decisions.
Yeah.
He had at least two that come to my mind that were like, whoa, bro. That's like pick 262 makes that decision, you know?
I mean, Murph, that's what I'm more upset about. I know we got a break here. I wasn't really concerned with Kubiak calling plays. I was concerned with Jalen Moore being out there as your left tackle blocking for Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Like the fact he went out there for 3 straight series. If Trent Williams is not on the field, if George Kittle is not on the field, Brock Purdy probably should not be on the field.
No, I agree. And to your point, too, about like who's more important to Brock Purdy, clearly it's Trent Williams by a runaway.
100%, because Jacob Cowering looked good yesterday.
Yeah.
Good to see him make some
that's my
make
guy.
some flashes.
He's my little baby. He's my pick to click.
Murph's little baby.
All right, guys. Well, anyway, there you go. All good news in Santa Clara. No Trent Williams, no Brandon Ayuk, and strange things are afoot. Here's another one for young Tony. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Yes, no? Okay. Well, that's good. That means we'll get to hear it later in the show. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. Keanu Reeves. Anyway.
They just remade that, too.
I think they made at least 2, 3, or... Wait, who was in the remake?
Like the last couple of years.
Oh, who was in the remake?
With the same guys who were in the original.
Oh, it's the same... Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay.
I'll double check that during the break.
Anyway, strange things are afoot at the Circle K and in Santa Clara. But Hum Babies and Bum Babies are next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right, a Monday tradition. It is a tradition unlike any other. Hum Babies and Bum Babies, your work week does not begin until you hear Hum Babies and Bum Babies. Your weekend does not end. So we'll draw the curtain right here. But first and foremost, got to remind you, we're still doing this, Marcus. We're still giving away the names for the 49ers season pass giveaway. 2 tickets to every 2024 regular season Niner home game where you get to see them go 7-10. That'll be good. Each person who qualifies wins a $50 gift card to the Niners team store. I just slipped that in there. I'm a little worried about this year. And enters a chance to win the grand prize. The grand prize is those 2 tickets to every 2024 regular season home game. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan, okay, you don't call until Tim Ryan speaks. All right? Do not call until Tim Ryan speaks, and that's in the 7 a.m. hour.
Stay tuned.
That's coming up.
Mm-hmm. Right around the corner.
Just like right now, coming up is Hum Babies and Bum Babies. We rotate every week. The wheel spins. This week, Marcus sees the sad part of life, the tragedy mask in the comedy and tragedy of Greek drama. Buddy, who were my losers from my weekend?
The sadness of the Bum Babies. And I got to say, Murph, Bum Baby number 1 is the sadness of the final Bay Bridge series. Let's all pour one out this morning for the final games that the San Francisco Giants will ever play in the city of Oakland for now, since, of course, the Oakland A's are scheduled to be playing the next 3 seasons in Sacramento before heading up to Las Vegas. So this weekend was the final matchup for Bay Area bragging rights, and Giants fans can always say that they won their last game played at the Oakland Coliseum, but A's fans would probably reply to you and say, hey, look, overall, we are the Bay Bridge Series champions. In 148 matchups, Murph, the Oakland A's won 76 games. The San Francisco Giants won 72 games.
Damn it.
And in that building across the bay, the Oakland A's went 42-32 all time against the San Francisco Giants. As I mentioned, Giants got the last laugh, but of course, A's fans are still laughing about that 1989 World Series. So this weekend, we're pouring one out. Bum Baby number 1, the final Bay Bridge series with some highlights and also some great post-game and pre-game comments from guys like Bob Melvin, Mark Canha, and Matt Chapman talking about what it's like to play on both sides of the bay.
Yeah, it's emotional for sure. Yesterday was emotional. It's always emotional, I guess, just coming back. And, yesterday coming back as a Giant, a lot of emotions, I know, for me and Bo Mel and Mark and the guys that were here. Today being my last game ever, I'm excited. I'm motivated to win the game and have a good game and just try to leave here on a good note. But it'll be definitely emotional knowing that it'll be the last time that I'll ever play here. A lot of good memories, and it's going to be fun.
It's kind of crazy. It's I can't believe this day is here. It's just it's going to be mixed emotions, and it's just going to be something that I'll probably hold on to for a while.
After the game, will probably resonate a little bit more. It's going to be about the game today. My guess is it's going to be pretty spirited again today. So we'd like to be on the other side of it than we were yesterday. But for sure, I think you got to be able to focus on the game and not look around and in retrospect think about everything that's gone on here. It's all about playing the game, and that was from the first time I played a game here till the last.
Matt Chapman, Mark Canha, and Bo Mel, of course, all big league players and managers who have ties to the Oakland A's. Cool couple of tidbits. Matt Chapman will take home third base from yesterday's game. Mark Canha grabbed a little bit of dirt, and then you heard the skipper Bo Mel talking about all the times he managed and won games in that building.
Well, there's a lot of details on Bob Melvin that really connect. I was in the pregame dugout Thursday, and he was saying that when he got drafted out of high school, he got drafted by the Orioles. And the Orioles were coming through Oakland, and they had him out for batting practice. So he was out there like in an Orioles hat in 1979 at the Oakland Coliseum. He said that's his sister sent him a picture of that. So his baseball goes back to then. He talked about prior to that going to Days on the Green, the legendary Day on the Green concerts that Bill Graham used to put on. He said he saw the Grateful Dead open for The Who in 1974 or 5, something like that. He goes, The Who were incredible. I said, how old were you? He goes, 15. I was like, I have a 16-year-old. I said, I think an older teammate took you. He goes, yeah. The older teammates on the team took us out there. They drove us out there. So that's how long it goes back with him. Now, did you read the things he did? He arrived at 7:15 on Sunday morning to soak it in. He ran the stairs like he always does. I said he wore white shoes. He wore white shoes in honor of. Now, mind, every Giant out there, that's what the A's do. They wear white shoes. Don't get me. Today's my day to get like stuff off my chest. Why is Kyle not calling plays, and why are Giants wearing white shoes? That's what the A's do.
Murphy's going to die on a hill for this white cleat take.
So anyway, well, he wore them deliberately to pay homage to the A's. That's all you need to know. Says he talked to all the security guards and everybody, and he took the lineup card out because he wanted to soak in every last minute here. So great crowd, great energy, and it's sad. It really is. I mean, of all the interleague rivalries, Dodgers in the same city, Dodgers, Angels,
Subway Series, Mets, Yankees,
and White Sox, Cubs, Giants, A's. I mean, I know Mets, Yankees gets pretty spirited for sure. White Sox, Cubs, maybe. Dodgers, Angels, no, not really. Giants, A's one is right up there in terms of intensity, crowd vibe, all that stuff.
And there's actually a little history of these teams facing off in the World Series.
As we know. See, Dave Stewart said on the postgame he would trade the 1989 World Series to keep the A's in Oakland.
Yeah,
but we found out from him on Friday that he's a Giants fan. He said it hurt him to beat the Giants. So anyway, it's very, very, very sad. Like I said, who's happy about this? Is anybody happy about this?
John Fisher and Dave Cavill.
Is that it?
I think that's about it.
Those are the only two guys?
That's where the list ends.
That's it. Sacramento, maybe.
Maybe some people in Las Vegas, but they don't sound too happy to have the A's
Let me say right
either.
now, put $5 on the table. Will the A's ever play a game in Las Vegas as a home team in a new stadium?
I think they stay in Sacramento, to be honest with you.
I agree. My lean right now is they don't. All right?
We'll talk about that more.
It's a good bum baby.
On another day. Bum baby number 1, pouring one out for the Bay Bird series. Now let's get to the actual action on the field. Saturday, the A's were the victors, and it's because the San Francisco Giants were shut out. So I'm making the entire offense, the entire lineup, 1 through 9, and even the pinch hitters who came in. Casey Schmidt striking out with 2 guys on in that 9th inning. Giants go down 2-0, get shut out by Oswaldo Bido. He had a no-hitter going through 6 innings until Grant McCray breaks it up. Shout out to NBC Sports on Twitter who tweeted out, it literally took the Giants 82 minutes before their first hit on Saturday. So we all sat there watching them be shut out by the Oakland A's. That makes the Giants lineup on Saturday bum baby number 2.
3-1 pitch is pulled on the ground to third on a big hop. Hernandez has it. His throw to first is there for out number 3. They didn't walk him, and they got him, and Elliott slams his helmet down and shatters it. Well, these days he's breaking bats, he's breaking helmets. Giants are going to run out of equipment. Elliott not happy with that one. That was a fastball right down the middle. 0-2 to Schmidt. The pitch. Slider struck him out swinging. He chased one a foot outside. So Tanez strikes out Schmidt. The game is over, and the Giants get shut down by Oakland here on this Saturday at the Coliseum. The second to last game in the history of the Bay Bridge series goes to the A's by the final score of 2-0. Tough one for the Giants here today. That's an understatement.
Well, I mean, look, they pitched well, but we did have some opportunities. They had a situational at bat. They got a sac fly and then a base hit. It ended up being enough, and we didn't come through in ours. That was the difference in the game. We pitched well, too.
Surprise, surprise. The Giants struggle again on offense. You heard Elliot Ramos express some frustration, but Murph, I think Giants fans have been frustrated with this lineup all season long.
Very frustrated, extremely frustrated. So I was trying to get some stats to back it up this morning. You know what surprises me? That in runs scored, the Giants are actually 15th in Major League. I would have thought for sure they were bottom 10.
Doesn't feel like it.
No, it does not feel like that at all. So then I was like, all right, give me my old school batting average, And they're actually 16th. So they're middle of the pack in runs and batting average. And in terms of where they really are behind is stolen bases. They're dead last in that for sure. And in home runs, they're 20th. So, I mean, they're kind of middling to bottom. And I actually thought it would be worse. My perception is that the offense stinks to high heaven. It's been a huge frustration all year. I don't have the runners in scoring position where they rank. I'll have to look that up for you. But we know that's not good.
It's a middle-of-the-pack offense for a middle-of-the-pack team.
Yeah,
Giants back to 63 and 63, a 500 ball club.
I should say I shouldn't be surprised that they're 15th and 16th because they're 63 and 63.
You are what you are on the back of your baseball card, and the Giants put up 0 stats on Saturday as they lose Game 3 of the Bay Bird series against the Oakland A's. We'll cover Game Sunday in just a few minutes with our home babies, but Murph, it's time for our third and final bum baby, and last night I was there at Levi Stadium watching Brock Purdy and the backups? ? Because I don't understand what Brock Purdy is doing out there. A, without Trent Williams, obviously he's holding out, but to only have Colton McKivitz and Jake Brendel as your only starters on that offensive line. Like last night was a clear message that the 49ers need to re-sign Trent Williams because Brock Purdy was running for his life. And the fact that Kyle Shanahan stuck him out there for not 1, not 2, but 3 offensive series. First one lasted 5 plays, back-to-back 3-and-outs. Brock Purdy ends the day 2 for 6 for 11 yards. Did not look great. I'm not going to sit here and give you hot takes that Josh Dobbs should be the starting quarterback or anything like that, but it was a bad performance from Brock in the backup. So, Murph, I got to be fair and make them bum baby number 3.
Saints not afraid to bring pressure. Be alert for it.
They bring 4 on this one. They disguised it. They still got to Purdy, who unloaded it. It was Brian Brzee who got the contact on Purdy.
On the left side of the screen, you're going to see the defensive line run a pick game and use Chase Young on the outside, number 99, as the decoy, and they get Brzee in there to give Brock Purdy a little preseason kiss. I don't like seeing that if I'm San Francisco.
Former teammate Chase Young chasing Brock Purdy, throwing a dangerous ball, and going up top for it was Shamar John Charles, and it ends up falling incomplete. Whew. Eric Sauber did all he could to play defender there as the tight end.
He saved his bacon.
3rd and long, extra man coming for New Orleans. Purdy's going to launch it. He was looking for a receiver in Trent Taylor. He got held up by Alontae Taylor, and it ends up being 4th down, so San Francisco cannot take advantage of the excellent field position.
Just thought it'd be good for him to get a couple reps in, or a couple drives in. You know, we were hoping it would be one long drive just to get him out, similar to what BA had last week. But we had, I think it was 2 3-and-outs, so I don't want to go past that. I think it's good for quarterbacks to get in. Felt good with the guys that were in there, and we're pretty conservative with what we did with them, and I felt Brock kind of wanted to do it too.
Kyle Shanahan explaining his decision to play Brock Purdy essentially without any of the starters. No McCaffrey, no Debo, still no Brandon Ayuk, still no Trent Williams, no George Kittle. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. New Orleans Saints were out there playing their starters, but Purdy was out there solo dolo with his guy Colton McKivitz and Jake Brendel.
2 things I want to say before I address your bum baby. Number 1, I followed up. The Giants are, here's where the problem is. Runners in scoring position, they're 27th. That's the bottom line. So that's the story.
That's the bottom line because Stone Cold says so.
Number 2 is, did you have a little Marcus Boucher feel seeing Derek Carr within your reach? Did you want to go fanboy out? Did you?
I did. I'm not going to say I'm rooting for DC. I'm always a DC guy. It was cool seeing him on the field yesterday. It was cool just seeing starters, him making connections with Chris Olave. Shout out Malik Mustafa, made a great tackle on the goal line against Chris Olave. But it was cool seeing DC out there.
Also, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Okay, to your point, I got some more stats for you to make them bum babies. 11 snaps. Kyle was so bored, as he said, chewing seeds and tossing red flags. I know he was riffing, but he was so bored he didn't realize that Brock had 3.
I was so confused listening to the post-game presser, and he's like, yeah, we let Brock play 2 series. I'm like, Kyle, were you at the same game I was at? Because I saw Brock run out there 3 different times.
Bro, I'm telling you, he's like texting, he's chewing seeds, he's not doing anything. 11 snaps, 12 yards. 11 snaps, 12 yards. 1 first down, 2 of 6 for 11 yards. Here's my one thing. And listen, come on, obviously it's preseason, so what are we going to do? The thing I just didn't like were a couple decisions. Like, he threw 2 specifically really bad passes into double coverage. I was like, what are you doing, dude? That's not you. And I know it's only preseason, but, bro, you can clean that up.
Yeah, and look,
that up there.
We're fans of Playground Purdy, a.k.a. Backyard Brock, going off script and extending plays and trying to make something happen. But you shouldn't be doing that in the preseason game when Jalen Moore is a swing door at left tackle and you're getting pressure left and right.
Yeah, again, it's preseason, so it doesn't matter. So here's a guy, 559, says, can you make Chase Young an honorary bum baby? Guy doesn't hustle in the NFC Championship, but is out here hustling and busting his A in an August preseason game to chase down Purdy.
Make it make sense.
I know. Well, that was the knock on him. Inconsistent,
yeah,
right?
Zero hustle, and then there he is in the preseason.
Man, oh man. Well, listen, good bum babies there, buddy. Got me nice in a foul mood.
Thank you.
Put me in the kind of mood where I feel like I need to turn that frown upside down.
916 says, hey, this is a lot of negativity this morning. Yeah, it's the bum babies. What else did you expect from this segment?
Yeah. Well, guess what?
Welcome to the show.
Yeah. And sometimes it's fun to be a little salty, too. You know what I mean? Just spit a little salt in the morning. But we're here for hum babies, too. We'll give you guys your 3 winners from the weekend on the other side as the hum babies and the bum babies continue. By the way, just to give you guys a little preview, Mike Krukow obviously at 7:30 talking about the 63 and 63 Giants who can't hit with a runner in scoring position. You got Dante Whitner at 8:50, which is always good, and then Sergio Romo at 9:15. It's always great to talk to Serge after the Bay Bridge series. White Sox in town tonight. Kyle Harrison is against a guy named Jonathan Cannon. Good name for a right-handed pitcher, Cannon. 2022 draft pick from the White Sox. All right, hum babies. 916, you're so negative. You want positivity coming your way. Next on the Sports Leader.
I don't appreciate your tone either. You can pump that back a little bit.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, we got Steve Moskowitz bright and early on a Monday morning. Our good friend Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you can't pay your taxes?
You know, it's amazing how many people are affected by this. And people think they're all alone. They just want to hide. They don't know what to do. They feel frustrated, overwhelmed. Folks, we understand all that. We're here for you. The fact that you get a bill from the IRS doesn't mean it's right. A lot of times those bills are wrong. The first thing we do is check it. And if the bill is wrong, get it reduced or get it eliminated. But what if it is right? What if you do owe some money? You have so many good options. Whether you just pay part of it and they forgive the rest, or we get the penalties forgiven, or a monthly payment plan that you can afford. Not what the IRS agent says you can afford, what you can afford. Or they leave you alone until you're back on your feet. The bottom line is there's so much we want to offer you. We have a free consultation. We explain everything to you, and if you want us to do it for you, we want to go ahead, do everything for you, so you don't even have to talk to the IRS. The only thing you have to do is call us up and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
All right, sounds good. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, the Hum Babies, the standing ovation. Coming back for the Hum Babies here. There we go. All right, buddy. Marcus spit out his negativity on us about, the Giants getting shut out over in Oakland on Saturday, the sadness of the end of the Bay Bridge series, and the sketchy, lousy, sort of Brock Purdy, meaningless performance on Sunday.
Yeah, it was Brock and the backups. That's my biggest issue, is just the fact that Kyle threw out there by himself. That's the bum baby there.
Right. So, you need some sunshine. We need some positivity, baby. Be optimistic, like Ted Lasso, and it starts with, well, a guy, let's just say... How optimistic we're going to be? Let's start with a guy I wanted to trade. All right? Thank you very much. I wanted to trade Blake Snell because I wanted to get something, because the Giants aren't going anywhere, brother. They're not going anywhere, so I wanted to get something. That said, Blake Snell's here. You might as well make him a hum baby because he's pitching his freaking head off. He did it again. Yes, Marcus.
Also, real quick to your point, doesn't this show you that teams from around the league absolutely blew their chance to give the Giants a trade package? Because we talk so much about Farhan saying, the trade package wasn't there for Blake Snell. If you're one of these postseason potential teams watching what Blake Snell is doing right now, how are you not having buyer's regret?
Somebody told me in the building that the Giants that truly didn't get a great offer. And I was like, well, that means okay, so one of two things is untrue. Either not 29 teams. How many teams are in contention? Like 10? That means 10 teams with a chance to win the World Series are idiots, because they could have picked up a chance to win the World Series. And we know from experience, a World Series changes communities, it changes economies, it changes lives, all that stuff. And if you have a chance to win it, go get Blake Snell. So that means either A, the teams were dumb, or B, the Giants aren't really telling the truth, that they didn't have a great package for him and that they didn't wrangle a great package. Isn't it your job to call everybody and play one team off another? And
ding, ding, ding.
Right?
Yep.
Isn't this your job?
Absolutely right.
Man. So anyway, hey, wait a minute. This is supposed to be a hum baby.
Oh, yeah. We're supposed to be positive now, Murph. Come on. Be positive, bro.
Blake Snell, hum baby number 1, redonkulous. He did it again. What do you guys want? Yesterday in Oakland, 7 innings, 6 hits. Credit to so after the game, Conforto said the A's did well to get 6 hits off him. 1 earney, 2 walks, 10 strikeouts. He did it again. He gave the Giants a chance to win. They did win. In his last 8 games now, his ERA is 1.03. Who does this guy think he is? Chris Sale out here doing his thing? And my favorite stat of the month for sure is that in his 5th start, he struck out his 55th batter, passing a Giants record of 5 starts and 54 strikeouts set by John Montefusco. Yes, I'm so happy I get to say John Montefusco's name today. Thank you, Blake Snell, for bringing back John the Count Montefusco. That's how good Montefusco was, by the way, that Snell's on this burner and he only beat him by 1. Dude, you don't want to dig in the box against smack-talking John Montefusco, Italian guy from Jersey who threw absolute cheese and also talked a big game, too. So, Johnny Montefusco, we salute you, buddy. And Blake Snell, we salute you as hum baby number 1.
So a full count, 3-2, big pitch here for Snell, leading off this bottom of the 7th. Here it is, and Langoliers swings and misses. Just totally broke down there on a curve in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Snell ready. Here's the pitch, and it is a foul. They're going to call him out, I believe. It hit Schumann. but he swung at it. So that's strike 3. The ball rolled away towards the Giants' dugout. Brown came sprinting home, but he's going to have to go back. How about that? Blake Snell throwing that back foot curve that actually hit him in the back foot, but Schulman went around.
How close is Blake to coming out there in the 7th?
It's the next guy. There's no way I'm taking him out at that point in time. Plus, we're going to see Butler, so it was going to be at Rooker for and he's got such a way of being able to get out of jams. I saw it last year in San Diego. It's kind of what he does. Obviously was throwing a lot of pitches at the time. There was a lot of traffic, but he was going to have that last batter for sure.
Now, a couple things on him. Number one, he was sold to us as a 5-and-dive guy. He has not been of late. He's going way deeper into games. Number two, he was supposed to be walking the world. He's not walking the world this year. It's like almost, I don't want to say a different Blake Snell, but it certainly is premium Blake Snell right now.
To me, it's the number one reason why he's not a 5-and-dive guy right now. Because when he was being pulled in the game after a 4 1/3 earlier this season, it's because of the walks. And now you're seeing with him being more competitive in the strike zone, less walks, he can work deeper into the 7th, 8th, 9th inning when he's throwing no-hitters.
Now, ironically, it was the 7th inning where he did walk 2 guys to load the bases, but then he got Max Schumann swinging on a curveball, and then he's 3-0 on Daz Cameron. And he said, here's his quote, when I got 3-0 against Daz, I was like, if I'm losing, that's because you're getting a fastball. That was my approach, my mentality. I was going to throw the 3 best fastballs I got and see what he could do. And his last one was 97, and he got Daz Cameron to ground out. And so he did it. He battled his rear end off. Mike Conforto called him untouchable right now, basically. So looking forward to his next start, which will be this weekend in Milwaukee,
well,
right?
Yeah, he's untouchable because the trade deadline's over.
Remember the old August 31st waiver wire? I'm sorry, this Seattle this weekend. Seattle. Oh, he'll be up in his hometown.
Oh, hey, Seattle.
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. He should be pitching either Saturday or Sunday. They have an off day Thursday. Could mess with the rotation a little bit, or I should give Melvin a chance to rearrange things. They also have an off day on Monday before they go to Milwaukee. So 2 off days coming up in this next week and a half. So anyway, Blake Snell, buddy, you're redonkulous. All right, on to Humbaby number 2. Come on, man. There was one 49er quarterback who looked good yesterday, and he looked really good. And this is a guy, obviously, who has played a lot of football in the NFL and was a starter just last year for the Minnesota Vikings. And it's Niners quarterback Josh Dobbs, who pretty much, I think, if you're being reasonable, nailed down the number 2 job yesterday over Brandon Allen. They call him the Pastronaut because of his aerospace engineering degree from Tennessee. Let's see. You feeling a little bit better, right? His performance last night, I got the stats for you right here, buddy. Well, I'll give you the stats after you hear the highlights.
3rd down and 10. Dobbs back, pumps. Now going to throw a deep one. Open is Cowing. He makes the catch and goes out of bounds at the 5-yard line. What a ball there by Josh Dobbs and a great catch by the rookie Jacob Cowing. 49ers go 2-by-2 formation. Breida next to Dobbs. Dobbs going to pull it and run and try. Dive into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers! Josh Dobbs with a touchdown to give the Niners the halftime lead. He had to break a tackle on the 1-yard line to get in.
Well, you really haven't had a quarterback, even a backup who could really run effectively. What does Dobbs' talent, what is he showing you? What does that add to what you can do on offense?
I think there's a fine line when, Dobbs can make a lot of plays with his legs. When you have like a true running quarterback where you can put in all the running plays for them, I don't want to necessarily put Josh in that category. But he is a guy that if you don't honor him, you can run those plays. And if you aren't honoring him in that way and you can run those plays, you're going to get a lot of really good looks, just like he did last year in Arizona and things like that. That's stuff that, Sam Darnold was capable of too. You got to have the threat with your legs and stuff. You got to be willing to do it, but it's not something that, you would ever major in with him.
Okay, Josh Dobbs. Again, Brock Purdy's your starter, obviously. But, hey, man, it's the NFL. Starting 17 games is not a likely proposition. 12 of 21, 133 yards, no picks, no sacks. And also, by the way, 3 carries for 25 yards and the touchdown that you heard Greg Papa say, touchdown 49ers, which we're laughing about. We're like, did he have a little
touchdown 49ers?
Did he have a little flashback to the maybe the Oakland Coliseum A's Bay Bridge series got him a little nostalgic?
Yeah, look,
perhaps?
it's preseason for everybody, Murph. Not just the players, but for also Greg Papa. Now, let me ask you real quick. Did Josh Dobbs win the QB2 competition last night?
Yes.
I don't think it's over yet.
Really?
I think Brandon Allen still has a chance.
Why?
I think Brandon Allen is a better pure passer than Josh Dobbs. When it comes to throwing the ball, moving downfield, it's going to be down to what Kyle Shanahan wants. Does he want someone who can execute his system better or go more off script like Josh Dobbs? That's why I'll be paying attention to this weekend's game on Friday against the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, all right.
I just don't think it's case closed. It seemed like everybody had the same take last night, but before yesterday's game, Brandon Allen was the favorite to be QB2.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The takeaways from camp, I saw Josh Dobbs overthrow a lot of balls. I'm saying as a pure passer, but it feels like Josh Dobbs has more of the it factor, if that's what you're looking for.
A little bit. Now, that said, in his career, he's 3-11 as a starter. Okay, in Arizona last year, he starts fast and then flames out. Arizona, he got a win and then finished 1-7. Minnesota, he went 2-2 as a starter. His career completion percentage is only 62%, well below what Kyle Shanahan demands. But yeah, I would say just for game bullets and for experience under center and under fire, I'm going Dobbs. You're going Allen.
Yeah, I think Dobbs has pulled ahead in the race, but I don't think it's case closed like everybody's making it seem.
All right. Well, he's still a hum baby. I'll tell you that, buddy. And then finally, hum baby number 3. By the way, other candidates, like to do my honorable mentions. Ryan Walker was a candidate who's doing what Doval didn't do, which is nailing games down. Caitlin Clark, the former top 6 star, she set the WNBA assist record over the weekend. By the way, I slept on her as a passer. I had her categorized as a shooter only. She's a great freaking passer.
Well, there's a reason people call her Ponytail Pete.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't much. I mean, he was a passer, but he's more of a scorer.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, her primary feature is scoring, but she's a really good passer for sure. And then finally, I was like, okay, so we're not going Ponytail Pete. We're not going Ryan Walker. And I said, you know what? You know where we're going? We're going to go poke the bear. We're going to go poke the bear and go down to a preseason football game. Sorry, sore subject for you, because it was in Las Vegas and the Raiders didn't win. Where Trey Lance, hum baby number 3, has emerged from a cave and appeared on planet Earth.
Trey Lance?
Trey freaking Lance, 15 of 23, 151 yards, his first touchdown as a Cowboy. He's only 24 years old. The future lies ahead. Hum baby number 3, Cowboys star quarterback, Trey Lance.
Lance throws it, caught near side. Flournoy, Jack Jones with an extra shove. And Trey Lance's legs, such a factor. He is going to throw. The open receiver, touchdown Dallas. The rookie Flournoy got behind Jack Jones, and the Cowboys going front 9-6. Lance gets out of the pocket, again takes off. He's up to midfield, and he slides down with 2 seconds. And a timeout taken. Now the clock's read 0. Trey Lance with his legs.
There it is. You're right. Quarterback draw.
He got away and he's in the end zone. Touchdown Dallas. And flags thrown late in the end zone too.
Your thoughts on the second game? Comfortable offense and everything?
Yeah, definitely felt more comfortable coming out. Would have liked to start a little bit faster in the third quarter for sure. The whole entire third quarter. Left some plays out there for sure, but excited to watch the tape. Learned a lot again from it, and it was fun to compete with these guys again.
Any personal satisfaction though, in showing people what you can do?
Yeah, I mean, I feel good. I'm glad we got the win. I think that's the most important thing to me. But watch the tape and learn from it, and do the same exact thing next week.
Okay, let me just roll this smoke bomb out there right now here. So 2 quarterbacks over the weekend. Brock Purdy out there chucking balls into double coverage. Trey Lance leading 2 13-play touchdown drive and a 14-play touchdown drive. I'm reading the AP story by Josh Dubois. It says he showed poise under duress and allowed his instincts to take over. It says here, moreover, it says he looked like overall displayed the type of game management he was scouted for after winning 2 championships at North Dakota State. Said McCarthy took steps he was hoping he would take. He says, and here's a quote from Mike McCarthy, 2 14-play drives. I mean, that's incredible for preseason football. Trey Lance.
Wow, Murph.
Where's Dak Prescott? Dak Prescott doesn't have a contract.
And there's a lot of talk in Dallas about not paying Dak Prescott and Trey Lance eventually taking over. I mean, who knows what happens this year in this sport? Dak Prescott's one hit away from Trey Lance leading the Cowboys Week 8 at Levi Stadium this year.
Speaking of number twos, we're talking about Dobbs now. Is Cooper Rush the number 2 or is Trey Lance the number 2?
I think Trey Lance is taking over.
Oh, baby. The plot thickens. He's only 24. He's still a baby.
He's a youngster.
All right, there you go. So that was fun. Yes, young Tony. Yes, you had a thought?
Oh, no, he looked great. I was just telling Marcus something else.
Okay.
We got business to take care of during the break.
She's sharing secrets here on the air. My God. So, guys, you can talk to a microphone to one guy, not the other guy. Very funny. All right, well, there's your hum babies. Trey Lance. Didn't think I was going to go there, buddy. And, of course, Blake Snell doing his thing. And Josh Dobbs, the pastronaut, injecting a little life into lifeless Levi's Stadium. That was fun. Hum babies and bum babies, your Monday tradition is in the books. Mike Krukow next on the Sports Leader.
Dak, get him out of here. Trey Lance, the next stud. Let's go.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Monday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I dove into this program about a month ago, and guess what? I'm already down about 17 pounds. And now you have that same opportunity to hop on this plan. No counting points, no counting calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgeries, no drugs or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about this weight loss program, schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, emotional weekend over there as Mike Krukow and the Giants saw the end of the Bay Bridge Series in Oakland. How about that? And Mike's brought to us by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. Mike, it was emotional, and it was a split, and there was some good and there was some bad, but most of all, it was the end of an era. How did you process it? Good morning, Mike.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, it was absolutely emotional. You thought about all the things that happened on that field and how many millions of people that had gathered there to see it. And, the beautiful thing about fields, baseball fields, football fields, basketball arenas, hockey rinks, is that when people come there, they're happy. There is no distinction of, political bias or religious bias or there's nobody's different. Everybody's the same. Everybody straps on the colors of that team and they go and they root, and it's just a wonderful thing. It's really the greatest thing that we have in our culture that is a positive vibe. And so you walk into an arena like that, especially one that is, a dual sport arena, a coliseum that not only entertain sports, but entertainment, concerts. And you think about all the good times that were in that building, and it becomes emotional. It becomes emotional because everybody has an anchor there. It's where they first heard Bruce Springsteen. It's where they first saw Kenny Stabler. It's where they first saw or heard any number of great moments that were historical, and they made the first page of the paper, or certainly the first page of the sports page. And because of that, I'm in awe of it. I love walking into stadiums, to old stadiums, because I truly believe you can feel the ghosts. It used to be that way with Candlestick, no doubt for me. I never, ever, ever walked into that ballpark at Candlestick without looking forward to it, because I knew I was going to feel that. And the older the ballpark, the more history, the more ghosts. So I was feeling it yesterday. And so was everybody there, it was played, and it was a beautiful game. The game was a beautiful game. It was just a ball buster, and guys were busting their tail all over the field, and it was just, they were digging deep, and it was just a great day of baseball and celebration of what was one of the really sacred pieces of turf in the Bay Area.
And Mike, you can take a look at both rosters from both these teams and see guys who have played and coached on both sides of the Bay. So what do you think it was like for guys like Mark Canha, Matt Chapman, and Bob Melvin to play their last game at the Coliseum yesterday?
Well, it obviously meant more to them because they actually played there. And, they got to be, their reputation came from playing there. But I've always contended that whether it be Candlestick or Oakland Coliseum or Oracle Park, you're playing in front of Northern California fans, which are incredible, and they're cool, and they're fun, and they embrace and remember their athletes, which makes playing here so special. So I think the guys that got a chance to play actually put the uniform on in Oakland. I think we're a little more emotional than everybody else, but everybody's feeling it.
Was for sure. And as you said, special games, too. The crowds were into them. A split Saturday, very frustrating to get shut out. And you just continue to wonder about this runners in scoring position. If it wasn't for Elliot Ramos saving the day with that moonshot, Giants tried a little something different yesterday, Mike. They tried to run. Encarnacion tried to stretch one out. He got thrown out. Tyler Fitzgerald got caught on the bases on a double play that I'm sure he regretted. 2 steal attempts were foiled. Did you see that as and Grant McCray on Saturday stretched one, and that's kind of his game now. But did you see the Giants trying to make more things happen? And I guess how does that play into their consistent frustration with runners in scoring position?
Well, you can go back to that extra inning game against the Braves when Bob Melvin put a bunt sign on with Tyler Fitzgerald, trying to make something happen. Everybody's being haunted right now with a runner at third and less than 2 out situation. And with each at bat that fails to produce, the pressure mounts and the aggravation, it gets bigger. And so, what can you do as a coach? What can you do as a manager? Well, you try and make something happen. What can you do as players? They're being encouraged to go. If you get an opportunity to steal a base, go. You get an opportunity to steal to take an extra base on a base hit, go. What do you got to lose? I mean, that's kind of where you're at right now. You've got to take some risk, and unfortunately, that's not paying off. But despite all that, they managed to win an extra inning. So I mean, it was a game that was frustrating for nine and a half innings, and then it paid off in the 10th.
Yeah, and good for the Giants to get the win, especially after the performance we saw yesterday from Blake Snell. Mike, over his last 5 games, he has 55 strikeouts. That's the most of any Major League Baseball pitcher this season in that stretch. It broke a franchise record that was set by John Monfusco. How dialed in is Blake Snell right now?
Oh, my God. It is so much fun to watch this guy go out there because, whatever you have as a pitcher, whatever you can do with a baseball, however different types of movement you can have, 2 types of movement on a fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, cut, split, whatever you have. And some guys have all 7 of those. Rarely do you have all of them working. Rarely. If you go out there and take the ball 35 times, you're going to have all of your pitches working 6 times. After that, you just kind of work and make do with what shows up that day. That's pitching in the big leagues. That's professional baseball. And this guy, in the last 8 starts since coming off the IL a second time, he's had all 4 working. And not just working to set up another pitch, but working to where you can make a big league hitter swing and miss. That's how spectacular this guy's been. And, it's been amazing, too. If you go back and take a look at the 8 starts that he's had about 6 umpires with tight zones that haven't given him anything. If he's pitched with the guys that have bigger zones, I don't know. He might be having 2 perfect games. That's how good he's been. He's been on another world, and yet they can't score for him. But every time he goes out there, I mean, think about it. In 8 starts, how good he's been. He's got 2 wins, and so it's just fun to watch, and it just gives you an idea just how good this guy is. And I think this is the best he's ever been.
Yeah, it might be.
I mean,
yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, it might be the best. Mike Krukow joins us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Giants, White Sox tonight. The 30-95 White Sox, who are the first team who have been mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. We'll ask about that in just a minute. But there's a couple other things to touch on from the game. By the way, just real quick, Mike, for the old heads, isn't it great to hear John Monfusco's name? That's how good Monfusco was, that Blake Snell only beat him by 1 strikeout. Do you remember you must have had some encounters with the count.
Yeah, I first saw him in Double-A ball in 1974. And he was a 2-pitch guy. He threw hard, fastball, and he had a real short arm release that he looked like he kind of pushed the ball at you. But he had a slider from hell. The slider was just ridiculous. 2-pitch guy. Go get him. And he was half goofy out there, and, he always had this little grin on his face. And I mean, every time he took the mound, I mean, he was a potential no-hit guy because of the 2 pitches. They were that good. So, yeah, it is cool to, bring up a name. What's great about baseball? You do something amazing, and all of a sudden you're going, yeah, that's the first time since Gabby Hartnett.
Nice pull there. Nice pull.
And it's just great. It's cool about it. There's 150 years of our history.
For those of us of a certain age, Monfusco really is an evocative name for sure. But back to the speaking of good stuff, I wanted to ask about Ryan Walker. He seems to be, he only pitched, I think, if I have my stats right, yesterday was his first appearance since Monday against the Braves, so he hasn't, and he threw 35 pitches, so I don't know if he's available tonight. But, I mean, he's doing what he has to do, right? Don't walk fools, attack the zone, and his stuff. I don't know if we're watching a guy get more confident right in front of our eyes.
What's great about it, if you talk to the guy, he's always wanted to do this. He didn't think he was going to have the opportunity because Doval was on top of him. And he just took his assignment and, gradually just kind of walked up or climbed up the bullpen ladder to where he was in stress situations and high leverage spots and enjoying it and doing well. Again, just a 2-pitch guy, but unique because of his crossover style. And you don't see many guys that can throw that hard with that type of crossover. I mean, he is unique. I mean, he's a strong guy. But what he did yesterday, he had the bases loaded, nobody out. It's a 4-2 ball game. And everybody who's got orange and black on in that ballpark starting to feel it crumble. And then what's he do? He strikes out the side. That was so badass. It was just the end to a perfect day because the game was so good. And every fan was way into it, and you could just see the emotion sway back and forth. You could see it sway when the Giants took the lead 4-1. You could see the A's fans crumble, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's an error by Wisely, run scores. Here's 4-2. There's a walk base down. Then they got bases loaded, and nobody out. Yeah. And here comes Ryan Walker, who loaded the bases and basically, shoved. And it was great. I loved it.
Yeah, fantastic. Again, I wouldn't know how 35 pitches would affect him for today when they take on the White Sox. We'll see. And then just a quick word on Grant McCray. We talked to you about him Friday. He hit that home run Thursday, and then he got 2 starts, Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, he had a diving catch on a ball. I don't know how many Giants make that catch. Maybe none. Maybe only him. He had a hustle double. He had a swing and bunt that he legged out to break up a no-hitter. Now, yesterday, he did go 1-4, but he also struck out 3 times, which, was kind of really, hate to see the hat trick. So I'm wondering, how are you balancing sort of the flaws of a Grant McCray where, he'll punch out 3 times and what he brings to the table and how he fits into this team?
Well, the first thing he brings to the table is his glove. And, we said the same thing about Jung-Hoo Lee when we got a chance to watch him. We were in awe of his first step and the direct route that he would take. It was a straight line to a ball. Even routes to balls that were deep in the gap where he'd have to, pick an angle and then, guess where that ball's going to be. And then his route was straight. I mean, it was just a remarkable route. And, we haven't seen enough of McCray yet, but what we have seen, he's got the great first step. He's got makeup speed if he doesn't get a great step, and his routes are great. I mean, he had a route yesterday that was behind him, directly behind him, and great first step, and he just went right to the ball to a high backhand. It was just a beautiful play, and he made it look simple. So that's what he brings, number one. Now, we don't know about his bat yet. I mean, nobody in the league knows how to pitch him. He struck out 3 times, but, Sears is a left-hander. He kind of worked him, but he still came up with one big swing of the bat. I mean, you're hitting in a nice spot. You have one at bat where you put yourself in scoring position. I mean, you've had a good day in my book. So we're still learning this kid. And the other thing, too, that we've seen from this guy that I think it kind of jumps off the page is how quickly he's found the comfort zone. His first 2 at bats, he was really stiff, understandably. Big leagues. Here he is, son of a big leaguer. And but after that, man, I mean, he looked comfortable. He looked like this is where he should be. This is like, he's not surprised by anything he'll do. So it's still early in his career to assess if this guy could be an everyday player. But right now, we're excited about him.
Yeah, good stuff. Good breakdown for sure. All right, Mike, fun weekend, emotional weekend. The White Sox are in town, so they'll play a couple against the 30 and 95 White Sox before we talk to you on Wednesday. So look forward to the calls. Talk to you then.
Mike
Krukow, good job gutting it out. He had a little weak voice today, but he gutted it out for us. Thanks for Mike on that. Okay, so that leads us to, by the way, Mike is brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. That leads us to the Bay Bridge. So that's the big hit, the emotion of the weekend. Really, there's not a single baseball fan in the Bay Area that wasn't affected by this weekend in some way, shape, or form. You guys call in, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Text in 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
The emotion and the finality of the Bay Bridge series is our big hit next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to qualify for the 49ers Season Pass contest. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the 49ers team store and enters for a chance to win the grand prize, which is 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan. Tune in today during the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to qualify. Not now, but during the 7 a.m. hour.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers team store gift card and qualify for the 49ers season pass grand prize.
So made some other changes, and then Encarnacion swings and drives it deep center, hit well. Blade back at the track. It is gone! And the Coliseum erupts here in the 10th. Gerard Encarnacion hits a 2-run home run on the first pitch of the 10th inning. It's 3-1 Giants. As Conforto swings, he belts one deep right, on its way, gone! A's have the possible tying run at second and the winning run at first. 2 down, bottom of the 10th, and 0-2 count. Walker sets at the belt. His pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out with a slider. And the Giants, in the final Bay Bridge Series game, get an extra inning win here in Oakland. 4-2 the final.
And that is it for the Giants and the A's at the Oakland Coliseum every year since 1997, and of course a few games in 1989 I don't really want to talk about, but we'll have to talk about because it's all part. You see that guy showing up?
I'm not going into that.
I gotta say, hey guy, you dude with your 89 sweep license plate. If you were looking to chap my rear end, you did. Congratulations, dude. It's like, bro, that's 35 years ago.
It worked.
I used to say to the A's, when the A's fans would lord it over me, like, what are we going to talk about next? The Franco-Prussian War? I mean, let's talk about something this century, bro.
I think one of my favorite lines from working with you throughout the years, anytime the 89 World Series comes up, you go, talk to me about something that happened after the Berlin Wall came down.
That's my line. Thank you,
That's
buddy.
one of my favorite Murph-isms.
Technically, the Berlin Wall fell after the 89 World Series, dude. So I would always say, give me something from before after the Berlin Wall fell.
And as someone that was born in 1992, I absolutely agree with that.
Shout out young Tony Jesus Jones right here, right now. Do we know the tune? A little banger out of Manchester, the early night. Maybe you want to dial that up for young Tony. I think you might like it. It was a song by a group called Jesus Jones was the name of the band. Early 90s hit about the fall of the Berlin Wall. It was a little bit of the house music movement there, the EDM music movement. So we'll get back to that. But anyway, it's all about the Bay Bridge finale. It's all about the emotions we all experience. What that park means to me. You know what's funny? Now you got people talking about that park in a romantic. See, Mike Conforto said after the game, he was like, I've always liked it here. It's so unique. It's so special. I saw a few other quotes going, yeah, there's no place like it. And I'm like, wait a minute. Now you guys like the Coliseum?
It's your local dive bar.
Well,
I mean, that's why it's actually nicknamed the last dive bar in baseball.
Whoever came up with that, I got to give that's one of the best nicknames in recent Bay Area sports history. Whoever did, I salute my cap, and it is. It's the last dive bar.
I mean, Murph,
it's a great call.
We've talked about this, how I was obviously born and raised a Raider fan. So to me, the Coliseum is my home stadium. And as much as a dump that it was, it, to me, was still my stadium.
Yeah.
To me, the Raiders playing in Oakland will never be emulated by what they're doing in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Like, the crowd is different. The atmosphere is different.
Yeah.
There was something kind of cool about, other players are going to come here and complain about playing here. Like, it almost gave you a little bit like of an advantage just to kind of mess with people's minds about how bad the Coliseum was.
You were playing on infield dirt.
That's what I'm saying. I got Darren McFadden going over the middle, getting turf toe on second base.
That's what Candlestick had. Jerry Rice, the greatest football player who ever lived, used to run touchdown runs through shortstop on his way to Candlestick. I mean, it's kind of amazing.
Jerry Rice is still in second.
I mean, the Giants left Candlestick after the 99 season, so Jerry Rice came in 85. Bro, he played 14 years on infield dirt for September and into early October. The A's never stopped. I mean, the Raiders left when the Raiders came back in 95, stayed until when? When did they leave? 3 years ago? Something like that? 4 years ago?
2018, I think, was their first year in Vegas.
They were running through freaking infield
2019.
dirt,
No, they played the 2019. 2020 was their first season in Vegas.
I mean, it truly is a dive bar. And we love dive bars, right? Dive bars are cooler than bougie bars, right? I mean, I'd rather go to a dive bar than a bougie. What is it about it? It's like gritty. It's real. It's not fancy. I mean, no offense to the new Yankee Stadium. I mean, it's the Yankees, and I got to say, I've been to it, and the pictures are unbelievable. Like they dug out every historical photo ever. You're like, damn, look at it. I'd never seen that picture of Yogi Berra in my life. That's incredible. So that is cool, but it's just very. Somebody said it's like a Hotel W.
Yeah.
Everything's very plush and nice and everything.
Well, that's kind of how I feel about Allegiant Stadium now. Like, the Raiders Stadium might be the best stadium in football. It is absolutely amazing. But it won't have the same vibes that the Black Hole in Oakland had.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like kind of like a destination kind of stadium now. Like, you don't get the full fan base. I mean, that's how it's going to be. A's fans are passionate. I don't think they're going to have that same type of fan base out in Las Vegas.
I mean, 925 says on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, and that's our big hit, everybody. Good morning. First of all, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. You want some Matt Mayoko? He's at 450 today with Tolbert and Copes. But the Bay Bridge series and what it means to all of us and what it means. And, I'm going to be honest, as a Giants fan, A's fans and Giants fans, as much as we can love each other up at times. We can. Like, if we have to join forces against the Dodgers, or if we have to kind of, like, if the blank came down and we had to all go to war, put on the balaclavas and get our Molotov cocktails, we'd join hands. Like that guy said to me at Cooperstown. I've had to retell this story of my trip to Cooperstown a couple weeks ago. We're walking through the third floor, and I get to this exhibit on the Dodgers, Koufax and Drysdale. And I walk up, and I decide to be that a-hole. I walk up, and I come in, I go, boo, boo. I'm doing this, like, little comedy boo. And this guy turns to me, I go, well, hey, I'm a lifelong Giants fan. He goes, and I'm a lifelong Dodger fan. And I said, oh, so we're enemies. And he said, my friend, today we're baseball fans. Put out his hand. I said, look at this. Act of, like, love and peace, man. It was, and peace be with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
but it would have been pretty funny if you would have left him hanging.
Or if he just spit on his hand right there. Right there. Yeah, so, but that's Giants and A's fans. There's a certain point where we will love each other up at a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, it's pretty friction. I mean, A's fans, listen, when Oracle Park got built, okay, guys, Young Tone, listen to this history lesson here. When Oracle Park got built, people were freaking blown away. What? I mean, I spent the first 10 years of that park not believing it existed. I used to say to everybody, I used to say it on the air, like, if somebody woke me up in the middle of the night, anytime between 2000 and 2020, dude, that park at Third, that doesn't exist. That was a dream. I'd be like, oh, of course it was. Because it's unbelievable. It is so gorgeous. And we went from the worst, Candlestick Park, our dive bar, right? Windy, cold, windswept, bad football stadium, the whole deal, to that. And so the A's fans were so openly jealous. They put up a freaking billboard, all right? A big A billboard on the Bay Bridge that said, 0 splash hits, 4 World Series championships, A's baseball. So they were just right in our face saying, oh, yeah, you with your park? Your little splash hits? Your little super lame splash hits? They're like, come over and watch our trophies.
I mean, that's cute and all, but was that the same PR team that, started the whole Rooted in Oakland campaign?
See, somebody had a Rooted in revenue sharing bedsheet sign out there yesterday. That's another thing I loved about Oakland. Here's what I'll give them due for. Because there is bad blood, a lot of it. There's a lot of bad blood. They hate, listen, make no mistake, A's fan, I'm talking to you. You hated the Giants, and you hated our park, and you were jealous of our park, and maybe the worst thing that ever happened to an A's fan was 2010, 2012, and 2014. It absolutely gutted them. It just completely gutted them. Because then they're like, 89? You're like, bro, Berlin Wall. You know what I mean? I mean, we're talking 3 here, Because 10, 12, and 14, then they can fall back on, well, we have 4, you have 3. It's like, yeah, kind of. You know what I mean, dude? We got 3 in the last 10 years. You got nothing.
Oh, it
right?
changed everything with the landscape of Bay Area baseball.
Right. So anyway, that's our big hit today. I got more sound. You have Matt Chapman talking about leaving here. Now, Matt Chapman played, let me get the exact number. How many years did he play in Oakland?
Off the top of my head, I could not tell you.
I'll get you guys right now.
I would guess 7.
And by the way, they're already starting to talk about his contract, in the future. I need him. I need Matt Chapman. Whether he continues, his WAR is top 10 in baseball. He's hitting .245 with 19 bombs, 61 ribs, OPS of 774, OPS plus of 121. You want him. He debuted in 2017. He played 5 years in Oakland.
That's it. Only 5.
I thought it was longer.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit longer.
It was longer, but here he is about the emotions.
Yeah, it's emotional for sure. Yesterday was emotional. It's always
Emotional, I guess, just coming back. And, yesterday coming back as a Giant, a lot of emotions, I know, for me and Bo Mel and Mark and the guys that were here. Today being my last game ever, I'm excited. I'm motivated to win the game and have a good game and just try to leave here on a good note. But it'll be definitely emotional knowing that it'll be the last time that I'll ever play here. A lot of good memories, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, man, this is sad. Again, I don't know a single person nobody's happy about this. Usually like the other city, like when the Sonics left Seattle, Oklahoma City was pumped, man. We got a team. I don't know. Is Sacramento overjoyed to get the A's? I mean, probably,
we
I
have
guess.
a ton of listeners up in a 916, and I know they've been desperate for baseball for a while. Now, of course, they have the River Cats, but everybody wants a major league team. We talked about it earlier this morning, the possibility of the A's forever staying in Sacramento and never even making it to Las Vegas, which could damn near be a possibility. So, yeah, I guess the owners of the Kings might be happy. The owners of the A's are happy. But fan-wise, I don't think anybody's happy with this move.
No, and 408 points out, who's unbelievably happy with the long-range plan coming to fruition? Larry Bear. They blocked the A's going to San Jose.
Those San Jose rights.
That will always be one of those dirty little secrets that the Giants just blocked them and blocked them and blocked them. And Bud Selig stood up for the Giants every time and defended their territorial rights, which I know you can get engaged an A's fan on this. They will argue till the cows come home that was a bogus move, like borderline, not just unethical, almost like illegal and morally objectionable move that the Giants would block the A's, saying you could keep so many millions of people happy by keeping the A's in the Bay, and the Giants were like, nope. And now, look what happened. Yeah. Larry won.
Adios.
Dude, that's why, as Paulie used to call him, gangster. Larry Bear, gangster. I mean, dude, you want to talk about a guy, he survived Bill Newcomb and all these guys who've come and gone. Larry's still there, and the A's now out.
And think about the market size that now the Giants have control over. Of course, as we mentioned, the A's will be in Sacramento for a couple years. I don't know what kind of fan base they're going to build up in Sacramento. We talked about what the fan base is going to be like in Las Vegas. But if the Giants continue to be the only Northern California team in baseball, we're talking 50,000 watts up and down the West Coast, Murph.
I mean, seriously, I wonder what the actual literal monetary surge will be. Now, the last couple of years, the A's have been drawing nothing, right? They've been drawing nothing away from the Giants, and their TV ratings are probably sub-zero and all that. But for sure, it's and will there be something lost in our lives? The fact that the A's just aren't here. Now, it used to be you'd see an American League team. When you and I, you'd want to go see your Yankees. I'd want to go see my Red Sox way back when in the 80s and the 90s. But now interleague play has blown that up. So you get a chance to see your Yankees. Every other year, you can go to San Francisco and see your Yankees.
Yeah, especially now with the balanced schedule. You don't have to wait once every presidential election to see a random team come to your ballpark, which is why I think, especially this season and even last year, we've seen so many opposing fans show up to Oracle Park because it is a destination-type ballpark. But getting back to your point, I mean, it's what I did as a kid. My dad took me out to the Coliseum to go watch the Yankees whenever they came to town. Your dad took you out to go see the Red Sox. A couple years ago, we took a KNBR trip out to go watch Shohei Ohtani pitch on opening night. To just have the benefit and the luxury to go 30 minutes across the bay to go watch baseball, and now that's being ripped out of the entire Bay Area, not just the East Bay.
People are checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Builders Heroes text line saying Sac is excited. Said they are excited and that they could create a great culture. But can you imagine if the A's, who have a lot of young talent, sneak into a sixth wild card, which is not out of the realm of possibility?
I mean, they're one of the hottest teams in baseball. I believe they had the best record in the American League since the All-Star break.
That's correct. Since July 3rd, even. Yeah. So, but you imagine the Major League Baseball playing a playoff game at Wrigley Field?
You think
I call it Wrigley Field. What do they call it now? Sutter Health?
Sutter Health.
Yeah.
You think they'd light the beam up there?
Light the beam.
Oh, man.
Are they going to have a green beam?
By the way, 408 with a pretty strong line. For all those Giants and A's heckling things, in the early 2000s, A's fans would bark at me about their World Series run and bark at me about Barry and steroids. And I answered, you're going to have to pick one because you can't have both. Grateful, because the dirty secret, of course, is the 89 sweep was fueled by the needle.
Yeah,
right?
I wouldn't exactly call it a secret either.
I mean, I've always anytime they talked about Barry, I'm like, bro, you guys are the Mount Olympus. You lit the Olympic flame.
Barry was doing it because of what he saw the Bash Brothers do.
I mean, you guys...
Not excusing it or anything, but let's be honest here.
You guys are like that first guy in the early 70s at a New York party who played the first hip-hop record. You know what I mean? The guy who birthed rap. That's the Oakland Coliseum.
Dude, man. The A's were essentially the gateway drug for Barry Bonds to get to the juice.
Exactly, dude, exactly. 530 says the Giants are going to have to start winning to take advantage of the A's moving. It's been 10 years, guys, since they won. Well, 8 since the playoffs. They've been deadly dull, really. 2017 to 2024, the Giants had one outlier season, which we've all described as the outlier of outliers, man, the all-time there. So more texts are pouring in. 925 says, would the Sacramento A's play games at Oracle Park? I don't think so. I don't think so.
No.
408 says, Sacramento may need a retractable roof because of the heat. Is that, I mean, do the River Cats all play night games?
Yeah, I know they start after 7, like 7:15. I went out to a River Cats game a couple weekends ago, and it's actually pretty nice once the sun went down. I don't know what they're going to do with day games, getaway games. It's going to be 108 degrees. I know 4th of July weekend next year, the Giants are going to be up there in Sacramento, and it's going to be hot as hell.
Oh, man. 925 says, since the park opened, the A's have been trying to prove they're the Bays team. We all know the Giants run thing. They're a little brother. They try to punch up. They can't hit us. That's a guy who's still angry. That's a guy who's still angry, too. 916 says simply the one word, Vivek. Now, that's the guy, Vivek Ramaswamy, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. He's the former minority owner of the Warriors who's now looking to, he owns the River Cats, right? Or
yeah, he does.
Yeah, and he, oh, no, I'm sorry, the Kings. My bad.
He owns the Kings. I think he might be involved in the River Cats, too.
But he's the kind of guy who would have the power and juice to keep a Major League Baseball team. I think Sacramento could host a Major League Baseball team.
He's the kind of guy that would buy the franchise from John Fisher, in my opinion.
Don't you? Well, yeah.
If Fisher was looking to finally sell, who knows if he ever will, or if he's holding out till he gets to Vegas, but I seem like he would be a perfect candidate to keep him in Sac.
Here's a 650 that's just says, I'm thrilled the A's are leaving here. 310 says, Giants are not responsible for the A's lousy ownership. They failed in Fremont. Did you know this, young Tony? The A's tried to build in Fremont. Did you know that? That was like a big plan. It was like, really? We're going to Fremont? But they tried. Yeah, and there was like not even close to a BART station either. You had to take like a shuttle from the BART.
They tried and they failed everywhere. Again,
I always thought they should have built on the Coliseum site. Again, now I'm sure John Fisher, if he ever deigned to talk to anybody, would show you real estate plans like this isn't going to work. But if they built like a beautiful stadium there and a beautiful...
And once the Warriors announced they're going to San Francisco, that's exactly what the Oakland Raiders wanted to do in 2014. And instead, John Fisher and the A's signed a 10-year lease that expires this year. And now they're going up the highway to Sacramento on their way to Las Vegas.
Man, oh, man.
How about that?
Yeah, this is a tough deal, man. Yeah. By the way, 925 is correct. I quoted the presidential candidates last. It's Rana Dive. Rana Dive. Sorry. Dude, Vivek is such an unusual name. It like jumped me over to the guy who ran for president. My bad. All right, I'm coming correct now. Coming correct. 503 says the A's are going to lead the league in sellouts next year. 14K ain't that hard to fill. Be positive, bro. They will be.
Yeah, it's a small ballpark.
They will for sure. And 510 says, I've been to die hard with the A's since 1980. I remember the 80 A's, guys. Didn't get a chance to make it this weekend, but I got my tickets to the final game of September 26th. It's going to be more nostalgic than anything. There will be many tears shed on September 26th. There will be many tears shed. And the A's did their Hall of Fame over the weekend, and they're trying to like revive that. They've only done that in the last few years. They got Jose Canseco out there crying.
Yeah.
But again, as Vince Vaughn said in Swingers, he might have had his own things going on.
Yeah, I was more interested in seeing Miguel Tejada, to be honest.
Yeah, right.
Mickey was the man.
You mean Forever Giant Miguel Tejada?
That's it, yeah. Talk about a guy that put on both uniforms.
All right, guys. Well, there it is, the nostalgia and emotion of the final Bay Bridge series. We can return to that with Sergio Romo at 9:15. And the Cooler of Content features some of it, too. So we'll get into that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
In case you missed it, John Lynch joined the guys on Friday morning to give his perspective on the Brandon Ayuk situation and to discuss where things stand with the left tackle Trent Williams as well. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone. Chill. This is the Cooler. You're not sending me to the Cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
As we get to the Cooler of content, which always has fun stuff, just a pop cultural note. So we're too busy mentioning the passing of people, but here's another one. I'm sure there's no way young Tony knows. Former talk show host Phil Donahue. No way, right? Young Tone, I wouldn't expect. That Phil Donahue would have been like, how can I describe it? First of all, extremely popular and influential daytime talk show. I don't want to say that he precursored like all the Maury Poviches and all them of the world where things got a little wacky.
Jerry Springer.
Yeah, Jerry Springer. Thank you. He started, though, very, very serious. Very serious. He kind of was a precursor to Oprah. Anyway, we lost him at the age of 88. That's for a certain generation there. Phil Donahue, The Donahue Show, really the first daytime talk show that led to both Oprah and Jerry Springer, right? Were you a Springer guy? Are you the father?
I was.
Oh, my God.
I was big on Jerry Springer.
Some of those reactions were incredible. Jerry. I don't know where they found these people.
That's a great question.
Actually, I do know where they found these people, mostly at Raiders games.
I should have not given you a laugh track for that. I should have left you hanging on that one.
All right, dude, don't get me going on this Cooler of content.
I am not the father,
yes.
As far as I know.
I'll tell you we're the daddy of the Chiefs. I'll tell you that.
Who's your daddy?
I'm Lamar Hunt's daddy. Do a paternity test. I own the Spanoses, the Hunts, and who's that guy? I don't even know that. Patty Bolin. John Heyman, don't do this to me, brother.
Uh-oh.
I told you guys last week, my official stance on Juan Soto as a free agent is negative 0.0. That's my official stance. Negative 0. There's no such thing as negative point. That's how much I want the Giants to get involved in Juan Soto.
Which, Tony, I can admit, I'm not a mathematician, but I didn't know there was such a thing as negative 0.0.
Exactly. That's how bad it is. So
you're not saying there's
here's
a chance. John
Heyman on MLB. This is John Heyman's our he's arson, right?
Yeah, don't ask young Tony about a John Heyman.
Arson judge. Okay.
Guy has no credibility. I don't believe anything he says.
Okay, well, he's, Juan Soto's going to be a free agent at the end of this year. John Heyman.
Number 4 for me are the Giants, and we know they've tried for a big star for years, right? Stanton, Judge, Ohtani, they were willing to go on Ohtani. Harper, absolutely right, Lauren. And they also made a play for Soto in trade. Didn't get him. Wasn't going to be likely. He was with the Padres. They probably weren't sending him to San Francisco, but I think they have some hurdles, obviously, with a tough ballpark to hit in. But, they have 20-1 is the number 4 choice.
Yeah, just stop. Stop right blanking now, all right? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that name. I don't want to hear Soto. I don't want to hear So. I don't want to hear Toe. I don't want to hear anything, all right? Maybe, actually, by the way, here's a strategy. If you totally stay away from him, maybe you play hard to get, Marcus. Maybe he'll start being interested in us.
Farhan's going to be playing hard to get with Juan Soto.
Are you with me on this?
Yeah, I don't see this happening at all. Like, I thought there was a much more realistic chance of signing like somebody like Aaron Judge because of his connections to NorCal, him being a San Francisco Giants fan.
Don't bring up that phony baloney.
Him repping Linden High School on his bat this weekend at the Little League game.
By the way, did you see him get
pretty
swarmed
cool.
in Williamsport? I told you, Taylor Swift called. She's jealous.
I mean, he's a star, but so is Juan Soto. And Juan Soto has 0 connections to the San Francisco Giants outside of him absolutely raking at Oracle Park. Like, maybe that's one of your pitches to him, but no, I would not get my hopes up for Juan Soto in Orange.
Don't even mention it. I don't want to hear the name from this point on, all right?
It's
that's
banned.
Banned, exactly. All right, back to our theme of the day, which is the final game in Oakland. And all the emotion, Dallas Braden, who, of course, we know does the A's broadcast and pitched a perfect game in the green and gold, the pride of Stockton.
And yelled at A-Rod to get off his mound.
I kind of like that. Here's his speech on what it means here.
Well, Brody, I can tell you that the vibe is absolutely different, and I think that's fair to say, and it's understandable. I spent some time this morning just cruising around the parking lot, cruising around the tailgates. I may or may not have had a wiffle ball bat and wiffle balls in my hand. We may have not gotten some swings and misses today, but the smiles and the hugs, the handshakes, the tears, that's what I wanted to feel. And there's 35,000 plus people in the ballpark yesterday and today. And Brody, why I have called our fans the Spartans of Major League Baseball is because I would take any 300 of them and put them up against any capacity-filled stadium across baseball. And I got the green and gold coming out on top every time. And I think with as many people that are here in the ballpark, the emotion you feel might not feel like 35,000, might not sound like 35,000, but I think that's because there's a lot of folks taking their individual trips down memory lane. And as you said, Brody, there's a baseball game happening, but I think there's healing, there's understanding, and there's a lot of love going on as well. And that sounds just a little different at the ballpark.
Damn, Dallas Braden. Big league players don't usually speak so eloquently. My gosh. Well done. And man, oh man, that September 26th is going to be something else.
I mean,
really
I can't wait to see those crowds. And credit to Dallas Braden, who's been a part of all of this, whether it's the sell protests, the reverse boycotts, and stuff like that. Like, he's kind of been the man of the people, boots on the ground. So it's cool to hear him talking about the vibe, walking through the Coliseum parking lot for one of the last times, because it's something that annoys the hell out of me when people rip A's fans. Oh, Waterboy, you're saying they're so passionate. They're leaving because only 1,000 people show up per night. No, they're leaving because John Fisher tanked this franchise. Yeah. Because of him and Dave Cavill putting out the lowest payroll in baseball back-to-back seasons. Not even putting a quality product out there. When the A's are successful, when they're going on postseason runs, when they're winning 20 games in a row, it's one of the most passionate fan bases in sports. But that's why they've turned their back on this team, this organization, because of the leadership up top.
Young Tone, what if I told you that in 1990, okay? I'm just going to pick this one year. In 1990, the A's, ready for this? I'm going to get this stat for you here. The A's were third in Major League Baseball. Only the Toronto Blue Jays, because they opened Sky Dome and that place was huge, was the number one team in baseball, the Blue Jays. Dodgers 2, A's 3, ahead of the Mets, Cardinals, Angels, Red Sox. Angels, by the way. Dude, the A's in the 88, 89, 90 run, top 3 in baseball. How about that?
The swinging A's, right?
Yep. How about that, man? Well, the swinging A's, that came up from that was their slogan back from the early 70s. But I'm just talking about that. That's how insane. That's how they would come out. Now, that was the Haas family ownership. And in 1989, the year they won the World Series, they were 4th. So they were top 5 in baseball. Dude, this is insane that they used to be a top 5 in baseball attendance team. And now here they are. Dave Stewart, our buddy, we had him on Friday. Here he is on NBC Sports California. Asked by Brody Brazil, the ultimate question, would you trade your 89 World Series ring for the A's to stay?
Stu, somebody said this on social media, that they would trade the 89 World Series for the A's continuing to play baseball in Oakland. If that were a trade to be made, you being a big part of that, would you go back and sell your soul for 89 to keep the A's here?
I would do that
for the rest of your life?
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
In a heartbeat.
Wow.
How about that?
That's the World Series MVP talk.
Yeah. Well, we know Stu didn't like beating the Giants, too. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, I actually wanted one to win for San Francisco.
Well, I mean, that's it. Because that's 1 year versus, 100. Yeah. You'd rather have 100, too.
I mean, that's what's hard about all this. I know that the A's originated in Philadelphia, then Kansas City, so this is not their first time moving. Mm-hmm. But for a franchise that has, won 9 World Series titles, which is 3rd or 4th in Major League Baseball, like, we're talking about a storied franchise, a team that actually has a history. We're not talking about, like, the Montreal Expos being picked up and moved all of a sudden. Like, these are the Oakland A's. This was a championship team.
But as you point out, Philadelphia and Kansas City prior, so this is part of their history, too.
Yeah, it is.
And then finally, do you guys know the band Rancid? Do you know that band Rancid?
Sounds familiar.
So Rancid was a cool little punk, like, kind of punk band. I mean, call them, like, true punk, sort of power punk, a slight bit of pop. They're out of Campbell, California.
Wow.
Yeah. And Billy Beane, when he was revving the A's at a high level, Rancid would come hang out with Billy Beane. And Rancid, they weren't like the biggest band in the history of the world, but they had a little niche, and they're still touring. But because they're A's fans, here's the Rancid lead singer at a concert this weekend. I have to figure out where this is, but anyway, check it out. This is at a concert, fairly big crowd, too.
Point out to my brothers up here that there is indeed one lone guy in the stadium with, I believe, an Oakland A's jersey. This is a phenomenon that's been happening. There's always like one dude that comes repping the Oakland A's. Oh, there's two dudes. But, so this song's gonna go out to Oakland A's guy jersey and Oakland A's guy hat, because John Fisher is a and he should sell the damn team. Yeah, said it. Silver spoon. But for you two guys, this one's called Time Bomb.
How about that,
Hell
man?
yeah, I ride with Rancid.
That was in Minneapolis.
And there's an A's fan out there.
Yeah, well, if you're going to see Rancid, you're probably trying to connect with the band, showing your A's stuff there. So that was either Tim Armstrong or Matt Freeman, who came from Operation Ivy. And they were sort of like with Green Day. Somebody wrote in and said they're like Green Day if Green Day didn't, quote, sell out. Why are they coming after? Have you seen Billy Joe Armstrong's been going? They're touring major stadiums right now. They do Fenway, and Billy Joe is going into clubhouses where they have all the logos of all the teams, and he's spray painting bees over the Oakland A's logo.
Wow.
Yeah. If you follow Billy Joe on Twitter, he's been doing this now.
Because I've seen clips of him doing shows and like sell T-shirts and stuff like that, so I know he's kind of invested in the movement.
Yeah. So he's got a can of spray paint. Follow him on social. He's defacing major league stadiums.
Oh, that's so punk rock, Murph.
Exactly, dude. All right, well, there you go. Fun stuff. So somebody says Rancid's actually technically Berkeley, but I thought they were based in Campbell, too. I'm going to iron that out for you guys. All right, well, that was a good cooler of content. Enjoyed it. Mostly heavy on the A's with a little bit of John Heyman. Don't mention Soto. Don't say it.
Juan Soto.
Don't.
Giants are in the mix.
Don't say it.
Juan Soto.
You guys are going to know how to press my buttons for the next couple of months here. Yeah. All right. Hey, 49er football next on the Sports Leader.
John Fisher is a and he should sell the damn team. Yeah, said it. Silver spoon.
River Islands. It was great to see the good people from River Islands at a Giants game recently. We were talking, we were chopping it up. I said, hey, man, I'll see you at the boathouse, right? Get that club sandwich, beer, ball game tunes, some boat launches going on. Because River Islands, there's always something good happening. What's new? Pretty much everything. First up is the opening of River Islands High School. Be true to your school now. The 4th charter school within the River Islands community. The campus is large. Classrooms are modern. The technology is amazing. High school baseball team going to play at Islanders Field. That's awesome. How about 6 new home neighborhoods celebrating grand openings in August and September with a wide array of home designs and sizes, huge kitchens and home offices, bedrooms, luxurious baths. Prices start in the low 600,000s, topping out at just over $1 million. And an enormous new park is opening up this month. Playing fields, picnic areas, amazing playground designed for kids. So much to see and do. It's time for you to discover the islands. Start your tour right now at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Did you do a production meeting with Tom Brady?
I guess, like a pretend one. We did one with Mark and those guys too. It was good. It's always fun to talk to the GOAT.
Questions for him?
A lot. Like every play of his career. No. Better than usual. Not to be confused with that good, but better than usual.
First of all, before we get to Kyle, the Rancid crowd demanded a Rancid rejoin. Yeah. There you go. Get a piece, buddy. I had this, wait a minute, ready for this? I had this CD, compact disc.
CD? What are those, Murph?
And so there's a huge dispute going on right now. Tim and Matt, the guys who founded it, I guess are from Albany, Oakland, Berkeley, East Bay area. Respect. But Lars Fredrickson, who's one of the band members, is from Campbell. He must be the guy who's tight with Billy, because Billy told me that the guy he was tight with was from Ranch, was from Campbell. So I'm just guessing. So we'll ask Billy when he comes on in a couple weeks here. And the Rancid Army's coming at us on, and apparently they're opening for Green Day. That's the deal.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and they're coming to town pretty soon.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, in a few weeks. I would highly recommend that. That'd be pretty good.
I'll go ask Baby Huey for some tickets.
Oh, dude.
He doesn't miss a Green Day show.
I can't believe Baby Huey hasn't burst down our door, that he hasn't gotten like the bat signal that we're talking about Rancid. He just senses it in the air. He's going to come running down and kick down our door.
He should be running down like the ramp for like a Royal Rumble in WWE. You just see Baby Huey running down the hallway.
Exactly.
Oh, you guys talking Rancid? Oh.
Exactly. Yeah. So they have a passionate fan base here in the Bay Area for sure. And God bless them. I like them too. I do. I just had that wrong. I mean, obviously they started Operation Ivy, the whole thing, Gilman, and part of that Green Day family. So way to go. They're still going, and they don't like John Fisher either. In fact, if people want to know, they're getting in their car. Why are you talking about it? I guess this is Lars Fredrickson, the front man here, saying this.
John Fisher is a he should sell the damn team. Yeah, said it. Silver spoon.
There it is.
Yeah, Blinken said it.
Speak your piece, Lars.
Yeah, tell us how you really feel.
Good stuff, man. Okay, 49er football. Man. So Kyle's right now, like, I should have made Kyle Shanahan a bum baby. But you had bums this week.
I had bums.
Two things that bummed me out. Number one, he's not calling plays, which isn't the biggest deal in the history of the world. I just find it odd. And, I'm open to the fact that I could be a total buffoon for even bringing it up. And you guys could all just laugh at me when the Niners are on their way to the bowl. I don't know. Just think it's weird that he's not doing it. He also appears detached in these answers. And then I don't like him dropping a goat on me there.
Ooh. Always fun to talk to the GOAT.
Well, the Joe Montana wasn't there, so I don't know what you're talking about. What's he doing here? He wearing a Niner freaking hat and shirt saying that? Come on, Kyle. You're better than that.
Always fun to talk to the GOAT.
Well, was Montana there? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Dude,
just your boy Tom Brady.
There's your boy. He's doing a practice broadcast.
Yeah, the practice broadcast. How about Tom Brady getting in more reps during the preseason than our guy Kyle Shanahan? I mean, Kyle's like, I'm not calling plays. Might as well just let Tom put the headset on. Let Tom start calling plays.
But the bigger story, too, is putting Brock Purdy. You called him Brock in the backups.
Yeah, it's my new band that I'm going to go start.
So was it dumb to put him out there behind only two starting offensive linemen and having no receivers who he had any chemistry or patterns with?
Well, that's the thing. Let's back it up a little bit, because you started this segment saying you probably should have made Kyle Shanahan a bum baby. I think he was kind of bum baby by association. Like, I didn't make Brock Purdy essentially the only bum baby because of his performance. I was more upset that he was out there with Colton McKivitz. He was out there with Jake Brendel. But outside of that, he was out there like with his former roommate at left guard. You can't put Brock Purdy in that situation where Jalen Moore's your starting left tackle, which brings up the whole entire Trent Williams conversation. But to me, it was more of a bum baby situation to even let Brock be out there to be hit a couple times and play 3 series with only 2 other starters on that squad.
Yeah, I mean, again, most every single thing that happens in preseason is forgotten immediately. Mm-hmm. Mike Silver writes a whole column in the Chronicle saying, just banish preseason games. Just go with joint scrimmages. That's better. Stop ripping off the NFL consumer. Oh, by the way, Mike, I love you to death. You're telling NFL owners to stop getting money. Nope. Stop taking money. This will never happen. Okay, my friends?
Well, eventually, once they expand the season to an 18-game season, then they'll just take away one more preseason game. We'll get 2 preseason games, maybe throw in an extra bye week. the season's going to continue to get longer and longer.
By the way, speaking of, do we have the Gene? Who has the Gene Simmons money cut? Who has that?
Oh, that's in the system, deep.
All right. I was going to say, those of you who think the NFL owners will give up their preseason games, this person is a liar.
Yeah.
The NFL owners like money. They got 71, because you buy a season ticket, you have to buy the preseason games.
Mm-hmm.
So 71,000, it listed as 71,000 paid tickets at that game. 71,000 paid tickets for that.
Ooh.
For that. You were out there.
I was.
Was that worth $1?
Absolutely not.
Right.
I didn't pay a single dollar to get in the building. Luckily, it was my job, but yeah.
Other than the Pastronaut and Jacob Cowing, my guy.
Yeah, you got to see Jake Moody miss a field goal. I'm sure that made you happy.
When anybody believes that the NFL owners would give up 2 preseason gates, Gene Simmons has words for you here.
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar.
Don't believe him. Almost got Murph on a spit take.
I had coffee in my mouth. I really did. Almost spit take right there.
This person's a liar.
So here's Kyle Shanahan. And again, I don't know why he's not calling plays. It's kind of weird. It's kind of odd. Maybe there's nothing to it. I don't know. But here's Kyle Shanahan, cut N, Tony, after the game about Clay Kubiak calling these plays. Cut N as in Nancy there, my friend.
I just like Clint more than everyone else. No, no, that's not it. Just been thinking about doing it for a while. Can't really explain why. I think certain years, sometimes you want to do it, especially when you're getting a feel for a quarterback. You want them to get used to. I think our quarterback I've been with for 2 years, so Brock's used to me. Clint and Brian have been doing a lot of the meetings with the quarterbacks. BA was with us last year. Just didn't feel like I needed to this year, and Clay's been great at it. So.
I don't know. Again, I was very wound up about this in the 6 o'clock hour, and I've calmed down a little bit with my coffee. But I still there's something weird about it. I don't know what it is. Maybe he's trying to start a new trend of like telling owners we don't care about preseason football at all, so stop doing these stupid games. I don't know. But him saying I've been together with Brock a long time, like, bro, what are you kidding me? You guys have barely been together at all.
Yeah, he's still playing on his rookie contract.
Yeah.
This is the first offseason healthy as a starter for the 49ers. So that's where I'm kind of confused on, and I get it. He wants to give somebody on his coaching staff the opportunity, but I don't remember him giving these opportunities to Mike McDaniel or Bobby Slowick. And look how successful they are now.
He didn't. Now, again, there's a deep Kubiak-Shanahan connection that goes way back to Mike and Gary, if you really want to get into the family tree. So, and then Gary giving Kyle his first chance in 2008. So maybe there's something about that he's like doing a little full circle moment here. Maybe.
And also yesterday, Clint Kubiak was the offensive coordinator for the Saints. So maybe he wanted Kubiak versus Kubiak, but he did it in game 1 with him also.
Yeah. Cut R, Tony, about what he's doing now if he's not calling plays.
Chewing seeds through a challenge, made a couple timeouts. No, just talking to coaches, making sure we had the right people in there. There's a lot of guys on the roster, and you want to make sure that guys get their opportunities, but also put guys in positions that you can evaluate where things are close, and that's kind of more of the stuff I was paying attention to.
Okay. You going to be calling plays week 1, Kyle, against the Jets?
Spitting seeds.
By the way, right now, I'm almost stamping an L on that
Your
game.
confidence level in that game has gone
diminished
completely
greatly.
bipolar.
Yes, diminished greatly.
You came in like, there's no chance Aaron Rodgers and the Jets are going to get a win.
You know what I mean? That was May.
Times have changed.
Yeah, I don't like what's going on this summer.
It's been a bummer summer.
It's been a bummer summer indeed. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Give me the scenario they beat the Jets. Where's Brandon Ayuk? What's he gonna? I mean, dude, the game's in 3 weeks from today.
Where's Trent Williams?
I
cannot have Brock Purdy out there with Jalen Moore at left tackle.
I mean, right now, yeah. So anyway, they're going to play Friday in Vegas, and I guess they said Brock's going to play.
Yeah, Shanahan confirmed that Brock's going to play, or any of the other starters going to play, because we haven't seen him all preseason long.
Yeah, man. 707 says, by the way, in addition to everything else, it was a horrible challenge. His red flag challenge was terrible.
That was early too. Yeah.
All right, guys. Shanahan, more bad vibes from yesterday. The Purdy performance. It was not good. What was most disturbing to me was the terrible decisions. He threw a couple of panicked balls into like double coverage.
He tried going off script, but it's harder to go off script when you don't have, your
Brandon
dancing
Ayuk.
partners with you.
Exactly.
When there's no BA or no Debo or no Kittle or McCaffrey or anybody out there.
Man.
Not even a Ricky Pearsall.
So here he is on Shanahan's reps, the frustration cut Q here. Mm-hmm.
There were 2 frustrating drives, just 3 and out. I don't think there was much there when he had it. He had a chance to make a big play on a keeper going back across. but not enough plays. There weren't really any good looks for him either.
I mean, I'm kind of violating my own rule here of just taking anything in preseason seriously, because it really, I just got to remind myself of that. It means nothing. None of it means anything. But I just, I'll tell you this. This might sound crazy, insane, but a tiny little seed was planted in my brain as to what kind of year Brock Purdy's going to have.
Uh-oh.
Just a tiny little.
808 KNBR. Murph's calling for Josh Dobbs to start at quarterback week 1.
I've sort of hinted at you this summer a few times. If you listen, I said, how's he going to be? Are we so sure,
Big expectations for Brock.
It would be natural for him to not put up the same kind of numbers he put up last year, because it'd be very difficult to replicate that.
I would agree with you, but it's also the fact he put up those numbers coming off an offseason injury where he had reconstructive elbow surgery, where he did not feel full strength until about halfway through the season. So I expect Brock to be better. But if he doesn't have the pieces around him, like a BA or Trent Williams, we saw how he looked yesterday, again, preseason with a bunch of backups. But it wasn't the Brock that I think a lot of people were expecting to get that first taste of Brock this season.
831's upset. Relax. He played with the second and third string. 559. Can't you all take anything at face value?
No.
And 925 says, Jess D is legit, Murph. You got reason to worry.
It's a good defense. Breece Hall is a great running back.
Oh, man. 916 says, LOL, who gives a baker's blank? It's preseason. Stop searching for a negative light. All right here. And 503 says, I think Kyle's trying to hide his new season play calling. Well, you never call anything interesting in the preseason
I just wish Kyle would come out and be like, I'm giving up play calling responsibility because I want to watch the QB2 battle right now.
Right.
To me, that would be a viable answer.
Purdy got shoved around a little bit. Chase Young shoved him to the ground. So here's cut S, and then we'll get to Dante Whitner. Cut S on, getting hit is good.
Yeah, I mean, you think about that all the time, but it's also part of football, and I think he protects himself well. If we felt he was in a tough situation, we wouldn't have. But a lot of quarterbacks play throughout the league, and each week's different. I think it helps Brock to play, and last year he didn't get to as much with his arm, but thought it was good for him to get out there, even though it wasn't 2 great drives. And I know he was really wanting to do it, and hopefully it'll make him in a better position for this when we go to the Raiders.
Okay, well, there it is, man. Well, we'll talk to somebody who really knows what they're talking about. Dante Whitner. Awesome conversation next on The Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. We've already been bragging about the Pier 39 location. That's awesome. Now a different idea. It's back to school. True story, man. My kids go back this week. And so now it's time for crazy, hectic schedules, practices, homework, the whole deal. Amici's helps out. Full menu of signature thin crust pizzas, as well as pastas, salads, the famous flame roasted chicken wings, vegetarian and vegan options, gluten-free if you need it, all available for delivery or pickup from 14 Bay Area locations. How about the half-bake, too? That's when you're busy. You're running around, just go get the half-bake, and when you're ready, just slide it into your oven at home. Finish cooking in less than 5 minutes. I actually, a big fan of the half-bake. Like them a lot. And for the rest of August, if you order any size half-baked pizza online from the menu categories scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's will give you 20% off that pizza. That's awesome. 20% off. Menu categories scroll bar at Amici's.com. So when you want the ultimate, ready when you want it, back-to-school meal for your family, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
More Rancid. I love it. We're turning into a Rancid Monday. Were you down with Rancid or no?
No, I was actually not aware, to be honest with you.
Do you like the little ska?
I was going to say,
vibe?
earlier today when you were describing their genre of music, the first song we played, I was like, ooh, this got a little ska here.
Definitely.
But I didn't want to insult anybody.
No. They definitely bite from the ska pie. They go ska, reggae, punk, pop.
So they would be perfect for Tolbert and Cope's Ska Friday, since they stole a bit of Reggae Friday.
Well, you know what? Somebody wrote in and said one of the guys, Tim Fredrickson, has a solo album that's heavy on reggae. He said you guys should use it on Fridays.
Oh, more reggae requests.
So look up
Keep
Tim
them coming.
Fredrickson's reggae album for Fridays. All right, we're going to make the connection with Dante Whitner. All right, I'm starting to calm down a little bit here as the day goes on. You know, I hate preseason football. I hate it. And, like, you know, my kid was trying to get all worked up about it, too. And I was like, dude, it's preseason, it's preseason, it's preseason. And then I woke up this morning, I was like, you know what? Why is Kyle not calling the plays? I know it's not a big deal, but I'm like, it sort of addles me on some level. And then, you know, what's Brock doing out here chucking into double coverage all the time? It kind of addles me on some level. And then I got to remember, it means nothing.
Yeah, and it
means nothing.
feels like you're focusing on more the negative of preseason also. Like, there's positive messages out there, whether it's Dominic Puny at guard. I thought Malik Mustafa made a great play yesterday at the goal line. And Nick Sorensen's a guy who's calling plays for the first time. At least he's not giving up his play calling ability.
Jacob Cowing.
Yeah, Jacob Cowing showing flashes
really
yesterday.
Good. By the way, multiple people are saying, how's Chase Young playing harder in a preseason game than he did in the NFC
It's a great question. It's a great blanking
connection made. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, our Cumulus media station. We love talking to Dante Whitner, of course. You see him on NBC Sports Bay Area. 11 seasons in the NFL, 3-time Pro Bowl safety, 3 years with the Niners. Dante, always great to have you back in the morning with your buddies Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
What's up, Dante?
I'm doing great, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. Trying to keep preseason football in perspective. It was a kind of There's a couple of weird things out there that Brock Purdy was playing with a bunch of backup O-linemen. He kind of wound up getting chased around a little bit and not looking real comfortable. What did you think of, the decision to play Brock without the starters and then, the kind of 3-series performance he had?
I didn't really understand playing Brock without his offensive weapons, especially without having Trent Williams out there. Even though the offensive line have collectively played well together, I don't know if you really want to put your franchise quarterback in harm's way. So I didn't really understand that. And then, of course, he's going to look uncomfortable if he doesn't have his weapons, guys running the wrong routes, running routes at different depths. So I didn't really understand that. Good thing he made out of it healthy. The offensive as a whole, I thought that they looked pretty good. I thought that a lot of the, offensive linemen, including Dominic Puny, I think that he's continuing to develop. So, hopefully they can continue to get that continuity and develop into something special on the offensive line.
Dante, a topic that we've been talking about this morning is that for the second week in a row, it was Clay Kubiak calling plays, not Kyle Shanahan. Did you read into those storylines at all?
No, I'm not really reading into this any more than, in previous years when Kyle would allow some guys to, maybe pick a few plays here or there that they like. And this year, starting to develop offensive coordinators early. This is something that, Kubiak is, probably going to be doing for another team, as the head coach or offensive coordinator, and you really want to get him prepared like he does with all his coaches. He does one of the best jobs in the National Football League at preparing coaches to move on and be rewarded for the fruits of their labor.
Talking to Dante Whitner here. Yeah, it's just weird. He hasn't done it ever. It's kind of weird that he chose now. Is it something about his affection for the Kubiaks?
No, probably just something in his maturation process as a coach, right? If he, so happen to get sick on a day and he can't call the offensive plays, who's going to take, over control of that? So, and in preparation for a lot of these coaches moving on and, really becoming an offensive coordinator for another organization. So I think that it's a great way to, promote offensive-minded guys, and they should do it. They actually do it on the defensive side as well, where they allow, some of the guys that don't have the labels to have input on, certain coverages, linebacker fronts, and how they're going to get after quarterback. So I think it's a great job that Kyle Shanahan does.
Yeah, and Dante, to your point, on the defense side of the ball, it was Nick Sorensen calling plays. It's the first time he's called plays at the NFL level. What have you seen from his play calling in the first 2 weeks of preseason?
Well, it looks familiar. Looks like, and a lot of times people think that when you change defensive coordinators, you just change the entire philosophy and terminology of the entire defense, and that's not true. A lot of the same fronts as far as how the defense initially aligns and how they rush the quarterback, it's pretty much the same. And same for the linebackers and same for the defensive backs. It's just about those special situations. What do you have specially built into your toolbox and your defense to be able to get off the field on 3rd and 11 in the Super Bowl, right? Those intricate details. And I believe that Brandon Staley, along with Nick Sorensen, has really concocted, not anything that's different than what they had in the past, but something that's so much familiar where they just put a few tweaks on it to get them over the top. So I've seen exactly what we've seen in the past. We've seen a lot of effort. We've seen a lot of discipline. We've seen a lot of communication and attention to detail. So now they have to go out on Sundays and execute the game plan, and then we'll be able to talk a little later in the season on how the players are taking the new defense and how they're executing.
Dante Whitner, the voice you hear. We love checking in with Dante after the Niners beat the Saints 16-10. If scores matter in preseason, we just talked about how weird it was for Brock to be out there and Shanahan not calling plays. At this point in time in your life, did you ever view preseason as just a total, what's the word I'm looking for? Not necessary, I guess. Is it unnecessary? Can you accomplish more in joint scrimmages than you can in a preseason game?
I think that is necessary in the point to where NFL players, you can train in the offseason, you can lift all the weights, you can do all the cardiovascular things that you want, but there's nothing to really supplement game day, right? When that nervous system gets shocked, when you're pushed to, different heights and levels than what you've actually trained at. That's what I think training camp is for. So, I don't necessarily like the preseason games, but I know that they're necessary to prevent injury. So I would use those games to really get in shape for the regular season, because I don't care how much you practice, I don't care how much you train. During those first 4 games of the season, those offensive and defensive players out there, they get pushed to their limits to where you have to, fight through it even more so than you would later in the season after you get your win built up. So, I think that they're necessary in preparation for getting the players ready so that to prevent injury as much as possible.
Dante Whitner is the voice you hear this morning on the Uma Guest Line. And Dante, one of the big storylines from last night's game was Josh Dobbs and the performance he put on. Did he simply win that backup quarterback job last night?
I'm not sure if he simply won it. I know that he's a veteran. He's getting more acclimated into the system. We saw his ability to escape the pocket and improvise and make big plays. And for the second week in a row, we see him make an acrobatic dive into the end zone and get in for a touchdown. But if they had to go into a game today and Brock Purdy just so happened to twist the ankle, I believe that Josh Dobbs would be the front runner for the backup quarterback job. But last week I thought that Allen played better than Dobbs. So maybe it'll come down to whoever plays the best in this last preseason game. And then Malachi, the fourth guy, he looked pretty good. He looked elusive. He looked like he can improvise. He looked like he had a great grasp on it. So maybe they feel like they have, 4 good quarterbacks. And, maybe they'll probably at some point they'll probably be able to hide Malachi on their practice squad. If not, he'll be able to move on and play, football somewhere else. But they have a bunch of good quarterbacks right now that are performing at a high level.
We can't let you go, Dante, without talking about your favorite thing, defensive backs. Renardo Green, second rounder out of Florida State, showed well by most people's accounts. I don't know if you've studied the film. He was matched up against Chris Olave. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at, obviously Mooney Ward and Demo Lenore are 2 of your top 3. We've heard about Isaac Yidiam. He has a sprained ankle. This guy Green, I don't know. Does he enter the mix?
I believe he was already in the mix. And since Isaac Yidiam has been down, because he's the first corner to come in when you have Tavarius Ward on one side, Diamador Lenore moves into the slot. Isaac Idiom comes in as the outside corner, but the next guy that would be in would be Green, and he did exactly what he's been doing in training camp. Very sticky, athletic, physical at the line of scrimmage, closes well with the ball in the air, and I think that the 49ers are in better position that they've been since I've been covering them when it comes to the defensive back position with the length that they have, the depth that they have. So I think they're going to be in pretty good shape. They can go 5-6 deep when it comes to matching up with any offense and offensive weaponry around the NFL.
Malik Mustafa is a name that we've talked about a few times, Dante, since he was drafted by the 49ers, has made some great plays in the box in his first 2 preseason games. So what has been your breakdown of Malik Mustafa so far?
Exactly that. Very physical in the run game, very instinctual. I like to see more of him in the deep parts of the field. There's been some time in practice where they intentionally attacked him, and just like all safeties, he'll take the bait sometimes, and sometimes he'll be exactly where he's supposed to be. So it's more so of a consistency thing when it comes to those deep coverages. What leverage are you on in a tight end? Where's your leverage in tackling in the open field? So I'd like to see more and more of that, because at some point, if one of those guys go down with an ankle injury, he's going to be the next guy thrusted into action. So he has to be ready. And remember, that's the quarterback of the defense, that strong safety position, because you're the deepest, you're the furthest guy away from the quarterback. So you have to communicate everything, and it happens so quickly out there. So Malik Mustafa, as far as today, his trajectory is still going up.
Between Mustafa, last year's Jair Brown, Renardo Green, maybe the next generation starting to slide in here. Last one, Dante, is that Mustafa showed up in a Ronnie Lott jersey. Like that got some traction with the reporters. He says it was a mentality thing, wearing a Ronnie Lott jersey for the first preseason home game of my career. I wanted to go out there with the right mindset. He said he met Ronnie. He was excited. He said he also digs up old tapes of Hall of Fame safeties. Does that mean anything?
I mean that he didn't wear a Whitner jersey. I'm a little upset.
Maybe that's next.
Yeah, hopefully. No. But I reached out to him, and he responded. He's willing to watch the tape and get really honed in on the intricate details and everything. So eventually, when everything in the dust clears, I'll get with him over Zoom and watch film and make sure that. Because I know they do a great job with their coaches. It's just when you're like an ex-player and you played at a level, you can give them a couple tips here and there to take their game to the next level. So I look forward to it.
Dante, one more rookie I wanted to ask you about, and that would be Jacob Cowing, the second wide receiver that the Niners drafted this offseason. He's a guy that we haven't seen much of him throughout training camp. Yesterday had a big game, 4 catches for 51 yards. Now, if we're assuming that Brandon Ayuk is going to be on the roster, you're looking at Debo, Ayuk, Juwan, and also Ricky Pearsall as 4 of your 6 wide receivers. What does Jacob Cowing need to do in showing this game on Friday night to make that wide receiver room?
Well, he needs to stay healthy first and foremost, because during training camp, during his early parts, he's been in and out and been a little nicked up. So really haven't been able to see him go full speed until last night. And I think that they're, extremely excited about what they saw from him last night. The ability to get behind the defense, his punt return abilities, and the ability to catch the ball and make people miss afterwards. And he's a 4th-round pick. So if he continues to play the way that he's playing now, you can almost pencil him in for that 6th wide receiver spot, mainly because of where he was drafted and how he's performing and the need for a punt returner.
Oh, man, it's fun stuff, Dante. It's great having you. By the way, you ready for college football? It starts Saturday. Florida State,
Absolutely.
Georgia Tech.
Week 0.
Yeah.
Week 0.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm penciled in for some games with CBS for college football this year. My 3rd year. So, I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I look forward to it. So you have to let us know when we check in with you when we can see you. So, yeah, it starts this Saturday in Dublin, Ireland, the big game, Florida State, Georgia Tech, but there's some other games too. And then it really gets going the week after that. So always great, Dante. And we'll get Malik Mustafa that Whitner jersey. We got to give him that Whitner jersey.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to sign it for him.
All right, Dante. There you go. Thank you, Dante.
Yeah, all right. Dante. You guys have a good one. Thanks.
Yeah, Dante Whitner, obviously NBC Sports Bay Area. Renardo Green is somebody we haven't talked about much. He showed well, and they matched up against Chris Olave. And so I mentioned just kind of in that interview, Jair Brown, Malik Mustafa, Ronaldo Green. I mean, even count Lenore as a young guy, too, maybe. But I mean
Demo's 25.
Yeah, the next generation coming on in. As opposed to last year where they had Tayshaun Gibson and Logan Ryan.
Off the Disney cruise, right?
Right, off the Disney cruise. So these are the younger guys who are showing. You would think John Lynch, it would be his baby.
Well, think about how much he has invested over the last couple of years, whether it's Mustafa, whether it's Jair Brown. Like, he has gone.
Ambry Thomas.
Talanoa Hufanga is still
Yeah.
only 25, 26 years old.
Yeah.
He's another guy with question marks coming back from injury.
It's funny, we focus so much on offense, Brock Purdy, and all that stuff. And man, oh man, the Niner D, that's the one.
And by the way, can I give our show a round of applause?
Yes.
That we just did a 20-minute interview with Dante Whitner on the 49ers, and we did not mention Trent Williams or Brandon Ayuk once.
Yeah!
20 blanking minutes, John Joe. How do you like that?
Yeah,
Stick
dig
that in
that.
pipe and smoke it, John Joe.
Dig that.
20 minutes, all 49er talk, no drama.
Actual 49er on the grass football, man. By the way, 3 weeks from today.
Let's go.
3 weeks from today. All right, cannot
I'm
wait.
going to San Fran.
Oh, dude. Sergio, the great Sergio Romo. He wore an A's jersey briefly, and he wore a Giants jersey for a long time, and he was doing the games this weekend, the Giants and the A's. The emotion of the farewell game between the Giants and the A's in Oakland. It's going to get really emotional next month, too. September 26th finale against Bruce Bochy's Rangers as the A's and Giants. And plus, what does Sergio think of this 63-63 team going forward? Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Murph and Marcus just did 20 minutes with Dante Whitner without talking about Brandon Ayuk. But if you want to hear about Brandon Ayuk, John Lynch joined the show on Friday morning to give his perspective on everything that's going on with Brandon Ayuk and to discuss where things stand with Trent Williams as well. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, we always love having Sergio, mostly so we can get his walk-up music on, right? As he comes on in, and obviously an emotional day in the Bay Area baseball scene, as the A's and Giants will play no more unless they meet in a future World Series one of these days, or I should say in Sacramento or Vegas. But what I mean is in Oakland and in San Francisco. And a man who wore a jersey for both teams, but also pitched a lot of games for the Giants over there. And then I believe, wasn't Sergio's last game when he retired, it was against the A's too. So
that's right.
A lot of history there. Sergio, it's always great to talk to you, buddy. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Sergio?
Good morning, fellas. Thank you for having me. I'm in a happy, great mood. I'm pretty blessed, so it's hard for me to, not be happy, but a little emotional, a little bummed out over the weekend. The last week or so, basically, a lot of baseball that I got to watch, and would have seen the Giants have done a little bit better against the Braves, a little better outcome, but the series is over between the Oakland A's, the Bay Bridge series. I know it's not it no more. It's what did Crew call it yesterday? The I-80. It's going to be the I-80 series now.
Yeah.
So, wow. It was awesome to watch it. It was awesome to see all the fans fill up the Coliseum this weekend. It's just sad to see it go.
Listen, baseball players, right? 162, you guys are creatures of habit. It's on to the next, all that stuff. But I'd say when you play the Dodgers and you're down at Dodger Stadium or up here and it's kind of juiced up, that's a one different feeling. But the A's, tell me as a player, you're in the dugout, And I mean, you hear the fan. It's a different noise, right? Could you guys sense that? And did it affect you guys? Like, man, this is a different energy.
It really is. I think you understand as soon as you put on the Giants uniform, you almost automatically do not root for the guys down south. The guys in blue, you're always against them. And you understand that rivalry. That rivalry between the Dodgers has been there for, years. The whole New York stuff. And, so understand that notion. But the Bay Bridge series to me was pretty special because this was something that united the Bay in my eyes. It brought forth friendly banter. It brought forth friendly competition, for bragging rights, just for yearly bragging rights. And then when you mixed in, throughout the history of it, you've mixed in some of the teams that the A's have had where they were maybe not high in the standings, kind of like right now, not high in the standings, but playing really, really good baseball. And then they come in and they would give us the run for our lives, run for our money, so to speak, and I just impressed by the importance of it, that to the players, for us as players, it mattered to us. I loved it going in there, coming back across the bridge or walking around and they're like, hey, yo, we got the series this year, the Bay Bridge year, we won it this year. And for me, it was special because the very first big league mound I'd ever thrown off of was AT&T Park back in the day. Oracle Park, back formerly known as AT&T, and it was against the A's in the exhibition series, which turns out to be the last game that I also pitched in off the big league mound, was the same exhibition series against the A's. So for me, it's always going to be special. It's going to be something memorable for me. But then also now being a Bay Area native, living here as long as I have and being a part of here, I kind of appreciate that rivalry a little bit more than the other one that I grew up from the other side on.
Yeah, Sergio. And as we pointed out earlier, you were able to pitch on both sides of the Bay. So what would you say would be the biggest difference between pitching in front of Giants fans at Oracle Park versus pitching in front of A's fans at the Coliseum?
No knock on A's fans, of course, no. But it's just the amount of fans that would show up to the games, because the atmosphere in Oracle is amazing. At the Coliseum is amazing too, because the passion, the drums, they're into the games. You can sense the passion that they're even paying attention to the games too. They're rooting for balls and strikes. They're rooting for close calls and whatnot. And then this weekend, I wasn't at the Coliseum, but I was at the studio, and I can still hear through the feed, and man, that it wasn't created noise. It wasn't like a computer generated noise that they had going on. No, this was a legitimate excitement. This was legitimate fans in the stands rooting, paying attention to the game. You had both commentators on both broadcasts that were really speaking to the tune of that, to the amount of people in the stands, to the amount of people focused into the games. And they actually, most people nowadays, they look for home run derby games, but they got some pretty solid pitching matchups this week, and they were still locked into these close ball games. So I got a ton of love for the Bay. I'm bummed out that they're losing something. I feel that the Bay are losing something that really, really did unite it in my eyes. It brought us together. It literally, it said, okay, cool. Yeah, you can rock your green and gold. We'll rock our orange and black. Much respect. Let's just meet on the ball field, And I thought it was great. I thought it was, that it was a good thing.
We'll see what happens in Sacramento. I don't know. It's hard to predict, but it'll just never be the same as that energy that was created. So we thought we did check in with you, but we can't let you go, dude, without talking about this team. That's this Giants team, man. That's 63-63. They're spinning their wheels. They win, they lose. They win, they lose. They win 2, they lose 2. They win 4, they lose 4. Sergio, what is going on here, man? Can this team go on a run? We've been asking this all season. I guess the answer might be no. Am I wrong? Can they go on a run?
Well, you can honestly sit there and say it might be no, it might be yes. You can go either way with this one, in my opinion. But I'm not, and my opinions on the Giants are not necessarily biased, although I do have a tremendous amount of respect and I want them to win. I root for them. This is my favorite team, you know? But from like to be black and white and be honest about it, I do feel that they have the pieces to make a run. I do feel that they have the staff, the complementary pieces also to make these runs. The majority of these guys haven't had the opportunity to fully establish themselves in the big leagues, to fully find out who they are. And I think that the seasons like this year where they have expectations and then the young guys are getting more, they're being asked to do more, they're being asked to contribute more. I do feel that this is all growing experiences. They're still learning about themselves, and it's hard to accept that and see it as a positive, especially when we're in August and we're 500, we're 3 games out of the final wild card spot, like that type of scenario, like or 4 games out. So like it's just not easy to play this game, you know. And do I see them making a run on it? Yeah, I really, really do. They're starting pitching. Their rotation is second to none in my opinion right now. They're all throwing the ball fairly well, especially at the top of the order. I think Harrison today is going to set a tone. I really, really think Harrison's going to set a tone today against that White Sox lineup. It's been reeling too. Yeah, they ran off a pretty solid win last week against the Dodgers, I believe. But they this is a team that's got the pieces. They just got to let it go. That's it. It's time to go. It's just time to no looking back, no looking side to side. You know, head forward. I've been asking, not asking, but I've been hoping and that into the clubhouse that some of these guys that have been there before, the veterans, that they're pulling the crew together. You know, we were fortunate to have, you know, guys like Kane, guys like Vogelsong, guys like Pence, when we were making our runs, that we're not afraid to pull the team together and have these conversations and have these group meetings. They're like, hey man, it's time to go now. So I'm thinking at the end of the day, just don't hold back anymore. There's no room for errors. Don't go in there looking to make errors. Just go in there and get the job done, because everybody knows that you guys are dangerous. The league knows they're dangerous. And I feel that that's why teams are really giving them their best, you know, their best heave-ho right now. They're giving them their best shots. They're getting playoff baseball in August. That's gnarly to me.
Last couple minutes here with Sergio Romo on the UMA guest line. And Sergio, I have to ask you a question about the bullpen. We haven't had the chance to talk to you since Camilo Duvall was sent down to Sacramento AAA. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts on that decision, and also your thoughts on Ryan Walker taking over as a closer?
Well, I was surprised that they sent him down. Do I feel that it's a positive thing? It could turn out to be a positive? Yes. It's a reality check a little bit. It's just a wake-up call. This wasn't a knock on him saying, you don't have the stuff, we don't like you, we don't want you, we don't think you can come back or be what you were last year up to this point or whatnot. Like, it's none of that. This is more of them letting them know, hey, we care about you. We feel that you can be this and this and this. You were already this, this, and this. We can feel you can be that again. And then some. It's all growing pains. Like when I got my first opportunity to close a ball game, to be the actual closer, I had rough patches too. It wasn't always smooth. It wasn't always, it didn't always get the job done. It wasn't always clean either. It didn't go 1, 2, 3. I had some walks here. I gave it some hits, gave some home runs here and there. But the one thing that I feel the Giants are doing, that they did with me, that they're doing with Camilo, they're just reassuring him that he has a place here. He has value. He's visible here, and they want him. Plus the stuff, wow. The stuff speaks for itself. And then kudos to Duvall also for going over there right away and getting to the grindstone right away, working hard right away, trying to work on the things, because that's all the reports say is he's over there and he's doing exactly what they're asking him to do. And then I do think it was awesome that Farhan said the other day that Melvin expects him to come right back into the closer's role. That's how you solidify a guy's confidence. That's how you shut the door on issues, on problems, and saying, okay, cool, that door's shut. You're still our man. Come out there. And I feel that that'll boost Camilo. Yep. And then you want to go to Ryan Walker. Yeah. What he did yesterday was phenomenal. That two-seamer that he threw to Blade with the bases loaded and no outs, just to get back into the count, then to put him away. The slider was on point. I think yesterday, Ryan Walker became a 120% believer in his ability to close ball games. I think yesterday was that any slight doubt that he could have ever had. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying, for me, if he had any slight doubt that he could not be a closer in the big leagues or get a big outs when you really needed to like that, now that erased every single doubt yesterday. It's gone. Those doubts are gone. It's no longer there.
I love it. You're right. It was big time. It was a big time save, it was a big time escape, and a big time strut for him off the mound. So great stuff, Sergio. As always, man, we'll look forward to seeing you on the TV. We'll look forward to catching up with you, and we'll see. You say this team's got to run. From your lips to their ears, man. Let's see. White Sox tonight. You said Harrison sets the tone, so here we go. All right, Sergio, be good, man.
Yeah, thanks, Sergio.
Appreciate you, fellas. You guys have a good one.
That's our guy, Sergio Romo. All right, we can follow up on that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Then you want to go to Ryan Walker.
Yeah.
What he did yesterday was phenomenal. That two-seamer that he threw to Blade with the bases loaded and no outs, just to get back into the count, then to put him away. The slider was on point. I think yesterday, Ryan Walker became a 120% believer in his ability to close ball games. I think yesterday was that any slight doubt that he could have ever had. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying, for me, if he had any slight doubt that he could not be a closer in the big leagues or get a big outs when you really needed to like that, no, that erased every single doubt yesterday. It's gone. Those doubts are gone. It's no longer there.
Good stuff, Sergio Romo, about Ryan Walker. Did not expect to be talking about Ryan Walker as the closer, if you asked me a few months ago. But man, oh man, did he become a made man yesterday with that game. That game got a little weird in the bottom of the 10th. With that error by Wisely.
Yeah, Brett Wisely booting that ball at second.
And then the bases are loaded, nobody out, and Ryan Walker did it. And there, man, fun stuff talking to Sergio Romo. So listen, we've talked all morning about the emotion of the last game between the Giants and the A's in Oakland, but time to sort of start shift it, leaving that behind and moving a little bit towards what this team is now. Because, Marcus, shocker. They played 2 games since you and I saw each other last. They won one, they lost one. Shocker.
Are you telling me, Murph, that the San Francisco Giants are a 500 ball club?
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
For the last 3 years.
Yeah, that's why, again, I'm not surprised, Murph.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Or I should say, I'm not impressed.
I'm not impressed by your performance.
Oh, yeah, very good.
Yeah.
I jock-blogged on Friday, although some would say it was Mari who jock-blogged based on the byline.
People are saying.
But I said, yeah, when they tell Farhan, hey, you win some, you lose some, I didn't expect him to take it literally. You know what I mean, dude? So once again, they remain just this. So Sergio's going to be optimistic. He goes, yes, they have a run in them. Yes, they have a run in them. And that's really, that's all you got, buddy, is the belief that you have a run in them. But I got bad news for you. After these 3 games against the White Sox, bro, it is a jungle from here to the finish line. Other than a little weekend set against the Marlins, who I don't know if I want to take them even seriously, but the Marlins could come in here and mess the Giants up. But brother, other than that little set against the Marlins, there's literally no break in the schedule. After these 3 against the White Sox, who last seen beating your Yankees 12-2, right? My gosh,
you're not wrong about that.
And again, I'm calling sweep. I said it earlier this morning.
Even with Crochet throwing on Wednesday?
Well, Logan Webb goes Wednesday.
That is true. You've got your race versus their race.
My guy Webby, my season saver. Sweep or don't look at me. Sweep, I want to look at you Thursday if you don't sweep the White Sox.
Don't even look at them.
This is your only chance to make hay.
Don't even think about Murph.
You're going at 6-game roadie to Seattle and Milwaukee, brother. Those are 2 good teams that are in the mix, right? Milwaukee right now is leading the Central 20 games over 500. Okay, and their home record, I got their home record for you. They're 14 games over at home. Okay, and then if we get into the Seattle Mariners, that's a team that's 3 games over, that's fighting for a wild card, and they're kind of they're fighting for the West too. They're only 4 out in the West. So, bro, it gets tough. So you got to sweep the White Sox. But again, I've been saying stuff like this all freaking season long.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And it's something that we've talked about over the last stretch of Giants baseball. When you took your vacation and the Giants went 12-4, it's great that they were able to beat teams like the Reds and the Nationals and the Tigers. But then we get to this part of the schedule where we have you pre-recorded sending the warning shot to the Giants that they're getting to the jungle part of their schedule.
Welcome to the forecast. Oh, yeah. There it is, buddy.
Welcome to the jungle.
We're coming back. We're coming back in September, right?
So who's the team that's going to bring the Giants to their knees?
Welcome to the forecast. Go ahead. It's going to bring you to your knees. I know John Joe's never heard that, has he?
No,
He's never
I don't
gone
think
to a
so.
forecast.
He doesn't know about the forecast.
Well, he disliked the forecast.
Probably. Brian and Bobby's best bets. Who the hell are Brian and Bobby?
Yeah. Brian and Bobby's best bets coming your way. Yeah, don't ask me to hit those actual notes again, although I might try. You should. Keep trying. Here we go. 707 says, Murph, you are the cooler. Well, that's true. Since we landed, since my plane landed, the Giants are 2-5. Yeah. 2-5 since they landed. 925 season's been over for months. Fire Farhan, blah, blah, blah. I get it. 4-5 says, can you take a month-long vacation in September? Well, I will be taking 2 days off next week. I know it's a lot, but I'm doing it again. 2 days off next week.
Giants are winning those games.
Yeah, that'll be against, it's right before they play the Marlins. So 3 at Seattle, 3 at Milwaukee, then in come the Marlins, and then in come the Diamondbacks.
We need Murph to go shopping with Gabe Kapler to find one of those Marlin hats. Yeah. Maybe he can curse the Marlins.
I'd like that very much. Where is old Gabe here? And what does Gabe think of these Giants, I wonder? So look at this September, brother. After one game against Miami.
They wear the Marlins hats.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Thank you, Tony.
3 with Arizona, 3 with San Diego, 3 with Milwaukee, 3 more with San Diego, 3 with Baltimore, 3 with Kansas City. I'll be there. 3 at Arizona, and 3 with St. Louis. There's really no break in September. So, I mean, where are you after just another split? Marcus, are you just in the same belief they're going to finish 500?
After another Blake Snell flawless performance, I'm saying bring it on. Because a lot of those teams you just mentioned are teams that are ahead of the Giants in the wild card race. So it's time to put up or shut up. You got to S or get off the pot. And you've been a mediocre team the entire year. Here we are on August 19th. Again, talking about this being a 500 ball club. Well, if you want to change the mind of everybody in the Bay Area, you got to get hot. The bat's got to start hitting. You got to start executing with runners in scoring position. And you got to start winning some ball games. It's that plain and simple. And with this pitching staff, I think they can manufacture enough. That's why we're seeing guys like Grant McCray now in this shift towards speed. Play for 1 run, play for 2 runs. And with this staff, you got a chance, Murph.
The thing with runners in scoring position is got ridiculous brutal, again during the weekend. I mean, it's just awful. Mm-hmm. And so what is it? Like, is it a situational thing? Is it an organizational thing? Is it just bad luck? Is it the wrong kind of guys? Do they lack a clutch gene? I mean, what is it? I mean, the phrase timely hitting has existed forever. Pitching, defense, and timely hitting. Well, what is timely hitting? You either it's Yoda, man. There is no try. There is only do. Mm-hmm. And so that's where they're at again. It happened over the weekend, literally until Encarnacion homers in the 10th inning last night or yesterday afternoon in Oakland. They had gone 18 innings and scored 1 run on a Ramos solo shot.
Mm-hmm. And even Saturday night, 9th inning, 2 outs, 2 guys on base. Casey Schmidt is up there at the bat, up at the plate, strikes out.
No, he chopped to second base, didn't he?
Did he? I thought he struck out. I'm going Saturday.
Okay, yeah, Saturday. He had 2 situations.
When he came in as a pinch hitter, I think it was.
Somebody's on Melvin for taking out Schmidt and putting in Wisely at second base for that error. Wisely's not a terrible defender, I don't think.
No.
Do you think he's do you think Schmidt's a better defender?
I would. I'd say Casey's got a better glove than Brett Wisely.
Maybe it was a righty-lefty thing. I don't know. Mm-hmm. You can't get mad at Melvin. He pinch hit Conforto for Schmidt. Well, that's why he did it. Buddy, hey, who was the person? 801.
Yeah.
He did it because he pinch hit Conforto for Schmidt, and Conforto hit a bomb.
Exactly. So Wisely came into the game after the back-to-back bombs.
Yeah, man. So I don't know. Listen, I wrote a. People think I'm salty this morning. I was salty Friday when I wrote my jock blog that Maury took credit for, and I just listen, bro. I said it's a mishmash of mixed messages on a road to nowhere. It's 500. How much longer do you need to see 500 baseball? I mean, you saw it all of 2022, all of 2023, and all of 2024. So, I mean, it's because these marginal guys, Farhan finds marginal guys who are marginal transactions who are going to play marginal baseball for you. They're good enough to win one, and they're good enough to lose one. And then they're good enough to win one, and then they're good enough to lose one. They're not the 30 and 95 White Sox. They're just the 81 and 81 Giants.
Yeah, it sounds like you're describing a 500 ball club.
Yeah, no, man. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 408 says, do or do not. There is no try. They're correcting me again. Everybody's correcting me today. My Vivek incident, the Lars is not from Campbell. Yes, he is. I understand Tim and the other guy, Tim and Matt, are from Oakland or Berkeley. Jeez, the rancid situation.
The force is not with you this morning.
951 says, hey, Murph, I'll be in KC for the Giants game. Let's meet for a beer. Okay. Let's do it. I'll see you there.
Hey, that could cheer you
up. I'll meet you there at the beer stand there, 951. No, 951, why would you be going? We're going for very strange reasons, but why would 951, why, you going just for the barbecue?
Yeah, go get some barbecue. Get some barbecue, get some beer, and get some baseball.
It's not really a destination. You know what I mean?
It's a nice ballpark.
Yeah, okay.
I've never been, but
510 says, when are the Giants going to get rid of Schmidt and Wisely? Schmidt and Wisely are the problem?
You got bigger problems than that. And hey, to answer your question, probably sometime this week when Thairo Estrada returns from the IL.
Ooh. What, Tyro's not really getting it done this year.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's a solution, but I'm just answering the question. Who's going to be playing second base? Obviously, Schmidt or Wisely's probably going to be
Schmidt going to run out of options?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Shout out Joey Bart running out of options.
Well, Kyle Harrison tonight, you get the ball and you got a situation. I mean, he has not pitched great of late. Somebody wrote in blaming Brian Price for Kyle Harrison.
What?
Kyle's been, I don't want to say exactly what you think, but he's
been good. He hasn't been as advertised, if that's fair to say, especially when we saw him make his debut last year. First game at Oracle Park, goes out there, strikes out 11 Cincinnati Reds, and is hitting 95, 96, 97 on the gun. And then you go out to the ballpark last week, and he's hitting 90, 91.
He's 6-5 with a 4.14. He struck out 103 guys. His whip is 1.31. I mean, I think it's the kind of year you have before you really arrive.
Murph, I don't know if there's a bigger Kyle Harrison head here at the station, but I got to say I am concerned about the velocity drop.
Yeah. And is that strictly an innings thing?
It's got to be an innings thing. You would think at this point of the year it's kind of accumulated and added up, but that also goes back to the development of Kyle Harrison last year when they're only letting him throw 30 pitches a game down in AAA.
Yeah, exactly. It took Logan Webb a little bit to get going. In his first, really, his 2019 and 2022 seasons, he was 5-7, and the ERA was hovering in the in the fives.
But I guess the difference to me is Logan Webb's going to be a two-seam pitcher at 90, 91, 92. Kyle Harrison was the number one left-handed pitching prospect in baseball because of that four-seam fastball that played faster.
You're saying
than
without
95.
velo, he ain't.
He's not the same prospect we saw last year. Now, who knows? He could bounce back. Maybe that velo comes back. Maybe he does get the extra conditioning in his arm. But right now, I got to say, just to be completely honest with you, it does concern me.
Yeah. But I would mitigate the concern a little bit by saying there's an easy explanation, that it's the fatigue. It's the innings.
Yeah,
total.
I would say that's the answer. But here we are now, back-to-back years with a guy like Patrick Bailey fatiguing and running out of gas towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
So that's got to be something that's got to be addressed this offseason with the player development.
He's thrown 111 innings this year. And so, next year you build him up. But you're right. That goes back to the development.
Yeah, it does.
So what do you see what he does tonight? He's got it. Like I told you, sweeper, don't even look at me. Because if you take 2 out of 3, you're 65 and 64 going on the road, bro. You're 5 back of the Braves in the loss column. The Mets are in front of you. I mean, bro, come on. Once again, what are we doing here? I wrote the Jock blog. Maury wrote the Jock blog. I mean, what are we doing here? All right. On the other side, we, of course, have our... by the way, congrats to David in Antioch, who was our Giants season pass qualifier today. Won a $50 gift card. 49ers season pass giveaway. Wins a $50 gift card to the Niners store and gets his name in the big drawing for Friday. We'll do it again tomorrow, but you have to listen in the 6 a.m. hour to know when the hour is that we're doing the contest.
Listen.
As always, what did young Tony learn today? It's kind of a long list today, actually. And then Marcus is going to be the doctor of baseball next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What are we doing here?
All right, Bigelow Teas. Time to talk Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. One of the first things I do each day is reach for that mug full of English breakfast to get me going. I do love all the different flavors. Great flavors. Perfect for someone who needs to take care of their vocal cords and make a living behind the microphone. So you know what keeps me going? Look no further than my cup. I'm holding the mug right now of Bigelow Tea in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun Monday. A surprisingly salty Monday, actually. I was a little disappointed with the 49ers. Brock didn't look too good. Kyle's not calling plays. Maybe I should be happy about Jacob Cowing, be happy about Renardo Green. And you slid in earlier this morning. I kind of went through my ears. Jake Moody missed a kick.
Yeah, wide right yesterday. I believe it was his third field goal attempt of the game, but I thought we were listening to the positives, not more negatives for this morning, Murph.
So anyway, and the positives of the Giants squeaking one out to stay at 500 yet again, doing their thing. So maybe tomorrow will be much more happy and optimistic.
Go get a win against the White Sox.
Well, it usually starts when you put on the white although, by the way, you guys, speaking of negative, I saw a tweet from the guy we're about to hear from, Nicky Turturro, the great actor and, of course, legendary baseball fan. He sent out an all-caps text, said, I want to box Clay Holmes.
I want to box him?
I want to box him.
Oh, celebrity boxing between Nicky T and Clay Holmes.
He's your closer who blew it last night.
Yeah, he blew another one last night.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm shocked the Yankees didn't call up about Doval or Mason Miller at the trade deadline.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, get that guy. After boxing Clay Holmes, he puts on the white coat.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph. Last segment, we had somebody ask a question about Brett Wisely and Casey Schmidt being at second base and when they could possibly be sent down for a possible replacement from Thairo Estrada. Well, I'm here today to give you that update on Thairo Estrada. After he went deep last night with the Sacramento River Cats, he is now hitting .429. That's 9 for 21 with a .455 on-base percentage with 4 RBIs and that one bomb I listed last night. Now, Bob Melvin also said that they do not want to rush Thairo back, so we'll have to stay tuned throughout the week right here on the Sports Leader for all of your Giants health updates, not just on Thairo Estrada, but the entire squad. And that Giants Sutter Health Report is sponsored from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. Visit sutterhealth.org.
All right, very good. Maybe, I mean, the theory is Thairo was having a terrible year. Maybe he really was playing through an injury and it really did bang him up. And maybe if he's healed up, he can come back and be that Thairo that we've known and loved as a gritty little second baseman.
I mean, that wrist injury has been lingering all season long. So hopefully he's finally healthy and maybe you start getting production from guys like Thairo. Maybe you start to get some of that early season production from a Lamont Wade Jr. Who knows? All it takes is 1 or 2 bats to get hot, and it could spark this entire offense.
You know the phrase, hope is not a strategy?
Yeah, but here we are hoping, Murph.
Here's a strategy. Get Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Shohei Ohtani. Here's a strategy. Get Aaron Judge and Juan Soto. Here's a strategy. Get Bryce Harper and Trey Turner.
Those are good strategies.
All right, so here's a strategy. Get Matt Olson and Austin Riley and give me another one. Jorge's. You know what I was thinking about this weekend? Could you use Jorge Soler's bat in this drought?
I mean, Jorge has heated up. He was heating up before he got traded, and then he started hitting bombs with the Atlanta Braves. He's actually playing the field with Atlanta, too, which the Giants were anti when he was here in San Francisco. Yeah, you could use any bat possible right now for this lineup.
Hey, one last one before we get to Young Tony is I'm reading on Twitter to see what's out there. Jason Stark, I guess the Phillies had a big alumni weekend, so they did a big old sentimental alumni weekend, and their owner, John Middleton, gave this quote. Hey, John Fisher, turn it up. This is from John Middleton, Phillies owner. Quote, it may be a privately held business that we own, comma, but it's not a private organization. It's a very public organization. We are accountable to the fans and to the city. Now that is a guy who gets it. You should be prohibited from owning a team unless you understand the community bond that you are entering. That's my take.
But
just like I think the Red Sox should be relegated for trading Mookie Betts.
Yeah, that's not a great move either. But it's good to see owners who actually care about their community and can invest in the city.
We had it with Eddie. We have it with Joe Lacob. And quite frankly, as much as you get upset at the Giants, we had it with Peter McGowan and Larry Bear for a long time.
Man,
the way they built that park and everything.
You mentioned Joe Lacob's name. Just imagine if he would have bought the A's.
John Fisher, sell. That's why you wear a green T-shirt with the white word, sell. All right, what did young Tony learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Big day day for Bigelow Tea, who sponsors What Did Young Tony Learn Today? Grab a mug and tea proudly. It started early when I had a headphone incident to start the day.
Uh-oh.
And I likened myself to Thurman Thomas in the Super Bowl. You did not know that Thurman Thomas, the great Buffalo Bill running back, lost his helmet at the start of the Super Bowl.
I did not know that.
How about that? He missed the first 2 plays. Talk about I was talking about Kyle Shanahan not being, what's he doing not calling plays? How about being Thurman Thomas losing his helmet? They had to put in the backup running back for the first play. He ran, he only got 1 yard. Maybe this whole Super Bowl is different if he finds his helmet.
The butterfly effect of not having that helmet.
Yes, exactly. Because then the next play, they passed Jim Kelly. He scrambled for 4. And then they found the helmet. He ran in for a 3rd and 5, and Kelly got sacked. It was eventually a loss to the Washington Redskins. Shout out the Redskins. So that was one thing that young Tony learned today. The other one was I was talking about Kyle not calling plays, and I didn't like it. I just didn't like his answer. His answer was weird, too. And I said, strange things are afoot at the Circle K, meaning strange things are afoot in Santa Clara. And young Tony looked blank. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Keanu Reeves, and then I'll never know who the other guy was. It was one of those things where the one guy became a star, the other guy didn't. Kind of like when American Idol had Ryan Seacrest and the other guy with the name Finkelstein or whatever his name was. Who was that guy? They had co-hosts in the first American Idol.
I have no idea who the hell you're talking about besides Ryan Seacrest.
So, young Tony, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, the famous line. Here it is, Sarah.
Greetings, my excellent friends. Do you know when the Mongols ruled China? Well, perhaps we could ask them. Bill S. Preston, Esquire, and Ted Theodore Logan. Gentlemen, I'm here to help you with your history report. What? How?
Oh, I hate that part. Bill. What? Strange things are afoot at the Circle K.
There it is, buddy. There it is. I'm not a huge Bill and Ted guy. Just one of those lines that lived on.
Yeah, neither am I, but I also know this Murph line. Let's all try to remember this and incorporate it into our daily lives. Be excellent to each other.
Very good, dude. Okay, 2 lines. Okay, for kind of a lousy movie, a couple of iconic lines. All right, just like Sean Jelly. We didn't do the Sean Jelly mic'd up thing because he dropped a line at photo day. He said, paint me like one of your French girls. He said that, so there you go, another one. All right, we'll call it a day. We're back tomorrow. Giants, White Sox tonight. If you don't sweep, don't look at me. All right, sponsored by, it's time for a change. Sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and smog experts. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, a Cumulus media station, the sports leader.
John Fisher is a he should sell the damn team. Yeah, said it. Silver spoon.
Chewing seeds through a challenge, made a couple timeouts. Always fun to talk to the GOAT.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
San Francisco!
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
3-1 pitch is pulled on the ground to third on a big hop. Hernandez has it. His throw to first is there for out number 3. They didn't walk him, and they got him, and Elliott slams his helmet down and shatters it. Well, these days he's breaking bats, he's breaking helmets. Giants are going to run out of equipment. 0-2 to Schmidt. The pitch. Slider struck him out swinging. He chased one a foot outside. So Tanez strikes out Schmidt. The game is over, and the Giants get shut down by Oakland here on this Saturday at the Coliseum.
Made some other changes, and then Encarnacion swings and drives it deep center, hit well. Blade back at the track. It is gone! And the Coliseum erupts here in the 10th. Gerard Encarnacion hits a 2-run home run. Walker sets at the belt. His pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out with a slider. And the Giants in the final Bay Bridge Series game get an extra inning win here in Oakland. 4-2 the final.
Dobbs going to pull it and run and try. Dive into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers! One more knee, and that's the game. And now Kyle will walk out to midfield, shake hands with Dennis Allen. Niners will not see the Saints, of course, this year. We will see them next year. And the 49ers win at 16-10. Big embrace from Derek Carr and Deebo Samuel, and also with Kyle Shanahan.
All right, welcome in. It's John Dickinson sitting in for John Lund, Pop and Lund here on a Monday. A lot to get into for the next 4 hours. And, the Niners get the win. Joshua Dobbs plays well. Brock Purdy plays, but nobody else really does. And we had the swan song, Pop, of the Battle of the Bay. The Giants got a much-needed win. And really just a thrilling atmosphere over at the Coliseum, like so many of the games gone by during interleague and when those two teams get together. But a game the Giants had to have, they get it. Now they take on the White Sox for the next 3. What's going on, Pop?
Hey, JD, good seeing you. Last night we visited after the 49er game, and we'll get into the Niner game in detail. Jacob Cowing played great last night. Josh Dobbs had a great second quarter. Brandon Allen was sharp in the third quarter. He's sneaky athletic. We'll talk about Brock's cameo, and Chase Young may be the most improved player in the NFL this year. I haven't seen him play like that since he was Defensive Rookie of the Year. But yesterday was conflicted. The whole day was just kind of weird. I actually drove right by the Coliseum on 880 to go down to Levi's, and for a moment I thought about ducking in and watching a few innings, but time just couldn't make it. But I will go to Oakland a few times. I'd like to go that last Thursday of the when they play the final in Andy Dolich is putting a group together to go into a suite, and what a weekend. The Giants just didn't score on Saturday, obviously, and Encarnacion's bomb, and Joe Rizzo got excited yesterday, and then Conforto goes back-to-back, and they were able to get a much-needed sweep, but it's more than that. Brody Brazil will join us at 10:50, and I spent a lot of time with Brody in the studio the last couple of weeks, and we kind of cried on each other's shoulders. We raised Brody. He was on A's pregame TV with me when we started years ago. And to see Canseco, first of all, go into the A's Hall of Fame, wow, just so wild. The hairdo was very different. that twitch, which he developed right around the time that he was hanging out with Mark McGwire a lot. It was kind of uncomfortable to watch him. But we used to see him in the box twitching and lifting his leg and hitting bombs. But for him to come back and have Tony introduce him was really something to go into the A's Hall of Fame. And then just the reality. And I think Brody summed it up the best on A's pregame live yesterday. It's not the last time the A's are going to play the Giants. They're going to play each other. And they weren't even born here. The Giants were born in New York. The reason they're called the A's is they're from the Philadelphia Athletic Club years ago with Connie Mack. And then they went to Kansas City. Charlie O owned them a little bit there, then moved them to Oakland in '68. But so they've all had former homes. But so the A's and Giants will play again. It'll just be different. And Sacramento and West Sac, and that'll be the next chapter of the A's ongoing odyssey. But it's getting to the end of Oakland versus San Francisco, and that has such meaning. Obviously, I got a San Francisco flag behind me, but I grew up in Oakland. I came here as a baby I was in my early 20s to do the Warrior games. They're no longer in Oakland. Then added the A's in 1990. They're not going to be in Oakland forever. This could be it. And then, obviously the Raiders. And we're getting ready to go to Vegas this week for a preseason football game. And it's not the Battle of the Bay anymore. When you see them on the field and you see the silver and black against the red and gold, it's Raiders and 49ers, but it's not the same. It's not the same at all. And it's just all changed. So the reality starts to settle in when you see a day like yesterday. And for me, having spent days and nights and most of my life and raised my kids there, in the arena, in the stadium, doing 2 in 1 day a lot. It's just, you don't go there anymore. And we won't, there's no there. There's going to be no teams there pretty soon, and it's sad. So we'll talk A's perspective with Brody and what Canseco meant to go in and what he meant to the franchise. But for people like Bob Melvin, who are wearing the orange and black. Now he got there at 7:15 yesterday morning. He ran those steep stairs. That's an antiquated stadium. Did he go all the way up to the top of Mount Davis is what I want to know. You may get a nosebleed or his ears plug. It's way up there. If you've ever been up there, you feel like you're orbiting above the stadium. It's incredible. And obviously, when the Raiders came back, they changed that ballpark. That was one of the most beautiful ballparks in baseball. I remember the first A's game I ever did, JD, in 1990. Mike Norris had his big celebrated comeback. He was facing Kent Herbeck and Kirby Puckett and the Twins. Herbeck hit a bomb against them. That was the big rivalry back then. The Twins were in the American League West. And I remember it was the year after the A's won the World Series against the Giants. Led baseball in attendance that year, almost 3 million. Had 35,000, not just for, Ace Hall of Fame and a bobblehead over the weekend and then come back, big crowds, 37, 35. We had it every single game. They drew 2.9 plus million. And I remember sticking my head out the booth and just soaking it all in on a day game and thinking, wow, I'm doing Major League Baseball with this team, the Bash Brothers. They were the Bulls before the Bulls with Michael Jordan. It was Jose, and it was Mac, and it was Ricky, and it was the other Hindu, and it was Eck, and it was Stu, and it was, Tony, revolutionizing the game, just a galaxy of stars and what that franchise meant.
They were the coolest of the cool, Pop.
They invented the Bash Brothers. They were. It was. So, just to see it yesterday and go by and see what that place has become and what it will become. What's it going to be a year from now when they're gone? What are we going to do there? So in any event, it was quite the emotional day, and I listened to everybody driving down, listened to Joe and FP. FP grew up in Sacramento, played for both teams. He was getting emotional, obviously for Ken and Vince on the A's radio side. Really hard, the reality of what's going on. And, Ken lived in Vegas. All those years he lived in Vegas while he was doing A's games. Now they're going to Vegas. I guess, will they go to Vegas one day? The Raiders are there. So I think, and we'll talk to Brody about it, the Giants needed that win yesterday. They're in a desperate situation right now. But yesterday was bigger than a baseball game. It really was, in so many respects, JD, the end of a chapter that I grew up. And I didn't know what the Bay Bridge meant when I first got here, but it meant so much. It's more than just going over that span socioeconomically, culturally, everything. It's a big difference from the East Bay to the West Bay. And yesterday, was that the final time at this high level of sports, we're talking Major League Baseball, the NFL, that we're going to have a true Oakland versus San Francisco?
No question, and we'll get into it, and Brody Brazil's coming up, and I've got perspective on it as a kid. Going to Candlestick and going to the Coliseum, being from Northern California, that 89 year when they played in the World Series, that was basically my 0 year as a kid going to games. I went to my first Giants game that year. I went to my first A's game a couple of months later at the Coliseum, and then they play in the World Series as a 8-year-old, that loves baseball. I've always had a connection and always grew up going to both. And really pulling for both teams. Definitely a perspective, and we'll get Brody Brazil's take on that. I think, in some ways grew up similarly. We're about the same age, and he is, and reminds me, and I've told him this, he is like many of my best friends. That just absolutely adored those teams and the Bash Brothers and everything that the rivalry meant. So we'll get into it with Brody at 10:50. A lot of Giants conversation and Battle of the Bay. We will also, though, get into some Niners coming up. We'll get Papa's takeaways from that, and then back into the final Battle of the Bay over at the Coliseum yesterday. It's all coming up. Papa and Lund here on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants split the final Bay Bridge series with the Oakland A's at the Coliseum this past weekend, and Mark Canha, Matt Chapman, Bob Melvin, and many others took time to pay their respects to what this series has brought to the Bay Area and baseball. More on that trending on KNBR.com and our socials at KNBR.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I got great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking. My friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4, the best rates in years. Listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. Whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time right now to call Loan Pronto. Do it pronto. Even if you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto and ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days. You can also do it with no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act now, you could even skip your next 2 house payments. So call now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. So call 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, or 415-808-5721.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Third down and 10. Dobbs back, pumps. Now going to throw a deep one. Open is Cowing. He makes the catch and goes out of bounds at the 5-yard line.
All right, welcome back. Pop and Lund here on a Monday. Jacob Cowing among the standouts in the 49ers win over the Saints. Preseason game number 2. We'll also get into the quarterback play. Brock Purdy, 3 series for Brock. Joshua Dobbs plays well in the second quarter. And we'll get into just where things stand with the quarterbacks coming up here in just a second. Also, though, want to let everybody know that continuing today until August 23rd, the 3 chances a day, once during the morning show with Murph and Marcus, once on this show, Pop and Lund, and once with Tolbert and Copes. You get that opportunity to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. Each person who qualifies, a $50 gift card to the Niners team store, and enters for the chance at that grand prize. You want to be caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan. Tune in today. We're doing it on this show in the 1 o'clock hour. That'll be your chance to qualify on this show for today. So good stuff there. Pop, we had the Jacob Cowing highlight coming back there. 4 catches, 51 yards, the 1 jet sweep for 19. This has been a big week for the rookie, getting back on the field at practice and then showing it in the game last night.
Yeah, I really hadn't seen him a whole lot. He got hurt the 3rd day of practice on July 26th with a hamstring. So when I went out to practice this weekend, I'm like, who's 83? And then, but I saw him in the OTAs. I mean, he's fast. He runs a 4.38 40. David Lombardi's going to join us a little bit later on from The Athletic, and he's not just fast. He's short area quickness, get off the ball fast. He's not just 40 yards fast. He's 4 yards fast. If he was on defense, Chris Kasarik would love him with the GTFO, get the F off, because he explodes off the ball and it's easy for him. So the 38-yarder you heard right there was a pump from Josh Dobbs and a go and a double move, and he uncovered right away. And it was a tough ball to catch. It actually, Dobbs should have put it more to the outside shoulder to the sideline away from the corner. He put it back towards the field of play. So he ran a great route. He got open. He got behind the corner. He had to fight a little bit for the ball. He had to get both feet down in bounds. One thing you see from college wide receivers, Dunze in Chicago, JD kicked a touchdown over the weekend. He's got to know the rule. I've seen a lot of rookies come into the NFL, and they don't know the 2-foot rule. Or takes Amari Cooper had a hard time with that for a while as a rookie. You got to get, you got to plant, place, and then drag the foot or whatever it is. But he got both feet in bounds, went out of bounds. That was an impressive play. The jet sweep where he took it 19 yards going left. Wow. If he makes this football team and he's up on game day, and I think right now it's between he and Trent Taylor to be the punt returner, and he showed he could be a punt returner. Last night it was a windy night at Levi's. Temperature, winds were gusting up to 23 miles per hour. And New Orleans had 2 different punters kick. One was right-footed, one was left-footed. So he was challenged to catch the ball. He had no problem catching the football and making guys miss in space. He did it last year 18 times at Arizona as a senior. We had him on the postgame show, and I asked him, and he didn't do it much his junior year, but he did it last year. So I think he's a guy you look at. And then that Kyle calls it the cheater motion. Mike McDaniel in Miami calls it exit motion with Tyreek Hill, where you put him in that short motion across the field and they get a running start coming out before the snap of the ball. He did that repeatedly last night, and it really was like cheater. You're cheating. This guy's a cheat code. He is so fast, not just 4.38 fast. He may be the quickest guy, 5 yards, 10 yards on the team. So he was really impressive last night. Dobbs is just a gamer. You've been to every single training camp practice, JD. He's done okay. I thought I'd see more from him. I like the guy a lot in the OTAs, the mini camps, the training camp practices. Brandon Allen's been a little bit better, but Josh Dobbs, like he did in Nashville, and he missed a a touchdown throw on third down with 10 seconds to go against the Titans. That would have been a great moment, but he overthrew it. But he made some plays, then he missed some plays. In this game, he showed his legs. And we know the numbers and what he can do running 421 yards. But I hadn't seen it on the practice field. I didn't see a twitchy, great athlete. He kind of just was feeling it out. But when the lights go on, he just is a gamer. So Cowing looks like a natural slot wide receiver, a motion guy like Ray McLeod and like Debo. A lot of the same actions. Punt returner, he can do that as well. Did he do enough in this game to move ahead of Trent Taylor? One thing about Trent Taylor, you can put him on the practice squad to start the year. You don't have to guarantee his contract the whole year. You get in that thing with the veterans. But do you trust Cowing right away? But he looked really good last night, his first game action. And then Dobbs versus Allen. It's a great debate. I think going into the game last night, Allen clearly was number 2. Now, I'm not sure what Kyle's thinking. We'll know more after the game in Vegas on Friday night, but Dobbs balled out last night.
Yeah, and I think as far as Cowing goes, I mean, you hit on it. It's does Kyle trust him to field punts? I think if he can be trusted and he's healthy enough, then I think he is too talented to be somebody that you would cut, right? Because you certainly want to keep him around on a practice squad, but you got to cut him, put him on waivers to do that. And I think somebody would look to pick him up if you did that. So I think you have to keep him as one of the 6. I mean, we still have to figure out what happens with Brandon Ayuk. Obviously, I'm holding a spot for Brandon Ayuk and Debo and Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall. We got to see if he's healthy enough and what shakes out with him.
All right, there's 4.
That's
Chris
4.
Conley's 5.
Conley's my 5 as well. Yep.
And then it's between Cowing and Trent Taylor. Could you take 7? Probably not.
Probably not. And I think Trent Taylor's somebody that, in a perfect world, if you could get him to accept the practice squad role where you're one of the guys that potentially can be elevated as needed on game day. They've got, the 3 elevations, and then you got to sign him for the rest of the season. But I think he would be perfect in that role, and it would allow the 49ers to keep a young player who could be impactful. I really thought going into last night, or really going into this last week, that Cowing hadn't been around or done enough to where he was really behind. Like, can this guy contribute? Is he going to be able to at all this year? I think this last week has put him back on the radar in a big way in terms of the potential to be able to not only make the team, but make an impact.
He looks smooth. Now, it's the preseason. They're not game planning, but New Orleans played their guys. They didn't play their corners in this game, but they played their D-line. So I thought he was really impressive. But the thing with Trent Taylor, you don't want to lose him. If you did cut him, he's got fans in Cincinnati. He was there before it was Zach Taylor. He's got fans in Nashville, I know. We were just there. Brian Callahan and that coaching staff adore him, and which is the same conversation with Brandon Allen. I think if the Niners did decide to go with Josh, I think they're going to keep all 3 quarterbacks. First of all, both backups make more than Brock makes, so it's a
might as well take advantage of that for one more year, right?
And it's not big money. With Nate Sudfeld, they had a couple of $1 million. Dobbs is guaranteed 2.5, but it's double what Brock's making. It's it's just what it is right now. I think if the Niners did decide to make Dobbs the backup and try to play the roster game with Allen, I think Tennessee picks him up. Brian Callahan loves him. They got some young quarterbacks there. They're probably going to keep Mason Rudolph, but the third spot they would bring in Brandon Allen. So, I mean, do you just put 3 on the roster and keep Allen and Dobbs behind Brock? I think they will, but the real question is who's number 2? Because number 2 is up on game day. Number 3 becomes your emergency quarterback that only can go in if Brock and the other guy get hurt in the fourth quarter. So, you're on the roster if you can put him at 53, but you're not up on the game day roster. So I think they'll keep 3, but what's your thoughts on who's number 2 right now?
Yeah, I think, and I'm with you, I think Allen was number 2 coming out of, really going into preseason game number 1, coming out of preseason game number 1, going into last night, I thought it was Allen. I don't think you can deny the fact, though, that Joshua Dobbs closed the gap a little bit. I mean, it's interesting, though, when you look at it, because I think, and we can get into this part of the conversation coming up here, Pop, I think it's almost, you have to ask yourself 2 questions. Who gives you the best chance to win if you're the Niners? If something happens to Brock Purdy in the middle of a game, right? Late second quarter, it's 10-10, or you're down 10-3. Brock Purdy gets injured. You need somebody to go in to win that game. Who would you rather have? And then the other question you have to ask yourself is, well, if Brock Purdy's out for 4 weeks, who's the guy that you would want to have go in there and win 3 or 4 games or have to play 3 or 4 games? And
Sam Darnold.
Yeah, you can't get him now.
We're going to be facing him week 2 of the season.
So the reason I ask the question in that way, Pop, and we'll get into it, is if you have 2 different answers, then that means you have to keep both guys.
I think they're going to keep both, but who's up on game day? So I think what you would say is if you're behind, you want the more athletic quarterback.
I feel like Dobbs is the guy. I feel like Dobbs is the guy in a pinch.
Although
mid-game.
Brandon Allen is sneaky athletic. Go back and watch the play where Allen pumps to throw, and 98 Peyton Turner comes inside on that bull rush, and it looks like he's going to sack him. And Brandon, JD, he dips his right shoulder, kind of like Brock Purdy does when he feels the rush, and he comes out of it. And it's like, how did he get out of it? He wound up checking it down to Keyshawn Vaughn for like 2 yards, but he didn't take the sack, and he's got a bigger arm than you'd think. Dobbs obviously is a more elect. There are a couple of runs last night he made. It made us all dizzy. It's like, where's this guy going? Is he a better runner of the football? When I see that number 5, I think of Jeff Garcia, obviously, but you think of Trey. And Trey played much better Saturday night in Vegas against the Raiders than he did the first game at SoFi against the Rams. He played well. But is Joshua Dobbs a better runner of the football as far as instincts and make you miss in space than Trey Lance was when he was here?
I think so, without a doubt. I think off schedule, I like Dobbs. I think maybe more on if things are on schedule. I like Allen, but either way, I think you have to keep all 3. We'll continue that conversation coming up, Pop. I also want to get your thoughts on Brock Purdy and the 3 series that Brock was out there without any playmakers and by my count, just 2 other starters. What did you make of that? We'll get into that. It's Pop and Lund here on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
49ers go 2-by-2 formation. Breida next to Dobbs. Dobbs going to pull it and run and try. Dive into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers! Josh Dobbs with a touchdown to give the Niners the halftime lead. He had to break a tackle on the 1-yard line to get in.
All right, Joshua Dobbs playing well, taking it into the end zone there. 12 of 21 for 133 in the air. 3 rushes for 25, and that touchdown that you hear there as the Niners do beat the Saints 16-10. I want to get back into a little bit of quarterback conversation, but the people are asking, Pop, touchdown 49ers?
49ers! Did that sound like anybody? I don't know if you're old enough to remember since you were a baby in 89. But that was, so we did the game in the Lon Simmons broadcast booth last night, and we don't typically, that's the first one Tim Ryan and I have done in the preseason on radio. We're always on TV in the preseason. We've done a couple preseason radio broadcasts from the road. I remember one in Denver after a joint practice, but in any event, it was just odd doing the game on radio in the preseason, but Fox was there, Mark Sanchez was there, Tom Brady was there. We saw Tom pregame doing a warm-up game with Kevin Burkhardt. So anyway, I don't typically do the full-blown touchdown San Francisco call in the preseason, don't do it on TV, but I thought I would honor the guy who was the voice of the 49ers when I first got here, and he was the, Vin Scully obviously on TV, the catch call with Dwight Clark from Joe, but it was Don Klein. And Don was the voice of the 49ers, their first Super Bowl championship. And when I first moved here, I thought who is this guy? He was so regal sounding. He almost sounded British. He reminded me of the great Marty Glickman, who was the voice of the Knicks even before Marv Albert even. And what a great story he is, an Olympian with Hitler's, Olympics, and Jesse Owens. Marty is a Jew. He's passed away a number of years ago. He's a voice coach. He came... he worked for NBC, but he taught me quite a bit. Anyway, Don Klein, I was just so impressed with him when I got here. We know Lon, we know Joe, we know Ted, and Bob Fouts, Dan's dad, before even Don Klein. But I love Don Klein. Don passed away just months before I started doing the Niner games, and his family reached out to me. And my call on the touchdown was going to be that call. But if you heard me doing it last night, when I was playing with it in the summer of 2019 before my first game, it's a hard call to execute.
Yeah.
To do the long touchdown part like I did with the Raiders and hold it and then have enough. Even me, JD, I lost some wind. I don't have enough wind to get through the touchdown and then go 49er. And the inflection just didn't work. So I thought, I can't do that. And I was searching, and then my dad, Frank Papa, passed away right before that first game. Francisco, in the name of the city, and I heard Kansas City's announcer, Mitch Holthus. Anyway, I adopted to honor my dad and the city and touchdown San Francisco. But I was thinking last night, what could the call be a little bit different? So I decided to do the first one, and the only one the Niners would score, as it turned out, to honor, I think, a very underrated Bay Area broadcaster, an elegant man, and someone that I admired when I first got here to the Bay Area, the great Don Klein.
Yeah, well explained. People were kind of wondering the backstory a little bit. So if you were wondering, now you know.
Touchdown, 49ers!
So yeah,
a little bit like Don Klein. He inflected up. I think Lon did that a little bit.
Yeah, and I remember Lon. I definitely remember Lon.
Klein really did the 49ers, but it kills the touchdown part of it. Maybe if I went TD, 49ers, but to say the touchdown and hold it, can't do that one. Can't hit that high note.
No, but Joshua Dobbs, high note for him last night, taking it into the end zone. Let's get into Brock Purdy, though, here. We can get into the backup and who's got the edge now as far as the 2 versus the 3 between Dobbs and Brandon Allen. But what did you make of Brock? 3 series. I had Jake Brendel and Colton McKivitz as the only other two starters.
Dominic Pooney.
And Pooney, that's true. Pooney, you're right. Pooney is...
Whole right side of the line. The left side of the line are not going to be starters. And Chase Young. Is that the same guy we saw with the Niners last year? Hell no. I saw him, watching the Arizona preseason game that Chase played the first weekend. He looked like a different guy. He had a stinger early last year in Washington, and I didn't know the full extent. He missed the first game. I didn't know the full extent of the injury because he had neck surgery this past offseason. When they signed him, Mickey Loomis and Dennis Allen gave him a one-year deal, JD, for $13 million. He just got out of having surgery on that neck, but he looks like an entirely different guy. I think he wrecked the game. Jalen Moore did a good job with him, but there was a great, stunt they ran. Brian Brzee, the second-year tackle from Clemson. So they were caving in the left side of the line. Brock got tagged 2 or 3 times.
Well, Chase Young following him around there made me think, should Brock even go out for a second series?
Well, it was the signature play where you fake the stretch right, you keep and boot it left, and Chase Young's just sitting there, and he got all twisted around, and he threw it back. It almost got intercepted. Saubert made a nice play, and then Chase Young read screen, and he almost tipped that away, and he screwed up that play. But he's much better out of a 2-point stance. I don't think he fits the Niners scheme. And Kasarik, if you want to play in a 2-point stance, and we may see Leonard Floyd do it a lot this year, but they wanted to get Chase Young down. He's so big and long. He just couldn't do it, whether it was, his knee injury or the neck, or he's better in a 2-point stance. And on that play, playing out of a 2-point with his hands up, he could read screen and just go out and be a game wrecker. So I think the pass rush got to Brock, but mainly guys could not uncover. They just could not get separation. And I like Cody Schrader when I watch him in practice. You watch him in the games, JD, and you just wonder, is he athletic enough at this level to truly make people miss in space? The one where Brock checked it down, and I'm not going to blame him, but he couldn't uncover. No one could uncover. He made the good ball to Willis to get the first down, and then after that, it just looked a combination of Chase Young wrecking the game from the left side of your offensive line over their right defensive side, and then the Niner eligibles just could not uncover for Brock. There was nowhere to go with the ball, or when he went to a scramble drill, guys weren't reacting. One time Willis just didn't know where to go. So I think, if you have, Kittle out there and Debo out there and Ayuk out there and Jennings out there, it may be a different story, and maybe it will be. Maybe they'll play these guys. Ayuk won't play, obviously, if he walks in today. But the other guys might play a little bit of a cameo with Brock Friday in Vegas.
Well, where do you sit on the benefit of getting him out there without having enough of his mates out there to really make it where he's getting into a rhythm with them? Because I think that was the big question last night.
He wanted to play. It's up to him. You ask Brock, what do you need to be ready to go? And last year, and he was coming off that UCL injury, obviously. He played the second preseason game last year at home against Denver, and then he played the final game. Who was that, against the Chargers, I think? So he played the second and third, did not play in the first, and we'll see what they do. But Kyle left it up to Brock. Do you want to play? And he prepared to play. So that's his call on what he needs to be fully. 3 weeks from tonight, it's for real. The New York Jets are coming in, and I don't know if they're going to have Hassan Reddick, who hurt Brock in Philadelphia a couple of Januaries ago in the championship game in the elbow, but they're going to have a pass rush you're going to have to deal with. They got Quinnen Williams inside. They got a great defense, and they got Salah in those corners. So you're going to have to be ready. I think that's up to Brock. It's easy for us to say, don't put him out there as guys aren't out there. And there was a point where I thought he's getting hit too much here. They're tagging him too much. I don't want Chase. I was thinking, is Chase, honestly, going into the game, watching Chase Young against Arizona, I had nightmares. Chase Young is going to wreck the season. He's going to take Brock down. And he couple times he tagged him. He didn't. Brzee hit him hard one time, but he got out of it healthy. And Brock Purdy knows what he needs to do to get ready. And he wanted to play in last night's game. He got 11 snaps, and now we'll see if they play him at all or if they play him a little bit more Friday night in the last preseason game.
No question. And I think Kyle tends to lean toward wanting to play guys, and I think he's a little bit more old school with that, but he also knows everything that's on the line and wants to make sure that, you don't end up with somebody getting hurt to where it does, like you said, wreck the season. So we'll get into more of the quarterback conversation, other standouts from the 49ers and the game against the Saints last night. But coming up next, Brody Brazil is going to join us. We'll get back into the final Battle of the Bay in the Bay over at the Coliseum yesterday with Brody. It's all straight ahead right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
For you, do you struggle with distance vision and need reading glasses or wear bifocals? The answer is yes. I'm going to suggest CLR for you, custom lens replacement from the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It could be a game changer for you. It was for me. I had the procedure a couple of years ago, and let me just say my vision went from like 20/80 to 20/20 in minutes. So CLR is your permanent solution. See these readers? I don't need these readers anymore. I'm going to throw them away. Glasses of any kind. I drive down to games now. I don't need glasses during games, contacts, and I also will never develop a cataract, which I didn't know about, but it's very cool. So I did it later in my life, and my vision has improved. Don't wait till you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision, and do it now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. So find out now with a free consultation. Won't cost you a thing at lasereyeclr.com. No readers, no contacts, no glasses. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Made some other changes, and then Encarnacion swings and drives it deep center, hit well. Blade back at the track. It is gone! And the Coliseum erupts here in the 10th. Gerard Encarnacion hits a 2-run home run on the first pitch of the 10th inning. It's 3-1 Giants.
All right, Giants going to win 4-2 in 10. It's Papa and Lund here on a Monday. Joe Rizzo on the call there, here on the Sports Leader. Let's go out to the UMA guest line as the Giants take the final battle of the Bay, joined by A's and Sharks pre- and post-game live host, NBC Sports California and Bay Area, Brody Brazil, joining us here on the Sports Leader. Brody, how you holding up, my friend?
JD, let me get to the bright stuff because I have a feeling this interview is going to take some dark turns. It's so good to talk to you. Like, it's been a long time. I listen to you a lot. And by the way, Papa, you just hang on. I'll get to you in a second. But
too long.
JD, man, no.
That'll
like,
be
seriously.
the dark turn when it goes to me.
We've already had those dark places. No, but seriously, JD, happy to talk to you. You know, anytime I'm scrolling or scanning past anything and I see you on KNBR early in the morning, late at night, man, I'm always making time for that. So things are okay, to be honest. This baseball season, I judge my emotions based on how much sleep I got or didn't get or how restless I was, mind racing, things turning. This weekend was rough. I mean, I think we all knew it was coming, and it's not the end of the A's in Oakland. There's still 20 more home games, but this kind of felt like the significant sign that we are entering the final stretch. When there's no more Oakland versus San Francisco, that's a kick in the shorts.
It is, and Brody, I got to tell you, you and I've told you this throughout the years, and it has been far too long. You really embody a lot of my best friends, like in terms of your fandom, and we're, I think, 3 months apart in terms of age. So we kind of grew up, following the same teams and falling in love with sport, and with similar events. And I've been thinking of you a lot, and a lot of my good friends, and just what was yesterday like, and how sad is it that the end is so near here?
I think I've become a little bit numb to it, JD, quite honestly, in seeing how slow and drawn out the process has been, and to not really understand fully all of it. If most of this were laid out and it made sense and it felt like, there were some answers that you could clearly see, even if you didn't like the answers, if you could understand and respect the answers, you'd just be more okay with it. But because there's so much gray area about the future of this team and the small details and the big details, and a lot of them are still not understood yet. And there was so much opportunity to stay here. And I don't mean to pour salt on Papa's wounds, although I know they've healed. But even when the Raiders went through this a handful of years ago, there wasn't all this teasing back and forth of we're going to stay, we're going to build, we're going to do this, we're going to be different. And then all of a sudden, whoops, change our mind. No, we're not. So I feel like this has been even more traumatic because, the A's kind of anchored themselves to be rooted in Oakland, and obviously it's the farthest thing from that now. So to your point about this weekend, even when you knew it was coming, it still kind of hit really hard. And again, I just did the math, like when we were coming on here, I didn't even want to know what that number was. 30-31 is their home record, amazingly. So 20 more games left at the Coliseum, and starting tonight, it's a 4-game series. So now we'll be down to, 16. We'll be down to the teens pretty quick by the end of this week.
Yeah, it's really emotional, and we'll get into it more as the weeks unfold. But what we have to do, I think, guys, is just celebrate the 57 years that they've had in Oakland. And I'm older than you guys, and I remember, in Living Color on NBC, who's this team in green and gold, to taking over my TV set with Reggie in that group. But I do want to ask you about Canseco, and I know you guys are like age, and started watching the Bash Brothers, and that was my team, obviously, starting in 1990. To have Jose come back and go into the Hall of Fame, and it was great to see Tejada and Steiny, and we honor Bill King and Dick Williams, and Eddie Juiced as well, but it was Jose. And to be introduced by Tony was wild, when it was Tony that got really mad at him, and then he series with Cincinnati in 1990, and Sandy traded him in the on-deck circle the next August in 91, and they sent up Lance Blankenship, which was wild. You worked with Canseco. He was on one of your partners on Pre and Post. I don't know if he came in studio. He had a muscle shirt on in Vegas. Just when you saw Canseco and how emotional he got and put on that green jacket on Saturday, Brody, what did that do to you?
Well, first off, I'm sorry. I just looked at my screen over here. I saw you on the feed. I didn't realize you changed. You're all A's for this segment.
I am. Whenever we talk A's.
He's paying tribute to Jose.
I did the A's for 14 years, Brody. That was
No, I know. I just
we
didn't
brought
know
you on A's TV. What was the year you first started doing pregame with us?
It was like 02 or 04 maybe, 05. Yeah, something like that.
I was gone then. I was gone by 04.
I didn't realize you had that in the house at the closet there. You're ready to go with that.
Anyway, I got all kinds of A's stuff. Come on, you kidding me?
Okay.
Let's go Oakland.
So for Jose, let me tell you what I think it is. And I gathered this. The first time I really spent any significant amount of time around him is that he was just looking for any kind of acceptance and path back into Major League Baseball, and to, go through the obvious of what he called everybody out on and what turned out to be true. And quite honestly, in a lot of ways, he wasn't wrong. I don't think he maybe went about it the right way. He certainly fractured a lot of relationships. And so that ate at him inside. And for the A's to even open the door and say, we will invite you back, we will celebrate you, because for a lot of years, Jose Canseco was not invited to the Oakland Coliseum. And then he was, and then he wasn't for a little bit. Jose and Mark have never appeared in the same place at the same time. I think a lot of us can read the tea leaves on what that means. But they did the same thing for Mark a couple years ago. And Mark was emotional going into that Oakland A's Hall of Fame because he knows that Cooperstown is a far fetch at this point. So I think Jose, in a different way, for Mark, it was more like, hey, somebody in a place where I can be recognized. For Jose, I think the one word that describes it all was acceptance. And I think that's why he broke down. And look, the fans have always accepted him. I just feel like for anything official and significant to happen, that's why he felt that way.
What's the relationship he has with Tony now, Brody? I mean, that one got fractured at the end. I mean, it's years later. Have they patched up, Tony La Russa and Jose Canseco?
I don't have the direct knowledge of what has happened since then, but I know Tony, and you know this, Tony has gone through a lot of life since then, certainly on, but more off the baseball field. And I think, I'm not saying Tony had to mature, but I think Tony sees things from a much different light. But Jose has dramatically matured. And Stu and I were talking about this yesterday in the studio, and I think it's very clear to see that even Jose 7-8 years ago, when we were spending a lot of time together, he was a different person even back then compared to right now. So age or whatever, wisdom are taking their toll in their place, and I'm glad to see that connection happen.
Brody Brazil joining us here on KNBR. Brody, I just want to get into the games this weekend because, I mean, just the intensity and not maybe the specifics and the outcome, but watching the games yesterday and on Saturday, the vibe, the electricity. I mean, it reminded me of so many times I was at the Coliseum with friends and we'd tailgate out in the parking lot and go in and it'd be half Giants and half A's. And that's just the nature of maybe a more lighthearted, inner area rivalry than in some other markets, but still very intense, and you could feel it when the teams took the field.
I mean, what a baseball game. Just yesterday alone, we'll skip Saturday for a second, but to have Sears and Snell combined for 19 strikeouts. We get into the bullpen. There were some base running mistakes by Fitzgerald throughout the game that obviously cost the Giants. When Danny Jimenez comes in, gives up 2 bombs. The A's had a chance with Daz Cameron and the bases loaded late in the game to even draw probably a walk and walk home a run. There were so many elements. And I mean, A's Giants baseball games ever since when 97, when Interleague started, I mean, they've always had a flair for the dramatic. And I've felt like in the last 10 years, baseball has totally screwed up. They should have had the A's and Giants 7 times a year. This 4 thing is ridiculous. 2 and 2, it's never been enough. The way these games unfold and the crowds that show up for them. And I think that's part of the sad part. Look at the baseball game alone yesterday. I said on our pregame show, yesterday wasn't even about a baseball game. It was about the culture of the Bay Area and history that we're witnessing, the end of something. But even the game itself did not disappoint. And I just think that's the frustrating thing. And look, you've got on one side a $60 million payroll team. On the other side, you've got a $240-something million team. And that's the level of competition you had yesterday, a very exciting 10-inning baseball game. So as for the baseball itself, I would expect nothing less, but that makes this even more sad that we're losing this. For what? Why? You know?
Sound like Ricky Waters there. So I know we're not competing for the Brody Brazil, the bridge anymore.
Oh, yeah.
But
right,
who would have won? Who would have won the bridge there? They tied 2-2, but the Giants won the last game.
Giants,
so did they get the bridge?
Yeah, they should keep it forever because they're staying near the Bay Bridge. So let me address that really quick, guys, because our network decided to lay low on that this year for obvious reasons. The Bridge Trophy still does exist. I know its precise location as of this very moment, and
it's in your garage.
No, it's not. It's in the office, and it's in the studio in San Francisco. And
it is?
You know. Oh yeah, it's there.
If I could lift it, I would lift it and take it.
It is
too heavy.
It is pretty heavy. It's like 47 pounds. But people gave me a lot of flack of, this isn't necessary. This is stupid. Whatever. It's amazing how the emotions surrounding that trophy now have shifted because it's like the last and only significant thing that survives all of this. And, for a long time I was like, oh, dump it in the Bay. That's, let's just be done with it, whatever. And I was kidding about that. It was a lot of hard work and a lot of labor to make it happen. But I'm here to say now, I don't even want possession of it. I think I just want control of where it goes. And I would like it to be enjoyed by the public, or I would like it to maybe go in a closet for 10 years, but then reappear to remind people and serve as a tribute of baseball fans on both sides of the Bay. I mean, again, I don't have any need for it at my house. I certainly don't, but I want to make sure that it doesn't end up completely being cut off or going away or ending in the wrong hands, so to speak.
Brody, what would sort of your message be? And I know you've been, either via your YouTube channel or at times on television. What would your message be to A's fans? I guess here as the countdown really gets tight. I haven't been to the Coliseum in quite some time. For me personally, and I grew up more of a Giants fan than an A's fan, but I always, went to both and then covered both at different points. And, most of my buddies are A's fans. And so there's always that kind of natural rivalry. One of my good friends, he got a bunch of tickets to the last game on September the 26th. I think I'm going to go with him, but it's been hard for me to even just go. And I know A's fans, the harder core A's fans, everybody's processing it in your own way. Do you want to pay for a ticket to the guys that are taking us out of here? Right. But what would your message be here for these last 6 weeks?
This sounds really cheesy, JD, and it sounds really corny, but literally follow your heart. And for everybody, it means something different. For me, I'm still undecided whether there is going to be a last game I go to as a fan. I talked about this the other day with my son or family. I'm still really undecided if I even want that. I do know that one day, maybe even later this week, before a game, I'm going to go out there early afternoon. I've already cleared this with head groundskeeper Clay Wood. I said, when you see me out there on the field with Tupperware, scooping up dirt and walking away with tears in my eyes, can you just let me go? He's like, anything you want, bud, anything you want. We saw Chris Bassett do that when the Mets were done here earlier this season. We just saw Mark Canha yesterday with a Gatorade cup right around home plate, putting dirt in a cup. So for me, it's maybe just something like that. That's maybe what my heart needs, is to have something physical and tangible. I'm here right now in my home YouTube studio. Maybe I'll display it somewhere. I'll keep it next to me. But I just feel like what everybody needs is something different. For some people, they just want to go. They just want to go as many more times out of these 20 games as possible. Other people, they need to not go for certain. There's no playbook for this. And I know people will say, yeah, a football team left. This is different. In baseball, this has happened once in the last 55 years. Even that was an international affair. This does not happen regularly with baseball and the way baseball teams are ingrained. So there is no playbook. There is no right answer. You need to just sit down and assess and let your emotions out. There's respectfully, right? But let your emotions out and speak your mind on this, because I think the coming weeks are the time that will be remembered over history and how people really felt about this, how it really went down in the end. Honestly, I've been talking about this so much. I'll do any interview about this situation that people ask me to do because I want to document this. I'm not a documentarian, but I feel like this story needs to be told in the same way that the Giants almost going to Tampa. It was obviously decades ago and there was less media, but some of that still exists to remind people of how close things can come, how bad things can get. In this case, it seems like it is going to happen. In that case, obviously, it turned out for the much better.
How about Matt Chapman pulling a Ricky Henderson and just lodging third base at the end of the series?
I love it.
Like he did with Lou Brock, and I am the greatest of all time. But
I love
it. That's pretty bold. Is that the boldest move a player has made? Literally taking third base or one of the bases. Who's going to dig up home plate at the end? That's
probably me and Dallas Braden probably going to get out there with a shovel, and I'll probably get a.
It's got to be Ricky. Give Ricky home plate. He touched him more than any player in the history of baseball. Let him have home plate.
You know what? Here's another thing that would really bug me. Like, if there's ever a Ricky Henderson statue, and I hate to say the word erected, but I just did. There's only one place it ever should have been, in Oakland, California, right out front of that Coliseum, and. It's going to be even weird if the A's continue with the name of Ricky Henderson Field in Sacramento or beyond or wherever they end up, or a Ricky Henderson statue anywhere. It's just kind of sad that it never happened here. So many things never happened here. A $100 million player contract never happened here. A $100 million team salary never happened here. It will be tremendously sad and almost a slap in the face if those things happen somewhere else in spite of what didn't happen here.
Brody, great stuff, my man. Really appreciate it. I know it's difficult and everybody's trying to process it. And but the last couple of days, especially the game yesterday, I mean, it was special and it was so indicative of so many games. I mean, I think there's been 80, 90 games in the last 27 years that were and felt exactly like the one yesterday between those two teams. So we really appreciate the time, and thank you so much for taking it.
The only thing I really want the rest of this baseball season is for Bo Mel and Chappie and Mark Canha to go to the playoffs. That's where I put my
Really?
Focus. Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me?
All right.
It's one thing to have teams as allegiance. It's another thing to have friends, right? Those are my friends. Those are the people I pull for. So I appreciate you guys for having me on, and wherever Johnny Lund is, shout out to him too. He's
taking George to college today. He's an
What? Already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's not a freshman either.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even know. Life happens fast. On that note, boys, see you later.
Yeah, see you, Brody. Brody
Take
Brazil.
care, Brody.
Good stuff from Brody. And yeah, man, it's just, I mean, I've kind of run the gamut on all of it this year. It's been tough to watch and think about. It's one of those things you kind of put out of your mind. At least you try to, but then it gets so close that you really can't not have it at the forefront. And I keep coming back to me. And Pop, you called many of them. When the Coliseum is electric, it's just a different vibe. It's just a different atmosphere. You've called so many games there.
We sold out we had routinely 35, 40,000 every single game. We had the highest attendance in baseball in 1990, 2.9 million people off the World Series team of 89. They were the it team, not just in Major League Baseball, but American sport at that time, with the Bash brothers and Stu and Ricky. And you got to give Ricky home plate without a doubt. Come on. That's interesting, though, what he was saying, $100 million player. I mean, Shohei steals $700 million. Have the A's, and I don't know if Brody was alluding to this, have they ever had a total team payroll in a single season at never close to $100 million, right? Their payroll this year is $62.2. What's the highest payroll they've ever? Well, you know what? They did have the highest payroll in baseball. When Jose Canseco was the highest paid player in 1990-91, Ricky Henderson was the highest paid player in the game very briefly when he made $3 million a year. So they did have the highest payroll in baseball, but teams were laying out $100 million. What's the highest payroll the A's have ever had in a single year? Nowhere close to $100 million for the whole roster.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and do a little digging on that, but it's to your point on this event that it was. I've looked this up through the years. So July 25th, 1989, Pop. That was the first time I went to the Coliseum. July 25th, 89. It was the A's and the California Angels, and it was a Tuesday night. 43,529 for Dave Stewart on the mound that night. The A's got beat by the Angels 4-0. But it was an event, and all throughout the 90s and being a kid. I mean, that's why so many of my buddies are A's fans, honestly, because the A's were the cool team. If you're of that age and that time and getting to the World Series and winning the World Series. And yeah, I know Brody obviously aligns with that. So it is sad here as they look to make the move here. And it's coming in September 26th, the final time at the Coliseum, Pop.
So 2019, the A's payroll was $98,644,531.
That was the highest.
So that's the highest they've ever had. So they came with $1.5 million of having $100 million payroll. The irony, the ironic thing is the highest paid player was Chris Davis that year. And he made, $16.5 million. Piscotty made $7.3. They had a bunch of guys. That's when Billy had the bullpen. Soria and Trinan and Fires. They all made over $6, and Marcus Simeon. But in 2019, they had a payroll of almost $100 million, 98.6. What was odd about Billy was he wouldn't pay Tejada, but he gave Eric Chavez the big money. He wouldn't pay. Remember the money they gave Jason Kendall?
Yeah.
One year, and Jason was a good player, but he fractured his ankle. Remember Danny Tartabull? When we brought in Danny Tartabull, he was one of the highest paid players in baseball. Danny Tartabull wore a silk shirt every single day, and he never would wear the same shirt twice. So he would wear the silk shirt, and then I would can I have the silk shirt?
I was saying, did he give it to you?
I'll either sell it, or it was a little baggy on me. Danny Tartabull was ripped. He'd sit on the plane. Architectural Digest he'd read. He was a big money guy, silk shirt. But they paid some guys like Chris Davis, who wasn't very good at that point, but they got close to a $100 million payroll in 2019.
All right, we'll get back into this conversation coming up. We've also got David Lombardi who's going to join us. We'll get back into the 49ers at 11:30, but let's talk a little Giants as it relates to them hanging on for dear life in that wild card race. Big win for them yesterday. Let's get into what's ahead for the Giants and also a little bit of an injury note on the Atlanta Braves to let everybody know about coming back as well. John Dickinson, Greg Papa and Lund here on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers hosted a preseason game against the New Orleans Saints at Levi's yesterday, and it was a day for the backup quarterbacks to shine. Brandon Allen joined Greg Papa on the 49ers pregame, and Josh Dobbs made a strong push for QB2 with his play on the field. More on that as we get ready for football season, trending on our socials at KNBR.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed. As the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL, Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? If you do not, you can take advantage of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year going on right now. You will save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus you get special financing for a limited time. It is only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
A's have the possible tying run at second and the winning run at first. 2 down, bottom of the 10th, and 0-2 count. Walker sets at the belt. His pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out with a slider. And the Giants, in the final Bay Bridge Series game, get an extra inning win here in Oakland. 4-2 the final.
All right, Giants salvage the split, down 1-0 in the 7th. Elliot Ramos with a bomb to center field to tie the game. Giants end up with 3 in the 10th, and then Ryan Walker, Pop, the job that he did in the 10th after the error and a walk, and the A's have the bases loaded and a run in, and nobody out with a 4-2 score. He's able to strike out the side to get through the 10th inning, and the Giants wind up getting a win that they had to have. The Braves won again in Anaheim, so the Giants back to 500. 4 back of the Braves. The Mets are still involved in the conversation there as well. But it would have felt, I think, Pop, like maybe it was over. I think it would have felt like a new low point if they had been 5 back and gotten swept by the A's and lost with so many mistakes. I mean, how often this year, Pop, have we talked about sloppy baseball when the Giants lose, and it would have been on full display again? But they won, and so that now allows them to continue fighting into this series against the White Sox.
Well, they didn't score for a while yesterday, and they got shut out on Saturday, and Hayden Birdsong was much better. His curveball was back on Saturday, but just lifeless in that game. And then yesterday, we got to start with Blake Snell. And, obviously his ability, and the word we use, we don't use that for quarterbacks, but stuff. Pitchers have stuff. John Lund loves that word. John, by the way, is in Arizona with George, getting him to school. Come back tomorrow. We wish him well. But, it's just your ability to throw a baseball, and Blake Snell has some of the best stuff that we've seen. Any Bay Area pitcher in recent history, anybody. But what I like about him more than that is he fights. He is a competitor. There's a side to him that, frankly, we didn't watch Tampa Bay a lot when they got in the World Series and they pulled him out against the Dodgers in the pandemic series. We wondered about him. He's got great ability to throw a baseball, and that curveball is just different this year. But he is fighting. He is competing. And he's starting to emote a little bit on the mound. He's getting fired up. He gets a 3-0 call. That was a bad call, and Kotsay gets run. Blake Snell is showing some signs of being a guy you build around, not just a guy with stuff, and he's going to outstuff you. He's going to outcompete you and fight you. He's got a mentality to him that wants to go deeper in the game. So to lose a start by him is just criminal. He lost the previous one with Chris Sale, 1-0, and then he comes back and pitches the way he pitched, and then you had to wait until it was a 1-1 game.
Yeah.
Going to the 10th, and Encarnacion hit a bomb of a home run after Ramos hit one like Johnny Depp. I used to call him Jared Parker, hit that ball in Oakland with a 3-homer game when Hudson faced Zito a few years ago. And then you got another one from Conforto, and you wound up meeting them all. And Ryan Walker's just so. And he also pitched the 9th. And then he came back out in the 10th in that crossover. You mentioned the Braves. They did win, but they've got another injury, and they've had so many terrible injuries this year. Acuna Jr., and he's not coming back, and Strider, Ozzie Albies. They just got Michael Harris, the second back, but Austin Riley, their third baseman, what a great defender he is, and a power hitter, number 2 hitter in the order, took a pitch, and they're saying he's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. So I know there are other teams involved, like the Mets are kind of lurking there, and the Giants do have the tiebreaker with the Mets, JD, but it's just the Braves. And that game on Thursday afternoon, they were off Friday, that Logan Webb pitched a shutout to beat them 6-0 was so key, because they do have the tiebreaker now. But I think, and I did see Atlanta's schedule, they do have some tough matchups. Obviously, the Phillies in their division. I think they got to come back out west to play the Dodgers one more time, or maybe LA goes there. But they got the Dodgers on their schedule coming up, and you're still, can kind of reach them a little bit as far as the all-important loss column. They're 5 games back. The Giants are of the Braves. It feels like 6 because they have the tiebreaker. But you win a game yesterday, and the Braves suffered another injury to one of their premier players, Austin Riley. So 6 to 8 weeks.
Well, yeah, 6.
We don't have that much time. He's going to miss the rest of the regular season.
Yeah, there's 6 weeks to go in the regular season from today. Basically, the regular season ends 6 weeks from yesterday. So that's would be the entirety of the regular season at minimum, and just kind of looking at where things stand right now. You mentioned the loss column, but the Giants are 4 back. The Braves are playing the Phillies the next 3 in Atlanta, while the Giants are playing the White Sox. And then the schedule for the Giants flips. They've got the 3-game set into the month against Miami, but the Giants schedule, you can say what you will about the Braves playing the Phillies and the Dodgers down the line. But to me, if the Giants are going to make a legitimate run, Pop, it's something special is going to have to happen these next 3 days. And it's not just the Giants sweeping the White Sox, but it's also maybe the Braves dropping 2 of 3 or 3 of 3 against the Phillies to really make it a race, because the schedule does flip for the Giants. I mean, they've got Seattle, they've got 2 series against Milwaukee, Arizona, and the Padres. 2 series each against all 3 of those teams between now and the end of the regular season, and then the Cardinals at the end there as well. Miami mixed in Labor Day weekend. But if something's going to happen for the Giants, we've done this roller coaster so often where, it looks like they're in it. When it looks like they're in it, they fall back. When it looks like they're dead, they get back in it. It's been just that, roller coaster of mediocrity, I think, all year. But I think the Giants have got one more shot here if they can make some hay in the next 3 days.
They're a 500 team. I mean, they've been up a little bit, and they've been below 500, and they've been hot and cold. They haven't gone on a real rip-roaring long stretch. They've had stretches where they won like 10-13, but they're a 500 team. With the win yesterday, now they're 63-63. So they're the epitome of a 500 team, JD, and they got to run down teams. I think having San Diego and Arizona on the schedule is good and bad. They're both playing out of their mind. Arizona, though, Ketel Marte's injury, and it was last weekend, not this past weekend, the weekend before that he left a game with an ankle injury. He tried to come back and play, and he just wasn't able to do it. So I don't know what they're going to do with him, whether they're going to IL him. They got a lot of good players on that team that are contributing, but the Marte, Ketel Marte, and I think he had a real push to win National League MVP. Ozuna in Atlanta's a DH. Shohei's a DH. I mean, Shohei's having an amazing year, and so is Ozuna. They're vying for a triple crown, but you got to give it to a guy that strictly hits. It has no impact. Marte's a very good defensive second baseman, plus he's been a force. We'll see if they're able to overcome it and the injury there, but they don't want to lose that guy. And then, San Diego is pulled ahead of them by a game. So you're 8 back of San Diego in the race for the wild card spot and 7 back of Arizona. So it's a good thing, I guess, you got them 6 times. I mean, they're good teams, and that'll make it harder to catch Atlanta. But you want to be able to play those teams, so you got to, win 2 out of 3 in both of those series with each team. And, I don't know if they can do that or not. What do you got them 12 times?
Yeah.
So go 8-4. That would be ambitious, certainly, but it is doable. The one thing I would say about the White Sox, I mean, everybody thought they just beat the A's twice, and they didn't do that. They got a split, and they had to go to extra innings to get the split yesterday. White Sox did beat the Yankees last week. I know they're having an historically bad year. We're talking not just 62 Mets, but the 1899 Cleveland Spiders bad. They're one of the worst teams of all time. What has happened to that franchise? But, you got to win 2 out of 3. Can you sweep them? And then I think you're going to need it because you are going to Seattle and Milwaukee on the next road trip. And the way the Giants' offense is right now, and the way Seattle's pitching staff is in that ballpark, how many runs will the Giants score in Seattle this coming weekend?
Yeah, and
3-game series.
I think when you look at it, Pop, I think really the question is, can the Giants figure out a way to go 9-3 in the next 12? I think that's what it comes, and that's ambitious. But to me, it's 3-0 against the White Sox, and then you look at the Marlins at the back end of that stretch. Can you go 5-1 against the White Sox and Marlins, or maybe 6-0 in those 3? And then can you split the other ones, or take 2 out of 3? And as far as the Seattle and Brewers series, like let's say you're 3-3 in those. Can you go 5-1, 6-0 in the other ones, and that gets you to that 8-4, 9-3, which would put you within at least probably 2 games of the Braves.
You're talking between now and Labor Day.
Yes,
Labor Day is 2 weeks from today.
Yep.
I mean, looking at who they are, I would say they're going to go 6-6 in their next 12 because that's who they've been.
Yeah.
They are the epitome of a 500 team. But what I want to see, and maybe we don't, because I do wonder about him going back home, and they could skip him on Thursday with the off day, but Blake Snell's going to make his next start in Seattle. whether it's Friday or Saturday. I want to see him pitch in his hometown of Seattle. And they got so much pitching, I'm not sure they would pay Blake Snell. But going back home, how often did Lincecum go pitch in Seattle? I don't remember Timmy going up there and pitching.
Did he? 2012. He did on I think it was a Saturday night in June.
The height of his powers, huh?
Yeah, and he did not pitch well.
I think it went poorly.
They beat him around, and it did not go.
Now that you bring that up, was it King Felix that pitched against him?
It may have been.
I remember now that you mention it.
Was a Saturday night.
I do remember that game. It was a Saturday. I do remember that game. I was on pre and post, and it did not go well for Timmy. How often is Blake Snell pitched up in Seattle?
That's
probably a lot, being a Tampa Bay Ray.
And even the Padres were the natural rival with Seattle, so they would play, I think, every year in interleague, even before he was only there the 1 year, and they had the balanced schedule, so they would have played each other 3 times last year, 4 times. But yeah, no,
he was in San Diego 3 years. He was up there. He was pitched in there 3 years, San Diego.
2 years, right? 2?
3. I think
was
it was
3?
1 year before Bob Melvin. Yeah, I think he pitched there 3 years.
Okay. For some reason, I thought
in any event, he's pitched there before.
He's pitched there, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
So
you want him to pitch well there, then they'll go buy him in the offseason? Because right now, it's just the way he competes. We know he's got great stuff, but he is nasty on the mound. He's coming at you. He is pumped up. That guy wants to win.
No question. And so I think, whether the Giants make it or not is one thing. I think whether they can keep some of this core together, and Snell and Chapman, I think, are a part of that, is another thing to kind of focus in on here as we look toward the back end of the season. So good conversation there, Pop. Let's get back into some Niners. David Lombardi's going to join us. We talked to David a little bit after the game last night. Good to have him on to kind of break down everything from last night and look ahead a little bit. It's all coming up. It's Pop and Lund here on a Monday in the Sports Leader.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
3rd down and 10. Dobbs back, pumps. Now going to throw a deep one. Open is Cowing. He makes the catch and goes out of bounds at the 5-yard line.
All right, welcome back. Papa and Lund here on a Monday. John Dickinson sitting in for Johnny Lund. Greg Papa here as always. Let's go out to the UMA guest line. Pleasure to be joined by David Lombardi of The Athletic, covering the 49ers. David, thanks for taking the time. How are you?
I am doing great. How are you guys doing? It was great to see both of you last night. We talked after the game. You're stuffing yourself with pizza. I am not a fan of that pizza, by the way. It's terrible. It's so bad.
That was breakfast, lunch, and dinner for me, so I had to have one.
I did the In-N-Out run at midnight. That's
nice.
That's sometimes my post-game tradition after these night games.
Yeah, so the three of us were talking, and the conversation was Josh Dobbs and Jacob Cowing, and that play in particular, David. I know you were writing about the 49er rookies and Malik Mustafa, Renardo Green had some good moments last night's game. But I want to start with Cowing and just what it means, the way he played last night, and the 4.38 speed, that jet sweep was really impressive going out left, the ability to return punts. But I know you're going to break down or already have the pump and go with Josh Dobbs in that 38-yarder right before halftime. Dobbs sold it nice with the pump, and it was a double move, and Cowing ran a beautiful route, stayed in bounds, and made a tough catch with the ball, actually towards the inside shoulder, not the outside shoulder.
Well, out of every wide receiver at the Combine this year, Jacob Cowing hit the fastest speed in the first 5 yards of his 40. He hit over 15 miles an hour within 5 yards of his 40-yard dash. So this guy's got really, really good acceleration. You saw it on the jet sweep, but I think it's perfect for a route like the pump and go, because a couple steps of hesitation for the defensive back, and Cowing could develop that separation. The way I look at him is they had Ray McLeod the last couple years, and Ray was really fast, but I think Cowing might have just a little bit more burst. And he definitely has a fuller frame, which might give him some more adaptability in that gadget role that they have offensively. But at the end of the day, the main thing for this receiver room, if you're going to make that 53-man roster, and I think they're going to carry 6, the main thing is special teams adaptability. And what we saw yesterday from Cowing, 2 different punters for the Saints. One was a left-footed punter. One was a right-footed punter. Greg, I think you mentioned it. It was windy yesterday. Everybody knows August in the Bay Area, right at dusk, it gets windy. It wasn't an easy day to field punts. And Cowing looked really comfortable back there. And I think that Kyle Shanahan thought that Cowing looked really comfortable back there. So if he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, give the 49ers a nice high-floor punt returner, and also be that gadget guy, that's a spot on the 53-man roster. And what that does too is it opens up a spot for somebody like Chris Conley, who also has big-time special teams adaptability. We saw the work he did as a gunner in the Super Bowl. That opens up a spot for him to be on the 53-man. Plus, he's a great X backup for Brandon Ayuk. So I think that the 49ers' ideal receiving room, barring injuries or trades or whatever, is Ayuk, Samuel, Jennings, Pearsall, Cowing, and Conley. And I think that really started to crystallize last night.
What's your sense, David, as to, because I'm with you, I think it comes down to can Cowing field punts? Can he return punts? What's your sense for just how comfortable he is and how comfortable Kyle Shanahan is in having him do it in a real game?
My sense from Shanahan yesterday was that he's been really impressed. I I've tracked this closely throughout the entire offseason. The rookie minicamp, Conley dropped a couple punts. Like right after he got drafted, they're just kind of fooling around on the field. It's not the most serious practice, that first rookie minicamp practice. It's kind of just like getting guys acclimated. It's an orientation in the building. I haven't seen him struggle with a punt since then, and they've been doing some more creative stuff. They do some of the juggling stuff. It's interesting. They'll have the jugs machine send the punt up, and then the returner is already holding a football, and he has to toss that football up in the air as the punt is coming down. So then he has to one hand the punt that's coming down, and then he grabs the ball that he tossed up in the air. It's a lot of focus drills, and Cowing seems to have handled those fine based on what I'm watching. And you could also, Trent Taylor didn't muff a single punt in his first stint with the 49ers. He's on the team right now. I've always thought ever since they signed Trent Taylor, since he's a high floor punt return guy, it'd be a perfect player to keep in the building on the practice squad. And you could call him up a couple times. If you're not fully comfortable early in the season with Jacob Cowing, then Trent Taylor could be your activation of the practice squad just to field punts for any particular game. So I think that they like the direction Cowing's going in at punt returner, but they also have some other options right now if they need more time to ease him into that role.
And Kyle said as much. He didn't mention Trent Taylor by name, but he did mention a veteran on the practice squad. You feel comfortable elevating those guys Saturday to be up on the game day roster. They can go out and play. JD and I were going through it, and I think you identified the 6. So that means Ronnie Bell gets cut, Danny Gray gets cut. Is that the way you see it, David?
I think you would have to see something really significant from both of those players before the cut down to justify a 53-man roster spot for them. I think Bell has been bobbling a lot of passes. To his credit, he's made some tough catches in the training camp, but I mean, in general, yesterday, I think especially when Purdy was in early in that game, separation was an issue against the first-team defense of the Saints. So you want to see more separation, more catchability. Even Gray's catch from Mordecai there at the end bounced off his hands, and he had to catch the ricochet. So this is not an easy roster to make, and you have to, I think, do something special to earn a spot on it. And I think Cowing has shown some of that. Conley has shown some of that in both camp and last year in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl, what he did at Gunner. So these guys have carved out spots for themselves, and somebody like Bell, somebody like Danny Gray, they still have to carve out a spot for themselves if they're going to be on the 53-man.
David, what's your assessment of where things stand as far as the backup quarterback? What did Joshua Dobbs close the gap last night? How do you see Dobbs and Brandon Allen right now through 2 preseason games?
Yeah, I'm growing more and more fond of the idea of keeping all 3 on the 53. I know we talked about this last night, but when I rewatched this game, everybody's going to be talking about Dobbs running, and that's great. And I know a lot of coaches like having that, extra play extending ability in the backup quarterback position. But Brandon Allen was really, really good last night too. I thought he made the most impressive throw of the day. We're talking about Ronnie Bell. And it wasn't complete. Bell couldn't hold on to it, but they had a deep out. It was covered. Brandon Allen bought some time, and he made the adjustment. He threw the up on the out to the other shoulder of Ronnie Bell, and there was good communication between the two. Bell broke up field. It was the only spot where the throw could go to throw Bell open. He did throw him open, and he couldn't hang on to the football. But I thought, that's not going to show up on the box score, but I thought that was the most impressive throw of the night. That and Dobbs' throw to Jacob Cowing on the pump and go that he just dropped into a bucket. So, we were talking about a month ago, we were talking about, is this 49ers backup quarterback room going to be a liability? Because, they were blessed to have Sam Darnold last year. He signed for too much money for them with Minnesota. He's going to be a starter there this year. We were wondering if it was going to be a severe drop-off. I really think that the last month, the progress of that room should make the 49ers breathe easier about the backup quarterback position. And I think that if any team knows the value of stocking players at the most important position, it's the 49ers. So I wouldn't be surprised if they kept all 3 of these guys on the 53-man roster.
49ers got good news regarding Talanoa Hufanga last week. He went down to Southern California, saw a doctor down there, and he got cleared to take it to the next step. But he's not back and practicing with the team, David. And, 2 weeks from right now, just about, they got to come up with a 53-man roster. 3 weeks from tonight, they're playing the Jets in the first game. If Talanoa can't go, we haven't seen him really with a, change of direction movement and all that, so it's a big if right now. That ACL got torn on November the 19th. You wrote a lot about Malik Mustafa today and Renardo Green, but with Mustafa, there may be a role. You got George Odom there, obviously. If Talanoa can't go, you got Jair Brown, who's a second-year safety. It'd be his first full year starting, assuming he gets the job. They wouldn't throw another rookie safety out there and be so young in the deep secondary. How do you see that spot next to Jair Brown shaken down?
I think that George Odom has raised the floor of that backup position over his time with the 49ers. Quite a few interceptions in camp. He had a couple busts, but one thing that Nick Sorensen, the defensive coordinator, mentioned was that Odom had a bad play in practice about 10 days ago, and then the same opportunity came up a couple days after that, and he corrected it. He corrected the bust, and he's one of the best special teams players in the league. They've been running him alongside Jair as a first-team safety while Talanoa is out, and I think you probably go with the veteran option in that case, and you let Malik Mustafa, who's been really impressive, continue to develop. I see Malik probably taking a similar trajectory as Talanoa Hufanga did in 2021, where by the end of the season, back half of the season, he was forcing the issue, and they were starting to run some 3 safety sets. And that's what's going to be a great ticket for Malik Mustafa, is that he's really, really versatile. He's built like a mini linebacker. He played this position at Wake Forest. They called it the Panther package, where he was all over the field, especially on third downs. And especially once you cut down the roster, I asked Brandon Staley about this, and he said once you cut the roster down to 53 players, it's not a lot. You have to, make the most out of what you have. That's where somebody like Malik Mustafa can really showcase that versatility, and that's when you start to create roles for those types of players. I think that's how he's going to see the field. And, in a pinch, I think that he could do a fine job for the 49ers now, but you don't have to expose yourself to 2 safeties who are that young when you do have a guy like George Odom on the team.
David, great stuff, man. Really appreciate it. Good chatting with you last night. Good chatting with you this morning, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Have a good one.
All right, David Lombardi joining us here on KNBR.
Should have hit in and out.
Yeah, no question.
I didn't want to wait in that line, though, and I wasn't waiting around till midnight.
That's a hell of a tradition. We were gabbing his ear off to the point where he's like, hey, I got to get out of here, guys. I got to go right. We were doing the show. We were doing a show last night. But no, good stuff, good analysis. Always on point, and we appreciate it. Let's keep the 49ers conversation going, Pop. Just some broad takeaways from last night, maybe get into some of the younger players as well, as we are also going to be joined by Susan Slesser coming up at 12:30. We'll get back into the Giants and the Battle of the Bay. She obviously has a big-time perspective on that, covering both of these teams for a long, long time, and covering the A's specifically for a long, long time. So Pop and Lund here on a Monday. 808 KNBR. It is John Dickinson in for John Lund here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, welcome back. Papa and Lund here on a Monday. 49ers get the win over the Saints. Preseason game number 2. They'll play the Raiders Friday. Pop, we talked about the quarterbacks. We talked about Jacob Cowing. I would just want to kind of pick your brain a little bit. Who else stood out for you aside from Dobbs and Allen and what we saw from Purdy and Jacob Cowing last night?
Well, young guys, I think. And David Lombardi's got a nice piece up online talking about Malik Mustafa, who, again, I think showed up a little bit last night, and Renardo Green. Renardo had a nice breakup going. I think it was against Cedric Wilson, the junior veteran wide receiver, over to the 49ers sideline. And then he had to cover over route, which was tough against Chris Olave. But overall, he's getting a lot of snaps this preseason. He's playing well. Mustafa. The rookies are showing up. I think Dominic Pooney. I'd have to go back, and I will when it comes in, watch the All-22 and see what he did at right guard. But I think Pooney, by and large, with the injury to Burford and Feliciano's got a knee situation, is going to be your starting right guard. We'll see what they do at left guard. I think they're hopeful of getting Aaron Banks back for the opener with the broken pinky last week, JD. So overall, just the amount of young players that are going to contribute. And the number one pick, the 31st overall, the first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, he's only finished 6 practices, start to finish, and you've been there for all of them. Mm-hmm. And he looked really good in the OTAs, the mini camps, but you're not as physical as you can, in training camp. So you would like to get him going a little bit. The way that Cowing was able to look in the game, I think we could expect Pearsall, and I don't think he'll play in the Raider game, and I'm not sure with the shoulder. But again, 3 weeks from today, he could be in there against the Jets, and would he be inactive that first game? 2 weeks from today, they have to pare down the roster. Isaac Guerendo, we haven't seen much of him in training camp from the very first practice with the hamstring, but just watching him, and you're there every day, he's starting to work with Dustin Perry and the performance staff. Running around. He's sprinting now, so I think he's showing signs of getting over that hamstring. Likewise for Elijah Mitchell. So I think the young guys do look good. It looks like a good draft class all over, the football team, offensive line, secondary, obviously, wide receiver. And then we haven't seen yet really the 2 most explosive guys, Guerendo and Ricky Pearsall. But Cowing's pretty explosive as well, and he looked good. So I think and there's one thing about making the team, and you're not going to cut these rookies. Will they be up on game day? Do they have a role on the football team? Guerendo's role, what would it be? Could he get into that Could he get in that running back room a little bit? So, but I think the main takeaway is that Dominic Pooney is a player.
Malik Mustafa is a player. Renardo Green is a player. He may not have to play right away, Mustafa and Green. And then I'm anxious to see Pearsall and Garendo as well.
Yeah, and Garendo looked really good that first practice before he went down, and obviously we haven't seen him since. I wanted to get into Pearsall because we were talking about Cowing, and I was at the point going into last week and the block of practices leading up to the game last night. Could Cowing do enough to still be a factor? I thought he was on the brink of maybe not, and certainly you would keep him because of the talent. You don't want to lose him and somebody would claim him. But I want to relate that back to Pearsall, Pop, because where is he right now in terms of ability to, has he missed the boat in terms of, being a factor in your mind at all for the first quarter of the season?
No. I mean, Cowing just balled out last night, and now all of a sudden he's in the mix. And Ricky Pearsall has a more complete route tree than he runs. I think Cowing can do more. In Arizona, he was mainly a slot guy, but he did have some problem with drops. So I do wonder about the punt return. But you guys are talking about them juggling balls and having one ball in the hand and a punt, and they throw it up and they catch the ball. He caught the ball easy last night. Left-footed punter, right-footed punter. It went back-to-back, and the wind was howling last night. He caught the ball easily, and he was looking to run after he caught it. He caught 18 punts last year at 18 returns at Arizona. He looks comfortable there. But I'm not going to say, he's more of a gadget guy. But hopefully when Ayuk is here and Debo and Jawan Jennings are your three, then a guy like Pearsall really, and I think Conley could do it as well. What Kyle's looking for, and they cross-train them all, but just to make it simple, Ayuk's your X, Debo's your Z, Jennings is your F. Any one of those three go down, Chris Conley can play X, Z, or F. We've seen him do it. At any moment, he can play all three. I think Ricky Pearsall has that ability with his is he big enough to play X? And he can certainly play Z and F. They're confident he can play X. So guys like that have a role. Can you trust Cowing to play all three, or is he just being groomed to play the slot and to run that cheater motion? I don't know. The other guy, so I think Pearsall could clearly elevate fast. I mean, he was a number one pick, first-round pick, and Cowing was a fourth-round pick. I think the guy that's more in that category is Garendo. Can Garendo show you enough? What do you do with him? Right now you've got Christian McCaffrey. Jordan Mason looks good. Elijah Mitchell and Garendo both got hamstrings. Is it between one or the other? Can both make the team and you have four running backs up? Cody Schrader, I was really excited to see him in Nashville. I thought watching him in training camp, like, wow, this guy knows how to run. He runs a little bit high sometimes, but he's small. I just don't know if he has, at 4'6", does Cody Schrader have enough athleticism out in space to deal with these elite, not just corners and safeties, but these linebackers can run. I mean, Willie Gay, he's gotten so big, the former Chief, and now, he's playing with the Saints, and he's just so fast. Can Schrader make guys like that miss? So you'll see him in training camp, and like, Schrader's a player. He has a natural feel for the zone, and he, one cut and downhill, and then as you see him against other elite athletes, you wonder. With Garendo, I think the athleticism with the speed is there, but do you trust him? Do you trust Garendo enough to do something with Elijah Mitchell? Can he show you enough in this Raider game where maybe you make Elijah Mitchell available for trade? His contract is up after this year. Does he show enough to make the team? Who also looks good is Matt Breida. Breida just knows this system. He's fast. That wheel route that he ran down the right sideline from Brandon Allen. I mean, where's Matt? Does he have a role on this team?
I think Breida's a wild card as far as having the potential to make the team, and or if he could be, he would be somebody, I think, too, that if you could get him to take a veteran practice squad role early in the year, and then maybe he becomes the third guy.
They just picked him up off the street. So if you cut Breida, somebody else going to pick him up based on his August tape they're seeing now?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think there's also maybe an element of, hey, somebody's got to take these carries in the preseason, and Breed is somebody that they're comfortable with keeping everything else in line.
But he's been good at him.
But he's been good. No, he has been good. And so I think the opinion maybe has changed a little bit on that. As you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, hour number 3, it's Pop and Lund here on a Monday. JD in for Lund. A lot to get into here as we talk about the 49ers game last night against the Saints, and then look ahead to Friday against the Raiders. 3 weeks from today, the 49ers and the Jets.
We'll be at Levi's doing the show, and then it's go time against the Jets. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is. I want to go back to the wide receivers, because as we were getting into it, and I'm still holding this spot, as I mentioned earlier, for Ayuk, and I'm looking at Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and Pearsall and Jennings and Conley, who I think is on the team. And if Jacob Cowing is the 6th, given his skill set, and I think he's making his case here the last week, and even Trent Taylor potentially as a practice squad, guy that can be elevated in that role is again, assuming Ayuk is with the team. Is this the most balanced, deepest wide receiver room? Young, old, different skill sets, complementary chess pieces, weaponry. Pop.
Well, it's good. I mean, and I agree with you. I think there is move on Ayuk. I mean, the report this weekend from Garofalo was on Friday that they agreed to the first 3 years of the contract, and it's just how much they're going to guarantee and structure the 4th year, which would be key. But I think there's optimism. Brandon was there last night upstairs in the suite. Mm-hmm. To me, they're classic. And again, Kyle moves them all around, and Ayuk did move in the slot a little bit last year, the big 3rd and 5 against Green Bay, when they got him mashed up with Keyshawn Nixon, the 9 route against Tampa when he took it to the house, he was in the slot. But by and large, he's your split end. He's your X, Debo's your Z, and they're just classic. I mean, you could not make a better Kyle Shanahan X wide receiver than Ayuk, with the pin and pull and the way he blocks and the route running and just who he is. And then Debo, the Z is the flanker. He's the move guy. And they line him up here, there, and everywhere, so he's Debo. So their skill sets also mesh. Then you got Jawan Jennings, 3rd and chains, and the way he blocks, 3rd and Jawan chain. So to me, it's boom, boom, boom. So, but then it's not just the 53, JD. It's the up on game day.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Conley would be up on game day. Certainly.
For teams, right.
So then it's one of the 2 rookies. Would you deactivate Conley on game day and have Cowing and Ricky Pearsall up on game day? So what you have to make a call is between Pearsall and Cowing, they make the roster, assuming Pearsall's healthy, but only one's up on game day. And I think that winner, assuming they beat out Trent Taylor, and I don't know about that or not. They like Trent, but the veteran component on the practice squad does make sense, guaranteeing the contract opening day. A lot of times veterans don't get up on opening day and they come later for the contract. Who do you want to be your number 1 punt returner? Pearsall is a natural punt returner. He is just terrific at it. Cowing showed he can do it. So I think to your question about Pearsall, he can show out, and he's got time like Cowing. But can he either do it in the Raider game or behind closed doors when they kick everybody out, Labor Day Monday, and they go to work, and it's install day on Thursday before the Jet game when the Chiefs and Ravens are playing that night to open the season on the Thursday. To me, they're making the team now, although, there's other factors involved. They could get hurt still, or he may not get over the shoulder. But really, it's that number 1 punt returner job between Pearsall and Cowing, and then that up on game day wide receiver spot. How many do you have up on game day? 5? 4? Usually 5.
5 typically.
Conley could back up at X, Z, and F. And is Pearsall getting enough reps where he could back up at X, Z, and F? And Conley's going to be a gunner, obviously. So really, it's up on game day to me between Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing. Cowing was not in the mix. I hardly saw the guy. When I went and watched practice last week, I'm like, who's 83? I didn't know who 83 was.
A week ago, I don't think he was a lock.
That's the rookie. Pearsall, we know. But between the 2, does Pearsall have enough time and get over the shoulder injury to push to be up on game day as the punt returner over Jacob Cowing.
Yeah, I think that's what remains to be seen here. What else? I mean, this is kind of an odd week, Pop. A couple of days, and then Vegas on Friday, and then you got to figure out what your roster is actually going to look like. And is Brandon Ayuk back? And is Trent Williams back at that point? And at what point? So you're laying out everything as far as the initial 53 and who may have to go, and then who you're going to bring back if others are injured after you set the initial 53. But how much work can get done specifically tomorrow, Wednesday, and then Friday in Vegas?
Well, who's going to play in Vegas?
Yeah. Well, it sounds like Brock is. I mean,
then I think you may see Debo. You may see Kittle. You're not going to see McCaffrey. I mean, would you see Elijah Mitchell? Do you need to see Elijah Mitchell a little bit? Do you need to see Garendo? I mean, J.P. Mason's got this hip thing, but he ran well in Nashville. Would Friday night be the battle to be? We're talking about who's going to be the second and third quarterback. Would Friday night be potentially the battle to be the third running back, assuming that J.P. Mason has already passed Elijah Mitchell, and that third running back is up on game day? So will Mitchell and Garendo get cleared this week from the hamstring strains they each have to be able to play Friday night in Vegas? You're not going to play Nick Bosa at all in this game, but might you break out some of your other D linemen we haven't seen? And at times the 49ers are getting run on. The other side of it, that second team defensive line, the Bravos, they got pushed around on the ground. I mean, New Orleans went 95 yards for a touchdown. How long was that drive, JD? 16 plays?
Yeah.
It's like, what's going on here? So Gross Matos was on the field. Jordan Elliott was on the field. Kevin Givens was on the field. Robert Beal Jr. was on the field. We haven't seen Malik Collins. We haven't seen the Gravedigger yet or Leonard Floyd. You're not going to play Bosa, but do you want to play your alpha defensive line just a few snaps on Friday against the Raiders?
Yeah, I think they trust what they have in that group, and obviously they're going to be so dependent on them. I would maybe think you'd lean no as far as that goes. But if Brock's going to play on the offensive side, I think it's interesting. Do you want to get Debo out there a little bit and have a few more of the regular guys get out there, assuming obviously that everybody's healthy. Let's get into the quarterbacks a little bit coming back. I know we're going to have Susan Slusser at 12:30. We'll get back into the Giants. We got a foreplay, a lot of different things coming up. But I want to get your take on quarterback 2 and 3 and also what to make of Brock in his 3 series against the Saints last night. So that's all coming up. Pop and Lund here on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The hardest hitting safety at NBC Sports Bay Area and formerly on the field, Dante Whitner, stopped by the morning show with Murph and Marcus to talk about the 49ers' preseason win over the New Orleans Saints and what we learned from it ahead of Week 1 against the Jets. Football season right around the corner, and check out that interview on our KNBR podcast page.
All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us what to do if you can't pay your taxes.
Call us. I know it's frustrating. I know it makes you crazy. And you're always worried, is today the day the IRS wipes out my bank account? Is today the day they go to my customers and say, don't pay me, pay them? People don't know what to do. They throw their hands up in frustration. They feel like they're drowning in 1,000 feet of water. But there's a lot of good options. Just don't stick your head in the sand. What are some of the examples? Can we qualify to pay just part and the government forgives the rest? Or the IRS forgives the penalties? Or we get a monthly payment plan that you can afford. Not what the IRS agent thinks you can afford, what you think you can afford. Or they just leave you alone for a while until you're back on your feet financially. There's so much we want to do for you. We have a free consultation. I'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we'll go to the IRS and say, look, here's the deal. We don't want you to even have to talk to the IRS. The only one you have to talk to is us. Give us a call for your free consultation. Let us show you how we can give you your life back.
All right, that's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, obviously, you want to get as close as you can to the feeling of how it's going to be week one, against New York and getting your feet out there and that feeling of, putting a drive together, moving the ball, first downs, points on the board. I think that's what I'm sort of going to chase for that game, and I know we all are as starters. So that's the goal. That's the goal every time we step out in the field. But week one's rolling up closer, than we know it. So going to be ready for it.
All right, Brock Purdy last night, post-game, 3 series for Brock. We welcome you back, Pop and Lund, here on a Monday. I like your hat. Pop.
Sharif don't like it. We're rocking the Casbah. Yeah, Brock will do. You like that one?
Yeah, I like it. That might be my favorite, actually.
This is your favorite?
Of all of yours. I thought you were going to break out the split Giants A's cap.
I can't find that.
Today?
I can't find it. I lost it years ago.
Walter said he was going to turn the camera off on you. If you say that to somebody, it's like instant. You say that to the wrong person, I'm going to throw on the split cap, and people just lose their freaking minds on you. But anyway, we'll get into Giants and the final Battle of the Bay coming up more with Susan Slusser at the bottom of the hour. Let's talk some Brock Purdy. You hear from him there. I mean, and you touched on this earlier, Pop. And I think it really answered my biggest question from last night, which was why Brock and not any really of the playmakers or other starters, despite McKivitz and Brendel, and you mentioned Pooney. But you said it earlier, and I think Brock reiterated it in the comment we just played. He wanted to be out there, which I think was a big part of the reason why he was out there, and didn't always look great for him last night.
No, but it's not just him. I thought he was fine. He had Willis on the outcut, and he went down the sideline for a first down. And then it was, they had leaky pass protection on the left side of the offensive line. Jalen Moore, against Chase Young, and Zakel started at left guard last night with the injury to Aaron Banks. And they got, Brzee, this young guy, Brian Brzee, a second-year lineman from Clemson. He and Chase Young ran a beautiful stunt, and Brzee tagged Brock. So, usually you don't put your starting quarterback out there unless you have your offensive line, but Trent Williams is not here right now, and Banks is hurt. You did have your center, your right guard, I think, with Pooney, and the right tackle, McKivitz. So Brock wanted to play. Brock's still a young player. This is his first full off season as the clear number one quarterback. Last year he was on a pitch count, 2 on, 1 off, whatever it was a year ago. He did play in that second preseason game against Denver and drove him down the field, and the numbers were better, and they stalled out in the low red zone. Then he played against the Chargers the next week. Brock wants to play, and he just wanted to get out there and feel it. He wanted to get hit, even though there were a couple of times where I thought they're hitting him a little bit too much. Brzee tagged him, and Chase Young pushed him, and they were chasing him, but he wants to play. He's a football player. So whatever he wanted to do is fine. And now the question is, does he play against the Raiders on Friday? There was a time George Kittle played in preseason games, obviously, as a young player. Mm-hmm. And then George did not play for a number of years. George played last year in that last preseason game against the Chargers. I think Debo played a little bit. So the question is, you're not going to play McCaffrey. Obviously, he's not going to play. But might you want to break out some of your toys a little bit against the Raiders? I am hearing Antonio Pierce and the Raiders are not going to play their guys. They're not going to play Minshew in this game. They just named him the starting quarterback. They're going to play O'Connell, the young guy we saw last year that played really well against the 49ers in that first preseason game. So Brock knows what he needs to do to get ready. And I'm watching the Jets. They're on right now on the NFL Network, and I was watching them over the weekend. And 3 weeks from today, they're in town. Aaron Rodgers has not played this preseason. I don't think Robert Saleh wants to play him, although I think Aaron does. And Ian Eagle asked him. They're playing the Giants this weekend in their annual New York versus New York. Will Aaron Rodgers play a little bit in the last preseason game? Obviously a different stage of Aaron's career, but he too, like Brock, this year, like Brock was last year, JD, he's coming off a bad injury. And for Aaron Rodgers at age 40, the worst he could possibly have, which is a torn Achilles. So every coach has a different way of doing it. Dennis Allen plays his guys. Andy Reid, Mahomes played a lot
He even gave us the behind-the-back pass to Travis Kelce on Saturday. Sean McVay doesn't play anybody. Kyle plays them a little bit here and there, but I think a lot of it is up to the players. So I think it'll be Brock's call if he needs to play in this game. And then with a guy like Kittle, you may want to give him a couple of snaps in the preseason. George is so amped up. You know, when he gets out there opening night on Monday Night Football, you don't want him false starting on the first play of the game because he hasn't gotten any reps. You know, guys that run hot, and Debo would be in that category. Maybe you just want to give him a handful of snaps one series on Friday. But Brock played, and the numbers weren't great, but he played fine. The eligibles had a hard time uncovering. Left side of the line didn't block as well, and he got tagged, so it didn't look great for the 11 plays he was on the field. And now the question is, do you want to play him a little bit Friday and maybe bring out Debo and Kittle as well?
Yeah, and it sounds like the plan, and we'll get more from Kyle Shanahan as the week goes on, but it sounds like the plan is for Brock to get out there a little bit again and maybe have others join him in that. But, there were it seemed a little incongruous for, to have him out there and then not have others out there, and then he's running around for his life a little bit, and you're thinking, whoa, like get him out after that first series. But obviously, if you're going to play him, you want to play him multiple series. And Kyle had said you hope it's a 10-play drive and it's one series and you score a touchdown and you get him out and everybody feels good. It didn't quite work out that way, but I think it's going to be interesting to see how they play it against the Raiders, and any little bit of rhythm, and you want your best players to be the most comfortable. I think that's the biggest thing, and I think it's clear that Brock is more comfortable getting out there a little bit and not having the first full go be Monday night 3 weeks from tonight against the Jets with everybody in the nation watching. So we'll see what they ultimately end up doing on Friday night. What are some of the other just position battles? I know we talked about the wide receivers, but so often that last preseason game, historically, maybe not as much with the 3 preseason games as opposed to 4, is about battles. I mean, this team, I think for the most part, with all the talent, and we've gotten into the young guys, but a lot of veteran talent, who's on the bubble right now? It feels like it's pretty clear cut, but is there any position group that you feel like maybe more than others?
Tight end.
You just don't know?
No, tight end. I think Kittle is a lock, and Eric Saubert is a lock at tight end. Who are you keeping after that? Are you keeping Cam Latu? There's some moments here, JD, that he just I don't know.
No.
And I know he's a guy that right now I would think going into it or Braden Willis. I think Willis would be the third, but I didn't like Latu at the end of the game in Tennessee. He caught a couple of passes. He goes out of bounds after the second one. I thought he could have picked up like 4 or 5 more yards before he went out of bounds. And then he taps his helmet like he's tired. You caught 2 passes in a row, and it was actually 2 out of 3 plays, and you want to come out. So where's Latu at? Mason Pline, I don't think he makes the team right now, but he could be a practice squad guy. Tonjes from Los Gatos High looks like a player.
It's Willis and Tonjes, I think, for me. It's those two are the.
Well, Saubert's making the team.
Yeah, no, Saubert. Saubert's the 2. No,
so you're saying it's one of the 2?
It's Willis or Tonjes, I think, is the third.
So Latu doesn't make they cut.
I think Latu. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, too many drops.
They tried to get him on practice squad. He had a knee injury last year, and they were able to hide him.
Yeah, I don't think Latu's even in the. I mean, he's clearly behind these other guys in my mind. I mean,
but I think the other guy. I mean, is Pline ready to play? Is Tonjes? He played a little bit with Chicago.
I think Tonjes is ahead of him. I think Willis is ahead of him. I mean, of Latu.
Yeah, the question would be, do they keep 3 or 4? We talked about wide receiver. I think running back is interesting. Who's going to be behind Christian? And right now it looks like Jordan Mason, but Elijah Mitchell's a good player. He just has not been able to stay healthy. His contract is up after this year, and he got Garendo. We haven't seen either guy. They haven't done a whole lot because of the hamstring injury. So I think tight end and running back right now, assuming it's a lock between Kittle and Saubert. I agree with you with Willis, and they're also using him a lot in that fullback role that they used Ross Dwelly. There's no other fullback on this roster. If Juice can't play or juice goes off the field, you do like to line up in a true eye. And Willis has been that guy that's been the hybrid between tight end and fullback. So I think he would be in that mix. Do you put 4 tight ends on the roster and play that game a little bit and then move somebody to practice squad later? But right now, who's your third running back behind Christian McCaffrey and J.P. Mason? Is it Elijah? Clearly, can Garendo get on the field? Would Friday be a battle between Elijah and Garendo to be number 3? Or is Mason clearly past Mitchell? I mean, most of last year, Mitchell was number 2. We just haven't seen a lot of Eli this August, JD, because of the hamstring injury.
Yeah, I think Mitchell, unless they look to, I don't see any of the other guys, whether it's Schrader or Garendo, because of injury, or maybe Breida, although it felt like he was brought in just to take camp snaps, and you mentioned he's done it well. I don't think anybody's played well enough to where you would supplant Mitchell, even if Mason had supplanted Mitchell, if that makes sense. I think Garendo, it's too late for him to really make an impact, and to where you're going to keep a roster spot for him at this point. He may just have to be somebody that ends up, on the injured list, and it's just a redshirt year maybe. We'll see. But
I'm talking Garendo?
I'm talking Garendo there. Yeah.
Well, his hamstring looks fine now. I think they could do that, but I think, he could re-injure it, but he's starting to run, where I think he's going to get clearance to come back and practice and maybe play in the game on Friday night.
Yeah, well, that'll be what he needs to do, I think, to be able to make an impact. So, yeah, I think the back end there, I think you're spot on. I think that is something to watch as far as all of those guys. And do they do something with Mitchell, I think is the other part of the equation there. But, I know Mason had been a little bit banged up, but I think he's clearly the 2 to a point where you didn't want to risk even putting him out there. Like, he's the 2, I feel like, right now with everything what's been going on with Mitchell.
And by the way, I just looking at the box score from week 2 of the preseason last year when they played Denver. Brock did play in that game, and they gave Debo a couple of snaps in that game, but Ayuk did not play in that game. Kittle did not play in that game. McCaffrey did not play in that game. Jeremy McNichols and Ty Davis-Price got 10 carries combined. J.P. Mason wasn't J.P. Mason quite yet. He had 8 carries in that game. So it just went better for Brock, and he was coming off the elbow injury. But last year, in the second preseason game, Brock Purdy played, and a lot of George Kittle did not play. Brandon Ayuk did not play in that game.
All right, good stuff there. We'll switch gears. We'll get into the Bay Bridge series. Susan Slusser, more on the Giants, their big series against the White Sox coming up, and just where everything stands. That's coming up next right here, Pop and Lund on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle Senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson in for John Lund. Papa and Lund here on a Monday. Let's get out to Susan Slusser, sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start today at riverislands.com. Hey, Susan, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for coming on. Obviously, the final Battle of the Bay. How did that hit you? It's kind of hit everybody a little bit differently today, but I think sad is probably the simplest way to put it.
Yeah, it's brutal. It really is. Somehow that really just sort of cemented what's happening in Oakland, I think, for everybody, including those of us who've been sort of in denial about the whole thing. I think even longtime Giants fans who don't care for the A's recognize that losing a second baseball team in the Bay Area is a bad thing, More baseball is good. Less baseball is bad.
Covered both teams for a long time, as have I and JD. And then for the players and managers, for Bob Melvin, I know it was surreal yesterday. He got there nice and early at 7:15 to go jogging those steep steps. And Mark Canha took a little infield dirt. But I want to ask you about what Matt Chapman did, which is really interesting. At the end of the game, Suze, he went over and he won a couple of not just gold gloves at third base, but platinum gloves at third base, one of the greatest third basemen defensively in A's history, and they had Xavi and they had Sal and Carney and all of them, but he just took up third base and is going to take that home and have that as a memento. That was pretty wild.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, everybody all week has been sort of like, what are you going to take from the Coliseum? What are you going to take from the Coliseum? Well, Matt Chapman just, went over and grabbed the base and took it with him. Obviously, they've got plenty of bases, and I'm sure if he wants to chip in for new bases, I'm sure he can manage that. It's not. This was not theft. It was okay. But I don't. Who can blame him? That's the perfect thing for Matt Chapman. What else would he take?
No question. And Susan, I mean, we had Brody Brazil on earlier, and yesterday's game specifically, it just was so reminiscent of so many games. I know, covering the A side of things for so long. I mean, how many times were those two teams playing in the Coliseum and a game just kind of felt like the game did yesterday? Could go either way. Sometimes the Giants would win. Sometimes the A's would win. Everybody just into it and excited about it. I mean, it really was kind of in some ways the perfect way for the whole thing to go out, if that is in case the way it's going to be.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I feel like to see more there. That's the main thing.
Totally.
I feel like we didn't get enough. But yeah, I mean, even we talk about like the preseason games. Those are always big. That was a fixture starting from like 1983, the Bay Bridge series. That's gone. The Giants are playing the Tigers preseason. That just seems weird.
Yeah, when you wrote that today, I was like, whenever you wrote it, I was like, what? How weird is that? So what's the reason why? Because they're not going to be able to reconfigure the A's new ballpark in Sacramento, Sutter Health Park, whatever it's called, in time to have a schedule for preseason games. Suze, why are they playing the Tigers?
Yeah, I think that the Braves were actually an option at one point. I mean, they were looking for teams that obviously were coming to the West Coast to open the season. The Braves wound up, I think almost everybody saw, doing something unusual. They're actually stopping off in the Phoenix area to play just some spring training games before they continue on to open the season on the West Coast. Sometimes that's a money thing, pay us this and we'll come play your exhibition games. Who knows? But the Tigers are the team that they wound up getting. Obviously, the A's weren't an option, and who knows why that was. I suspect the A's might have been holding out some hope to have some games at Sutter Health Park, but maybe they just can't necessarily count on that field being quite ready. They open the season on the road at Seattle. So they're basically going to go from the desert to Seattle.
Wow. Yeah, Susan Slusser joining us here on The Sports Leader. Susan, let's get into just kind of where the Giants are. They did get the win yesterday. Obviously, with the Braves winning again, had the Giants lost that game, either just in regulation, or certainly if they had lost after getting the lead in extra innings, that might have felt like the final blow, and falling 5 games back if they had lost it. They didn't. Elliot Ramos went deep. Encarnacion and Conforto went deep. Blake Snell was really good again. Ryan Walker, unbelievable, getting through 2 innings, and especially the 10th out of the trouble there. But they're 4 back. They're playing the White Sox. I mean, what's your sense for just that roller coaster ride that they've kind of been on, where looks like they're going to make a run, they don't. Looks like they're going to be completely out of it, they're not. And yet here we go again. But it is getting down toward the end here with big games against the White Sox.
Yeah, I mean, there's about 6 weeks left, a little less maybe. They're at 500. I think maybe that's what they are. All season I've kind of felt like there's more in there. They've got a big run. They can push their way into it. Their only hope right now is the fact that nobody really seems like they're pulling away hugely, even with as well as the Padres and the Diamondbacks were playing there. I'm not convinced that there won't be a third spot opened up that the Giants potentially could be in, even just right around 500. But they're a 500 team. I think maybe that's what they are. That's what they keep showing us to be. You look at the actions, right? And their actions are 500.
And those 3 losses to start the Braves series were really deflating. The first 2, obviously, losing 1-0 when Blake Snell pitched so well, and then, losing the second game also like the first game with the placed runner at second base, being unable to advance runners either with a strikeout or a bunt, and then they got bombed. The third game of the year, Robbie Ray just didn't have it. So after those 3 tough losses, they did rally, and Logan Webb pitched well on Thursday. But Thursday morning, Matt Chapman was sitting in the clubhouse at his locker stall, and the media came over to talk to him. And they asked him about opting out, which he can do, and he was pretty honest. So the quote was from Matt Chapman on Thursday morning, "The Giants, I love being here, and they know that I want to be here. They know that I'm open to that. I'm kind of just waiting on them." So he is represented by Scott Boras, but the player does tell the agent what to do. Just to follow up on that, have you reached out to the Giants? Are they trying to sign Matt Chapman? Because unlike what Boras typically does, which is take it deep into the offseason, as we know, Matt Chapman is saying he would like to re-sign with the Giants now, Suze.
Yeah, I think this is something that'll be an off-season kind of thing, but I'm sure the Giants will want to do it. I just don't. This is not, with 5 or 6 weeks left. This just isn't the time that Boras operates. It's not the time they operate on stuff. I suppose there's always a chance, but these things typically come together either early in a season or in the off season. But I think all sides seem willing, and it seems kind of like a no-brainer. Tying it to a specific time seems, So we'll see what happens. But I would fully anticipate that the Giants work something out with Matt Chapman either now or more likely later.
Susan, great stuff. Really appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon.
Fabulous. Thanks, guys.
All right, Susan Slusser joining us here
Suze.
on KNBR. Good stuff from Susan. Yeah, I look, Pop, one way I think they could salvage this season would be if there were enough quality pieces that are brought back next year. And I don't mean the young guys like Ramos and Fitzgerald, but if you could keep Blake Snell and keep Matt Chapman and look to add, even if you wind up 81-81 and 5 games back of the final spot, I think showing a foundation for next year is important. For Farhan, especially considering the fact that he did not do a hard sell at the deadline.
Jung-Hoo Lee is coming back next year. I mean, I assume he'll be completely healthy. That's a bad injury to bang the wall like that and dislocate the shoulder. So we'll see where it goes. How do you see the outfield being next year? I think there are a lot of holes on the right side of the infield. I think is Tyler Fitzgerald showing you enough that he goes to spring training next year as your everyday shortstop? Chapman's going to opt out. Can you re-sign him? Susan seems optimistic. So you got the left side of the infield. The right side is a gaping hole for me. But Just look at the outfield. I think Ramos is best suited in left field. Jung-Hoo Lee plays center.
I think it's a right fielder to be determined.
What do you do with McRae? Is he your fourth outfielder that can back up as a pinch runner, a defensive upgrade, mainly in the corners? Do you bring Yaz back? Where's Luis Matos? Are we going to see him at all? When rosters expand, and they don't expand like they used to from 25 to 40. They go from 26 to 28. May not be that big of a deal. But assuming Jung-Hoo Lee comes back, and should we even assume that? And he's your center fielder every day and your leadoff hitter, what's the rest of your outfield look like? Ramos in left, and then what?
I think it's Ramos in left, and I think they got to go look to acquire a right fielder elsewhere, whether that's in free agency or whether that's via a trade. I think Yastrzemski and Conforto both are going to be gone, playing elsewhere next year, and so I think that's going to be something to figure out, and maybe the position at which the Giants have the greatest ability to look to upgrade from the outside, I think, as you start to map out some of the players that are penciled into certain positions across the diamond. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Juan Soto, would that be your guy? Play Juan Soto, maybe put Soto in left and Ramos in right. Would you like him?
I'm going to do my John Lund here as I sit in for Lund. I can already hear the Giants coming in second. They're so close, and then they go, they decided to stay with the Yankees. But the Giants were into the last second, offered him more.
Soto's a dream, but after Soto, you've got to get a difference maker offensively. That's the bottom line. They're pitching so well, but they got shut out a week ago. They're barely scoring. They got shut out in Oakland by some pitcher I've never heard of before. And we knew that J.P. Sears would be hard on them yesterday. They were getting shut out most. They had one run going to the extras. They wound up getting three with a couple of bombs. But this offense, they got to add one hitter, two hitters, three hitters. They can't go through this offense again.
No, definitely not. So we'll see what they do in the 3 against the White Sox, what Kyle Harrison on the mound tonight, and we'll see if they can go 8-4, 9-3. I think that's what it's going to take in these next 12 between now and Labor Day to truly give themselves a shot over the course of the final 4 weeks. All right, your 4 plays coming up. We'll get back into some Niners, look back at the Bay Bridge series as well, all straight ahead right here in the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. For 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction, whether it's LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL, or the amazing procedure that I had, CLR, or custom lens replacement. It's the permanent, perfect solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you will never develop a cataract the rest of your life if you get the CLR, custom lens replacement. With tens of thousands of procedures, you can trust Dr. Craig Bindi and his team to tell you which procedure is best for you. So go in and get the best eye exam of your life. The Laser Eye Center's advanced vision analysis gives their doctors over 1 million data points to determine if you need CLR, LASIK, Smile, or Evo ICL. Laser Eye Center's 25 years and tens of thousands of vision correction procedures has helped hundreds of NFL players, pilots, surgeons, tech execs, and weekend warriors, and sometimes sports talk radio hosts stay at the top of their game. John Lund had it as well. So stop hassling with those glasses, contacts, and bifocals and start enjoying perfect vision now. Book your free consultation today at lasereyeclr.com, lasereyeclr.com, or call 877-GET-2020.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, foreplay coming up in just a second as we are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Pop, let's get into our foreplay. Did you see, before we play our first clip, Malik Mustafa and what he was wearing post-game last night in the locker room?
I did not. I did not go down in time to see the young safety. What was he wearing?
He had a Ronnie Lott jersey.
Oh, I heard that. I read that.
Had a Ronnie Lott, a black 42 Ronnie Lott jersey, and he said he bought it. Obviously, grew up a 49er fan, but bought it. Had an opportunity to meet Ronnie Lott within the last week. And so that sets up our first clip, which is Dante Whitner, another hard-hitting safety, right? A hard-hitting safety, talk about a hard-hitting safety, and then the greatest of them all in terms of hard-hitting safeties, and Ronnie Lott obviously came up as a corner. But here is Dante Whitner with Murph and Marcus on Malik Mustafa wearing a Ronnie Lott jersey to the game and post-game.
I mean that he didn't wear a Whitner jersey. I'm a little upset. You know that.
Maybe that's next.
Yeah, hopefully. No. But I reached out to him, and he responded. He's willing to watch the tape and get really honed in on the intricate details and everything. So, eventually, when everything in the dust clears, I'll get with him over Zoom and watch film and make sure that. Because I know they do a great job with their coaches. It's just when you're like an ex-player and you played at a level, you can give them a couple tips here and there to take their game to the next level. So I look forward to it.
All right, so yeah, Dante Whitner looking forward to get with Malik Mustafa. Ronnie Lott got with Malik Mustafa. A lot of good mentors for the youngster.
So I think we all remember Dante wore number 31. The Niners have not one but 2 31s playing preseason football. Renardo Green, the corner, and Keyshawn Vaughn, the running back. And they had me a little confused when Vaughn went back to return a kick last night. I think I'm like, which one is that? So with numbers like 42 and 16, do they even issue those for preseason?
No. Not those.
When was the last Niner to wear 42? Was it Ronnie Lott himself?
I'm trying to think.
Nobody's worn 16. They got an 81. Cam Lottu's an 81. They don't give out an 80.
Yeah. I mean, some are just, 16, 80, 42.
42.
I mean, some are just in their own tier, right? There's there's the Legends tier.
87. Do they give out? Who was the last 49er to wear 87?
No, that's another one.
Trying to remember. I'm usually good with numbers, but you're better than that of me.
You and I both, but no, I can't remember a 42. And yeah, obviously.
So 16, 42, 80, 87 are off limits.
That's the way it would appear, obviously. And sometimes in football, numbers will go into the Ring of Honor or get retired, but there's only so many numbers.
Right.
Yeah, nobody's worn 42. Greg, the great Greg Silver.
Now, what if Malik Mustafa asked Ronnie Lott that he wanted to wear number 42? Would he switch from 43 to 42? Would he allow him to do that?
Probably not, actually. Probably not, right? I mean,
there are retired numbers, right? 8's retired, 12's retired, 16, 34, 37, 39, 42,
yeah, no
70,
87.
73, 79, 80, and 87. So those numbers are retired, so I guess you can't touch those.
It's different in different places, obviously, because there's only so many numbers, and you got to be able to, in the NFL, you got to be able to have a certain, people wear 8 in the 80s, and obviously the numbers have changed. You can wear any number. It's not as specified by position as it used to be, which I think opens up some numbers, and opened up Debo to move from 19 to 1.
Well, and pretty soon 21 is going to be retired.
Yep.
With Frank Gore. So... And then we got Patrick Willis, who's going to retire 52, coming up soon. Anybody wear number 52 now?
I don't. No 52 now. Yeah. So yeah, that's another. Niners are going to be running out of numbers, Pop. That's my big takeaway. But yeah, Malik Mustafa. having a little bit of I just thought that was cool. He said he bought the jersey, and then to be able to connect with Ronnie Lott last night post-game, it was
so cool.
Special for him. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And
speaking of 21, whenever I see a 21, I think, is that Deion Sanders or is that Frank Gore? Did you see the shot? And I know you were on the sidelines. Tom Brady and Frank Gore hanging out.
Yeah, it was cool. It was. I had forgotten, obviously, in the lead up that this game was going to be on Fox, and so Tom was going to be there, and Tom was going to be in the house. That gets to our next clip. Also, in our foreplay, it was Kyle Shanahan asked post game about his mock production meeting that he had with Tom Brady and the Fox team.
Did you do a production meeting with Tom Brady?
I guess, like a pretend one. We did one with Mark and those guys, too. It was good. It's always fun to talk to the GOAT.
Questions for him?
A lot. Like every play of his career. No. Better than usual. Not to be confused with that good, but better than usual.
All right, so Kyle saying Tom did better than usual in the production meeting there. But yeah, so what do you got there, Pop? Yeah, there's Brock.
I got Tom Brady hanging out before
Frank.
the game. I heard he got to Levi's yesterday at like noon, and they've done several dress rehearsals. They did one at SoFi last week. They did one yesterday. I think it's the last one they're going to do, but they've done like 15 or so in studio. And Tom, he's a rookie all over again. But is there any audio out there from the Fox crew, and what would that be worked to TMZ to put a little bit of Tom Brady working out the kinks with Kevin Burkhardt before their opener 3 weeks from yesterday? They got the Cowboys at Cleveland for real. So anybody got to get any of this audio from Tom Brady working these dress rehearsals with Kevin?
I got to think if anybody could get a hold of it, you probably could, Pop. Right? You've got people everywhere.
TMZ.
Right?
The 30-mile zone. They're going to come up with it.
Well, how do you think Tom will do as an analyst?
I think he's going to be good. I have heard that he's needed the rehearsals. They've done a lot of them. They've done like 15 of them. So, I mean, he's replacing Greg Olson, who I think is the best analyst in TV. He won the Emmy this year for all, not just the NFL, but all sports. He's terrific, and they moved Greg down to the second team with Joe Davis, who's the #1 baseball announcer and the voice of the Dodgers. So that'll be an interesting crew. I think he'll get it and he'll figure it out. But like anything else you do, that's new, it's going to take a little while to figure out. So he's done like 15 rehearsals in studio, and they've had him do at least a couple. He did Rams-Cowboys last week at SoFi, and he did the game on Sunday. I'd love to get the audio of that Tom Brady game from last night.
I think he's going to be pretty good. I also think because he was so great, the GOAT as a quarterback, that people are going to be waiting for him to be a little uncomfortable or awkward or mistake prone. Like, I think people are going to be hard on him, I think, because of, the reverse Tony Romo, but potentially. But
Tony Romo was good right away.
And then,
he was the Roy, and then he faded away.
And now he
stopped working. He stopped working.
Yeah, so I think Tom, we'll see. And it's interesting. I mean, just the way that whole thing went down with him, taking the year in between and agreeing to do it while he was still playing and all of that, and then replacing Olsen, I think is part of that, as good as Greg Olsen is. So we'll see.
And as they mentioned once or twice on the broadcast that actually went out over the air with Adam Amin and Mark Sanchez, and the pregame with Carissa, and you like Julian Edelman on TV? He's wild.
He's very comfortable in his director's chair.
Dress is comfortable. He's got that vibe. He's Jules. Fox does have the Super Bowl this year, so can't get rid of Tom Brady on Super Sunday this year. He better get the kinks out and be pretty strong by Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. Brock Purdy's trying to get the kinks out as well. Purdy playing the 3 series last night. As we get to our next clip here in the foreplay, here's Brock talking about being a good thing to take some licks.
But yeah, at practice, you're not getting that. You're obviously you get a pass rush and all that kind of stuff, but to get out in the game and understand that, there's a mental clock where you have to get the ball out or else you're going to get hit, or there's times where you do have to stand in there and take some hits. Like, that's the kind of stuff you can get in practice. And so, honestly, it's those things that, I I liked just the idea of playing in a preseason game to feel again, before the season gets here and everything. So it's good reps for me. It's a good feel for me as a quarterback. So I didn't mind it. It's part of the game.
Yeah, we touched on this earlier. Why is Brock out there and nobody else? And part of it is the injuries, and part of it is just the roster composition right now. But the biggest part of it is he wanted to be, Pop, and you said that right off the top. He wanted to feel it. I think Kyle likes for him to feel it, assuming he wants to feel it. And so he was out there, and a couple of near hits. He did get hit a couple of times, and none the worse for the wear.
I mean, he comes off so mature, but he is a young quarterback. He's a young guy. He just turned, 23, 24 years of age. I think he's 24. He'll be 25 right after Christmas, but he's young. He's only made 21 starts in the NFL in the regular season and then 6 more in the playoffs. Now, 2 have been in championship games and 1 in the Super Bowl, but he's only made 21 regular season starts. And we do remember his first ever regular season start. You think when they had the production meeting with Tom Brady and Brock Purdy, he said to TB12, the GOAT, "I haven't talked to you since I beat your ass in the rain."
Yeah, 1-0 against
Levi's.
you
Remember
in my career.
Did you guys score that day? I know we did. You didn't? Did they score? Maybe one time.
I think at the end, or near the end, or maybe.
Not good.
Yeah, no, it was.
And then they intercepted him with Dre Greenlaw, and Dre went to ask him to sign the Duke for him right after the game. Sign my autograph that I intercepted the ball from you with Tom.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff there. And so, yeah, Purdy out there and, taking his licks. We'll see what happens on Friday as far as preseason game number 4. Let's get to our last clip. And I think the number one player, Pop, who helped his case last night among anybody on the 49er roster was Jacob Cowing. The young wide receiver, 4th-round pick, had been out back at practice within the last week and then went out and showed he could be a weapon for the 49ers. 4 catches for 51 yards. He had the jet sweep for 19 when they handed it to him. Looked good. And then after the game, he talked about getting reps in mini camp and training camp and what he tried to do to be ready for this opportunity.
Absolutely. With that 40 days off, I went back to Arizona training with a couple of our teammates, receivers. We were all training together the whole 40 days. Asking questions, bouncing around, running routes, getting very, very prepared. When we came back to training camp, just firing on all cylinders. When I got back, I had the whole hamstring issue, so that kind of had a little bit of setback. But other than that, the mental was there. Just continue to stack days and get better.
Yeah, and he also, in the post-game locker room, addressed the fact that, what did you do when you were out? You go down early, and he just said, get in the playbook. Get in the playbook. Learn the playbook. Do everything you can, even though he wasn't going to physically be able to be out there, but to understand the offense and understand where he fits within the offense. And I thought, as well as anything, Greg, that really showed last night. His understanding of the different positions on the field where he could be useful.
He didn't have any busts. He looked like he was in his playbook, and he's a smart guy. We had him on the postgame show as well, and he came across these rookies that come in the league now are just advanced. This guy's played a lot of football, 3 years at UTEP and 2 years at Arizona. The numbers he put up in Tucson were incredible. Last year he caught 96 passes, scored 13 touchdowns, and he was the number 1 punt returner. He's a smart guy. He does want to be called Jacob. Don't call him Jake. He doesn't like that, so he wants to be Jacob. But he was really impressive. We chatted him up for a while. The other guy we had on last night, Curtis Robinson, the linebacker from Stanford, who's been a special teams player the last few years with the Niners. He has gotten so much better as a Mike linebacker, and he's a good teams player. After Fred and Devondre and the 2 young guys, Winters and Graham, Bethune probably goes practice squad. They already cut Ezekiel Turner. I think there's a battle. Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles and Curtis Robinson. Robinson played really well last night, JD.
Do they keep 6, you think, or 5?
5 or 6.
Yeah.
If they keep 5, it's a battle between those 2. If they keep 6, they both make it. It'll depend on other positions as well. But I think Curtis Robinson's just played 6 games the last couple of years with the Niners. He's your backup Mike, too. If Fred goes down, and I think Robinson would play special teams, who could who could take the speaker helmet and call the defense for you? Robinson could.
Well, I think that's the tell as to him being earmarked to be on the team. The fact that he is the backup Mike. If you look at, again, the question becoming, do they keep 5 or keep 6? I want to get back into the rookies. That's your foreplay for this Monday. A lot of really sharp, wise beyond their years rookies. And I also want to get into the rookie wide receivers specifically, because the 2 guys that they drafted this year may make up for some prior mistakes in that department in other years. We'll get into that coming back. It's John Dickinson in for Johnny Lund, Pop and Lund on a Monday here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The hardest hitting safety at NBC Sports Bay Area and formerly on the field, Dante Whitner, stopped by the morning show with Murph and Marcus to talk about the 49ers preseason win over the New Orleans Saints and what we learned from it ahead of week 1 against the Jets. Football season right around the corner, and check out that interview on our KNBR podcast page.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Second down, Derek Carr looks right, throws right to Olave. Got hit hard by Malik Mustafa.
Boy, he goes quick, doesn't he? When he sees it, he is on it. The rookie fourth rounder out of Wake Forest.
He had the play of the preseason game last Saturday in Nashville with a hit on the back Haskins on 4th and 1, and that time he drove on Olave. When he hits you, you're going backwards.
All right, Malik Mustafa making an impact, and a lot of the 49ers young players and rookies making an impact throughout the offseason program and on into training camp and even in the first 2 preseason games. Back here, Papa and Lund on a Monday. John Dickinson sitting in for John Lund. And, Greg, I just wanted to get into it really with, Jacob Cowing and his emergence last night and everything that's expected of Ricky Pearsall, specifically the first-round pick once he is healthy and available to make more of an impact. But you talked about Mustafa. This team has a lot. Renardo Green. The list really goes on, and I'll let you add to it, of just young players, but more specifically rookies. So much of keeping this thing going for the Niners is how well they draft, and they've had varying degrees of success at different points with different selections and rounds. But with all of the talent that they have on the roster getting paid, and a couple of guys about to get paid, and Brock Purdy gonna get paid, the way this thing continues is for young players to come in and fit the system and be ready to play and just be intelligent, high culture fit players. And it seems like the Niners have a pretty good young crop.
And I would even include Jair Brown, even though he's not a rookie. He's a second-year player. This is going to be his first time being a starter, and we're just kind of taking him for granted, like he's a veteran back there.
Well, I asked him last night in the locker room. I said, does it feel like you're a vet leader? And he kind of was like, whoa, I don't know yet. Because he's only in year 2, but he plays like it. He does. Yeah.
Well, there were back-to-back plays last night where Jair Brown knifed through and slammed the back in the backfield for a loss, and it was pure instincts. It very much was a Talanoa Hufanga kind of play. And then the very next play, Renardo Green followed a veteran wide receiver. Cedric Wilson Jr.'s played a lot of football in the NFL. His dad was a Niner like 20 years ago. In the early 2000s, ran an outcut, and Renardo Green was all over him. And it's like, whoa, these two young guys are players. Talanoa's got to overcome the knee injury and some bad eyes last year. When I see someone like Mustafa, and Mustafa ran a 4.54 40, JD. So, he's not the fastest guy on the field, but like Talanoa, he's just got instincts. And when he shoots his gun, when he fires, he goes. And he blows you up. There is no... Sometimes with Fred and Dre, when they first contact a back or a tight end over the middle, they get pushed back. They had to work on that a little bit to hold their ground. Even though they make the tackle, if it's 3rd and 3, you can't give up 4 yards and a first down. With Mustafa, he's a little guy, low center of gravity, Dante Whitner type, Buda Baker type, Ed Reed type. Sometimes these undersized safeties can drive back, The one thing about him, and I'm going to have to look at the numbers, I have it in my notes from when he was drafted, 2 years at Richmond, 3 years at Wake Forest. I have him with no penalties in 4 years of college football. Is that right? I mean, you think about it, he wants to wear 42 and Ronnie Lott. Ronnie Lott, if he played today, and Ronnie would adjust, but with all those woo hits, he'd have a lot of penalties. When you hit like Mustafa, you would think you would be vulnerable to a lot of headshots, but so far we've seen him just a clean hitter, a natural hitter, runs through the target. I'll have to look at the numbers, but I got him with no penalties. For a guy that hits as violently as he hits and makes the tackles that he makes, if he does it error-free without any yellow on the field, JD, that is something. So he's wise beyond his years. What role, if Talanoa does come back or George Odom, can you carve out a role? A lot of teams, New England, they would open a game with 3 safeties. Belichick, a lot of teams are playing a lot of safeties on the field. I don't know who comes off the field then. Maybe Devondre. You certainly want Demo on the field. I don't know. But even if Talanoa is healthy or you think it's too much for him right away, can you carve out a role for Mustafa to be on the field in a package, maybe a 3-safety package?
Yeah, I think that's something that I wonder. I also think he is just the quintessential guy that may not get his opportunity initially, even though he'll be on the roster. But the moment somebody goes down, he gets an opportunity, and then everybody says, whoa, like this guy's not only can he play, but he's not coming out, because he just is so adaptable and the like. And I just think it's a great problem for the 49ers to have. You never truly know how much your rookies can be impactful. And I think, it was a big part of the offseason storyline was, how well, the 49ers had to hit this draft, right? With all the money that's being spent and all the money that's going to be spent on Brock eventually and obviously Trent and Ayuk, assuming those deals get done here in the next couple of weeks. But you got to continue to be stocking the cupboard with talent and guys who fit not only scheme-wise, but just the culture of what it means to be a 49er.
So it's one thing to make the 53, and I keep harping on this. Are you up on game day? Are you among the 48? And now with the extra lineman and the third quarterback, the inactives are different in the NFL. But are you up on game day? For him to be up on game day, he's got to play on special teams. And in Nashville, he made the big hit on the 4th and 1 on Haskins, the back. He also, that first kickoff to start the second half, he came knifing through and made a big tackle on special teams. So is he going to show enough to not only be on the 53, but on your game day roster? I think special teams is obviously big. Would you want a 3-safety package? Another thing, would you want him just to be like a short yardage and goal line safety, where you bring him in just in those scenarios to play him around the box? Maybe Odom is in as your, deeper safety when you're in your base and your nickel, but you go short yardage and goal line and you want a hitter like Mustafa, maybe you bring him in, get him up on game day, and put him on the field in those scenarios as well.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. Like he is just, I think he's got the potential to be a real defensive chess piece and somebody that grows into, again, you may not know the role initially, but he just finds his way in there wherever the opportunity is and is just so adaptable that he can do a lot of different things. Like I just think in so many ways, and it's hard to find young players that can do this, especially rookies, but to have a rookie that just is kind of that talks like a vet, but also in some ways plays like a vet and is comfortable. Like I continue to be impressed with Renardo Green's ability to go inside and outside. Something that, we've seen Demo Lenore be able to do, but Demo Lenore is a young player, yes, but he's a vet now, right? Like he's somebody that has been, he's playing at a level where he looks like he might be an all-pro level player this year if he's anything like what we've seen in camp, talking about Demo.
Well, you got Yadam and you got Charvarius and you got Demo.
Sure.
I think the battle with him, I think right now he's your backup nickel and he's your 4th corner. Probably. But you got other guys. Darrell Luter looked good last night. He had a couple of rough moments where I don't know if he was tired or what was going on with him. And then he made the 2 plays at the end of the game on Jay Kaner on the out. And the one in the end zone. Just going back to the Mustafa. So you've got 3 young safeties here that you've taken in recent drafts. None of them all staggered. Talanoa Hufanga, Jair Brown, Malik Mustafa. You can play all 3, but in your base, and you got 2 safeties on the field, ultimately, who are the 2 in time? And Talanoa became an all-pro in his first full year in the NFL. In his second year, last year, he didn't play as well, and he's coming off an injury. Of those 3, if you had to pick 2 proceeding forward, and Mustafa just got here, and Jair's in his first full year, we've seen Talanoa. Who are your 2 of those 3 guys?
I mean, I think it's probably. I mean, right now it's Odom and Jair Brown. Obviously, I think ultimately it's Jair Brown and Hufanga, and then we'll see beyond that. We'll see what Hufanga's got. I mean, he's still working his way back. He cleared a hurdle. What was it, last Thursday, to where he can kind of ramp up to the next level of being able to work toward a return. So he's got a ways to go. Odom's interesting. I mean, Odom's had a really nice camp, I've thought, and somebody that's obviously never been dependent upon to be a starting safety, but he's an excellent special teams player. What have you kind of seen from Odom's sustainability at the position with some of these other guys in the mix as far as the young guys?
At OTAs, there was one OTA practice I went to and the media wasn't in there. He, intercepted every ball. I'm like, what's going on? 30, he picked off 2 or 3 in a row.
And he's done it at camp, too, at times.
And now they've gone into camp. He has 3 career interceptions in the NFL. Before you say that he just cannot be a safety, the year before the Niners got him, in 2021 with the Colts, he started 7 games that year. So he is, and when you're starting at safety, it's not a sub package. You're on the field on 1st and 10 to open games. So who starts a lot of times is just based on when he's actually starting, he's out there, and there were some injuries. So he has proven that he can play a lot of snaps at safety. He's so good on special teams, though. And Kyle did say, hey, ultimately, if he's one of our top 2 safeties, that's where he goes. There's more snaps at safety than special teams, but he's so good. He's the best special teamer. Last year he got hurt. We got hurt in Thanksgiving night in Seattle. He got hurt in camp. 2022, he by far led the NFL in special teams tackles with 21. In 2020, in Indy one year, he had 20 tackles on teams. He had 21 with the Niners and 22. He's had the most tackles on special teams of anybody. And he's smart, and I think with this new kickoff, you may need him there. Now, he can play, you kick the ball off, and he's down to cover the opening kick. He can go back and play safety. But I think it'll be an interesting call to see, how much they use Odom. In years past, they wanted to keep him on teams. They didn't quite have the people, but there was a time here not long ago they had so many old safeties, with Tashawn Gibson and who was the other? Well, our guy Logan Ryan last year. They went from 2 guys that are well into their early 30s, mid 30s at safety. Now they're both gone. Logan's retired. Tashawn Gibson, I guess, is formally retired with the PED suspension. I mean, besides Odom, you're really young at safety with Hufanga, Jair Brown, and Mustafa. I mean, you're talking kids here.
Yeah, no question. I mean, it's completely flipped, and I think that youthful energy has the potential to help the 49ers not only this year but in the next couple of years. I want to get into the wide receivers a little bit. Jacob Cowing, we talked about him throughout the show. I think he's the guy who helped himself the most last night. How does Ricky Pearsall fit, and how does Jacob Cowing fit into a game? I want to get into that coming up. And how much can we really, truly expect from the 2 rookie wide receivers? We'll also tie up the Battle of the Bay, the final one from over the weekend, and what the Giants have coming up against the White Sox. So we'll do that next right here on the Sports Leader.
nothing wrong with that groin.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass grand prize. Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I hope so. I mean, we'll find out when he gets back and where he is. And, you know, we got another week here of camp. We got 2 weeks after. I forget what the days are. I think it's like 27 days or something. So that's enough time. He's able to run and do all those things, do our walkthroughs, things like that. But just want to protect him from hits and things like that so he doesn't have a setback.
All right, Kyle Shanahan talking about Ricky Pearsall, the first-round pick of the 49ers, as he hasn't been out there much in camp, but trending in the right direction. And Jacob Cowing, been a big part of the show today, the 4th-round pick, making an impact in the game last night as the 49ers beat the Saints. John Dickinson and Greg Papa, as I'm sitting in for Lund. Pop here as always. We were talking about the rookies and how impactful they are and just how important it is for the younger players specifically, but more so the rookies, to be able to be more impactful quicker. We've been going back and forth about Jacob Cowing throughout the show. Where do things kind of stand in your mind with Ricky Pearsall, and what could we reasonably expect from him when the season gets rolling, assuming he's healthy?
I don't know the extent of his shoulder injury. So, as I said, I did see Elijah Mitchell and Isaac Guerrero, and I think you did last week, running around with the performance staff. So I think there's a strong possibility, and they just sent out the schedule for the week, and they're going to be back on the field tomorrow, and then, fly to Vegas on Thursday. So they'll be on the field tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday before they fly. So I think Guerrero and Mitchell have a chance to return. I don't know about Ricky Pearsall, to be honest with you. JD with a shoulder, that's a little bit different nature of an injury. We'll see. I know Kyle was talking more about the opener 3 weeks from today than he was talking about maybe the Raiders game on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing is just when you come back off Labor Day, and, next week that's when you cut in the NFL. They have the Player for a Purpose dinner on the Tuesday or Wednesday, the 28th, and they cut right around then. And then they get Labor Day weekend off, and they come back on Labor Day Monday, and that would be a pivotal time for Ricky Pearsall. I remember Nick Bosa's rookie year. He had some kind of a soft tissue. I think it was an ankle or maybe a hamstring, an ankle. He came back for that first install going into the Tampa game his rookie year, and he obviously was dominant. And it's a little different, being a defensive lineman than a wide receiver and getting the reps with Brock. But he has time, I think. But if John Lund was here, and we'll get John back tomorrow, I'm sure he's listening and he's upset with us. You've been on the air 3 hours and 38 minutes, and you've hardly talked about Brandon Ayuk at all. We don't go 3 minutes with Lund without bringing up Ayuk. There is a bit of news today. Okay. So the deal, I think it was last week at this time, or maybe middle of the week last week. It was Monday, I think it was. The report was, because we just got back from Nashville, that the second and the third from Omar Khan in Pittsburgh to the Niners, and they were trying to flip those draft picks maybe to get Brandon Ayuk. The Niners never really agreed to that trade, the draft pick compensation. But the report now is that the contract offer that the Pittsburgh Steelers offered to Brandon Ayuk was less than $28 million per year.
Wow.
So that's kind of what Pittsburgh does. I'm like, what? I know Kevin Colbert's not there anymore, and it's Omar Khan, but it's still the Rooneys. They just don't trade for wide receivers and give up all this draft capital and then pay them like that. They just don't do that. Now, that's a big number for them. But still, now, conversely, the reports are that New England had a deal with Brandon for, $32.5 million, which would have made him the second highest paid wide receiver average annual value to Justin Jefferson. So Ayuk now would come in less than 28. Do the Niners offer more than that? And then, NFL Network, Garofalo reported on Friday that the Niners have agreed to the first 3 years of a 4-year contract with Ayuk. Largely, they're trying to work out the structure and the guarantee on the fourth one. So it sounds like, in football parlance, where it's 4th and 1, and they just need a short sneak or maybe, a slant Ayuk here to get it done, JD. So with Pearsall, it's a shoulder injury and all that. Can they get Brandon Ayuk signed in the coming days, either before they go to Vegas on Thursday and play Friday or soon thereafter when they come back, because then you're rolling into Labor Day weekend and, all of that the following week. So just what is the timeline? Pearsall's a rookie. He'll fit in everywhere. Ayuk's an established player. He's a second-team All-Pro wide receiver. You just got to get him to agree to this contract. So more pressingly, I'm thinking how this August is gone, and now it's August 19th. Can they get Brandon Ayuk signed in the next couple of days here?
Yeah, I think, and no one really knows, and I think it's foolish to speculate too far down the road on it. But that being said, I do think this thing is trending toward a conclusion here. And honestly, I find the report on the Pittsburgh money stunning. And maybe I shouldn't for the reasons that you mentioned, but to me, that, like, Brandon Ayuk would not be wanting to do that. If like that to me would be a tipping point back in the direction of, you know what, I want to come back and be a member of the San Francisco 49ers, and then we'll see if the Niners can, and it sounds like they have come up maybe from where they were, and this thing can ultimately get done. But yeah, I was sort of wondering what the allure, other than, maybe liking Mike Tomlin and wanting to be more of a true number one in the pecking order of weaponry. Obviously, he's the number one X-receiver with the 49ers, but one thing that I'd wondered, Pop, was just, does Ayuk, is part of this, yes, money, obviously, financial stability, wanting to get what you're worth, all of that, but the notion of, when you think of the 49ers playmakers, you think of Christian McCaffrey, and you think of Debo, and then you think of Brock, and then a lot of times you think of Kittle, and then Kyle Shanahan's name pops in as the guy who ties it all together as the designer and play caller, and then you get to Brandon Ayuk, maybe fourth or fifth or sixth.
See, I don't buy all that. I mean, Brandon,
you don't think he's thinking like that?
Ayuk?
Yeah.
No, I think he had said some things on the Pivot podcast that were interesting. That he's finally getting recognized. He comes across as a real we guy, and I'm not saying he's a me guy. I think this is his one chance to get a lot of notoriety. I'm not sure he likes being talked the way they're talking about him, whether it's good or bad. I just know how big he's, the X wide receiver, and in big situations, the ball going to him. That 3rd and 5 against Green Bay, probably the biggest play of the year. If you don't convert that 3rd and 5, what do you do? Do you punt the ball there? Do you go for it on 4th down?
Probably
Your
have to go
season's out
for
of
it.
the line. They moved him inside to match him up with a nickel back. He ran an inside power slant. He got Keyshawn Nixon on his back. Brock fitted in there. Those 81-inch arms and the big hands got it done. And then, after the B.A. ricochet and off Vildor's face mask, they went back to him on the goal line. People have a way of saying you got so many stars on this team, you don't need. It's not true. Plus the way he blocks. That's why they're offering him more money than Pittsburgh. Not as much as New England, but New England's in a desperate situation to bring in playmakers and redo it. Ayuk is valuable to this football team. I think anybody that argues otherwise is just doesn't know how the Niners think and what his role on this team is. And I think he knows how important he is. So they just got to agree to the money. And ultimately, when you sign him to that deal, how much of it is guaranteed? How much does that impact the next offseason and other skill players and everybody, Brock and, Timo Lenore and Charvarius Ward? There's a ripple effect. You can't pay everybody, but they know how good Brandon Ayuk is. That's why they're even offering him this big of a deal.
Yeah.
I think with Pittsburgh, they were trying to steal him, Steelers-like, with the compensation to offer a 2nd and 3rd for him, if that's accurate, and then to offer him less than $28 million. So why would Brandon Ayuk agree to that, go to a lesser football team and make less money? And the Niners don't want that trade. So I don't know how close that ever came. So, I think the big thing in the coming days here is, can we put behind the August angst of Ayuk and just get him signed to a contract?
Yeah, that's where it's heading. So we'll come back. We'll wrap that part of the conversation up. I want to kind of clarify the point on pecking order and all of that, because I think the Niners value him, there's no doubt, but I think maybe along the line he didn't necessarily feel that value in the way that maybe he wanted to. It could just be the money, but we can wrap up that conversation and wrap up the whole show as well. Some final thoughts, remnants, if you will. It's all coming up here in the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants split the final Bay Bridge series with the Oakland A's at the Coliseum this past weekend, and Mark Canha, Matt Chapman, Bob Melvin, and many others took time to pay their respects to what this series has brought to the Bay Area and baseball. More on that trending on KNBR.com and our socials at KNBR.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, final segment. JD in for Lund, Greg Papa here as well. I want to also thank Vianney Martinez from Bay Point for winning the $50 gift card to the Niners team store and qualifying for their chance to win the 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. The winner of the grand prize to be announced on Murph and Marcus August 26th, so a week from today. The winner, and we appreciate everybody who called in earlier here in the 1 o'clock hour. If you missed out today, don't sweat it. You're going to have one more chance to qualify later in the day during Tolbert and Copes, and 3 chances per day for the remainder of the week. So 2 more today. I'm sorry, 1 more today as we head into the afternoon, and then 3 chances for the remainder of the week here, Tuesday through Friday. So, yeah, 3 chances to qualify. Be sure to stay tuned to the sports leader, your home of 49ers football for the past 20 years, Greg. So good stuff there. Good stuff.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Final segment. Yeah, what do you got?
The Chicago White Sox are 30-95. Wow. 30-95. They are playing at a winning percentage of 24, JD. So over 162 games, that would get them 38 wins. 38 wins. So what are we talking here? 40 wins, 120-plus losses. I mean, they got to rival the 62 Mets, the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. So the one thing I would say about them is, tonight Kyle Harrison's pitching, De La. His last few outings, his fastball command has not been there at all. Whatever the opposite word is to command is what he's got going on right here. A lack of control, and it's always arm side with him, into lefties, away from righties. Last outing, he couldn't get into righties at all. Travis d'Arnaud took him out of the ballpark. His command, lack thereof, of his fastball, and Robbie Ray the same. You got Kyle Harrison going tonight, so we got the De La head on. He's got to pitch better, and he typically does at home, but he just did not have fastball command against the Braves. And Robbie Ray's outing was atrocious. He got 2 outs, and, he hit the first 2 guys, walked 3, gave up a grand slam. So, they got Logan Webb going on Wednesday in the daytime. But Garrett Crochet was not traded by the Chicago White Sox at the deadline. Everybody thought Crochet was going to get traded. He was not traded. He's still there. And he's pitching against the Giants on Wednesday. So you're looking at a team that already has 95 losses in middle August, and you're thinking, the worst team we've seen since the A's a couple years ago, last year.
They're one of the worst teams of all time, Pop.
I know, but you just can't say you're going to sweep them. You'd like to sweep them, but it is hard to do. Jonathan Cannon's going tonight for them with an ERA of 4. The guy going tomorrow, Davis Martin, has an ERA of 3. And then Crochet's their ace, and one of the best pitchers in baseball. We saw him in the All-Star game. He's nasty against Logan Webb. So minimum, take 2 out of 3. You can't lose the series, but you can't just assume because they're the 1899 Cleveland Spiders that you're going to beat them 3 times.
You can't assume it, but you got to go do it. Because if you don't do it, it's going to feel like a major disappointment, and especially with the schedule that the Giants have coming up. And look, I think they've got to win. If they're going to have a shot, they've got to win 5, I think, of the 6 against the White Sox, and then the 3 Labor Day weekend against the Marlins. And maybe all 6, but at least 5 of the 6. So maybe I'll give them a margin for error there, because the schedule beyond that is it's off the charts, the level of difficulty that they have when you take those 6 games out of it, from Seattle and Milwaukee twice. You're going there, and Milwaukee's coming here. You got the Padres 2 series, the Diamondbacks a couple of series. You're going to Kansas City and Baltimore in between all of that.
How about that road trip? September 17th through September 25th. You go to Baltimore, Kansas City, and Arizona.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I mean, that is as difficult as it gets. And so And then you come home, and your other semi-breather is the 3 games against the Cardinals, and who knows?
That could, I mean, it could be a head-to-head with St. Louis, but you were talking about the Braves, and Austin Riley got drilled by a pitch, so he's going to be out the remainder of the year. They're saying 6 to 8 weeks. There's 6 weeks to go in the year. So Atlanta, let's see if Atlanta can hit one of those lulls. And they're off tonight, but as you noted, they're going to host the Phillies starting tomorrow night, and they get Zach Wheeler tomorrow night. So pick up a half game on the Braves tonight behind De La, Kyle Harrison, Prince Harry, and then try to start picking up games, full games, when they play the Phillies. But Philadelphia's not been the same team since the All-Star break.
They have not been, and just in these next 2 weeks, we talked about what it was for the Giants, and we'll run through it. And I know it's, you don't want to ever really truly get too deep into playing the schedule game, but just looking at the Braves coming up here, they've got the Phillies and Nationals at home. Then they go to Minnesota. Minnesota's a very good team in the American League. The Phillies again for 4 Labor Day weekend. They play 4 at Philadelphia Labor Day weekend beginning on the Thursday, the 29th. Then it lightens up a little bit. They have Colorado and Toronto at home. They have
the Dodgers again?
They have a makeup game against Cincinnati mixed in there. They go to Washington for a couple, and then they have a 4-game series, a wraparound 4-game series when the 49ers are in Minneapolis.
Is that at Dodger Stadium?
It is at Truist Park against the Dodgers. The 13th, 14th, 15th, and wraparound on the 16th. Then they have Cincinnati and the Marlins on the road, the Mets, and they end with the Kansas City Royals at Truist Park. So their schedule isn't exactly a picnic either, but the question becomes, Pop, how big is the cushion going to be? Really, I think once you get out of these next 4 days with the 3 that the Braves have against the Phillies and the 3 that the Giants have against the White Sox.
And the Braves are off tonight. They got Zach Wheeler tomorrow night, and then Wednesday night they have Aaron Nola. So, maybe you could pick up 2.5 games in 3 days. Then we're being a little optimistic, and they got Garrett Crochet. So, in any event, JD, great work today. John will be back tomorrow, and let's just hope that Brandon Ayuk signs between now and 10 a.m. tomorrow.
I'm not trying to
Otherwise,
have you break
John's
any
going to
news
make
here.
up for lost time because we didn't talk about Ayuk hardly at all today, and John likes to go 4 solid hours on Ayuk.
Well,
so
and we got about 45 seconds here, but there really wasn't, and you caught the new news and brought it to the table, which I appreciate, and we talked about it a little bit in the last segment, but there really hasn't been a lot new now for the last 3 or 4 days up until the report.
He doesn't want to go to
referenced.
Cleveland. He didn't want to go to New England, and they offered him 32 reportedly. Who knows if this is accurate?
And Pittsburgh's
he wants
offer
to go
was
to
bad.
Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh offered him $28 million. That could be and the way the story was written that I read was that the Steelers' offer was the driving force to get him back to negotiate with the Niners.
I'm not doing that.
I want to go there. They're paying me less than you're offering. Where am I going?
Yeah, no doubt. So ultimately, I think the Niners' reluctance to just make a deal, and obviously he would have had to have accepted it, but that could prove to be really to the Niners' benefit because I've said it all along. The number one option is keep Brandon Ayuk on this team for the 2024 season and continue to have your best chance at getting back to and winning a Super Bowl. Trent Williams obviously is a big part of that as well. Pop.
Ayuk is going nowhere. I said it last week, and I'm going to say it as well. But get it done.
Well, we'll see if you can officially say it tomorrow at 10.
Lund tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
All right. For Greg Papa, thanks, Pop. Thanks to Greg Silver.
JD.
Thanks to Walter. Tolbert and Copes coming up next here. KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bro, what are you doing? What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We'll be with you right up until we get you ready for the Pale Hose and the Giants. Eric Burns going to join us at 3:50. Matt Mayoko, Bags, 4:50, 5:15 respectively. What's up, Copes?
What's up, dude? How's your weekend?
Thinking.
Nothing to write home about, sounds like.
Yeah.
Just kind of
pretty low key. Not a lot on, watching the
we're in that lull right now a bit.
The Giants scuffle to score in Oakland, and watching a little of the.
What are they putting in the water in Oakland? That's what I was thinking about the Giants. That's what I was thinking, Papa, when they weren't scoring. What are they putting in that water in Oakland?
Watched a little of the golf and not a.
Was it St. Jude championship? Is that?
Yes, the St. Jude.
Tim was dialed into that yesterday when we were down at Levi's. He was watching in the studio. Who won that? Who ended up pulling away? Because he got a little tight for a minute.
Matsuyama ended up winning. I think he beat Shoffley by 2. I mean, they get paid. I mean, it's a regular tournament, but really what it's all about is the points. And I still think Scheffler's so far ahead that he'll lead going into Atlanta. I'm not sure where they are this week, and then they end up in Atlanta. It's kind of goofy the way they do it, but I think it's probably the fairest way, where the person with the most FedEx points starts at -10, and then the next guy starts at -8, and then -6, and then so on and so forth, and then they play the tournament. But those are the scores that you start with, and I think it was top 70, top 50 this weekend, and then top 30 the last weekend, and then those dudes get the big checks for that one. Like, I think if you win the FedEx, I think it's like $18 million for that one.
Because that's a season-long points total championship. Yeah.
Yep, you collect points, and I think you get more points like for like wins in majors or whatever tournaments.
Yeah, somewhere you place, you get points, and for different tournaments are ranked at different rates.
I understand it. It's still kind of goofy, and it's still kind of weird because, I mean, let's be honest. I'll watch it because some of the best players in the world are playing. Not all of them, because some of them are playing on Live. But you get like the big names playing this, so it's kind of fun to watch. But still, it's like you're culminating. Like it's like your Super Bowl for golf, your season ender. But it's not. It's still not the Masters.
It's not any
the
major.
US Open. It's not a major. Yeah. So it's still kind of funky. But for those dudes, it's like, it's funky, but it pays. I mean, I look at the payouts for those. You go like down to 10th place, and dudes are getting like $1 million. I mean, they're just getting ripped off checks.
You mean one of those big ones? I don't care. Happy Gilmore. She's like, your check's actually in the mail. We send those out next week. He's like, just give me one of the big ones. I don't care.
I remember the first few years it was an annuity. They gave you it was like an annuity you won. It was like, and I think the golfer was like, well, they would just pay us. Just give us our damn money. What do you mean annuity? It's like Steve Young. And it's an annuity. It's an annuity. Which is so funny.
Gold jacket, green jacket, who gives a
Thinking of Steve Young's mom going, it's an annuity. It's an annuity. That cracks me up every single time I think about it. See, I was watching a little bit of that, and I bounced back and forth watching a little bit of preseason, but not a whole lot. All this Sunday's football meant to me was once it was over, we're closer to the real thing. We're just one step closer to actual real football, and can't wait for the first weekend. Thursday night football, Friday night football, Sunday night football, Monday football. So it's going to be
Christmas football, Thanksgiving football. It's every holiday, and I mean the fact that they took over Christmas now. They got like a Wednesday game, don't they? Or some crazy.
Oh yeah. They got the Netflix for for Christmas. Yeah, the whole pleasantries. Yeah, we'll do you solid, and we won't do it on on this date, or we won't do it on that date, or we won't. They're just like, look, we don't care anymore. Okay.
It fell on a Sunday. We used it and we liked it. So now it's ours.
We coincide with college football playoffs. Don't care. Don't care. NBA, don't care. We're coming. So just so you know, we're going to be on this day. If you want to move it, then you can move it. But I mean, the NBA was all about Christmas forever. That was almost the official start of the NBA season.
Everybody takes it as over. I don't pay attention to them.
We're good.
Yeah.
When's Christmas? Wednesday? We're playing.
Yeah.
We don't care. It's like whatever. So, I mean, the NFL is king. It's been king for a long time, and will be king for the foreseeable future, and everyone else can just move the hell out of the way. They don't care. And if I were them, I wouldn't care either, because do you really think, like, how many more viewers would the NFL get if the NBA didn't play on Christmas versus how many more viewers would the NBA get if the NFL didn't play?
It's a matter of time, I think.
Christmas.
So the NBA is like, maybe we just shouldn't anymore.
Maybe we should. I don't know.
Maybe we should just do it tomorrow. Like let's take Boxing Day. Maybe we can claim. We're going international anyway.
Let's do it Christmas Eve.
Let's claim something else. Yeah,
and the
because
NFL's like, no, we'll take that one too.
They do the end. Remember, Niners played a couple of Christmas Eve games in the last few years. Beat the Jags on Christmas Eve at home with Jimmy.
Absolutely.
A couple of years ago, they played the Rams at home on Christmas Eve. Tim and I were there for that. Yeah, it does sort of feel now like with the NFL just taking it. It feels now like with the NBA still playing, it's like that episode of The Simpsons where Homer gives Marge for Christmas the bowling ball, but it says Homer on it. yeah, you guys can use this day, but it's mine. It's my day. You guys can use it, sure. But I gave you this gift for me. That's what it's for.
It's like one of my buddies for Christmas one year gave me a picture of himself framed. Classic.
Shout out my sister. She's the queen. She used to do that a ton to my parents. They're like, after it was funny when we got to a certain age, it was like, this isn't cute anymore.
No,
you're not a 6. You know.
I'm like, I don't want a picture of you, like ever, any day. I don't want it on Christmas. I don't want it on Arbor Day. No days do I want a picture of you.
What is it? It's me.
It's me.
Oh man,
lovely hair, huh? Yeah, it's great.
Dude, it's hysterical. It's to give even better if you like do a painting of yourself and give it to somebody. I know somebody that happened to in my family. Got into painting and gave a huge portrait painting of somebody in my family to the other person. Like I'm talking like hanging over the mantle size.
No, that big,
bro. This is a thing. It's been in my family. It's hysterical, and none of the people involved in the painting or the receiving of the painting are still with us. So I feel comfortable saying this. I'm not going to offend anybody, but this thing was it was a bad painting, and it was like, I mean, it's I'm talking, trying to think dimensions here. It was probably like it's probably more of a tapestry, really. It could hang over a mantle like it was. It was like framed, and it's like, so what? Now it's like when Grandma gives you a sweater, you got to wear the sweater when she comes over. I'm like, do I have to hang this thing up because they're coming over? And it was a bad painting of the person, of the couple. It's tough.
The worst. It's the worst.
I put hours into this too, you know.
Yeah, people give you stuff like that because either you put it up and you don't want to put it up because it sucks, and you just got to explain why you're not putting it up, and then the whole. Do I really want to hurt someone's feelings? Do I really want to get into that? Or do I just suck it up and hang it up? Or do I just try to remember when they're coming over and put it up when they're over? Because you know what's going to happen.
Rehang it every couple of years.
If you do that, they're going to do a surprise visit one of these times. They're going to show up, but you're not going to have.
That's got to be on television.
Oh yeah, I was cleaning. I had to get the walls and everything. I had to get behind the walls, so I set it down. I just forgot to put it back up.
How about this one? Remember in The Sopranos when Paulie Walnuts takes the painting of the horse that Tony had that he didn't want anymore, and then he has Tony's in the painting, and it freaks out Paulie, so he changes him to Napoleon, dude.
Yeah.
And then Tony sees it hanging on his wall. He's infuriated, dude. I told you to get rid of it. Pull this out of the trash. Oh, dude, he paints him as Napoleon. That's hysterical. That's really good. If anybody's ever given you a gift of like a painting of you, I got to know about it because that's got to be on television. 808 KNBR, number to text. We got a lot to get into today. A Monday
By the way,
afternoon.
It's impersonal.
Yeah.
But you really, and I know the thing with gifts now, like I'm beyond it now. But you always think about, okay, what's the perfect gift to give this one? What's the perfect gift to get this one? Oh, I want to try to get them some. like nobody, even though it seems impersonal, cares if you give them a gift card. Like, then I can get what I want.
Never been pissed.
Like, I wish everyone would just tell everyone else, look, give me a gift card. That's totally fine. Give me a gift card to this store, or if you want to, just give me like one of those $100 gift cards, like a Visa or an Amex or whatever, just so I can get what I want to. Like, that's totally cool by me. I won't think anything less of you. In fact, I'll think more of you that you did the smart thing, and then instead of been trying to impress me with how much thought you put into this and got me the perfect gift. Like, if you want to ask me what the perfect gift is, I'll tell you, and then you can go get it. Or you can just give me the cash or the card, and I'll go get the perfect gift. Don't worry about it. Don't put yourself out trying to get something, because usually what happens is you try to find the perfect gift for somebody, and you get like the fake smile and the butt out hug, and it's like, oh, that's really nice, and then all the while you're thinking, this blows. What am I going to do with this? It's just going to take up space. You're just calculating in your head while you're saying thank you and smiling for the gift. You're calculating in your head how long before they forget they gave it to me so I can throw this piece of garbage in the trash and be done with it. Because all it's going to be doing is taking up space in my closet somewhere. So get a card. Doesn't take up space. They can get what they want. They won't think less of you. You're done. Period. It's over. That's all you do. Go down to Safeway. Grab like 5 of those cards, and you're done with Christmas.
Or just get me an annuity. That's fine. I don't need cash.
Give me an annuity.
Give me an annuity.
Give me a $20 annuity. We're good there. We're good there too.
At some point when we have more time, we'll talk more about how you can get deked into thinking you're getting a gift card, and it's actually a card that says a donation's been made in your name.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for
I didn't want to get into
gift
that.
Card.
A donation made in your name. The 49er ticket giveaway is still going on this week, starting today, or from today through Friday. You'll have an opportunity to win 2 tickets to every regular season 49ers home game. I'll tell you how you can do that. We got a great show today. Eric Burns, Matt Mayoko, Andy Baggerly, Steve Kerr at his usual time, and then at 5:45 Giants pregame. I'll tell you how you can win those Niner tickets next, and the Purdy situation. He's running for his life out there. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for gift card.
'49ers won their second preseason game against the Saints 16-10 last night at Levi Stadium. Brock Purdy played in 3 series without his playmakers. Really anybody on his offensive line. Did Purdy really need to play? Let us know. 415-808-KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Former teammate Chase Young chasing Brock Purdy, throwing a dangerous ball, and going up top for it was Shamar John Charles, and it ends up falling incomplete. Whew.
And this is so interesting that this happened in this game. I just spoke to Brock Purdy. This is essentially a naked. We saw it earlier by Derek Carr, and on nakeds, especially on first downs, you can't take sacks and you cannot throw interceptions. Those are two cardinal sins. You got to protect your quarterback. Right here, they're putting him out. Expect some quick game or somehow get rid of the football fast for Purdy.
Nothing downfield. Now he's got to roll out to the right again, and as he runs out of time, he's going to step out of bounds.
Brock Purdy yesterday with basically nothing out there. None of his weapons, not really his offensive line, didn't have anybody with him. Kyle told us last week on Thursday that he wanted his players, he wanted some of the starters to play, and we asked him, what does that mean? I think I asked him a few specifics, and he didn't want to get into specifics. We knew McCaffrey was going to miss the preseason. But really, when you saw how Warner didn't even dress, like Kittle didn't even dress, Purdy was really the only guy out there in terms of regular players you'd expect to see. We knew he wouldn't have left tackle Trent Williams. Jalen Moore played awful. Jalen Moore's really, really struggled. He played a few series, I think, after that with Josh Dobbs, had a long series, and a couple of times got Dobbs either hit or Dobbs made a couple of good plays where he rolled out, made some plays down near the red zone, ultimately resulting in another rushing touchdown. But Purdy played in 3 series at Samba, 2 for 6, 11 yards. Faced pressure on most every one of his passing plays. He's kind of running for his life out there. Kyle and Brock addressed it in the postgame. Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say about Brock.
Yeah, I mean, you think about that all the time, but it's also part of football, and I think he protects himself well. If we felt he was in a tough situation, we wouldn't have, but, a lot of quarterbacks play throughout the league, and each week's different. I think it helps Brock to play, and, last year he didn't get to as much with his arm, but thought it was good for him to get out there, even though it wasn't 2 great drives. And I know he was really wanting to do it, and hopefully it'll make him in a better position for this when we go to the Raiders.
And then here's what Purdy had to say about being out there and taking some hits.
Yeah, at practice, you're not getting that. You're obviously you get a pass rush and all that kind of stuff, but to get out in the game and understand that, there's a mental clock where you have to get the ball out or else you're going to get hit, or there's times where you do have to stand in there and take some hits. Like, that's the kind of stuff you can get in practice. And so, honestly, it's those things that, I liked just the idea of playing in a preseason game to feel again, before the season gets here and everything. So it's good reps for me. It's a good feel for me as a quarterback. So, I didn't mind it. It's part of the game.
To me, that Tom, that sounds like a game speed thing. How do you read into that as an athlete where I mean, they didn't even have the joint practices, right? He hasn't been out there with a lot of his guys, but at some point, players got to play.
No, it's a good thing. Mental reps are one thing, practice is one thing, and then game speed and getting used to that and getting yourself back in that rhythm, I think, is important. When I was watching Moore play, I just couldn't help but think of Trent Williams sitting around watching the game on his iPad, like Michael Jordan, going,
just laughing his ass off with money signs in his eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, he was laughing like Jordan,
Right.
and his eyes looked like Mayor McScrooge. He looked like he's like the gold coins and everything. He's like throwing up in the air and swimming in the gold pool with the gold coins in the pool. Like, yeah, that offensive line was rough. But I think he kind of knew that, and then without the weapons, it didn't surprise me. It ended up going the way it went, and I think they probably would have liked to have had 2 drives. And I thought maybe they'd send him out there for the third, which they did because they had such good field position. I thought maybe they'd let him do one more drive, and then that didn't work out. It's like, all right, we've seen enough.
Well, they had one first down. I think they had 5 plays on their opening drive, resulting in a punt, and then back-to-back 3 and outs.
Yeah, it wasn't good. I didn't see a lot of it. And what I was watching, I wasn't paying that close attention to, but I wanted to see more. I wanted to see how good this kid Schrader can be, because I liked him at Missouri, and he's like one of those type of stories you really like, and you like the kind of the grit of the player. Not overly big, but came from like a D3 school.
He's got some size,
Missouri, got a scholarship there, and then led the SEC in rushing. That's I mean, you got to be a worker to get stuff like that done. Like, so I just don't know how much he has, but the determination is obviously there. The story lets you know that. So I kind of wanted to watch him a little bit, and he had some nice runs. There were some nice runs there. I don't know what kind of return guy he can be. What else he can do? Can he be? I know they mentioned, because I thought the same exact thing. It's like funny. You see undersized white guy, you're like, oh, Danny Woodhead. Can he be that guy? Yeah. I don't know if he's Danny Woodhead. I mean, Danny Woodhead was like really good coming out of the backfield.
He was smaller, I think, than he is, too.
Yeah, he was
much different
Schrader.
size.
And he caught the ball out of the backfield really well, too. Like, he was really good. He wasn't a workhorse, obviously, but he was a guy that was, had a nice little career. No pun intended. So I don't know if he can be that type of guy. Can he do enough other things to where it could help them, and maybe a little bit at running back? I'm not really sure. Other than that, I don't know that there was a whole lot to glean from the game, especially from an offensive standpoint. It just, most of the guys that are going to be playing weren't playing yesterday, so I didn't really take anything from that. Defense played well, but again, it's who they're playing against. So that's why I just try not to draw any conclusions at all from the preseason. And I think the more you watch, the more you want to draw a conclusion. But generally speaking, it's like everybody's loving what Bo Nix is doing right now. And apparently Bo Nix has looked really good. I haven't watched any Denver games. Apparently he's looked really, really good. But again, it's who you're doing it against. It's what their schemes are, which is zero.
The highlights did look good, but they were highlights.
Yeah, I mean,
I like that. Looked great. Yeah,
wait till he plays a real defense that's actually scheming for him and scheming against the Broncos and isn't just throwing vanilla defenses out there. Then we'll see. That's why I always say, I go, give me a month into the season, and I kind of figure stuff out after that. But preseason, I just can't. I can't do it. I just can't. But as far as Brock, I think he said it. It was just good to get out there and feel that again, and feel that clock again, and get hit again, and those sort of things. So I think it was probably good for him, and it sounded like he wanted to do it. Kyle wanted him to do it. He wanted to do it. He knew that there was going to be nobody out there, but I like the fact that he wanted to get out there and take a few, maybe take a few hits and feel that kind of feel that heat a little bit, and we'll see. Maybe he goes a little bit longer in the last preseason game. I bet you they'll probably try to go a half and probably try to get some starters in there for a half. Just get him some reps, get him out there and get him going. So we'll see who will be available for that. By the way, I did watch some of the Raiders game, and boy, they were poof. I mean, I'm not going to draw any sweeping conclusions, but the Minshew-O'Connell combo. That may be a little bit of a scuffle this year for the Raiders.
Derek will be all right. In terms of the roster stuff, go ahead, Derek. What you got?
Minshew mania, baby.
Yeah, I can't. All of a sudden, it's so funny how Raiders just latch on to whatever shows up. You know, whoever. Derek even cut his jeans today. He's wearing jorts, homemade. He's living in a camper, I think, too. In terms of the roster stuff, we'll talk more about that with Matt Mayoko because he had some different thoughts than like JD did, than Larry Krueger yesterday on our pre and post game show. Guys who have been out there watching about what's going to happen with those 6 receivers. How do you fill out the bottom of that? And the kick returner is probably going to play into that. Is it Trent Taylor? Does he get the 6th spot because he's the veteran kick returner? Could it be a guy like Schrader? We can talk more about that with Matt Mayoko a little bit later. Also, we want to get to your calls. To Tom's point, I anticipate we will see more of Brock. I don't think they wanted him to get hit as much as he got hit yesterday. Yeah. So we'll put it out to the callers at 250, 808 KNBR. You can start lining them up, 415-808-5627. Are you comfortable after what you saw yesterday with Brock being out there without his offensive line come Friday in Las Vegas? We'll get to your calls and your thoughts on all of that after I tell you how you can win the 49ers regular season ticket giveaway. Continuing today through Friday the 23rd, you'll have 3 chances a day, once during Murph and Marcus in the morning, Pop and London, then our show, to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. Each person who qualifies is going to win a $50 gift card to the Niner team store, and then you get entered for a chance to win that grand prize. All you have to do to qualify is be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan. Tune in today. It's going to be in the 5 o'clock hour for your chance to qualify. So again, you can get those tickets by qualifying when you hear the cue to call in the 5 o'clock hour. When we come on back, a couple more things on the standouts. We'll talk more about Schrader, what the different spots are that they could go. Also, you're right, not much to glean from yesterday, but I do think maybe we got a little bit more to talk about in the number 2 quarterback battle. I think that's probably something that's shaping up a little bit in terms of the Pastronaut, Josh Dobbs, and Brandon Allen. That's next, and your calls at 808 KNBR. Do you want to see Brock on Friday with this O-line again on the Sports Leader?
Seamheads, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
49ers go 2-by-2 formation. Breida next to Dobbs. Dobbs going to pull it and run and try. Dive into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers!
Tim and I were listening to that call right before halftime yesterday. We were together. We were watching it together at Levi Stadium. By the way, all Niners pre- and post games on your KNBR family of networks all season long. By the way, opening night, September 9th, you're going to hear that right here on the Flamethrower, the Sports Leader, because Giants are off on that Monday night, the 9th. Niners Monday Night Football. You'll have pregame here. Tom will have the day off. How about that, Tom? I did that for you.
Hey-o.
Well, Roger did. Roger was like, I give Tom the day. So we'll have it all for you right here. Friday night, by the way, we'll have pregame starting at 4 o'clock over on 810 The Bread, our sister station, AM 810. The Bread. But I'll be on with you, Tom, 2 to 4. Greg there, though, when we were listening to that touchdown call, Tim and I were like, is that, did he forget his touchdown? Give me
touchdown, just 49ers!
I was like, that's not the call. And then Derek said, no.
He doesn't do it during preseason.
That's what Derek said.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were such a Greg Papa fan. I didn't know you know too much about him, Tom.
I just know that at one point last year, I think he was talking about it. Like, I don't want to do the real call 49ers! Or whatever. Or maybe it was his first year here.
It was his first year. He definitely waited to
no
unveil.
one really knew what he was going to do.
I'm down with the first year. I'm down with that. But if he's doing that every year now, I'm like, come on.
Yeah, I think
year 5. We know what it is.
I think it's he's not going to give you the full-throated Francisco. That's just not going to happen during the preseason.
Well, that's why we're here. I give you full-throated everything every day
you
of the
do.
week, 5 days a
doesn't
week.
Matter. Preseason, playoffs, regular season, doesn't matter.
Speaking of full-throated, people on the ground want to know, and I told them yesterday at Levi Stadium, Harmony is back. She's locked up for this year. We got Harmony back.
Sweet. Harmony rested, ready to go.
Speaking of, Derek says we couldn't get her for week 1. We actually can't get her until Tom's back, September 20. So for those who don't know, Harmony, a sophisticated sex robot who has other skills like laying gambling line, like laying money online. She's here every week of the football season to give you your action. We don't know her record, but she always finishes on top, Harmony. She'll be back September, what'd you say, Derek, the 20th? She'll be back the 20th with us.
Well, I didn't tell you guys.
About a month away.
I didn't tell you guys. When we go to Detroit and Minnesota, she's actually going with us.
That's why she's not here until the 20th.
Yeah.
Because Mike Silver wasn't down for her on the 7th. Yeah, I'm going to be with you at Harmony. Caught some silver. I got some silver yesterday in the press box. It's pretty good. What's up, Cubs? I can't wait to. Silver's going to be filling in with me a little bit while you're out. I'll have Silver, I'll have Dieter, and I'll have Rod. How about that? Rod Brooks going to
Very nice.
On the 2 to 6 spot. Why don't we go to the phone lines? I was asking you guys earlier, 808 KNBR, because we asked last week, and I think you and I were in agreement. Yesterday, Dennis Brown, the Super Bowl champ with us on the pre and post, was in agreement that even though it looked bad for the offensive line, like, I don't think it's indefensible that Kyle had him out there. You know what I mean? Like, I think he wanted him to play. He played very little in the preseason last year, came back, and I think he came out, rolled out at one point, took a hit, and he popped up, and we were all stoked about his taking the hit after how he was injured in Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game. But Dennis was like, you want to get to game speed. You want to feel somebody come at you. You want to feel that hit. And, of course, he played in an era where they played more of preseason games. They played more in the game themselves. They got more reps. But for me, this was more of a reflection of how Kyle felt in having to cancel the joint practices. Because you pointed out that you didn't know that Brock was going to go out for a third series, except that they had good field position. Mm-hmm. And the thing that he loves Kyle Shanahan about joint practices, and coaches do in general, and you'll see way more of them as soon as we cut down to 2 preseason games and go to 18 regular season, is you can set up whatever scenario you want. You can do a 2-minute drive from wherever. You can set up a red zone attempt. You know what I mean? You can do all these things that you want to work on and actually set up scenarios against teams you may not play at all that year, or unless you get to the playoffs or the Super Bowl. And so when Kyle puts so much weight into that and he cancels a joint practice because 24 guys are down, to me, that was more like, I want Brock to feel the game speed before game speed happens.
Yeah, and I'm sure he did too. Guys, and certain guys want to play during the preseason, and certain guys don't. And look, again, I don't read anything into it, but Kyle seems to think it's somewhat important. I know Andy Reid believes it's important to get Mahomes out there, and I said this last week. You're talking about arguably the best coach in the NFL, best quarterback in the NFL. I'm using the term arguably. I think both of them are the best, but if anybody wanted to argue otherwise with Reed, I don't know how you could argue with Mahomes, but and then you get McVay and Stafford that he won't play at all. Like, not an ounce.
He's not going to play. We don't like him. We don't like him playing in the preseason. We're not going to do it. It's still good for us. We don't like it.
Yeah. Everybody has their own reasons for wanting to play, not wanting to play. And Steve Young says it all the time, and I totally agree. And it's pretty apparent when you watch September NFL. That's kind of the preseason. That's the new preseason where you're just trying to get yourself going and get yourself in full gear by beginning of October. And that doesn't mean you don't want to win the football games in September, but you understand without all the contact that it's going to be a little sloppy. Line play may not be great. Timing may not be perfect. But everyone's working through it. But some coaches want to get a jump start on that. Some coaches feel the need to, I like my quarterback playing. It's Andy Reid's more old school than most. And that's the way he wants to do that. Guys who are coaching maybe only the last 5-6 years or even more recently are maybe more likely to not play him unless maybe they coached under Andy Reid or somebody like that, where that's how they've done things. So, again, I don't know that I don't look at it one way or the other. I look at really good coaches that do, really good coaches that don't. Kyle likes to have his guy play, and Brock wants to play. So, it'd be nice. Next week, I gotta think some of the guys are going to play. If they're healthy, some of his weapons are going to play. I don't think McCaffrey will play until the Jets, but it wouldn't surprise me to see Kittle out there. Debo out there a little bit. I'm not sure how Juwan Jennings is going to be. It's an oblique.
That's only a third down. You'll see it. That and Juwan.
Exactly.
JJ.
So, and look, Cowing looked good yesterday. It'd be really nice to see Pearsall out there at some point. I don't know what his we'll ask Matt Mayoka that today, what his status is. But, man, he needs to get out there and play a little bit. But, yeah, it'd be nice to see these guys out there and give him his weapons and let him go through. I mean, a lot of times the third game used to be play a half. And some guys, sometimes they'd even play a half and then play into the third quarter when there were 4 preseason games. I don't know how they'll handle it, but it wouldn't surprise me. He got 3 series yesterday, unless they just, rip up and down the field, that if he could go half against the Raiders. That wouldn't surprise me at all. He probably wants to see at least, one good drive. Well, let's put one nice, sharp, buttoned-up drive together, and before
it's like seeing the ball go in before you leave the gym.
Yeah,
you want to feel good about the end of your practice.
Because even though it's preseason, you don't want to have 6 or 7 drives all ending in punts, and maybe 2 first downs combined. You don't want that in your head. Not that it's going to be oh my gosh, what do we do now? But you're right. It's about confidence. I mean, most basketball players will tell you. I think probably all basketball players would tell you, if you're shooting, you always end on a make. No, nobody ever misses and leaves the gym. It's no, I'm not going to leave on a miss. Why? Does it make that much of a difference if you make or miss your last practice shot after having taken 500 shots? Probably not, but it's a mental thing. You want to feel good leaving the gym, and you're right. I'm sure they want to feel good leaving the preseason and heading into the regular season, even though it probably doesn't make that big a difference, but it's just nice. It's just nice mentally when you can walk off feeling I ended on a positive note. You always want to end on a positive note.
Yeah, it's funny because you get up 500 shots. I remember being at basketball practice in high school, and it would take forever. Sometimes you'd get up 3 or 4, and you're like, damn, I can't make this last one before I go. You just hit a layup and then call it a day.
but you want to see it go in.
I was mailing it in, but I'm but I'm going to do it from right here. Oh, nice, I made one. So funny, golf doesn't totally work that way. You know what I mean?
No, it doesn't.
No.
You can see. I mean, if you end on a triple, then sorry, you can't go replay that.
I'm going to take a dinner ball at 18 here. I'm going to hit a few of these off the tee.
You're going to go to the range. Yeah. Let me stripe a few. Okay, that felt better. I can go now.
I want to see you leave the club face nice.
Let me go to the practice green. Let me sink a 10-footer. Okay, now we can go. Now I feel much better. Do you still get a triple? Yeah, I'm still get a triple, but I feel better about the triple now.
By the way, you gave the word that everybody gave. Dennis Brogdon yesterday. Steve Young says it. They always use that word for the start of football season now. It's sloppy play. I know how you kids like them sloppy.
I know how you kids like them sloppy.
Wait till you're scaring us. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Eric Burns at 3:50. Matt Mayoko get his thoughts on yesterday and some of the position battles, 4:50. Bags at 5:15, and Steve Kerr his normal time before Giants pregame at 5:45. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Scarecrow's waiting. We'll get to him momentarily. After what you saw yesterday, do you really want to see Purdy out there on Friday night on a short week? Or are you like, you know what, I'm okay with what I saw from the O-line. Let's just get to the Jets. 808-KNBR, do you want to see Purdy and the offense get one good series out before the start of the season? Your calls and thoughts next on the Sports Leader.
Lady, you're scaring us.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan said after yesterday's game that Brock Purdy and some 49er starters are going to play this Friday against the Raiders. You can listen to Kyle this Wednesday as he joins myself and Tom Tolbert right here at 4:50 on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Coast back with you on a Monday afternoon. Giants pregame 5:45. Quick change in our schedule. Eric Burns now going to be with us at 4:30. Mayo go 4:50. Bags 5:15. And Steve Kerr, as usual time before Giants pregame at 5:45. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. I didn't have a problem with Brock playing yesterday, even knowing that much of the offensive line, including his security blanket at left tackle and Trent Williams, wasn't going to be out there. Because at some point, if it's not figured out, you got to go forward anyway, right? You got to play the game. So somebody's got to get out there, and you want to see him get some reps. He played very little in the preseason last week. I do think there's a case to ask the question, or for people who are like, what's going on? Like, if they're not healthy enough to play enough to protect Brock in the preseason on Friday, I understand if people are like, I don't know if I want to see him out there. Scarecrow's in Sacramento, but waiting a bit. Scarecrow, you're on the Sports Leader. Do you want to see Brock on Friday?
If he's got his offensive line with him, the first team line, yeah, that'll be fine. I would be concerned about somebody from Raiders, some guy from, the taxi squad trying to make him into a whole tournament so he can try to, make the team.
Yeah.
That would concern me a lot more than that. I don't know also that you might end up having to learn a lot more about the backup quarterback. So you already know what Brock can do, and I think you already know what the other guys can do. And I don't know about taking time from them, but hey, Kyle Shanahan's the guy. I mean, 49ers aren't paying me for my thoughts.
Yeah. I'm with you, Scarecrow. I guess the thought I have, and that's, I appreciate the call. That's kind of where I'm at too in terms of, but Brock will be playing early enough that I don't think that's as big of a factor. You know what I mean? Like late in the game, or a guy who's on the fringe somewhere and is trying to make the team. I don't know exactly how that's all plays into it. That really can't be. I don't know that can factor into your decision making in having him out there. I would say this: the case for not playing Brock, in terms of how many reps he's had in his career and what his success rate has been, the odds have been so far in your favor, right? Coming off the practice squad where he played very little, comes in and becomes a starter after being the third string guy, and off the P squad into the NFC Championship game last year, plays very little in the preseason, didn't have a full offseason, didn't have full training camp, didn't get to really throw it. So last year was maybe a little bit more like, we really want him to get out there because he hasn't seen really that much NFL play. He's not been through a full season. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's seen, there's not much, and we talked about this a lot, that he has not experienced. What's funny is preseason is kind of one of them, right? He doesn't have a ton of preseason reps. I think my level of confidence in Brock not playing falls on what we've seen him do already. And I don't know that they get Trent Williams figured out this week. I would like to believe they do. But if they don't, I still don't think he's playing Friday anyway. So I don't know that plays a role in this at all.
No, I can't imagine that he would come back and play Friday.
He was probably out for preseason anyway. It's Trent Williams.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he signed by Friday. I'd be surprised if anybody signs at this point.
Yeah, seriously.
They're going to, but I'll just be surprised when it happens. So, no, again, it is what it is, and I'm not worried about Purdy at all. I've already seen, I think we've seen what needed to see over the past few years, that he's fine. He's fine, but he wants to get those reps. And again, you don't get him in practice. So, again, I don't. Maybe he plays a little bit shorter. If he's running around for his life out there, like he was against the Saints. Hopefully, they'll get some things shored up a bit. And it's not just Brown. Can they get some other guys back as well? We'll see. I'm not concerned until if he were to get hurt, then obviously that would. Oh, God, I don't want to do a show after that.
Sure.
I'll be sick, by the way. I will have fast-acting Ebola if he gets hurt.
Fast-acting?
On Monday. I will be out.
Yeah. Tom's out for a while, everybody. His skin's being eaten apart by a bacterial there. Yeah. If Brock goes down.
I'm already out. I'm out.
You don't want to take calls that day? You don't want to hear what people have to say?
No, I want to go. I want to be out. I'm gonna go jump out of a tree or something. But break a leg. I'm not worried about it.
808 KNBR's the number to call in to text. Do you want to see Brock? Does it make you uncomfortable seeing Brock on Friday? I mean, Scarecrow said something that I think you and I think a lot, which is it's Kyle. He knows. He knows better. and he knows his guys. He knows what the situation is. Also, there's something to Brock being like, tell me this, Tom, if a player says something that's not, if he's not like, sometimes you got to protect a guy from himself for injury purposes. Yeah. Like a guy might be banged up and he's trying to get back out there. This is a much different situation. If a player like Brock, and I don't know what the level would be of that at the NBA level, but if you could comp it in some capacity, somebody says, I want to do something because I know it's good for me for our success. How hard is it for a coach to argue with that?
Well, it depends, right? It's all risk reward, and I'm sure as far as Kyle's concerned, it's not a huge risk. There's always going to be a risk when you go out on a football.
It's a football risk, yeah. You're playing ball.
I mean, it's just what it is, and in football more so than any other sport, for sure. But if he wants to go out there and work on a few things, and you want him out there, then, well, they're going to go out there. And you hope that they can be better, the offensive line will be better. And, again, they could get some other starters back as well. I think Burford was out, Feliciano was out. Like, they have some other guys that have been out. So, and these guys get paid,
had surgery on his finger as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they got paid. They're getting paid too. It's just time to be better. I mean, look, they're going to really be in a tight spot if that's all they can do, and then guys get hurt during the regular season, because the offensive line depth is huge. Very rarely does an offensive line make it through unscathed, and if they do, those teams usually make the playoffs if they're pretty good teams. Like if you can have your 5-man unit make it through an entire season, you're in great shape. If you can't, then you better have. That's why they say, it's always nice to have 6, 7 offensive linemen, one guy, kind of a swing guy that could play multiple positions, because usually guys are going to miss some time. Hopefully not too seriously, but knees and stuff like that. These guys got to play. I mean, most of these guys are probably going to have to play at some point. So you just got to be better than you were. I mean, that was awful. Let's be honest. That was an awful performance when he was in there. Now, I got to go back and watch all of Dobbs' snaps, but it wasn't as obvious when Dobbs was quarterbacking because he could run. And so can Purdy, but I really don't want Purdy running. Like, go ahead and get down, run out of bounds, just do what you have to do. Don't take a hit.
Dobbs is a great he's an improviser. It's one of his strengths.
Yeah, and that's what he does, and that's how he's going to make a team, and that's kind of part of his value. Hell, they ran it with him at the goal line, ran a little option play. But that's what he does. So it's like, escape. You talk about his escapability and his ability to avoid the rush, but it was still there. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're going to have, I don't know if a tough week of practice per se, but they'll probably be getting it after a little bit and say, hey, we got that was bad. We got to be better. We got to tighten things up against the Raiders. So I would expect them to be better on Friday, noticeably better, to where Purdy's going to have a little bit of time to throw the ball. But again, it's not something I think, oh my gosh, what are you thinking? I wouldn't play him at all. God. That's the way Kyle does things, and Purdy wants to get out there and play. Thank you, Shine.
We'll talk to Matt Mayogo more about this at 4:50. Yesterday, it's funny on the pregame, and JD talked about this with us, as did Mayogo, is that it's a true competition for the number 2 spot.
Yeah.
For Brendan Allen. Josh Dobbs got $2.5 million. Now, he played on 3 different offenses last year, and as I said, the improvisational skills of Josh Dobbs are what make him, I think, sort of special. We saw some of that even yesterday. We saw the rushing touchdown last week, the helicopter play. I guess the question you have to ask yourself is, one, who has the leagues? I think everybody who's been at campus said it's still Brandon Allen going into yesterday's game, but the Dobbs maybe closed that gap a little bit in preseason week 1. Yesterday, he got more reps, more opportunities to throw, though effective and efficient was Brandon Allen in the short time he was in there. They also got Tanner Mordecai there. I don't know if that was – Kyle knows more about Brandon Allen. He's had him on the roster. He's seen him, right? So maybe that was more about getting Dobbs some work. I guess what I'm asking is, what are you looking for? If somebody goes down, like you're mentioning, Brock, in the middle of a game, JD posed this to me yesterday. If somebody goes down, who do you want it to take the ball? And I oftentimes would go with the improvisational guy. And I don't know his ceiling either, by the way, for Dobbs.
Well, I think with Dobbs, I mean, just in I've seen him more the last few years than Allen because he's played. But when I think of him versus Allen, I think of a higher ceiling with Dobbs, but a lower floor. Like, I think the range of things that could happen when Dobbs is in there is greater than Allen. Like, I think Allen's going to run the offense, going to do his thing, try and get the ball where the ball's supposed to go.
As big of a risk taker, maybe.
Yeah, not improvise too much. Not going to get outside the pocket as much. Not going to run as much. So you're not going to get as many things possibly that could happen, but that's both good and bad. So I don't know. I don't know what Kyle wants in that situation, and I don't know what they're going to do with Mordecai. I mean, I think he can be pretty decent as well because he's got some wheels. He's got a pretty good arm. Don't know if he has 3 fingers or not.
Mordecai Brown shot him out. Yeah.
Huh?
That's good knowledge. 3-finger Mordecai Brown shot him out.
Yes, sir.
Baseball fans know.
They do. Yes, they do. I bet you had a great changeup.
3-finger changeup.
How could you not? Can you imagine putting him and Alfonseca together?
Dude, he had 6 fingers, didn't he, Alfonseca?
Oh, yeah, he had 6. Absolutely.
I was wondering about that. People are like, he had 6 fingers. I don't know if I've ever seen a picture. I'm like, I got to see this. What? He's got 6 fingers and pitched in Major League Baseball for a while. Like, I was like, what the hell is this about? What can he do to a
shouldn't he
ball?
be the greatest pitcher ever with 6 fingers?
He was solid. Like, he was okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Some
he could
good
just
years.
make up pitches, like all kinds of stuff. Like, just I don't know how you're not better with 6 fingers. It just seems like an extra finger is cheating. Being good with 3 fingers got to be tough. But who knows what type of pitches he was.
Shut up, Jim Abbott.
Circle change was probably out.
Abbott's out. Yeah, no, I don't think Mordecai Brown he had a split finger though for sure.
Oh, no doubt. He probably had 2 different ones.
Yeah, Tim says he was definitely a knuckle curve guy. All right, so I'm with you. I guess I would agree in the ceiling floor debate, and that I think that's a good analysis of what Josh Dobbs is. So we were talking about the other position group that's an interesting one, and we asked Kyle about it on Thursday of last week. He'll join us on Wednesday this week at 4:50. So don't miss Kyle Shanahan this week at 4:50 on Wednesday evening. If they're carrying 6 receivers, it's Ayuk, it's Debo, it's Juwan Jennings, right? Those are your first 3. And then when we talked to Kyle, he sort of said like what you're looking for. Your 4th guy has to be able to play kind of all those positions, right? Matt Mayoko's of the belief that Cowing's making the team. And I kind of am too. He played pretty well yesterday, got a lot of reps, and everybody's pretty impressed with him. Gives him a little bit of a different look. So that's your 4th guy. Who else am I missing? There's a 5th.
Pearsall?
Ricky Pearsall. Your first-round pick. You're not cutting your first-round pick.
No.
So now you got a 6th spot. You have Chris Conley there.
Yep.
You have Trent Taylor there.
Yep.
You've got some other young guys, Danny Gray's there, Ronnie Bell, things like that, are guys who have been around. Now, some of those guys will slip through waivers and be fine. You can put them on the practice squad. That's not as big of an issue. Conley was on the practice squad for a lot of last year. You have 16 guys. You can elevate them up to 3 times. I think after that, then they have to get a year contract because that 4 games is where they hit the service time limit, right? We talked about that with Brandon Ayuk. The question is what you're looking for in that 6th receiver spot. So after what you saw from Cowing, I guess, first of all, yesterday, is he making the team in your mind? Like, I don't think he can slip through.
No, I mean, 4th-round pick, I think.
He used it,
and he gives them something that they really don't have. And if he could be a return guy, too. But, I mean, he's fast, he's shifty, he's like your prototypical slot guy. And he did have some drops at Arizona occasionally, but he's got pretty good hands. And I think I want to say he led the NCAAs in receiving and receptions the year at UTEP before he transferred to Arizona. So I mean he's used to doing work outside. So, but I think his slot receiver is good. It gives him something they don't really have. Yeah, I never thought he wasn't. I thought unless he fell on his face where they drafted him anyway, that he was going to make the team.
Agreed.
But I thought what he did yesterday, especially toward the end of the first half, that was a really nice catch and throw. I think he'll be on the team. I think so.
So the question then, you mentioned Cody Schrader earlier, leading rusher out of the SEC, out of Mizzou. He kick returned yesterday. He had 2 returns, 56 yards, looked okay. One, there's a couple of prongs to this. So you don't have to go with a receiver as your returner. Now, Trent Taylor might be the most trustworthy one. And he got some looks early on yesterday, too, by the way. Trent Taylor yesterday, 5 targets, only 2 catches. Some of the throws were off, but I think they were trying to get him some looks, see what he can do in certain packages. He's maybe the one you trust most as a return guy. He's a vet. And the other question is, can he slip through the practice squad, too? I mean, and would he accept it? Because really, you need a veteran to accept that role. If you decided to go with a guy like Schrader, who I think is probably also going to make the team. Breed is the other guy back there. Well, I don't know if you carry 4 running backs or if you just do the 3, and I think you dress 2 of them, maybe you dress 3 of them. I can't remember how many they bring up on game day. But you've already got Elijah Mitchell, J.P. Mason, and, of course, Christian McCaffrey. So it's about sort of position battles and what you need and where you need it, what you need to trust. The other third prong to this is the unknown of the new kickoff rule. How important is a return man? I'm of the belief that we're not going to see much of this. You can give up the 5 yards by kicking the ball out of the back of the end zone, and the other team will start at, the 30? Is that what it is? Instead of the 25?
Yes, correct.
So, I mean, in my mind, we haven't seen enough. You're not going to see any gamesmanship right now. I'm worried about it when the Niners face the Lions, because I feel like that's when, I don't know why, I just feel like that's when it's coming, when the Lions will have something drawn up for some weird return play. But if you have a kicker who can kick it out of the back of the end zone, and you should be able to, a lot of them do, I'd be willing to give up that 5 yards almost every time, especially if I have the Niners defense.
Yeah, from what I've seen so far, it seems like most kickoff returns end up between the 25 and 30 anyway.
Yeah.
And if they do, then why not give up the extra 3 yards and just take any of the risk out of it? That seems to me to be a no-brainer. Like, I think during preseason, everyone's kicking it off in the landing zone just to see what happens. And just to see, okay, let's try this out and see what happens.
No, like, this sucks. We can't stop anybody. This is not
see
good.
where we're at.
This is risky.
And then all the kickoffs I've seen, well, not all of them, and I haven't seen that many, but the ones I've seen, again, every once in a while you get a team that's stuck around the 20, 22. That'd be cool if you could do that over and over again. But if it's between the 25 and 30, let's say if it's even at the 26, you're going to risk 4 yards. You want the extra 4 yards for the chance of getting beyond the 30? Or even a return? Nah, I'm good. So I think this could end up being a massive nothing burger. Like, oh, the new kickoff. And then people are going to realize, well, we're not getting a lot out of it. Let's just blast it out of the end zone and give it to them at the 30. That's fine. We'll just do that.
I could see this as a 1-year deal, sort of like that's one thing about the NFL. Without changing the fabric of the game at all, they will try things. The DPI review after the Nickel Roby-Coleman play in the NFC Championship game, Saints and Rams a few years back, it was kind of like they caved and like, all right, fine, and it sucked for a year, and now we still complain about it, the DPIs, but not. That was so egregious that I think the NFL felt they had to address it, but they'll get rid of stuff after a year. Baseball's like, you got 140 years with this, and then we'll change maybe.
If they really wanted to get rid of the kick it through the end zone touchback, then they could have made it the 35 and just said you get it at the 35.
And maybe that's the counter.
They would have said, okay, now we're not giving it to you at the 35-yard line. We'll go ahead and try the landing area, the landing whatever.
Landing zone.
Between the 20 and the goal line.
Strip.
And go from there. But yeah, for the extra 4 or 5 yards, 3 maybe, I don't even know. And all the kickoffs the 49ers have had, I'm not sure what the average starting field position is. It's probably not great because the first game, one of them returned it like 50 yards. So that kills your average right there. It's probably, the average is probably beyond the 30. So, again, I don't think it doesn't do you any good to blast it through the end zone in preseason. It's like, why would we do that? We want data. We want to see what the hell's going on with this thing. So let's hopefully accumulate as many kickoffs as we can and kind of see where we stand, and then we'll make up our mind come the regular season. But, yeah, from what I've seen, it just seems to me the safest route, blast it to the end zone. Don't worry about no returns. You don't got to worry about them getting it beyond the 30 or even much more than that, scoring a touchdown. Let's just go ahead and blast it to the end zone, give it to them at the 30, and let our defense do the job.
And I think that's the what Kyle will weigh is like, how many times are we actually going to have a guy return it? Because, again, a few years ago, special teams was a problem. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, it was an issue for them. And again, it's one of those things where it's not really a third of the game, but it can cost you more than the game. It can cost you the game if it's not executed. One positive out of yesterday's game, no real injuries yesterday. Nothing to report is what Kyle said at the front, considering they canceled the joint practice. That was definitely a positive. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. We got several guests coming later. We'll talk more about this with Matt Mayoko at 4:50, Eric Burns at 4:30. When we come on back, both the Niners and Ayuk, did they gain leverage? By the way, Ayuk was present yesterday at the game. I asked Mayoko pregame, does a hold-in show up to the preseason games? And as it turns out, because Brandon Ayuk is using sick days right now, instead of paying the fees, he's got the back injury. That's what I'll say. He's using his sick days.
I love that.
That's what he did. It's what he's doing. He's like, remember Jalen Ramsey was on the Jags? He didn't play for 3 weeks in a row or something. He's like, yeah, my back's hurt. Then they traded him to the Rams, and then he played that week. I was like, this guy used his sick days and then quit his job. I was like, this guy,
the sick days.
That's a
I wonder
good
if
move.
they have to go on work day to get those done.
I'll check with Kyle and see if that's the case. Okay. Did either gain leverage?
I broke my back.
After yesterday's game, do you think the 49ers came away thinking they need Ayuk more than before after yesterday? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader. The Giants split the last Bay Bridge series over the weekend in Oakland. Did you go out to the Coliseum this weekend to celebrate for one last time? You can let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. Going to catch up with Eric Burns coming up at 4:30 in about an hour. So, still no movement at all on Brandon Ayuk or Trent Williams, per Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Kyle told us on Thursday last week, he's like, I think you said we got to get it out of the way. We just got to ask you. And he said, really, it feels like we just kind of been in the same spot for a while. And yesterday on our pregame show, before the Saints-Niners, Matt Mayoko said, quoting John Lynch from the Murph and Marcus show last week, and you laughed at this because he said, Murph said, what's taking so long? And he said, I wish I knew. And you said, well, he has some idea. Matt Mayoko said, but to some extent, that attitude leads you to believe that maybe it's not totally ball in his court right now. Kyle says it feels like we've been sitting here in the same spot for some time. If you pair those together, it's easy to make the connection to lead yourself to believe, and I'm kind of this mindset, that the ball's maybe in his court, that he's got to make a decision on where this is going to go. Again, the 49ers are like, I don't know that they have a clock on this. I don't know that they think we need something. Or if there's no clock on the Niners side, maybe it feels as though whatever they would be getting in return in a trade is not something for this year. Right? Per the teams that we've talked about, that's kind of my feeling. So if they're playing a game of chicken still, and it's just, well, here's the offer, pick your team or sign the deal, at some point, the game of chicken runs out and the season starts, and he's on the clock for service time and for missing a year and for games that are going to cost him big dollars. So I don't know that anybody, based on performance yesterday, changed anything. I think as the time gets as the clock winds down closer to week one and kicking off week one, Ayuk loses less and less leverage as this thing goes on.
Leverage McLeverage.
Oh, we can reintroduce
nice.
that back.
We got crew mix. Drops now, huh? Is that good?
Yay.
We got crew Leverage McLeverage.
Leverage McLeverage.
Well, I thought Mike Silver wrote a real interesting article.
Yeah, we'll get into that for sure.
And that's not differentiating from all his other real interesting articles.
This one's really good. You'll like
I thought that was a good one. In that, did you want? Was that at some other point? Am I jumping the gun on that that article?
Are you?
I don't know. You said we'll talk about that later.
Is this the preseason one?
Yeah, where he's talking about basically forcing
okay.
Ayuk to practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, just saying. All right.
We'll lay the details out about what it is.
Okay, so he's saying the Niners should say, okay, we want you out of practice, and if you're not going to be out of practice, we're going to start fining you. And the fines are pretty significant. Like during preseason, you can rack up like $1 million plus in fines in preseason. So what he's saying is they had to force him to practice. Now what Kyle says is he has a bad back. We all know that's bullcrap.
Spinal.
But that's what it's spinal. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't get fined, by the way. Trent Williams up to $3 million in fines.
Yeah.
Ayuk not getting fined because he's like, well, I'm hurt.
Exactly. So I mean, he can continue to say that.
Yeah.
They could say, hey, we want you to practice. And he could just say, well, my back hurts. So that's how they'll play this out. That's how, if the Niners, that's the only problem with going that route I could see, is you're going to upset him even more, I guess. If he's even upset. If he's not, then that probably will agitate him. It'll probably agitate the situation needlessly because, again, you're not going to get anything out of it. He'll just say, my back's hurt. Oh, my hamstrings hurt now. Oh, my knees kind of bulk. Like, there are ways around
bulky,
that.
It's cranky.
It's bulky. It's Trent bulky.
Baseball, you'd say elbow tendonitis is what you
Trent Williams can't do that because he's not even here. No. So he'll just continue to be fine.
$60,000 a day or something.
I don't know that I thought it was interesting. I don't know that it helps anything. And I think Mike was trying to say that will get things going. Like, it's going to force him to make a decision. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to be here? Do you want to sign this? Do you want to go somewhere else? The problem is it's almost like Ayuk's treating this like he's an NBA player. This is like an NBA thing to do. Look, I want to get traded, and I want to get traded here. Like when Anthony Davis got traded. I want to get traded, but I only want to go to the Lakers.
Yeah.
Like, that's a total NBA thing to do.
Paul George did it with the Thunder, where it was like, I'm going to go play with Kawhi, and that's it, or I won't play for you.
That's what NBA guys do. Not only do they tell you they want to get traded, they dictate where they want to get traded to because the agents have a lot of power. Now, recently, in the last year or so in the NBA, we're starting to see teams saying, I don't care where you want to go. If you don't want to play here and you're going to get traded, we're going to do what's best for the team, and we'll deal with the agent at some other point. But it's a situation now where if you're the Niners, you're like, well, you want to get traded, but you're giving us one team to trade you to. And we already had deals with two other teams. You didn't want to go there. So if you're the Niners, I can see where they're getting super frustrated with this. Like, hey, if you want to get traded and get paid, we worked that out for you. We got that for you. You'll get paid, but he didn't want to go to those situations. So that's the problem, is that the Steelers don't have what the Niners want. And unless they can find a third team to where they can just flip those trades and get a receiver or players this year, because make no mistake, that's what this is all about. It's about, hey, we're trying to win a Super Bowl this year. Picks are fantastic, and they'd be great if we'd already won a Super Bowl. We haven't. We want to win a Super Bowl this year, and we want to put our best team on the field. And we want to have somebody, if we don't have you, we want to have somebody that's at least close to what you can provide to help us win a Super Bowl. The Steelers can't provide that. So you're really kind of, he's not kind of, he is narrowing the leverage down as narrow as it could be. One team, here's where I want to go. And then they're like, okay, we even have that for you. Because they said they would accept a second and third round pick, but I can't imagine they would do that without finding another team that would help them. It's just hard to find teams that want to help you this late in preseason. So it's just kind of turned into a mess, which again leads me to go back to what I've always thought, that he will be here one way or the other, whether it's his fifth-year option, an extension. The last reports were they had the framework of it worked out, but they wanted an extra year.
Did you see Eric Branch's report yesterday was that they were closer on a deal, but they disagreed on whatever the details are about a fourth year.
Yeah.
So whatever that, it's a guaranteed money thing. It's all that stuff has to be ironed out. I guess what I was asking about the leverage play, and you mentioned the Steelers, and that's the team that we believe, it's been reported, but it's a team that we believe, I think every one of us, whatever the reports have been over time, are that would be his most favorable team to go play for. Even though Tom doesn't believe the Steelers have ever had any good receivers. The Browns...
Yeah, except for the last 10 years, they had a bunch
of them. So for a bunch of them. The Browns,
and the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, I was going to say, Lynn Swanney's out there, too, yeah.
But in the middle there.
Not as many.
It got kind of light.
Right now, not as many. But he and George Pickens, there are some other guys there. Maybe he looks at that offense and says, I don't want to be the number one. I want another guy like Debo there. And you got George Pickens there. That's maybe an interesting situation. When I asked for leverage in terms of Ayuk, like, did the Niners gain more here? Did you see what Russell Wilson and Justin Fields look like this weekend?
Oof.
They put up.
Well, they look like what we thought they looked like.
Yeah, the Steelers
are who we thought they were.
Yeah. 9-3 Bills over the Steelers, and Fields got more reps passing. Wilson was, I guess, accurate in terms of his efficiency. Not quite as efficient for Justin Fields, but I sort of feel like the Niners, again, as every minute and every day passes, they have more leverage in this deal, because if we get to week one and he gets traded, you're not playing every game. You're not unless you're getting that huge contract beyond them acquiring you at the start of the season. Like, I just don't know to what extent this thing's going to go. To me, if he's showing up as an injured player, and again, he's avoiding having to pay the fines and having to pay the whatever it's going to cost him in not showing up, he wants to be here. And if they're still talking in the reports as of yesterday, per Eric Branch of the Chronicle, are that they are coming close to a deal, or they're close on a deal, but disagree about a final year, that to me is not semantics, because this thing has gone every which way, but still every sign points to him wanting to be a 49er.
Yeah, I've always felt that.
Yeah.
I've always felt that he's wanted to be here, but I still who knows?
So
who knows with this thing?
So we'll piggyback on that and into talking more about this the Mike Silver article you were talking about when we come on back. Mike Silver's piece that you were talking about basically just makes the case for this thing sucks. Just get rid of preseason, which I can follow up by. I don't think he'll be mad at me for telling this. Texting me during the game. We text each other during the game, me and Silver. He sits the row behind me, but like 15 feet to my right. So we'll text each other things and then just watch each other laugh. And he texted me, "This thing's so boring." And then he wrote a piece, "You got to get rid of the preseason." Tolbert and Govs is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Is it time to just be done with it all and let them do the joint practices? Will we get better football for that first month? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Spinal. Tolbert and Corpse with you. Corpse? How am I saying? We're here. We're both here. Me and Tom.
Listen anywhere, anytime on the KNBR app. Now back to Tolbert and Kerps.
Tolbert, Kerps. How you guys doing, man?
I'm good, dude.
On the sports leader.
For some reason, yesterday during 49ers pre- and post-game, Tim in my ear kept exclusively calling me Adam, which is something he never does. It's like Dennis Brown always referring to Matt Mayoko as Matthew. Matthew, I got a question. Dude, I'm telling you, 100% of the time he calls him Matthew Mayoko.
Does he really?
Matthew, I want to ask you, which is hilarious.
Never missed it one time.
Not one time has he missed. I joked about it yesterday with him, and then he did it. Anyway, we'll catch up with Mayoko. Matthew at 4:50 today.
What are we talking about this segment, Adam?
What are we talking about? See, now I'm all off. We're talking about the preseason, Tim. What else?
We could talk about Steve Kerr speaking at the Democratic National Convention.
He is not. He joins us at his normal time today, by the way, this afternoon.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
That's what Tim told me. I don't know if that's
Steve Kerr speaking at the DNC. You know how many people's heads are going to explode?
I don't see his name on any list, though.
Well, he's like the president. They don't announce it when he's showing up because
Dr. Junk.
Security reasons. What's he talking?
Oh, there it is, Dr. Junk at 5:20.
Is he talking economy? What's his?
I have no idea. I don't know unless Tim lied to me, which could be possible because I don't see his name here.
Pretty specific lie.
It sounds like something Tim would mess up.
5:20. He's on at 5:30 with us.
Is that right? Today?
Well, then maybe he's later. I don't know. Where did this news come from, by the way?
If it came from Tim, I reject it wholeheartedly. See, Tim, now you've pulled the e-brake on the show. Now we've got to figure this out before we can move on. Derek, there's only one person to be upset with. Cron 4 reporting a half hour ago, Steve Kerr to speak at the DNC convention tonight. So,
I ride with Cron.
Shout out Gary.
Shout out Pam Moore.
Thank you. There you go. Confirmed. Steve speaking at the DNC.
This whole thing has jumped the shark now. I mean, come on. It's way out of control. Way out of control. Like, I could deal with the championships. I could even deal with the Olympic gold medal. But speaking at the DNC...
It's really self-indulgent, is it not?
Are you bleeping me?
I mean,
are you bleeping
this is an invitation. He didn't have to accept this.
Unbelievable.
This guy think he is, you know?
I sound like Kruk. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Two totally different scenarios.
I hope he tears his shirt off like Hulk.
Yeah, I hope he
wears a headband.
I hope he does a Kid Rock performance, like at the RNC. That'd be good.
I mean, wow. We've again. I don't know anymore.
Dr. Junk is back, baby.
No, he's not back. He's the Democratic. Yeah, the same guy that said that is speaking at the Democratic National Convention. And look, he is one of my best friends. And some of the stuff we've done, I'm like, dude, that dude that I know isn't speaking at the Democratic National Convention.
The guy who put the box of beer on his head for Halloween?
That I can guarantee you. Which makes me wonder about all these other fools that are up there speaking too, what they're all about too. Oh my God!
I imagine that with every politician, like people they went to high school with, are like that guy. It's like when somebody has kids and you're like, that guy's having kids.
Wow,
that guy's having kids.
That is
this guy's the DNC. Huh?
That's something. I don't know when he's going on. I got a text into him. I believe the text just said, "Are you bleeping me?"
Do you think we could get him to do what you used to do with Steve Young on ESPN, where you get him to say something at the DNC, like a word?
Oh.
Do you think we could get Steve Kerr to do that?
Oh, you know what I'm going to try to get him to say?
We got to sneak in a word.
I'm going to say if he'll say nuggies.
Dude, see if we can sneak in a nuggies.
Nuggies.
Dude, this would be on. Dude, oh my
like
God.
Andy Reid.
Please text him. Yeah,
give
please
me some
ask
of those nuggies.
That would be gold. If we can do that and have it in the soiree tomorrow, like Steve goes out and he's like, oh, by the way, nuggies. On the way out, he just forgets it, but he drops it in. That would be absolutely. I would like that more than the gold medal. I would have taken the loss to France if we get that.
If we could sneak a word into the DNC, that would be amazing. That would be amazing.
That'd be incredible, dude. Actually, we got to do that. We got to get down on that. See if we can get nuggies.
Give me some of those nuggies.
Well, they've done that with, like, Steph's done it. He wasn't at the DNC. He was at, like, All-Star Weekend, you know. But
that's a little bit different. Nuggies.
Oh, that's good.
I wonder if I could get a kapaya.
That'd be incredible. What if he's going to wing it, or if he's going? Is he going with like a wing it type speech? Is he a guy who writes something for
I
this?
I don't think at the DNC you're going wing it. I think
that's an RNC thing.
You're going to have something. Now, you could go off script, like you could veer off script.
Never did that.
Because he's not Trump.
Never,
and he won't go off script and then just meander for 40 minutes, like off into the wilderness, like Robert De Niro in Awakenings. Like he's just like walking around, like, bro, get back this way, okay? You're like, hey, let's get back this way. But I don't know. He's very prepared. He's a very good ad-libber. But that one, I do not think you roll the dice at the DNC. I think you better have something. You probably better stick to it. And if you go off a little bit, you better pull yourself right back onto the tracks. All I'm asking for is Capaya or Nuggies. I think Nuggies. I don't even know.
Capaya would be hard, but Nuggies.
I'm not sure how you could fit Nuggies or Capaya. I might have to give him a word that he could actually fit into the.
Yeah, Nuggies is hard because you'd have to be like, let me give you a couple of Nuggies of knowledge. Dude, that thing would live forever.
Exactly.
Forever. So maybe. Yeah, you got to give him something that could be worked into something he's saying, but that only we'll know, and that the listeners will know what he's talking about.
Yes. Yeah.
You got to think of one.
Okay.
Before the show's over. Well, the DNC starts at 4, and I imagine he's leading it off. Imagine he's the opening act. I don't know what time he's going.
I gotta at least record it now and fast forward through just to see. Yeah, I can't believe.
Yeah, he's not going to go off book like your boy. Dude, your boy on Saturday was hilarious.
You're greater than Vince Lombardi.
There he is. On Saturday, your boy was like, "Am I right, North Carolina?" He was in Pennsylvania. Here's we got a little. It's incredible. It's just so good. We have a. Tim says they were doing a sound check. We have audio of Steve Kerr practicing his speech.
We're going to California and Texas and New York, and we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan, and then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
God damn it.
Never forget that was dubbed the I Have a Scream speech.
I mean, that was just amazing. It got better and better and better. And then the greatest thing about that speech is the scream wasn't in the middle. It wasn't toward the end. It capped it off at the end, and then that was it. I mean, it was like he was like getting so fevered, like, and then we're gonna go, and then we're gonna go, and then it got better and better and better, and you're like, how can you top this? And then and then I was like, oh, money shot, drop the mic, get out of there, you lose. But you win.
Dude, the crowd going nuts behind him, too. And then they all turned on him. Everybody turned on him, dude. Everybody was going nuts right there. Just totally flipped on Dean. Well, I need it from the top one more time, Tim.
Oh, God. We're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
It was so maniacal. Like he was like, "Oh, this guy's scary now."
Not even a good plan if you were going to hit those states in the order that he gave you. That's not the order I would have gone in.
Oh yeah, he threw it South Dakota, a rogue South Dakota,
South Dakota and Michigan and Oregon. Then back to DC. I'm like, why don't you we should do this in one swing?
Oh,
we could do this a little stronger. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, that's still amazing.
Can we work on it? Like I was trying to think if someone could work it from there. Steve won't give us a at the end of his speech, probably.
That will never not be amazing.
I didn't even know it was coming. That made my day.
Oh man!
And then don't forget Chappelle morphed into BYA, BYA. His whole speech.
Oh man!
Oh, it's incredible. So, Steve Kerr, I can't believe that. Steve Kerr speaking at the DNC tonight. That's funny. Tim said it was Steve, and then I was like, Steve Young's there? Yeah. Lamar Jackson, he could be the best. He could be the guy.
What?
What Steve would probably happen to our guy number 8 is he'd probably go, yeah, Joe's a good dude. And they'd be like, it's not Joe anymore. I'd go, what? He'd be like, it's not Joe. He'd be like, I don't know if you missed this. We're not getting Joe or Correa anymore, Steve. That's not it's not going down. Tolbert and Coates with you on a Monday afternoon. It feels like it should be a ska Monday based on how much fun we're having and how much sun is out. We're going to catch up with Eric Burns at 4:30, Matthew Mayoko, 4:50, Andy Baggerly, 5:15, Steve Kerr's usual time before he goes on stage at the DNC, and then 5:45, Giants pregame as they open a series against the White Sox. Maybe the lamest series ever. When we come on back here, we will get a little deeper into what happened this weekend before we catch up with Eric Burns. How about this? The Giants split the Battle of the Bay this weekend. It was kind of a dud. What are they putting in the water in Oakland? What's going on with this offense? Battle of the Bay, it's over. That's next on the Sports. Kyle Shanahan said after yesterday's game, Brock Purdy and some 49er starters will play this Friday against the Raiders. You can listen to Kyle with us right here on Tolbert and Coates Wednesday at 4:50 on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy, and we are coming up on the best time of the year again. That's right. Football season is just around the corner, and last year, over 1 million fans got in on the game by making picks with Underdog Fantasy. And you can join in, too. Get this, you can win up to 325 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player's stats. Making picks on Underdog is so simple, and it's even easier to get started. Go to their mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up using promo code KNBR, and Underdog will give you a highly discounted pick to use with your first pick-em entry, plus a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick, plus that deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
As Conforto swings, he belts one. Deep right, on its way. Gone! And the Giants go back-to-back in the 10th. Michael Conforto is a pinch hitter, makes it 4-1.
Giants split the Babe Ruth series yesterday with the A's over in Oakland, the final rendition of the Babe Ruth series. Before we get to the fight for Dixon, as Tacky was calling it last week. That's such a good line, dude. Such an inside 80 line there. As we'll catch up with Eric Burns, who, of course, hit for the cycle in the Babe Ruth series in San Francisco. He does I forget what they call it. It's he and Will Clark, but it's up with the 22s. It's not the All 22. That's an NFL film thing. Give me the name of their podcast or their show that they do, Derek.
No.
Excuse me? All right, I just won't say anything about it.
No, all right, I'll look it up.
See what I deal with? Have to deal with it. Thank you. Michael Conforto hit a solo home run yesterday after Encarnacion hit the two-run homer in the 10th inning. Real pitcher's duel. It's funny to call it a pitcher's duel when neither team can hit. I mean, it's really just who can scratch one across or who can figure it out. And neither really figured it out until they put the runner on second, which is why I hate the runner on second. You got to manufacture runs to earn the win in a ball game. Bottom line is, funny part about yesterday is they end up going up 4-1. Then immediately Walker comes in, gives up that hit. Then it's like a hit, walk, or hit, whatever it is. Bases loaded, nobody out, strikes out the side, gets out of it. Again, every series, I feel like we come back to the same point, Tom. And I think Giants fans, it's starting to settle in a little bit more firm. There's nothing consistent about this team enough to believe, even with Logan Webb and Blake Snell and what they're doing, that they're capable of any sort of big, consistent run. You look at the month of September now it's a daunting month. Now it's not just like, oh, nice, you got some teams right in front of you can make up ground with. Now you look at it, and if you pair together the teams the Giants play, I believe entering the second half, they were the second easiest schedule in baseball by opponent record. As it stands now, entering September, it's like I think by the time we get to September, could be one of the hardest. Right now, they're like near the mid to the top third of difficult schedules on the way out.
Well, their record is a perfect representation of who they are. I mean, there's nothing fluky about their record. Their record is exactly who they are and where they should be. And the thought that this team can make a run is, in my mind, all but extinguished. Like, I would be shocked now if they made any type of run to get to where they are. I fully expect them to finish with 80 to 82, like right in there, 80 to 82, maybe 82, maybe even pushing it. But unless, again, the only thing you got going for you is not necessarily their play, is that the other teams are flawed too. I mean, the Braves are the best of the bunch. There's no doubt about that. But they've been injured. If they get everybody back and get on, all they need to do is get on a little bit of a roll, and they'll pull away. And there won't even be a wild card chase the last couple weeks of the season. Because the Padres and Diamondbacks had such a great stretch that they've just pulled away from everybody.
It's always been about the third, but there were more teams that you could try to suppress by head-to-head play than you can now.
Yeah, it used to be the Braves had the first. You thought, okay, nobody's going to catch the Braves, which isn't true anymore. And the Padres and the Diamondbacks were going to be in the mix for the third and final wild card, second and third. And now it looks like they're going to be 1-2. Like the Padres are on fire, the Diamondbacks on fire, and it's going to be between the Braves are the clear. I think they're clearly the best team. The Cardinals are just like the Giants, just flawed, and the Mets flawed. I mean, everybody's flawed. But with the Giants, you just look at them and you watch, and they just don't. The lineup is it's not good enough. It just is not good enough. Like, they need to completely retool first base. They just completely retool first base. I mean, I like Lamont Wade Jr. I do. They need more They just do. They need more from a first baseman. And the him and Wilmer is like, okay, it's okay, but you got to be better. You just have to be better there. You better hope Fitzgerald's a guy. Re-sign Chapman. They got to figure out what's going on with Bailey now. It's 2 years in a row where the batting has just taken a complete fall off a cliff in the second half. That's not helping. You got Ramos, you got Lee, and then you got to find either it's Matos or go out and find somebody who's a thumper. Like a legit bat. That's what they need. They need a legit bat. I mean, you go down and look through all the teams that are like playoff type teams, and they at least have some legit bats. Like I would say, even Arizona. I mean, Walker and Marte are probably better than any two hitters the Giants have. Like, at least I would rather face Giants hitters than him.
Marte's legit. He's one of the most underrated players in the game. Is Marte?
Yeah,
and he's
and the Padres have a bunch of guys you would rather not face than giant hitters. So that's what they need. That's what they need. But the pitching, it's laughable now when Farhan said it's the best rotation in baseball. But at the time he said it.
It's on the table.
Birdsong was pitching well. Harrison was pitching pretty well. Robbie Ray got off to a pretty good start. And then Snell was doing what Snell seemingly always does now, every start. Like, he doesn't get any more dominant than that guy's been. And then Webb had a little bit of a bump, and then he's back doing what he does. But, since then, even though Birdsong pitched really good this weekend, but to your point, is it they're pitching really well? These teams can't hit. Now, the A's have actually been hitting fairly well, and I think going into yesterday, they were 21-14 since the beginning of July. So they've actually been playing pretty good ball. They've been a pretty decent team. But it's still, to me, it's about the lineup. I don't care how much you have to overpay somebody. Even if it's not one of the top superstars, you just better get some guys in here. Yeah, you just have to. This line, it just isn't getting. And I know you can say, the offense is 15th, and like the overall numbers are okay. They're not terrible, but it's about the appearance, about the looks, about what people feel going into the game. Opposing teams looking at the lineup, saying, "How are we going to navigate? How are we going to navigate that? How are we going to get through this part of the lineup?" Like, it's been forever since the Giants have had any part of the order where a pitcher had to go, "How am I going to get through this part of the order?" This isn't it. Like, hopefully Ramos takes another step and he gets even better than he was this year, and he can be one of those guys that you're like fear in certain situations. And we'll see what Lee has next year. I'm sure he'll be in the leadoff spot, but that lineup is you look at it and you're like, whatever.
It's piss poor.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's
not playoff quality. Let's put it that way.
No. And by the way, the Braves did just lose Austin Riley. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did
surgery.
see that.
That's a bummer for him and for them.
I did see that.
I like Austin Riley a lot.
That definitely hurts. He's a stud.
So the way it stands right now, and you mentioned the Padres, how hot they've gotten and how hot the D-backs got. Padres right now are 3 out from the division.
I know.
And the D-backs are 4 back from the division. The Giants have to see the Padres when we get to September. Is it 6 times?
6 times, and I think the Diamondbacks 6 times.
And the D-backs 6 times. You also get Milwaukee, who's in there. You get Baltimore.
Milwaukee's in there.
Just for a kick to the beans for fun. You get Milwaukee.
Mariners.
Kansas City's no team to just bowl over, by the way.
No, speaking of Riley, did I send you that clip of Joe Adell's hot smash down the third baseline?
Joe Adell, former top prospect of the Angels.
Exactly.
Is he still an Angel?
Yes.
No, you did not send it to me.
Oh, I got to send it to you. It's awesome. Joe Adell hits a hot smash down the third baseline, and Riley gloves it and throws him out at first. And Adell was running, and apparently must have just had his head down and thought it got by Riley.
Oh, no.
And he rounds first base. And he was out by a mile, but he was out by even more.
Or they threw him at second? Backdoor or second?
No. They threw him out. They threw him out at first, but it was funny because he got thrown out, and then after he got thrown out, he rounded the back.
Oh, because he did the question mark or the banana horseshoe to turn towards second.
It's like,
and then they're like, dude, you're out, bro.
Don't bother running through the bag. Let's round it. On a ball that didn't get out of the infield, let's round first base.
Well, if I can riff for just a sec, relative to Luciano, at least he made it to first.
Yeah.
Luciano watched Riley pick that one in third and then just was like, well.
I don't know what's worse.
I'll
I
just
guess
go back
not
to
running's
sack.
worse,
Yeah.
but when you're around first base and it didn't make it out of the infield, that's not a great look.
Well,
I'll send it to you. It's like I go, oh my gosh. I thought losing was bad enough. Now we're rounding first base. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's the heads up baseball stuff. And this guy is not a prospect anymore. He's been around for it's been a few years. He's got to figure this thing out. He's had a lot of stints at the big league level. But to your point about the lineup and them just not figuring it out or getting it done, Kerry Crowley said to me, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, you might have been out, Tom, he said the Giants' next wave of real big-time players or good offensive talent is a couple of levels of the minor leagues away. So Farhan showed up and stacked some pitching. They have done, would you agree they've done better in pitching development than offensive development? Or at least finding talent in pitching, whether it be free agency or, I mean, guys like Kevin Gossman saying, dude, just throw the split. Sort of changed his career, right? I mean, there's a handful of guys they've been able to do that with. I saw this headline, NBC Sports Bay Area this weekend. MLB Insider deems Giants as possible free agent landing spot for Juan Soto. And I said this basically after.
Fooled me once. Shame on you. It fooled me. We can't get fooled again.
I'm not touching that again, dude. I don't need in August.
Tell me that was a Heyman tweet.
It says MLB Insider. I'd have to find out who the insider is that said it. I'll tell you it was a Heyman tweet. Breaking news, Tom. John Heyman tweeted it. Yeah. Giants are looking for a big star, right? Says Heyman. Giancarlo Stanton, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, Bryce Harper. They made a play for Soto in a trade. It didn't work out. I think they have some hurdles, obviously, with a tough ballpark to hit in, but they have a chance. So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance.
I don't know a Giants fan to a man or woman, any fan who's like, I'm going to allow myself to fall into that trap again. I don't know. Does any 808 KNBR Giants fans, let us know on the text line. Like, seriously, is there anybody who's fallen for that again? And that, like, again, I don't know that that's going to change. If you had Carlos Correa right now, how different is this team? You'd have a bat that you had to get through in the lineup, for sure. Aaron Judge, same thing. The Aaron Judge deal would have been nice. Better at this point even than I thought it was going to work out. Now, he's hitting in a better ballpark, but Aaron Judge is a hitter for this generation, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know that even one generational bat is going to change the makeup here. I think it's a back to the drawing board situation.
Yeah, if you're going to go after a guy like Soto, I would just tell his agent, hey, look, when you're ready, just let us know, and we're going to give you an offer.
The Ohtani thing? Just what does he want? We'll offer it. And
we'll give you a half an hour. And if you want it, then take it. If not, then we're going to go away. But we're not going through the whole back and forth. That's not going to happen. So that's the way I'd do it if I was them. Like, it'd be like Mark Cuban on Shark Tank. Look, here's the offer. You got 10 seconds. You let me know what you want to do. Well, I'm not going to go back and forth with the other teams.
I love that. He's like, I'm not getting a bidding war. Yeah, exactly. Cuban doesn't bid with anybody on Shark Tank. He just goes.
Which is kind of goes against the spirit of the show. That's kind of the fun part of the show. He just doesn't want to have any part of it. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I like it, but it doesn't do much for the entertainment value of the show. Can I hear one more? I'm out. I told you, I'm out.
He doesn't get back in either.
That's what Farhan should be like.
He's not getting back in.
I gotta, you know what? I got 2 teams I got to get to. I'm out. See ya. We're moving on. We're moving on. I would suggest they don't go after Soto. Go after like the next level. Get a couple of them. And put them in the order there, and like go, okay, let's get these guys and lengthen the order a little bit. Because I'm with you. It's great to get one guy, but I'm not sure if one guy is that going to make that much of a difference. 2 guys might. Yeah, you get 2 guys in there, and you add Soto to that, or not Soto, but Ramos to that mix, and yeah, maybe you got a good middle of the order. Maybe you got the makings of a middle of the order that's, got to make
formidable.
You think a couple times.
And then you can add pieces like, I mean, again, Juan Uribe wasn't on the 2010 Giant. He wasn't like a big free agent ad. He was a spring training invite, right? Aubrey Huff had been an Oriole and had been a Ray, and now he's just an a-hole. But he wasn't.
Well, I think he's always been an a-hole.
Yeah,
we just didn't know it.
Now he's just that. Now he's not an A or a J. Now he's not a Roy. He's not anything else but that.
Yes.
My point is that you can add those ancillary pieces after you have a core of guys. Now, Buster Posey wasn't a part of that core, and he changed the makeup of that team, but the calling card was always pitching. Lincecum had won 2.
Yep.
You had Matt Cain. Bumgarner debuted the year before. Wellemeyer was your 5 that year. Bottom line is Sanchez had been a guy that they were confident in more as a 4 than as a 2. So, I don't know that there's a right answer to this. I'm just of the belief that one guy would be exciting. I don't think it changes the makeup or the direction. Let's go to Bob in Redwood City. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. Bob's in Redwood City. What's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, hi. I think we're beating a dead horse talking about trying to get a big hitter at the Giants next year. Until they finish the ballpark, fix the ballpark, just get rid of Triples Alley and make it an attractive place to come play. The cold weather is another thing that probably some players don't want to show up. They don't like the cold weather, but I think fixing the park and really going for it this time so that it's a hitter's field.
Appreciate the call, Bob. I don't think much in the ballpark I don't know how much of the ballpark dimensions will change again. I don't know that that's something that they'll do just to attract somebody. And again, it's a lot of people talk about the weather. You mentioned the cold weather. I think a lot of it is about just how hard it is to hit here in general. My thought process is always just to play to what you have and what you're good at, right? Like when I don't remember it, but when Roger Craig showed up, it was like, we're going to make the advantage that we have this ballpark. Everybody hates playing here. Everybody hates hitting here. Why don't we make this team? And his summation of that was to come to everybody's throwing the split finger fastball, and nobody's going to hit it out. And it made Mike Krukow a 20-game winner. It made the Giants a formidable pitching staff, and a lot of guys carried that throughout their career. So it's not always that. And again, I don't think that's simple. It's not always easy to boil it down to one thing like that. But we know what made this team successful. Every day that I see the Giants not able to hit at this ballpark just adds more fuel to the fire of how great of a hitter Barry Bonds was, because it's unbelievable that we thought this was a bandbox of a place or somewhere that people could come to hit, and it wasn't. He could just hit. It didn't matter where he hit. It was going to leave the yard, right? So if you know that your most success as a franchise ever came as a pitching team, I just think that's the direction you go. I said this to you last year at the deadline. If you're going to lean into something, lean into pitching. If you're going to say this is the best pitching staff in baseball, getting rid of Alex Cobb wasn't necessarily the best logical thing to do, I don't think, in terms of what they need. I'd rather have Cobb right now, I think, every fifth day than Birdsong. I don't know that Birdsong was going to be a guy that could get you to the end of the year at the rate and the clip that he was throwing at. Same with Kyle Harrison. It's not that I don't think they're capable beyond this, but when you believe that's the strength of your team, buy to the strength of the team. That's my thought on that. And I just don't think offense is ever going to be, unless you hit gold on somebody who's an all-time player like that, the calling card of a winning team in San Francisco.
Is there anybody that grew up here that's playing baseball that they can bring back home?
What do you mean? Oh, you mean like Barry? Anybody know somebody whose dad played for the team? It was like the next Willie Mays. It's like might be the next greatest thing to ever happen. Mark's in Santa Rosa. Mark in Santa Rosa. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, hello. This is Mark Santa Rosa. Yeah, pitching. You need a 1-2-3 to win in the playoffs, but you need at least 4 runs or more. I listened to Papa and Lund about 2 weeks ago, and Lund was saying the Giants' record when they score 4 runs or more is like crazy. Like, they win 80% of the time, but when they don't score 4 runs, it's just dramatically bad. You can't really attract people to the park with the triples alley like you're saying. So if you have a 1-2-3, like when we had in 2010, 12, and 14. I mean, 2014, Baumgartner was crazy. And then to piggyback off of Barry Bonds, how many intentional walks did he have, and how many home runs would he have added to his all-time record had he not had any of those intentional walks, even in San Francisco or Candlestick for that matter? So the wind swirls. You need to focus on pitching. If you have a 1-2-3 and you make it to the wild card, you can score 4 runs or more. You have a real legitimate shot to shock some people. Maybe not win a World Series, but maybe get to the Championship League Series, that kind of thing. And then final thought, Farhan, we'll see. They're a team that's developing. Mike Krukow said in the morning show about 3 weeks ago, he was like, the Giants are doing something most teams can't do. They're developing and they're contending. And when they won all those games and they got over 500 and they were 3 games over 500, they looked like a team, oh, my God, they actually could contend, but they're also developing at the same time. Sometimes you get either or, and I'll take my answer off the air. You guys are great. Love you guys.
Appreciate you, Mark.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I would say that's... Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
I would argue...
Are they contending?
That they're contending and developing.
That's right.
They're developing. they're not contending. Like, tangentially, yeah, I guess you could say they are, but that's by the loosest definition of contending. Like, everyone always says that. That's one of the biggest sports cliches. We want to compete and develop. Well, yeah, no crap. Like, everybody wants to do that. Everybody wants to develop younger players and compete.
Well, my good guys get old. I want my young guys to be good as the old guys now. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Who doesn't want to do? Do you want that? Like, here's what we have for you. Would you like to compete and contend or develop? Not really. Not really. You know, I just want to develop. I don't really want to compete. And I don't really like younger players, so can I just have the compete part? I'll take that a la carte, please. Like, of course everyone wants to compete and contend, but, like, what's your definition of contend? Because this ain't it for me. This, again, are they out of it? No. Are they contending? I mean, mathematically, yeah, but not really. I mean, they're 500. Look at them. I mean, does anything about this team strike you as a contending team? Because it doesn't me at all, and it hasn't struck me as a contending team for quite some time. But yes, they are developing, but if they were really developing, then Luciano would still be in the lineup, and he'd be getting at-bats. They are developing, the young pitching. Walker could be a closer at some point. Harrison and Birdsong could be in the rotation. Like, that's solid stuff. Fitzgerald at shortstop. Like, that's pretty good stuff. It is. But the contending part, I mean,
it's loose.
I would disagree with that. Yes.
One time, Murph got really mad at me when I was working on the morning show. Shocker, Murph got mad at me. It was because we were arguing Farhan, like, early on. Like, he came on he started in 2019, and I was still the mindset, like, he was still catering to Bochy. Then 2020 happens, and it's Kapler, and everybody's upset about that. And what'd they finish? A game under 500 or 2 games under 500? They barely missed the COVID playoffs. And we were in the offseason. I said to Murph, well, they almost made the playoffs last year. And he got really mad. He said, that is intellectually fraudulent. Which I was like, yeah, you're right. It is. It is intellectually fraudulent. It's kind of how I feel about saying this team is contending now. Like, yeah, they're mathematically in it, but are they contending? Like, are they real punchers in this thing, or are they they're kind of hanging around? Like, it's not like the core of guys they have has carried them to this point. They got back over 500, but the inconsistencies have made it tough. We got to take a quick break. We got all our guests coming up. 4:30 Burns,
buddy.
4:50 Mayoko, 5:15 Bags. Steve Kerr from the DNC at his usual time. And when we come on back, we've got a nice sound soiree for you, featuring a couple of football coaches we'll hear from this season. I'll tell you this: Mike Gundy's pissed, and Jim Harbaugh spoke to the heavens. That's next on the Sports Leader. '49ers won their second preseason game against the Saints 16-10 last night at Levi's Stadium. Brock Purdy played in 3 series without his playmakers. Really anybody on his offensive line. Did Purdy really need to play? Let us know. 415-808-KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, I know a lot of people stress about this because they get their bill and they can't pay it. What happens if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us and we work something out. The first thing is, the fact that you get a bill from the IRS doesn't mean it's right. A lot of times those bills are wrong. The first thing we look at is the bill right or wrong? If it's wrong, we go to the IRS for you and say, hey, this bill is wrong, correct it. But suppose it's not wrong. Suppose you really do owe the money. There's so many good options. whether we ask the government to let you just pay part and forgive the rest, or forgive the penalties, that can be a big savings, or make monthly payments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can afford. Or have them leave you alone for a while till you're back on your feet financially. Or. The first thing we do, we have a free consultation. We go over all the things we can do for you. And then if you give us the go-ahead, we go to the IRS for you. We don't want you to have to talk to them, deal with them, having to do with them. And we're all done. We want to lift this tax problem right off your back so you can have a normal life. The only thing you have to do is pick up that phone for our free consultation and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
Hey, Steve, what can you do for me? Give him a call, 188-TAX-STEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert & Cope's with you Monday afternoon. We got a bunch of guests to get to, some baseball, some football. Burns, Mayoko, Baggerly, Kerr. Giants pregame 5:45. So we got to get you from the weekend some of the best sounds from across sports that you may have missed. When football season gets going, by the way, we get a bunch of good coach sound and NFL sound, college football sound. We get the coach speak stuff going. A lot of really fun stuff. Why don't we start with this one? Oklahoma State coach Mike Gundy, one of the best sound bites and hilarious coaches in all of football for, 20 years or so? Mike Gundy.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
I'll just ask you, Tom, just quick yes or no answer. Do you think Mike Gundy likes dealing with the NIL?
No.
Well, here he is talking about it.
That's what I told the players. There's no negotiating now. Portal's over. All negotiations history. Now we're playing football.
You can enjoy
just coaching and playing football.
Conference and a 12-team playoff and everything being so different, just the newness of it all.
Yeah, and the business side of what we do now is we have to have those conversations with them. Tell your agent to quit calling us and asking for more money. It's non-negotiable now. Going to start again in December. So now we're able to direct ourselves just at football, and that part is fun because there's been so much other stuff going on. It's been hard to really focus on football.
Kids are now showing up at school like, my agent. The balls on these kids. After hearing that clip this weekend, my first thought was, I like Nick Saban more than I've ever liked Nick Saban because I imagine he just told a kid to F off and then retired. That's kind of what I like to believe happened. Kid was like, he's like, excuse me? F you, kid. I'm retiring. He's like, I got checks in the mail from the blonde side. I don't need this. I mean, seriously, that's a big factor in that.
Oh, yeah. I think a lot of coaches probably bailed because of NIL. Clearly, he's one of them. I bet you Jay Wright's one.
I was going to say Jay Wright in college hoops. That was the first one I was going to go to.
Yep. It's different. You're like, it is what it is. I don't want to deal with it. This is not why I coach, and I'm out. And, again, you don't blame the kids, but as a coach, it gets to a point where it's like, okay, this is still about football, right? It's not just about you getting as much money as you could get before you go to the NFL or you don't go to the NFL. But at some point, it's got to be about football. Like, this is what started the whole thing, or basketball, for that matter. That's why I think I'd like to see them go with, 2-year contracts. Or something like that. Like, there's going to have to be it can't just be the Wild West every year.
It's going to evolve. I mean, college sports in general.
Let's go back into the portal.
Portal's over.
Portal's over.
Keep that close, Tim. We need
Portal's
that clip.
over.
Just that drop. Portal's over.
I do. I like that.
I like that a lot, dude. Well, Portal's over.
Portal's over.
Tell your agent to stop calling us.
Portal's over.
It's time for football. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. How about this one? Tigers pitcher, I think his name is Bo Brisky. They did a little interview with him at the Little League Classic, and they were asking a bunch of players, but they asked him if you could meet anybody in history, who would it be? Here he is.
One person I would love to meet, Abraham Lincoln. I'd just like to pick his brain, to be quite honest. And that sounds bad now that I say it.
I'd like to meet Abraham Lincoln. Just like to pick his brain. I love that they rolled it anyway. They just kept it in. They're like, no, this guy's not a superstar. They have to keep this in the programming for the Little League Classic. It's a 5-second clip, dude. Oh, man. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Oh, man. That
sounds bad now that I say it.
That sounds bad now that I say it.
Portal's over.
Oh, my gosh. That's funny.
I'm good on that. That made me laugh this weekend. That was funny. All right, how about this one? The band Rancid is performing.
I love Rancid.
I know you do.
From the Bay Area.
Well, they're doing a show this weekend, and they see there's an A's fan in the crowd. Here's what happened.
Point out to my brothers up here that there is indeed one lone guy in the stadium with, I believe, an Oakland A's jersey. This is a phenomenon. This is a phenomenon that's been happening. There's always like one dude that comes repping the Oakland A's. Oh, there's two dudes. But, so this song's gonna go out to Oakland A's guy jersey and Oakland A's guy hat. Because John Fisher is a and he should sell the damn team. Yeah, said it. Silver spoon. But for you two guys, this one's called Time Bomb.
Love that song.
I love that he actually felt the anger, so you could hear the vitriol kind of like pour through him. He's like, blank that guy. He's a blanket silver spoon blank. But this goes out to you guys, too. Oakland A's jersey guy and Oakland A's hat guy.
Where were they playing?
Where were they, Derek? They were here in the... Derek doesn't know.
But for you two guys, this one's called Time Bomb.
Missed that one. Dang it.
Moving on here. Here's I don't think it was local. I don't think it was.
Was it?
No, because you said it was a phenomenon, so I feel like they're touring. Or we're doing a show somewhere. Here's Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh, one of our favorite sound bites. My buddy sent me just the headline of this morning. I was like, we got to find this sound just because I just thought it was going to be funny. I haven't heard it yet. So Herbert returned to the field, or came out to play, and Jim Harbaugh said he heard from the heavens. Here you go.
Great. I felt like the music should be playing. I thought I heard music. Voices of Angels, maybe. Felt great. It felt great.
Good guy.
That's a nut. Herbert back to the field. Yeah, music. Thought I heard music or Voices of Angels. One of the guys.
Voices of Angels, maybe.
Guy's a gem. He's like, by the way, well, Colin Kaepernick can work for us this year. And then he's like, well, he's not going to take the job this season. Okay. One more here.
I love Kaepernick. Yeah, I'm still waiting.
He's like, I'm still waiting. And Harbaugh is like, yeah, well, if you want to work, he's like, I don't. I want to play. Well, I don't know. You can't do that, but you can work.
We can't help you there.
I can't help you.
We got nothing for you in that department. But
Harbaugh's too much like my Steve Young. I got to work on that. Harbaugh's too close to my Steve. I got to stop with that. Yeah. One more here. How about this? The Braves are playing against the Angels this weekend.
Oh, no.
It's not the Joe Adele play. Don't worry. I did see it. That's ridiculous. I saw it. It was insane. There's a home run gets hit, and there's the broadcaster talking because it's being reviewed.
Yes.
The home run is. And one of the umpires, you never see the umpires under clothing, right? It's one of the field umpires. He's like talking on the mic to the crowd and saying what's happening. His shirt is like unbuttoned, and so you can see his undershirt. His undershirt is a black shirt, and the broadcasters get excited about what's on it.
Winning a car if you hit the right spot. I mean, that is such a little area to hit, and Merrifield hit it.
And that's pretty amazing. They saw that and called it right.
Second base umpire James Hoy, and this will certainly be confirmed as a home run. That's Kramer on his shirt.
All the fields confirmed.
Look at that picture of Kramer on his shirt.
Yes, he does. It's Cosmo Kramer.
That's unbelievable. What a sequence we just saw. A rare home run off that.
There it is.
Picture. That's ridiculous.
That's something they should talk over him talking. And he's like, that's Cosmo Kramer on his shirt. They're all excited about it. It was just hysterical. I love it. What an incredible sequence. It's just a home run and he reviewed. It was funny though watching the umpire. His shirt was like completely undone. Like the top 2 or 3 buttons, you could see the whole Kramer photo. Which, who knew? Who knew umps were wearing anything like that under their uniforms? That's your sound soiree. Yeah, Jeff Hoy, new favorite ump, if you can have one. That's your sound soiree for Monday, August 19th, 2024. We got a bunch of guests: Burns, Mayoko, Baggerly, Steve Kerr, and Giants pregame at 5:45. Eric Burns once hit for the cycle in San Francisco as part of the Baybird series. Does the Deuces Wild podcast and show with our guy Will Clark. We'll talk to Burnsy for the first time in a while next on the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Burns hits one well. It had the right crack to it. This one is way back and gone. Chad Zerbe comes in. The first hitter he faces, Eric Burns, and the A's lead 3-1. Valderrama cannot get it, and this may be your triple. This could be your triple. There it is. And the cycle for the former Giants fan.
I gotta tell you, of all the guys who have never played for the Giants, who I wanted to be Giants and like my favorite players, Eric Burns is on the short list, top 3. One thing I do got to point out, one of the coolest sequence of highlights there, we got a Burns cycle, a Chad Zerbe appearance, and a Carlos Valderrama appearance out there in the outfield. Eric Burns with us on the UMA guest line. What's up, dude? Long time no talk. How are you?
I know, it's been a minute, guys. Great to hear your voice.
Yeah, man. You hear those highlights. I think about doing this job here in San Francisco. You worked here at KNBR. I grew up listening to Tom and like Gary and Rod and Murph and Mac and those guys, and getting work with them is cool. You got to play for a team in a ballpark that wasn't the ballpark you grew up rooting for, the team that you liked in the Giants. But you've got that connection now with Will Clark, and you've got all these cool ties that stay here in the Bay Area. I just wonder, when you think about what it meant to be in Oakland A as part of the Bay Bridge series, what it means to you in your career.
Oh, it's interesting, man, because I think that basically the other night I had a chance to reflect upon it. And, like anything in life, right? Like, that was a phase of my life. I played Major League Baseball for 10 seasons, 11 seasons, actually, parts of 11 seasons. And then, after that, I got into the broadcasting world. I got into the ultra endurance world, and just like life's in different phases, right? And, I think when I move past one, a lot of times I don't spend a whole lot of time reflecting upon it. My parents did something really cool when I got done playing. They basically took all the news articles that they collected over the years from Little League on through the major leagues. And a lot of it was like old Peninsula Times Tribune or, a lot of the articles, obviously, as I was coming up through the A's. But there was one in the Country Almanac when I was going to UCLA. And it's just really, really cool stuff. And I've always been that person that I want to look forward. I don't want to look back too much. I'm grateful for the time that I had and everything. But the other day, my phone, for whatever reason, was blowing up, whether it was you guys wanting to have me on or FP was hitting me up about all these different things, and then Susan Slusher was hitting me up, and like I started thinking about it, and it was just like, yo, like this is it, bro. This is the Bay Bridge series. It's over, and kind of, something like Susan was just texting to text. It wasn't like to get a quote or anything else, and she's like, hey, just thinking about you, and so then I started thinking about it, and I'm like, holy crap, man! Like when I was a kid, I used to go to these Bay Bridge Series games, which used to be just preseason games, right?
Right.
And we would roll to either the Stick or the Coliseum. And my dad's, it wasn't even my dad's, it was actually my mom's. It was a Volkswagen Bug. And he got it for my mom because my mom got too many speeding tickets in the BMW. So he wanted to slow her down. So he got her a Volkswagen convertible Bug. And we used to head up in this thing, and I'd sit shotgun. And then when we would go over, as you guys know, like as you get closer to the Stick or you go over the San Mateo Bridge, whatever, and, I grew up in Redwood City, San Carlos area, right? So then I would get underneath the front seat where the heater would just fire, and especially if we were coming back from a night game or something. So a lot of my early memories, like, were that. And then I find this picture the other day that my sister actually sent me of where I'm decked out in A's gear. I have an A's starter jacket, A's hat, whatever. And then my sister's got all the Giants gear on, and my dad's got like some, I don't know, Carnegie sweater and, looking all pimped out in the back. And it was hilarious. And it was in front of the Volkswagen Bug. And so I'm looking at this picture and I'm thinking about, man, like what, like cool experiences. Then 1989, I was at game 4 of the, the clinching game of the Bay Bridge series and sitting in section 62 and remembering all of this. And then to have an opportunity to play for the A's and play in that series. And everyone's going to bring up the cycle. Obviously, it's the one thing that, I think there's a lot of people that will, whenever I come across them, like they're like, hey, man, like I remember that. I was at this bar or I was at the game or whatever. But actually, I reflected upon it even more. My first home run was against Sean Estes in the Bay Bridge series at the Oakland Coliseum. I swear to you, there were 60,000 people in the stands. Like, it was just a whole Mount Apis, completely filled. And, like, what a special moment to have. I left, I think the final total number was like 94 tickets that night at the Coliseum. So then you back that up with, which is sort of my last appearance at the Coliseum, which was this mascot race that I partook in the night before taking off for the Triathlon Across America. And in my opinion, I think one of the greatest memories I've ever had on a baseball field was running down the 3 mascots, whether Raleigh Fingers and Ricky and Eck, and then going full send sprint at the end to dive through the banner. And so I put those 3 things up on my Instagram the other day, and obviously the post did pretty well, but it's just, that's life, guys. Like, it goes through cycles, and, again, like, really super grateful for the, both teams being in the Bay Area and having an opportunity to root for the Giants and have an opportunity to root for the A's, and also have an opportunity to watch these 2 teams actually play in the World Series. And then now I'm a kid who watches, and now I'm growing up playing in it, and then to have those special moments, to hit my first home run against the Giants and then to hit for the cycle. There was also, I think, one of the biggest games I ever had was 2 homers. I don't know, I think it's named 6 RBIs, a Sunday day game at Pac-Bell Park as well. So you take all of that into consideration, and then the support from both teams for that try across America, and having the A's having me out. I did, Tommy, I think I went on with you guys at the, before that at the Giants ballpark the day before that, or a couple days before that. So, again, just super grateful to have been a part of it, and now to see it. And, there's some debate on that, whether you could still call it the Bay Bridge series because of the whole sack thing. I don't know. It's obviously just not going to be the same.
Does it resonate even more, Burnsy, that, not only did you grow up here watching these 2 teams, you played for one of them, and now the A's are leaving, but does it resonate even more that it's not just they're leaving? The Warriors have already left. Now, you can still go see them, but it's still not the same. The Raiders have left. Like, this is the last one. Like, you just the big 3 sports were all there, all right there in Oakland, and now they're gone. And this is the last one to go. To me, it kind of hit me last week. I was like, dang, that's the part that really kind of hits you. Is like, Oakland does not have a pro sports team of the big 3 anymore.
It's sad. I mean, it's a colossal failure by the city of Oakland. There's no other way to put it. I tell my kids all the time, what's the one common denominator of all of our problems? It's us. It's you. That's it. So if you look at the fact that the Warriors left, you look at the fact the Raiders left, you look at the fact the A's are going to leave, the one common denominator in all of that is Oakland. And I don't know enough to get in on the politics of it. If they truly think the best thing for the city of Oakland is to have all three teams not be there and the city overall will be better off for its citizens, good for Oakland. Good for them taking a stand and not falling into the peer pressure. I don't know if that's the case. I don't believe that to be the case. I actually believe it not to be the case. But I don't know enough about the situation to really speak upon it. How the Bay Area in general, look, the Bay Area also failed. The other surrounding East Bay communities failed. Where we know how strong of a community the East Bay is. You get into all of the towns there, and they let them go. Like there was nothing that was done along the way. There's not. I mean, the amount of money and everything there, it's a joke. Like the fact that we let them go, and we have the people and the infrastructure and the land to be able to figure it out. So it's sad all the way around.
Yeah.
Talking to Eric Burns here on the UMA guest line, just because you brought it up, one of your greatest moments on a baseball field being that classic A's, like the big head race that you did. How do you rank the best races in baseball? The A's race, the sausage race in Milwaukee, or the freeze in Atlanta?
Oh, by far and away, it's the freeze in Atlanta.
It's the most unique.
That thing is electric.
It's incredible.
It is. I mean, I don't know if they're still doing it, but that guy is just awesome. And I know he at one point was this up and coming Olympic track and field guy, but he is just so fun to watch. And the fact that you see all these guys that think they got him and then they end up eating it, and that's a really fun. The sausage one's good though, just because it's a sausage one. And how about the Brewers, man? I mean, have you looked at the Brewers record? They got 72 wins and running away with the Central, and after Council left and Yelich done for the year. It's them and the Guardians. I think they're the two big surprise stories of MLB this year.
The playoffs are going to be incredible because if you haven't looked lately, I would suggest not you, but baseball fans, go look at all the standings. I mean, there's so many teams between that are going to end up theoretically between about 94, 95 wins and about 88 wins, and there's going to be a whole bunch of those teams that are battling, which should make for an incredible playoffs. Who are you most looking forward to in the playoffs? Is it going to be those teams that nobody? I mean, even Yelich is out. He was playing really well for him, and the Brewers still roll on. Casual baseball fans probably couldn't name three Guardians. I mean, they've been fantastic this year, but the Yankees and the Orioles have a great race going on right now. I mean, the Red Sox are still kind of hanging around there. The Astros have clawed their way back into it, which I didn't know that they would, but they have. The NL West, Burnsy, is like, wow, look what the Padres are doing. Look what the Diamondbacks are doing. Oh, my gosh. They're closing in on the Dodgers. We might have a race. I would have never thought we'd be talking about an NL West race. And here we are, mid-August. We might be talking about an NL West race.
Yeah, Tommy, you're right. So for the first time in, I want to say something years, don't quote me on that, but I read this stat last week. There's not one team projected to win 95 games or on pace to win 95 games. It just speaks to the parity that you're talking about, right? We're so used to the Dodgers running away with the NL West. We're so used to the Yankees being dominant in the East, but now you got the Baltimore Orioles. So I'm not sure. I talked about this morning on the Daily Hustle podcast on No Filter Network, but basically the other night I was watching TV, and we're in South Carolina, and I was looking at my kid, my wife, Colton, Chloe were sitting there, and my two kids, and Callie was there as well. And I said, all right, here's the deal. I will give you guys $100 if you tell me who I think the American League MVP should be. and it's not Aaron Judge. And they're like, what are you talking about? And so Colton's like, of course it's Aaron Judge. And so we start going back and forth. And eventually Colton got it. He goes, Bobby Witt Jr. I said, done. I said, awesome. So if you look at Bobby Witt Jr.'s stats, it's crazy. So here, we're in a day and age where nobody hits 300 anymore. Nobody, right? It's like the least amount of 300 hitters in the longest time. Bobby Witt Jr. is hitting 350-something. He has 25-plus home runs. He steals bases. He plays a Gold Glove shortstop. I'm like, this guy needs to be in the conversation with MVP, yet we continue to overlook him. So we have this long argument, but it's like Aaron Judge is Aaron Judge. In the second half of the season, he's been going off. It's like something crazy, like a 277 OPS plus. So we have this long debate. And so I said, you know what, I'm going to steal it. I'm going to go to a statistic that I don't love, but it's supposed to analyze, the total value of a player, which is WAR, it's wins above replacement, and let's see who's leading. And I'll bet you it's Bobby Witt Jr. Well, I go to it, and Aaron Judge and Bobby Witt Jr. are right there. And let's just call a number like 5.5, right? Somewhere around there. You know who's on top of them? Gunnar Henderson from the Baltimore Orioles. Yeah. So I'm like, what? I don't understand it. Are you serious? And now I do understand Gunnar Henderson because I know how good Gunnar Henderson is. And then it just got me excited as a baseball fan because, like, this is heyday or whatever. Like, it's generational. But this is actually a really good time to be a baseball fan. To have three players like that. You have Aaron Judge, who's probably going to be the most iconic player of this generation. You back that up with Bobby Witt Jr., who nobody knows about because he plays in Kansas City, because he doesn't have the fanfare, obviously, that Judge does in New York. And then amidst all of this is this guy, Gunnar Henderson, who is so overlooked. If it's possible to overlook him, he is a superstar in every sense of the word. He is so freaking good. I mean, think about Baltimore. Like, more people probably still know Jackson Holliday than Gunnar Henderson. Yeah. Jackson Holliday is the number one prospect, right? He's been getting all this attention. And Gunnar Henderson, I don't know. He's like Jackson Holliday 20, Gunnar Henderson like 23. The Baltimore Orioles are going to be good for a really long time. But Gunnar Henderson, how do you not put him in that conversation for the AL MVP? So I did a whole thing on the Daily Hustle about it this morning. I know Henry, our great social media guy over at No Filter, was going to put up a clip of that on the Instagram coming up soon. But it should be fun to watch down the stretch.
Bernsey, as always, it is great catching up with you. We should do it again soon. It's been far too long. Tell the family that we said hi, and we'll do it again soon, my friend.
Thanks, bro.
All right, guys. All right, good talks, man.
Talk to you, Bernsey.
Thanks, Bernsey.
See you guys.
Eric
Appreciate
Burns
it.
of No Filter Net. Yeah.
Yeah, No Filter.
No Filter.
We didn't even get into the fact that we were talking American League MVP, but how about the fact that Shohei Ohtani has a realistic chance at a 50-50 season?
Yeah, but he's hitting like 170 over his last 50 at bats, so I don't care. Yeah. Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. He doesn't even pitch. Who cares? Get a glove, bro. You can't win MVP without a mitt.
I bet he will.
I bet he will, too. I am sure Shohei's going to win it. Yeah. Pretty positive. Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. We'll switch gears back into some football. Matt Mayoko is going to join us. He was out at the game yesterday where Tim and I were watching the Niners take down the Saints 16-10. We can talk about some of the position stuff, any updates or lack thereof on what's going on with Ayuk and Trent Williams, and how many of these guys do we expect to see on Friday? Has anybody claimed any of these position battles? We'll talk to Mayoko about it next on the Sports Leader. The Giants split the last Bay Bridge series over the weekend in Oakland. Did you go out to the Coliseum this weekend to celebrate for one last time? You can let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. You have any devices you have going on in your home that are connected to Wi-Fi? I mean, just sitting right here. You got the computer, got the TV, got the phone. At 3 in this room. Everybody else in the house has phones. And everyone's over right now. They got all the TVs. A couple people are on laptops. Everyone needs to stay connected, and you need the speed to do it. You need the bandwidth to do it. You need the power to do it. Well, Xfinity can handle that. It's not a problem whatsoever. You get everybody can do what they want to do, right? You get, I'm working. You get some people that are also working out in the living room. And you get people that are just streaming, maybe watching TV shows, gaming. I don't think anybody's gaming right now, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were. Everyone wants to get taken care of, and Xfinity can do that for you. They have the power to take care of everybody, and they have way more than this. This is like easy, light work for them. 20 devices on at once, full power, everybody getting full bars, light work. It's no big deal. You can do hundreds of devices. So if you got a lot of devices, and trust me, count them. You have a lot more than you think you have. Everyone has a lot more than they think they have. Count them up and go, God, that is a lot of devices. And if you have a lot of people in the house that are on their devices all the time, you're going to need that speed to get through. Now through September 21st, customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium for $7.99. That's a $7.99 monthly value. That just included. Just kick that one in. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it, and then some. Visit Xfinity.com. Call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love having enough speed and power to take care of everybody in the house. You will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We do it every Monday. Talk to our guy, Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. You can also hear him on the 49ers Talk podcast. Check it out wherever you get your podcast. And you can hear him on our pregame show before every 49ers game on our KNBR family and networks. He joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
Hear me right now.
What's that?
You can hear me right now.
You can hear us right now. I said that first.
Yeah.
On every Monday, as well as Niner games, as well as NBC Sports, as well as like everywhere you get podcasts. And by the way, just since I have you, Matt, I should mention that Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, which offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. On the pregame show yesterday, I asked Matt, like, when guys hold in, do they show up to games? And we kind of laughed about it. Brandon Ayuk was in attendance, but I guess it makes sense in that. As I phrased it to Tom, he's kind of using his sick days here, so he doesn't have to pay the fines like a guy like Trent Williams is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's been around. There's almost like he's getting pulled in two directions, the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other. It's like there's a sense of FOMO where he's out of practice and he's calling out the defenses and he's doing this and that, but he doesn't want to be out on the practice field, or at least he hasn't found the right recipe in his mind to get out there and kind of finalize anything with either the 49ers or another team. So, I mean, here we are. It's 2 games into the preseason. The next preseason game is coming up on Friday. There seems to be like every kind of bit of news that's been out there, real or imagined, I guess. It's always kind of spawned this whole, the decision could be coming soon. There might be some, there's going to be a final decision. Is he going to be traded? Is he going to re-sign with the 49ers? And then basically you wake up the next day and the day goes on without any news, and it's the same the next day and the day after that and the day after that. So, it's gotten to the point now where, whether it's the bro hug on the field or, the reports that the 49ers have reached contract or reached trade agreements with a couple of teams, or the Steelers are back in the hunt, or the 49ers are back talking to Ayuk about a contract and this and that. But yeah, the kind of the more things change, the more they stay the same. So I don't know when it's going to happen. My best guess would be, some point after Friday's game, maybe early next week, once the team has finished all the preseason games, once they're kind of out of camp mode, once the 53-man roster is set, and now they start game planning for their first opponent of the season, the Jets. Maybe, that would be my guess. That's probably when something happens with both Ayuk and Trent Williams.
He sure isn't acting like someone who doesn't want to be here, is he? No, he's not. You're right. I mean, if he didn't want to be here, he'd be, he wouldn't be out there at practice watching. Yeah. He wouldn't be engaged and all that.
Yeah,
so
and I would think
it just seems like he really wants to be here and he wants this to get done.
Yeah, but then he doesn't want. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like he's sending. He's sent a lot of mixed signals.
Yes, he has.
He wants to get paid, but he doesn't want to go to the team that's willing to pay him the most. It's just kind of it's been kind of a strange situation. And I just don't know what exactly he's looking for, and how much, the deal he could have signed with the 49ers throughout, and maybe the deal that's on the table now, how much different is that going to be than the deal he ends up signing? And then, let's just say that, Steelers are probably the only other option as far as a team outside of the 49ers. Well, if something happens there, it's my understanding that contract would be either right around the same amount or maybe even less than what he'd be getting from the 49ers. So I don't – it's kind of the question I've asked from the beginning is what's the end game? And no one's ever been able to tell me, like, what the end game is, like how it ends. If he's back with the 49ers, what is it? Or I should say, if he remains with the 49ers, what does it look like? So it just it's been a little bit odd, I would say.
Yeah, well, he definitely wants his cake and eat it too. I mean that's clear. There was no doubt.
Yeah, but I don't even know what the cake is.
We don't know. He doesn't know.
Actually, it's a pie. Actually, it's like he's. I don't think it's that simple. That's kind of what I mean. Is like I think it's a point Matt's making. Is none of us. Everything's been speculative, at least from the outside perspective for us. And even we talked about it yesterday, Matt. John Lynch's comments to Murph and Marcus last Friday, where Murph said, "What's taking so long?" And he said, "I wish I knew." And then Kyle, if you pair that with what Kyle said to us about it feels like we've been sort of in the same position for some time. It sort of leads you to believe, if you make that connection, that it's kind of ball in his court, and we're just sort of waiting.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I just don't know. I mean, I think that this being the first time that Brandon Ayuk has gone through this, I think he's probably struggling a little bit with it too. Well, obviously he is. And if I kind of go back to what he said on the Pivot podcast about, what was that, about a month and a half ago now, maybe, where he was just kind of all over the map a little bit as far as, what he was looking for, what he wanted, where things were. I mean, he did say that early in the offseason, the 49ers have made this point, like, oh, we tried, we started this, long before they have other contracts, and they wanted to get something done, right at the start of the offseason. And, in Ayuk's words, they were very close, and he thought they had an agreement, and he had his suit ready, and he was going to fly up to the Bay Area and sign that deal and all that. And then things changed. And, looking at it objectively, I wouldn't think that the 49ers said, oh, you know what, on second thought, we're going to offer you less money. Yeah, I don't think that happened. And so chances are if something changed as far as the mindset and the sides growing further apart, I got to believe it was on Ayuk's side. And that would make sense because early in the offseason, Amon-Ra St. Brown signed his contract. More wide receivers were cashing in, and Ayuk probably, I would think, looked at that and said, oh, well, if those guys are signing for that, I should be right up there with them. So whatever this deal is needs to be more. But again, that's kind of speculative, but I guess it's more or less kind of an educated opinion of how things went down.
Yeah.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here, our 49ers insider on the UMA guest line. So we talked also in the pregame yesterday, and there's a lot of different, I think, lines of thought about how they'll go about the sixth receiver. Now, you're of the belief, and I think I am too, even after seeing yesterday in the usage, Jacob Cowing, fourth rounder, will likely be the number 5 guy if you're going Ayuk, Debo, Jennings, Pearsall, and Cowing are your first 5. You were, I think, yesterday talking about Trent Taylor potentially as the 6th guy. And Chris Conley not making the team. And now, where are you on that number 6? Because he didn't even return a kick yesterday.
Yeah, well, I don't think Trent Taylor needs to return kicks because they know what they got in him. I mean, they know what they got. I would say now, after watching last night and seeing how the practices have gone in recent weeks since Cowing came back, the issue with Cowing was if he can look comfortable fielding punts, then, off the legs of NFL punters, then the 49ers would go with him. If it's close, it goes to the rookie who has the 4.38 speed and the guy who's young and brings a lot more to the table. So after last night and just kind of seeing how they approached it and how Cowing really stepped up when the lights were on, yes, it's a preseason game. I realize that, but still you're catching balls in an NFL stadium. He's feeling pressure because he knows he has to, this was kind of a regular season game for him because he knew that he had to come through. So now the way I would look at it would be the most likely event would be that Cowing's your 5. So the 5 guys, and again, this is if Brandon Ayuk's on the team. Cowing's your 5. You suit up 5 receivers for games. Cowing will handle the punts, and then Trent Taylor, you're going to keep him in the building. but he's probably going to be on the practice squad. He's one of the cuts to get to 53. I don't know that any team's going to pick him up unless there's a team out there that just has nobody who can handle a punt reliably. Then maybe a team would claim him off waivers or pick him up. But I think that those 5 are set, and then who's that 6th? The 6th guy isn't going to suit up, so I don't see why they would. I like Chris Conley a lot, but remember now he spent most of last season on the practice squad. Sure. He didn't go anywhere, and then when they needed him late in the season, he was on the active roster. So I think that 6th spot would be a player who, if everybody's healthy, won't be suiting up for games, but he also has to be kind of young enough where and show enough that you want to continue to develop him. So my guess then it would be probably Ronnie Bell or Danny Gray. And that potentially the 6th guy. It should just be noted, Chris Conley, of all the receivers who played yesterday, played 11 snaps. That was the fewest of any receiver who was in the game yesterday. In terms of the kick returner, I mentioned this to Tom earlier because you sort of piqued my interest in that on the pregame yesterday and thinking about how you go about it and where you navigate Trent Taylor. I'm with you. I think there's potential for him to get through to just land back on the practice squad if you need him. But how do you think teams are going to handle this? Because my belief is we're not really seeing anything in the preseason that's going to lead you to believe anything about how any coach will handle it. But with the 5-yard difference, you can either kick it to them and let them try to run it back. But if you kick it out of the back of the end zone, they get it at the 30, it's only a 5-yard difference. My feeling is we're not going to see as many kickoffs returned as we maybe initially thought. So I was just on a conference call with the NFL this morning, and that topic came up of will there be an opportunity for the NFL before the season starts to kind of reevaluate that and move up the touchback from the 30 to the 35. And the idea was, no, it's a long shot because they kind of want to see how this whole thing plays out. They realize that in the preseason, really nobody is showing their cards. I think that right now the average starting spot on kickoffs in the preseason is they said the 28.3 yard line. Well, find me the 0.3, but you know what we're saying here. So basically
virtual measure, Matt. That's what
yes, exactly. So let's just say the 29-yard line or the 28-yard line. If you boot it through the back of the end zone, the ball goes to the 30. Well, is giving up that 1.7 yards, is that something that's going to prevent teams from wanting to kick it, through the back of the end zone? I don't think so. I mean, the downside for the kicking team is far greater than the upside. So say you kick it into the landing zone and you tackle somebody at the 24-yard line. Okay, great. You just saved yourself 4 yards. But every how many ever kicks, if somebody busts one, you're talking about a game-changing play. So I think what's going to happen is it's going to be easier to have the touchback because now the kickers don't have to worry about hang time. So in the past, there was only I think 20%, 22% of the kicks, maybe even less than that, were returned. If that's even when kickers are worried about, well, you have to get some level of hang time on the kickoffs because in case it's not a touchback, there's an opportunity for a long return because the quicker the ball gets into the receivers or into the returner's hands, the longer it'll take the coverage unit to get down there, all that. Now a kicker can just line drive it, a high line drive, and just boot it through the end zone repeatedly because nobody can move until the ball is touched. I think that there's an opportunity here or a chance that it's going to be completely counter to what the NFL wanted. The NFL wanted the kickoffs to get back into the game. They wanted to reduce the injuries, because the players aren't having the long run up before there's a collision. I think that there is a chance that, like what we saw in the Super Bowl is going to be something that happens every game. 13 kickoffs in the Super Bowl, 13 touchbacks. I think that teams are going to decide, you know what, we'll just put our defense out there and have them start at the 30-yard line and not even take the chance of the opposition being able to bust a long one.
What are the chances of seeing, maybe not even seeing, but Ricky Pearsall getting out on the field and getting some action, so even in practice, so maybe he can get up to speed and get ready for week one? Or is that ship already sailed? Like it's going to be down the road a little bit before we see Ricky Pearsall.
Well, I think the first time you see Ricky Pearsall is probably going to be September 9th. I don't think that they would rush him back and say, hey, get in there, play in a preseason game. I think they have a pretty good idea of what they got in him.
Okay.
And I don't know if you remember last year. Last year, that 49ers had a defensive back. He's still with the team. He's not a bad player at all. Darrell Luter. And he was a mid to late round draft pick. And he was injured the entire preseason. He showed up with an injury in training camp, did not take any training camp snaps, didn't play in the preseason. They put him on, I guess it was the non-football injury list to open the season. And then 4 or 6 weeks down the road, whatever it was, they activated him. So they saw enough in the off-season program before pads even went on to determine this is a guy we want on the team. This is a guy that has a chance to make a contribution year one. Well, they've seen a lot more from Ricky Pearsall than they did from Darrell Luter. And I think even, watching the practices, we can talk about Conley and Ronnie Bell and Danny Gray and Tate Martin and Trent Taylor and others. It's pretty clear to me that Pearsall is one of the team's top 4 receivers, and that's putting him ahead of Jacob Cowing too. So I think it doesn't matter when he's ready to go. He'll be one of the top 4 receivers. So I don't see any reason why they would need to or feel the need to get him back out there. Now maybe he'll practice. Watching him on the side, he looks like he's ready to practice. And no one's told me this, but I suspect that if this were the regular season, he'd be out there. But I don't think there's any reason to get him out there for even whatever, a handful of snaps against the Raiders on Friday, because basically the only thing that can happen would be something bad.
Matt Mayoka, the voice you hear on the Yuma Guest Line, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Matt, thanks for the time, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Matt.
Great stuff there from Matt Mayoka. And there you go, thinking that the sixth guy could likely be more like somebody like Ronnie Bell or Danny Gray. Chris Conley did not get a lot of snaps yesterday. Trent Taylor, I think the belief is because he's here, he may be able to slip to the practice squad, in which case maybe he gets an opportunity later in the year. You missed any of that? All available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We will jump back into some Giants baseball pregame in about a half hour at 5:45. Andy Baggerly of The Athletic joins us next on the Sports Leader. '49ers won their second preseason game against the Saints 16-10 last night at Levi Stadium. Brock Purdy played in 3 series without his playmakers. Really anybody on his offensive line. Did Purdy really need to play? Let us know. 415-808-KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy, and we are coming up on the best time of year again. That's right. Football season is just around the corner. Last year, over 1 million fans got in on the game by making picks using Underdog Fantasy. You can join in this year too, and you can win up to 325 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on some of your favorite player stats from around the game. Making picks on Underdog is so simple, and it's even easier to get started. You go to their mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com, and when you do, sign up using promo code KNBR. Underdog will give you a highly discounted pick to use on your first pick entry, plus a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. So again, that's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Sorry to steal your thunder, man. Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass grand prize. From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Giants pregame in about 25 minutes. Andy Baggerly joins us from The Athletic. Andy is sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here, DolanLawFirm.com. What's up, Bags? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing all right. We got Giants and the White Sox. I don't know if anybody's looked at the White Sox record lately. 30-95.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think that I just spent some time with John Brebbia on the field, and it's a good thing they have a guy like John Brebbia to keep it light. That's all I can say.
Guys like that.
You're racing to the finish, basically. And you know what? Sometimes those teams can be dangerous. You bring up a lot of young guys. Maybe you don't really know a whole lot about them. I mean, it's a major league team, but the Giants have been in this mode for a while where they've just got to win games, win series, and this is one. I mean, you hate to say and be greedy or feel like it's disrespectful of the other team, but they really got to sweep this series. I mean, we know what's in front of them in September. A lot of really tough teams, and they're trying to get back in this. So for the Giants, it's a serious business, and for the White Sox, it's just trying to get through the season.
Yeah, Bags, they're not dangerous at all in any way.
They're dangerous.
I'm trying to be nice.
If he's got a bat in his hand, he's dangerous, Bags. That's what I've been told.
At all. They are big leaguers. I don't know how many of them will be next year, but it's funny because the young guys are probably loving it. Any of the young guys that are playing, they don't really care what the record is. They're trying to prove they belong in the big leagues. The veterans are the ones that it's a scuffle because you got it's rough when you've been in the league a while and you're on a team like that. Then it just becomes a slog, and it has been a slog for a long time. But yeah, they put themselves in a position. Not only do they got to sweep this, now they got to head into a tougher part of their schedule where they got to start sweeping some of those and taking series. Like they had a chance to really gain some momentum, and that Braves series set them back tremendously because they don't have the tiebreaker now where they have to jump the Braves. This ship is sinking. I feel like if anybody's seen The Perfect Storm, we're at the part of the season where that little kind of ray of sunshine passed already, and we're about ready to see that monster 100-foot wave just crash over the bow of the boat. Like I don't know there's any more sunshine coming for him.
Yeah, I put on your rain slicker, I guess. That was very evocative, by the way.
Thank you.
No, you're right. I think you nailed it. They needed to at least split those two games with the Braves, because if they split them, at least they walk away with the season series and the tiebreaker, and they kind of gained a game without gaining a game. Instead, they lost a game without losing a game, and and like you said, they can't finish in a flat-footed tie. They'll lose that. They've got to finish a full game ahead. Now, you look at the Braves, and they just lost Austin Riley for basically the season. That's a big loss for them. And they've had a ton of them they've had to weather all year. And they got a lot of the games with the Phillies. And, it's going to be – they don't look like a team that's necessarily ready to run away with this either. So, if the Giants are trying to manufacture some hope, you can probably start with that. And the Giants are getting some pieces back. They got Thairo Estrada back today, and I know that may not sound super exciting because he was just a huge drag on the offense all year, but he was also, talking to him today, he's really enthused about the way he's feeling. He was trying to swing one-handed basically all year, had the finger and the wrist. And if they could get Thairo back to being, somebody who can make things happen, put the ball in play hard and drive in some runs, that's what they've been missing. So, that could be something that puts a little wind in their sails, but it may come down to they're just going to have to pitch really, really well. And that starts with Kyle Harrison today, and then you got Robbie Ray and Logan Webb after that. So,
well, let me ask you this, because here's kind of where I'm at, because obviously they're not mathematically eliminated yet. But the hope I have for them doesn't even rest in how good I think they can play. Because they're like destined to be a 500 team. Maybe a couple games above, a couple games below. My hope, if I have any, rests in the other team's ability to put together good stretches. Because with Riley being hurt, they have other injuries. The Mets are fallible, obviously. The hope is that everyone else just kind of vomits on themselves more than the Giants do.
Yeah, and it takes maybe 84 wins to get in.
Exactly.
And then you could see the Giants maybe finding a way to sneak in a couple games over 500 at the end of the year. No, you're right. That's kind of what has to happen. I mean, but you limit yourself to that scenario now because you haven't banked enough wins to be in a better scenario. And you look at the Padres, you look at the Diamondbacks, and they haven't really sewn up those top two spots, but they're pretty comfortably in those positions right now. And so the Giants have those head-to-head games against those teams, and you think, well, that's good. You want to play those teams in front of you, but they're good teams that have been playing well, and you're probably not going to catch them regardless. So It just means that you're playing a tougher schedule the rest of the way. But like anything else, you can analyze the schedule up and down. You can analyze the slate of opponents. It really comes down to, are you going to play good enough? Or are you going to internally have your own house in order to be able to make a run? And it looked like at one little point, they won 8 or 10, but maybe they could get on that mini run, and then it kind of petered out. And like you said, they keep returning to this sort of base level of being a 500 team, and and now they're sitting there right back at 63 and 63 again. So they're going to have to climb at some point.
Talking to Andy Baggerly here on the Yuma guest line, and that's what's so funky is the schedule coming out of the All-Star game. I was saying this to Tom earlier. I believe the Giants have the second easiest schedule in terms of where the opponent's record was at the time they came out of the break for the rest of the season, and that was before San Diego and Arizona went on their runs. Now entering September, I'm just looking at it. The only team as of right now that they'll be playing in that month that's under 500 right now are the Cardinals in the final weekend of the season, and everybody else is well over. I mean, we're talking like 15-plus games over 500. So, that's I think the when it all comes down to it, I boil it down to the same thing I've been saying for 2 months now, which is there just hasn't been enough consistency in any element of the team or in any factor of the team that's made you believe that they're a competitive enough team. You'd really be looking for. I mean, the Padres in 2010 collapsed, right? And you can be a part of that going head to head. It's just that you're not making as big of a dent in your damage done, I think, in trying to claw your way back based on what the records are now.
Yeah, and you're right. The Giants didn't win 83 games and sneak in and win that division. I mean, they also had to win a lot of games at the end and catch the Padres, but the Padres certainly did come back to them a little bit too. And then, of course, Jonathan Sanchez hits a triple off Matt Latos in game 162.
Incredible. Unbelievable.
Bruce Bochy is still like, I can't believe he swung through the take sign, but I'm glad he did. So, yeah, it's you look at where the Padres were this year, where the Diamondbacks were this year. They were both straight at 500. And then the Diamondbacks, I think, won 12 of 15. The Padres won like 13 of 16. And then, boom, they've sort of cemented themselves in that position. And, the Giants haven't really gotten on a run like that all year. And like you said, it takes a lot of elements. I mean, teams will have times when they feel like they can do no wrong, but you got to have really good, consistent starting pitching from day to day. And that's been, I think, a struggle. And they really were in the spot where they were going to have to kind of win every single day and have really good starting outings every day. And that hasn't happened, whether it's Robbie Ray getting knocked out early and maybe they were thinking a little bit too much about what he could bring to the table coming back from Tommy John, or relying on the young guys to be consistent from outing to outing. They're young pitchers. I mean, inconsistency is kind of baked in unless you're Paul Skeens to being a young pitcher. They just announced, by the way, that Patrick Bailey was scratched because of side tightness. So that's what you heard there in the background. But yeah, it's and if they've stayed relevant to this point, and they'll have to stay relevant, I think, for another week or two, because if they were to really fall off the table here, they could start releasing some people, and you could see if somebody wants to take Michael Conforto. You could see if someone wants to take a relief pitcher or somebody who would be eligible for a postseason series if they're in a new organization by September 1. So, there's still that sort of point in the season where, the Giants need to buy themselves some time just to be able to take a run at it. And they have to this point by not, dipping below 500 too far. But, like you said, that they're probably going to need the rest of the pack to come back to them a little bit too.
What do you make of Harris in the last few starts? 11 earned runs, 13 and a third. Obviously, that's not good. I thought he did. I mean, I thought he did a pretty good job against the Braves, getting through 5. Because after about 2 innings, I was like, "There's no way he's getting through 5 innings in this game." Obviously, he competes like hell when he gets out there. He just hasn't really had it. We know he misses arm side a ton. But 111 innings, I don't know what that means to him. I don't know how his arm is feeling. I don't know what you see when you're watching him pitch, what some of the numbers may tell you. But, I mean, the velocity's not quite there. It's hard to play up in the zone, maybe at 92, 93. But what do you see? What are you seeing from him recently?
Yeah, recently I'm seeing too many walks. I think it's like 36 walks in 111 innings. It's under 3 walks per 9. And if you told me at the beginning of the year that's what his numbers would be, I'd say, wow, that's pretty good, because this is a guy that, we knew would walk some batters and have sort of effectively wild type starts. But over the last 7 games, it's 14 walks, and it's like 3.7 per 9. So, and that's a problem, because you give up the walks, and then there's a little damage behind it, and then all of a sudden it's a big inning. So, the stuff on the road trip, both at Cincinnati, at Washington, was really, I wouldn't say like alarm bells were going off, but he certainly, looked like he was running out of steam. The fastball was, 92, even down to 90 at times. And, I think he's battling through. He's maybe had a little times when maybe it's a little more of a struggle to get loose than others. And, this is a guy that was touted in the minor leagues as being like their best pitching prospect since Madison Bumgarner. And he's kind of just been a guy. He's kind of been okay. And maybe that's what this season has to be for him, where it's just about survival, and it's about figuring out, what's he going to be? What kind of pitcher is he going to be? How is his stuff going to play? Because right now he's still primarily a 4-seam fastball guy and kind of throwing the slurvy breaking ball and the changeup. But that slurvy pitch started the year at 83, and now it's down to like 77. So, I think it's going to be a learning year for him, and he's motivated. This is a guy who worked really hard in the off season. I think he's even more motivated to work even harder this off season, because he knows he's going to have to, probably get a little more physical. And the raw stuff is not going to be something that will carry him through. He doesn't have Blake Snell stuff. So, I think he's still figuring out what his best repertoire will be. But right now it looks like it's 4-seam, sort of slurve and changeup. And I think there's probably room for improvement with all 3 of those pitches.
Yeah. Andy Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic. Giants pregame coming up in about 12 minutes. Giants and the White Sox. Bags, appreciate the time. We'll talk next week.
All right, look forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Good deal. Giants and the White Sox get going at 6:45. First pitch again. Giants 63-63. White Sox 30-95. Doesn't even look real to see that. It looks bizarre. 30-95. They have 12 road wins. 12 on the season, which means they're a much better home team with 18. Tolbert and Club, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service, because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. All right, we'll get you ready for Giants pregame. When we come on back, we'll take a quick break. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. You have any devices you have going on in your home that are connected to Wi-Fi? I mean, just sitting right here. You got the computer, got the TV, got the phone. At 3 in this room. Now, everybody else in the house has phones, and everyone's over right now. They got all the TVs. A couple people are on laptops. Everyone needs to stay connected, and you need the speed to do it. You need the bandwidth to do it. You need the power to do it. Well, Xfinity can handle that. It's not a problem whatsoever. You get everybody can do what they want to do, right? You get I'm working. You get some people that are also working out in the living room. And you get people that are just streaming, maybe watching TV shows. Gaming. I don't think anybody's gaming right now, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were. Everyone wants to get taken care of, and Xfinity can do that for you. They have the power to take care of everybody, and they have way more than this. This is like easy, light work for them. 20 devices on at once, full power, everybody getting full bars, light work. It's no big deal. You can do hundreds of devices. So if you got a lot of devices, and trust me, count them. You have a lot more than you think you have. Everyone has a lot more than they think they have. Count them up and go, God, that is a lot of devices. And if you have a lot of people in the house that are on their devices all the time, you're going to need that speed to get through. Now through September 21st, customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium for $7.99. That's a $7.99 monthly value. That is included. Just kick that one in. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it, and then some. Visit Xfinity.com. Call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love having enough speed and power to take care of everybody in the house. You will love Xfinity.
Portal's over.
You can
All right, we got a few minutes left before we get you ready for the White Sox and the Giants. I love like historical events that you never knew about, and you're like, that happened? Like, really, that happened? That couldn't have happened. And then you find out there's a history museum exhibit that details something happening. You're like, well, okay, I guess it happened. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm still skeptical.
1876. The Kentucky meat shower.
Stop.
Hold
on.
Which
is this a movie?
Kentucky meat shower. It sounds a little bit like it sounds like it should go in the same genre as the Cleveland Steamer, the Alaska Pipeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Platter, Alabama Hot Pocket.
Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Ultimate meatball.
What's the Buffalo one or Colorado? Isn't there a?
I don't know. I think every state has.
Is there something about some bull testicles? Yeah.
Some stupid
come on.
saying.
You know it, Tom. Rocky Mountain
I
oysters. That's what I was going for. There we go.
What were you going for?
Rocky Mountain oysters.
Oh, Rocky Mountain oysters. Yes. Oh, that's lighter fare.
It's more geographical, not as general.
This is the heavy duty show right here. The Kentucky Meat Shower. It sounds like some sort of review in Vegas.
Meat
the
whisperer.
Kentucky Meat Shower. Thunder Down Under. Opening up for Thunder Down Under, the Kentucky Meat Shower.
Dude. This is
Come on, baby. I'm like, come on, that didn't actually happen. Bath County History Museum details an March 1876 event, which is said to have occurred when Olympia Springs resident Rebecca Crouch, no relation to Eric, I don't think, was outside with her grandson, and chunks of red meat rained down from the sky.
Stop.
Do we have any Peter Gabriel? Red rain is coming down. That'd have been perfect, Tim, but you blew that one. Now, they actually have a piece of meat saved.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf!
From Peter Gabriel would have been better. From the
Tim doesn't
event.
care. Yeah, Tim doesn't care.
And they now it's inconclusive. I don't know what kind of test they ran on.
Yeah, it says cause
77.
inconclusive, possibly.
Yeah,
They say it was possibly. You want to know what they think their explanation is?
No, I know what. I was going to get to that, but go ahead.
Well, it's possibly they believe regurgitating vultures.
Yes, the vulture vomit theory.
The vulture vomit theory
is the only one.
They also called it blood rain at one point.
That feels possible. I love the fact the museum. I don't know if the museum's in this town or they're just talking to the professor at Transylvania University. That is so cool.
Hold on.
Yes.
You're telling me this is blood related and there's a Transylvania?
Yep. Correct.
No, hold on.
Correct.
This whole thing is fishy to me.
It does seem fishy, but there is a Transylvania University in Kentucky.
What conference are they in?
It's wild, but there's a Transylvania University in Kentucky. Which is, again, wild. It does seem hokey, but it wouldn't be that hard to look up. Like, okay, let me look this up. Bath County, is there actually a
it exists.
Bath County
I'm looking at it. Yeah, Olympia
History
Springs.
Museum, all that stuff. So
it occurred March 3rd, 1876.
Pounding the meat, grinding the meat.
Says it occurred in a period of several minutes between 11 a.m. and 12 noon on March 3rd, 1876. We should put this in my calendar so we celebrate. They do those national days. I want to remember the Kentucky Meat Shower once a year.
Dude, strong wind came through and somebody went outside and goes, "Where's my meat for the stew? I have no stew meat. My little chunks are gone. Where are they?"
Appeared to be red chunks of meat that fell from the sky in a 100 by 50 yard area.
Real butt meat.
Vulture ejecta is what they also refer to it as.
That's wild.
Never identified was the type of meat, by the way. They don't know.
Oh, they don't know?
That's what they said. It was never identified. Various reports suggested there's several possibilities. Beef, lamb, deer, bear, horse, or possibly human. The Kentucky Meat Shower, March 3rd, 1876.
I'm sorry, you find a better name than Kentucky Meat Shower. that is so amazing.
There's no fat on that name, no.
No, thank you. I don't even care if the event happened or not. I just love the name. The Kentucky Meat Shower. I mean, it's just very simple, to the point.
Whoa. Hold on, one more detail. We got to run, but one more detail that I got to get in these last 35 seconds. According to the Scientific American, because it was never identified, they appeared to be beef. According to the Scientific American, which was a publication, 2 men who tasted it judged it to be lamb or deer. What? That was the only way they had to check it out was taste it. It's chicken. We ran out of time for Steve Kerr today, but you can see him at the DNC. Thanks to Bernsey, Mayoko, and Bags. Giants pregame is coming up next at 5:45. Giants and the 30-95 White Sox. The Kentucky Meat Shower, maybe the best thing you'll hear all week. Take it away, Drew.
Oh, my God.